Hello, horror lover. Are you ready for a long night of nightmares? Before we begin, I want to ask you to subscribe to the channel, and especially leave a comment telling me which city you're watching from. I'd love to know. Click the like button, all of this because the house was silent, save for the gentle hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of settling wood. I sat in my favorite armchair, engrossed in a dog-eared paperback, enjoying the rare moment of solitude. Sarah, my wife of 15 years, was supposed to be out late, attending her monthly book club meeting. The soft glow of the reading lamp cast long shadows across the living room, creating an intimate cocoon of light around me. That's when I heard it, a sharp, insistent knock that shattered the tranquil atmosphere like a gunshot. I jolted, the book slipping from my fingers and landing with a soft thud on the carpet. My heart, which had been beating steadily moments ago, now pounded against my ribcage like a caged animal seeking escape. I glanced at the ornate grandfather clock in the corner. 9:47 p.m. Too late for casual visitors, too early for Sarah's return. Who could that be? I muttered to myself, slowly rising from the chair. My joints protested the sudden movement, reminding me that I wasn't as young as I used to be. As I approached the front door, a chill ran down my spine. Something felt off. The air seemed to thicken, pressing against my skin like an invisible, suffocating blanket. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling slightly. That's when I heard it. A whisper, so faint I almost mistook it for the wind whistling through the eaves. But there was no mistaking the words that followed, spoken directly into my ear with icy clarity. "Don't open the door, Jack." I recoiled, spinning around to face an empty hallway. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. No response came, save for the echo of my own words bouncing off the walls. Another knock, more urgent this time. "Jack, are you in there? It's me, open up." Sarah's voice, unmistakable in its familiar lilt, came muffled through the thick oak door. Relief washed over me. Of course, it was just Sarah, probably home early from her meeting. I chuckled at my own foolishness, chalking up the whisper to an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror novels. I stepped forward again, my hand reaching for the doorknob. The whisper returned, this time with an edge of desperation. "Please, Jack, don't open it. That's not Sarah." I froze, my fingers mere inches from the cool metal of the knob. A bead of sweat trickled down my temple as I wrestled with indecision. The rational part of my brain screamed at me to ignore the voice, to open the door and let my wife in. But something deeper, more primal, urged caution. "Jack? Is everything okay?" Sarah called out again, a note of worry creeping into her voice. "Why aren't you answering?" I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry as sandpaper. "Jay, just a second, honey." I managed to croak out. "I'm coming." Ignoring the frantic whispers now filling my head, I leaned forward to peer through the peephole. Sarah's face filled the small circle of glass, her green eyes wide with concern. She looked exactly as she had when she left earlier that evening. Blonde hair pulled back in a sensible ponytail, a light dusting of freckles across her nose, lips pursed in a familiar expression of mild irritation. "What do you see?" The whisper hissed, causing me to flinch. "It's Sarah," I replied, not caring if I sounded crazy talking to thin air. "It's definitely her." The whisper grew more insistent. "Look closer, Jack, really look." Frowning, I pressed my eye back to the peephole. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but as I stared, I noticed something strange. Sarah's eyes, usually so expressive, seemed flat somehow. And was it just a trick of the light, or did her skin have an odd waxy sheen to it? "Jack, you're scaring me," Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly. "Please, just open the door. I forgot my keys." My hand hovered over the doorknob, conflicting impulses warring within me. The whisper had fallen silent, as if waiting to see what I would do. "Sarah," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Where's your book club meeting held?" A pause, barely perceptible. At Susan's house, of course, you know that, silly. I felt a chill run down my spine. Susan had moved away months ago. The book club now met at the local library. Right, of course, I replied, forcing a chuckle. Just checking. One more thing, honey. What's our anniversary date? This time the pause was longer. Jack, what's gotten into you? Open this door right now. The demanding tone, so unlike my usually patient wife, made my decision for me. I took a step back from the door, my heart racing. I'm sorry, I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. But you're not Sarah. A moment of eerie silence followed. Then, a sound that will haunt my nightmares for years to come. A low, inhuman growl emanating from just beyond the door. Open the door, Jack, the thing wearing Sarah's face snarled, its voice distorting into something guttural and alien. Open it now, or I'll tear it down and feast on your entrails. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet in my haste to put distance between myself and whatever abomination waited on the other side of the door. The knob began to rattle violently, the wood creaking under the assault of inhuman strength. What do I do? I cried out, hoping the mysterious whisper would offer some guidance. But before any response could come, the door exploded inward in a shower of splinters and sawdust. Framed in the doorway stood a creature that bore only a passing resemblance to my beloved Sarah. Its skin rippled and shifted like liquid mercury, features melting and reforming in a grotesque parody of humanity. But its eyes, God, its eyes, were pitch black, endless pools of malevolence that seemed to draw me in. As it lurched towards me, mouth stretching impossibly wide to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth, I felt my consciousness slipping away. The last thing I heard before darkness claimed me was the whisper, tinged with sadness and regret. I tried to warn you, Jack. I'm sorry. The creature's fingers were like ice as they closed around my throat, cutting off my air supply with terrifying efficiency. I clawed desperately at its hands, my own fingers scrabbling uselessly against its unnaturally smooth skin. The thing that wore Sarah's face loomed over me, its features continuing to shift and morph in a nauseating display of impossibility. What are you? I managed to choke out, my voice barely more than a whisper. The creature's mouth stretched into a grotesque parody of a smile, revealing row upon row of needle-sharp teeth. When it spoke, its voice was a cacophony of sounds, as if 1,000 voices were speaking at once. We are your end, Jack, it hissed, its breath reeking of decay and something far worse. We are the darkness that lurks at the edges of your reality, waiting to devour all that you hold dear. I tried to scream, to call for help, but no sound escaped my constricted throat. My vision began to blur, dark spots dancing at the edges of my sight. I knew I was losing consciousness, and with it, any hope of survival. As my struggles weakened, the creature leaned in closer, its obsidian eyes mere inches from my own. In those fathomless depths I saw my own reflection, a man I barely recognized, his face contorted in a rictus of terror. Is this how I die? I thought. A strange sense of calm washing over me as I teetered on the brink of oblivion. Just as the darkness threatened to consume me entirely, I heard that familiar whisper once more. Fight, Jack. This isn't the end. Fight. With the last vestiges of my strength, I lashed out, my fist connecting solidly with the creature's jaw. It reeled back, more in surprise than pain, its grip on my throat loosening just enough for me to gulp down a precious breath of air. But before I could capitalize on this small victory, the thing recovered. Its face twisted into a mask of inhuman rage, and it lunged at me again. This time, instead of going for my throat, it placed its hands on either side of my head. If we cannot have your flesh, it snarled, we will feast on your mind. An explosion of pain erupted behind my eyes, as if my skull was being split open from the inside. I screamed, the sound tearing from my raw throat and echoing off the walls of my home. The world around me began to dissolve, reality itself seeming to warp and twist. The last thing I saw before consciousness fled was those terrible obsidian eyes, reflecting my own terrified face back at me. Then, mercifully, everything went dark. I don't know how long I floated in that void of nothingness. It could have been minutes, hours, or even days. Time had no meaning in that place between places. Eventually, though, awareness began to creep back in. The first thing I noticed was the pain. Every inch of my body ached, as if I'd been beaten with a sledgehammer. My head throbbed in time with my heartbeat, each pulse sending a fresh wave of agony through my skull. I tried to open my eyes, but was met with only more darkness. For a moment I feared I'd gone blind. But no, this was different. This darkness was oppressive, absolute. It pressed down on me from all sides, seeming almost alive in its intensity. "Hello?" I called out, my voice hoarse and barely above a whisper. The sound seemed to die mere inches from my lips, swallowed up by the all-encompassing blackness. As my senses slowly returned, I became acutely aware of my surroundings, or rather, the lack thereof. I was lying on my back on a hard, smooth surface. When I tried to sit up, my head collided with something solid just inches above me. Panic began to rise in my chest as the reality of my situation set in. I was trapped in some kind of box or container, barely large enough to contain my body. My breathing quickened, each inhalation seeming to use up what little air was available. "No, no, no," I muttered, my hands frantically exploring the confines of my prison. The walls were smooth and cold to the touch, offering no purchase for my scrabbling fingers. This can't be happening, this can't be real. But it was real. All too terrifyingly real. I was trapped in a space no larger than a coffin, buried alive in a darkness so complete it seemed to devour even the memory of light. I pounded on the lid above me, my fists aching with the impact. "Help!" I screamed, my voice cracking with desperation. "Someone, please, help me!" Only silence answered my pleas. I continued to beat against my prison, ignoring the pain as my knuckles split and began to bleed. Time lost all meaning as I alternated between frantic attempts to escape and periods of exhausted, terrified stillness. During one of these quiet moments as I lay there trying to conserve what little oxygen I had left, I heard it again. That whisper, so faint I almost thought I'd imagined it. "Be still, Jack," it said, somehow audible even in this sound-deadening darkness. "Save your strength. This is not your grave." "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What's happening to me?" "I am a friend," the whisper replied. "Or at least not an enemy. As for what's happening, you've been taken, Jack. Pulled into a place between worlds." I laughed, the sound tinged with hysteria. "That's impossible. Things like that don't exist." "And yet here you are," the whisper said, a note of grim amusement in its ethereal voice. "The universe is vast and strange, Jack. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy." "Great. Now I'm getting Shakespeare quotes from a disembodied voice," I muttered. "I've officially lost my mind. Your mind is intact," the whisper assured me. "For now, at least. But you must act quickly if you wish to keep it that way." I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "Okay," I said. "What do I need to do?" "First, you must free yourself from this prison," the whisper said. "It is not as solid as it appears. Reality is flexible here. Believe in your ability to escape and you will find a way." I wanted to argue, to point out how ridiculous that sounded. But what choice did I have? I was trapped in an impossible situation. Maybe impossible solutions were the only ones that would work. Closing my eyes, not that it made much difference in this darkness, I focused all my willpower on the idea of escape. I imagined the walls around me becoming soft and pliable, yielding to my touch. To my utter astonishment, I felt the surface beneath me shift. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable. But as I concentrated harder, the movement became more pronounced. Suddenly, with a sensation like falling through mud, I felt myself sinking through the bottom of my prison. For a terrifying moment, I was sure I was about to plummet into some bottomless abyss. But then, just as quickly as it had begun, the sensation stopped. I found myself lying on a hard, cold surface once again. But this time, when I reached out, my hands encountered only empty air. I did it, I said, disbelief evident in my voice. I'm out. Well done, Jack, the whisper said, sounding pleased. But this is only the beginning. The real challenges lie ahead. As if on cue, I began to see faint shapes emerging from the darkness around me, vague, indistinct forms that seemed to shift and change every time I tried to focus on them. Where am I? I asked, slowly getting to my feet. My legs felt weak and unsteady, as if I hadn't used them in a very long time. You are in the in-between, the whisper replied, a realm that exists in the cracks between realities. It is a dangerous place, full of entities that would love nothing more than to devour a lost soul like yourself. I swallowed hard, fear clenching my gut. How do I get home? There was a pause before the whisper responded, and when it did, its tone was grave. That, Jack, is the question we must answer. But be warned, the path home is long and perilous, and the creature that brought you here will not give up its prey so easily. As the whisper faded away, I stood alone in the shifting darkness, the enormity of my situation crashing down upon me. I was lost in a realm beyond my understanding, hunted by things that defied explanation, with only a mysterious voice as my guide. But I was alive. I was free from that coffin-like prison, and as long as I drew breath, I would fight to find my way back home. No matter what horrors this place had in store for me, the darkness around me seemed to press in from all sides, a living entity eager to swallow me whole. I clawed frantically at the walls of my prison, my fingernails scraping against an unseen surface. The pain was sharp and immediate as my fingers began to bleed, leaving sticky trails in the void. "Let me out," I screamed, my voice hoarse and desperate. "Please, God, someone help me." Only silence answered my pleas. I continued to scratch and claw, ignoring the agony in my hands. Blood dripped from my fingertips, each drop disappearing into the endless black. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I felt something give way beneath my fingers. The world around me lurched suddenly, as if reality itself had hiccuped. The solid surface I had been clawing at dissolved into nothingness, and I found myself falling. A scream tore from my throat as I plummeted through an infinite void, tumbling end over end with no sense of up or down. Just as suddenly as it began, the fall ended. I slammed into hard, cold ground with enough force to drive the air from my lungs. For several long moments, I lay there gasping, trying to reorient myself in this new space. Gradually, I became aware of a dim light filtering through my closed eyelids. Hesitantly, I cracked them open, half expecting to find myself still trapped in that endless darkness. Instead, I found myself lying on a cracked sidewalk, staring up at a sky that was wrong. I blinked, trying to process what I was seeing. The sky above me was a sickly greenish-gray, roiling with clouds that moved far too quickly to be natural. Two pale, bloated moons hung low on the horizon, casting an eerie light over the landscape. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself to my feet. As my eyes adjusted to the strange half-light, I realized with a jolt of shock that I recognized my surroundings. Or rather, I almost recognized them. I was standing on what should have been Maple Street, the neighborhood where I'd lived for the past decade. But everything was off. The houses lining the street were twisted parodies of their real-world counterparts. Some leaned at impossible angles, defying the laws of physics. Others seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them, growing extra windows or losing entire floors in the blink of an eye. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing strangely in the too-still air. "Is anyone there?" No response came, save for the mocking echo of my own words. I started walking down the warped street, my footsteps unnaturally loud in the eerie silence. Every house I passed was dark and seemingly abandoned, their windows staring blankly like dead eyes. As I walked, I became aware of movement in my peripheral vision. Shadows that darted just out of sight when I turned to look at them. Whispers that faded to nothing when I strained to hear them. The feeling of being watched prickled at the back of my neck, raising goosebumps along my arms. This isn't real, I muttered to myself, trying to keep the rising panic at bay. It's just a dream. It has to be a dream. But the pain in my bleeding hands felt all too real, as did the rough texture of the sidewalk beneath my feet. This was no dream, or if it was unlike any dream I'd ever experienced before. I don't know how long I wandered those twisted streets, calling out for help and receiving only silence in return. Time seemed to move strangely here, stretching and contracting like a rubber band. The alien moons hung motionless in the sky, never setting or rising. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I spotted something in the distance that made my heart leap. A figure, unmistakably human, standing at the end of the street. Even from this distance, I recognized the silhouette. It was Sarah. "Sarah!" I shouted, breaking into a run. "Sarah, it's me. I'm here." The figure turned at the sound of my voice, and for a moment I saw my wife's face, her eyes wide with recognition. But as I drew closer, something began to change. Sarah's features started to shift and blur, like wax melting under intense heat. I skidded to a halt, horror rising in my throat as I watched the transformation. By the time I was within arm's reach, the thing before me bore only a passing resemblance to my wife. Its skin was a mottled gray, hanging loosely over a frame that seemed to have too many joints. Its eyes, when they finally settled into a fixed shape, were solid black like pools of oil. "Jack," it said, in a voice that was a horrifying amalgamation of Sarah's and something utterly inhuman. "You shouldn't be here, Jack. This place isn't for you." I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. What are you?" I managed to choke out. The thing tilted its head at an impossible angle, regarding me with those terrible black eyes. "I am what you want me to be, Jack. I am your deepest desire and your darkest fear. I am everything and nothing." Its words sent a chill down my spine. I wanted to run, to get as far away from this abomination as possible, but my legs wouldn't obey. I stood rooted to the spot, trembling as the creature took a step towards me. "Why am I here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "What is this place?" The thing that wasn't Sarah smiled, its mouth stretching far too wide. "This is the in-between, Jack. The space between spaces, the gap in reality where nightmares take form. And you, my dear Jack, are our newest resident." "No," I said, shaking my head violently. "No, I don't belong here. I need to get home. I need to find the real Sarah." The creature laughed, a sound like breaking glass that set my teeth on edge. "Home? Oh, Jack, don't you understand? This is your home now. The old world, your old life, it's all gone. There's only this now. Only us." As it spoke, more figures began to emerge from the shadows of the twisted houses. Some wore faces I recognized, neighbors, friends, family members, but all of them were wrong, distorted in ways that defied explanation. They moved with jerky, unnatural motions, closing in around me in a tightening circle. Panic surged through me, breaking the paralysis that had held me in place. I turned and ran, my feet pounding against the cracked pavement as I fled from the nightmarish crowd. Their inhuman laughter followed me, echoing off the warped buildings and seeming to come from everywhere at once. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly, twisting and turning through the labyrinthine streets of this twisted version of my neighborhood. Finally, when I could run no more, I collapsed against the side of a house that looked like it had been built by a drunk architect with a non-Euclidean ruler. As I sat there, gasping for breath, I heard a familiar whisper on the wind. "Don't give up, Jack. This world can't hold you if you don't let it. Remember who you are. Remember what's real." I closed my eyes, trying to focus on the whisper's words. Images flashed through my mind. My real home, the real Sarah, the life I'd left behind. I clung to these memories like a drowning man clutching a life preserver. When I opened my eyes again, the world around me seemed less solid somehow. The edges of buildings blurred slightly, and the sickly sky above seemed to flicker, as if threatening to give way to something else. For the first time since I'd arrived in this nightmare realm, I felt a glimmer of hope. Whatever this place was, whatever forces had brought me here, I wasn't powerless. There was a way out. I just had to find it. With renewed determination, I pushed myself to my feet. The twisted version of my neighborhood stretched out before me, full of horrors I couldn't begin to imagine. But somewhere in this labyrinth of nightmares, there had to be a path home. And I was going to find it, no matter what terrors stood in my way. Taking a deep breath, I stepped back out onto the warped street. The hunt for answers, and for a way back to reality, had begun. As I stumbled through the twisted landscape of this nightmarish world, the familiar icy whisper returned, cutting through the oppressive silence like a knife. "Jack," it called, seemingly from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Listen carefully. I can guide you, but you must trust me implicitly." I stopped, my heart pounding in my chest. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice hoarse from screaming. "Why are you helping me?" The whisper seemed to hesitate before responding. "I am a guardian of sorts, a protector of the boundaries between worlds, and I'm helping you because your presence here threatens the delicate balance of reality itself." I laughed bitterly. "Great. So I'm not just lost. I'm a cosmic mistake." "Not a mistake, Jack," the whisper corrected gently. "A victim, but also potentially a savior. Now are you ready to listen?" I took a deep breath, steadying myself. What choice did I have? "I'm ready. Tell me what to do." "Good," the whisper said, a note of approval in its ethereal voice. "First, you must understand that this realm doesn't follow the rules of your world. Reality here is malleable. Belief shapes existence. To navigate, you must learn to see beyond what your eyes tell you." As the whisper spoke, the world around me began to shift. The twisted houses and warped streets melted away, revealing a landscape of impossible geometries. Staircases spiraled into infinity, doors hung suspended in midair, and paths twisted back on themselves in ways that made my head spin. "Take the third step on the staircase to your left," the whisper instructed, "but be warned, it's not as solid as it appears." Swallowing hard, I approached the staircase. It seemed to writhe beneath my gaze, the steps constantly rearranging themselves. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the third step. For a heart-stopping moment, I felt nothing beneath my foot. Then, suddenly, I was falling. No, flying, through a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. When the world stabilized again, I found myself in a vast, cavernous space filled with floating islands of debris. "Well done," the whisper said. "You're beginning to understand. Now look to your right. Do you see the bridge of light?" I turned, and sure enough, a gossamer thin bridge of shimmering light stretched out across the void. I see it," I stammered, "but it can't possibly hold my weight." "Remember, Jack, belief shapes reality here. If you believe you can cross, you will." Taking a deep breath, I stepped out onto the bridge. To my amazement, it held firm beneath my feet. I began to walk, trying not to look down at the endless abyss below. As I crossed, I became aware of movement on the other islands. Figures, vaguely human-shaped, wandered aimlessly or huddled in groups. Some called out as I passed, their voices echoing strangely in the vast space. "Hey, you there!" a voice called out. I turned to see a man waving frantically from a nearby island. "How did you get over there? Can you help us?" Against my better judgment, I paused. "Who are you?" I called back. "Name's Dave," the man replied. "Been stuck here for, hell, I don't even know how long. There are others too. We're all lost." I glanced around, noticing more figures emerging from the shadows. Men, women, even a few children, all with the same lost, haunted look in their eyes. "Jack," the whisper warned, "be careful. Not everything here is as it seems." But I couldn't just ignore these people. I had to know more. "How did you all end up here?" I asked. A chorus of voices answered, each story more horrifying than the last. A woman who had followed a strange light into her basement only to find herself in this realm. A teenager who had fallen asleep playing a cursed video game and never truly woken up. A man who had made a deal with something he thought was the devil, only to discover there were far worse things than Satan in the universe. "We're trapped," Dave explained, his voice heavy with despair. "This place, it feeds on us, on our fear, our misery. The more we suffer, the stronger it becomes." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the creature that had worn Sarah's face. "What about the things that brought us here? The monsters?" Dave's face darkened. "They're the worst of it. Shapeshifters, we call them. They can look like anyone or anything. They're the ones who keep us here, who torment us for their own sick pleasure." As he spoke, I noticed something changing in Dave's eyes. A hint of darkness, a flicker of something inhuman. The whisper in my ear became urgent. "Jack, run. Now." I didn't hesitate. I turned and sprinted across the bridge, ignoring the suddenly angry shouts behind me. As I reached the other side, I risked a glance back. The figures on the island were transforming, their bodies twisting and morphing into grotesque parodies of humanity. "What the hell were those things?" I gasped as I collapsed on solid ground. "The very creatures I warned you about," the whisper replied, a note of sadness in its voice. "They prey on the compassion of newcomers, using the stories of real trapped souls to lure them in." I felt sick to my stomach. Are there any real people trapped here, or are they all monsters? "There are real souls here," the whisper confirmed, "but they are few and far between. This place, it's a hunting ground, Jack. A place between worlds where nightmares come to feed." The reality of my situation crashed down on me like a physical weight. Then how do I get out? How do I find Sarah? "Your wife is not here, Jack," the whisper said gently. "She's still in your world, likely searching for you as we speak. But the creature that took her form, the one that brought you here, it forged a connection. That's why you saw her when you first arrived." Hope surged through me. "So she's safe? She's still out there?" "For now," the whisper cautioned. "But the longer you remain here, the stronger that connection grows. If we don't sever it soon, the creature may be able to use it to pull her into this realm as well." Determination hardened within me. "Then we need to move fast. How do we break the connection? How do I get home?" The whisper seemed to hesitate before responding. "The path home is complicated and dangerous. To break the connection and return to your world, you'll need to confront the creature that brought you here. Defeat it on its own turf." I swallowed hard, remembering those terrible obsidian eyes. How am I supposed to do that? I'm just a normal guy. I don't have any special powers or skills. "You have more power here than you realize, Jack," the whisper assured me. My fear had transformed into a simmering determination. I was no longer prey. I was a hunter. "Remember, Jack," the whisper cautioned as I navigated a field of writhing, fleshy tendrils that might once have been grass. "These creatures feed on fear. The less afraid you are, the weaker they become." I nodded, steeling myself. "Got it. No fear, just focus." As I pushed deeper into this nightmarish realm, I began to spot more of the shapeshifters. They lurked in shadows, wearing faces both familiar and alien, always watching. But now, armed with knowledge, I could see the cracks in their disguises, the too wide smiles, the eyes that never quite focused properly. My first true encounter came as I was crossing a bridge made of what looked suspiciously like human bones. A figure appeared at the other end, and my heart leapt into my throat. It was my father, exactly as I remembered him before his death 5 years ago. "Jack, my boy," it called, its voice a perfect imitation. "I've been so worried about you. Come here, let me help you." For a moment I faltered. The longing to embrace my father, to feel safe and protected again, was almost overwhelming. But then I saw it, a flicker of something inhuman in those familiar eyes. "You're not my father," I growled, anger replacing my momentary weakness. The thing wearing my father's face snarled, its features melting into something monstrous. It lunged at me, claws extended. Without thinking, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my wallet. Inside was a faded photograph of my father and me at a baseball game, taken just months before his death. As the creature reached me, I thrust the photo at it like a shield. To my amazement, the monster recoiled as if burned, shrieking in agony. Where the photograph touched it, its flesh seemed to dissolve, revealing the writhing darkness beneath. "The photo," the whisper exclaimed, excitement clear in its ethereal voice. "It's a piece of your reality, imbued with genuine emotion. These creatures can't stand against something so real." Understanding dawned. I pressed my advantage, advancing on the creature with the photo held before me like a talisman. It retreated, still howling, before finally dissipating into a cloud of oily smoke. Breathing heavily, I stared at the photograph in my hand. "So that's how we fight them," I murmured, "with pieces of our world, our memories." "Precisely," the whisper confirmed. "The more emotional significance an object holds for you, the more powerful it will be against these entities." Armed with this knowledge, I continued my journey, now actively seeking out confrontations with the shapeshifters. Each encounter taught me more about the rules of this twisted reality. I learned that the creatures could be fooled by conviction. If I truly believed a door would lead me to safety, it often would, at least temporarily. I discovered that they had difficulty maintaining their disguises under direct, unflinching scrutiny. And most importantly, I realized that my own fear and doubt were my greatest enemies here. As I grew more confident, more assured in my ability to navigate and combat the horrors of this realm, I noticed something else changing. The whisper, once faint and distant, was growing stronger. Its presence became almost tangible, a comforting coolness at the back of my mind. "You're getting stronger," I observed during a rare moment of quiet, as I rested in the hollow of what might once have been a tree. "I can feel you more clearly now." "As are you, Jack," the whisper replied, a note of pride in its voice. "Your growing strength allows me to manifest more fully. I've been trying to protect you since you arrived here, but my ability to intervene was limited." "Who are you, really?" I asked, a question that had been nagging at me for what felt like an eternity. "Why do you care what happens to me?" There was a long pause before the whisper responded. "I am a guardian, as I told you before. But more than that, I am a counterbalance to the horrors of this place. Where they seek to destroy and consume, I seek to preserve and protect. Your presence here threatens the delicate balance between worlds, and that makes you my responsibility." I digested this information slowly. "So you're not human? Never were?" "No," the whisper confirmed. "I am something other. But I am on your side, Jack. Never doubt that." Our conversation was interrupted by a familiar, chilling laugh. I sprang to my feet, my hand automatically going to my pocket where I kept my collection of emotionally significant trinkets. "How touching," a voice said, dripping with false sweetness. "The little lost human, making friends with the shadows." I turned slowly, my heart pounding. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood the creature that had started this whole nightmare. It still wore Sarah's face, but the illusion was fragile now. I could see the wrongness in every line of its body, the inhuman malice gleaming in its eyes. "You," I growled, anger and fear warring for dominance in my chest. The thing smiled, Sarah's warm grin twisted into something predatory. "Me," it agreed. "I must say, Jack, you've proven far more entertaining than I expected. Most humans break so quickly in this realm. But you've thrived." I stood my ground, fighting the urge to retreat. I want to go home, I stated firmly. I want you to break whatever connection you've forged with my wife and leave us alone. The creature threw back its head and laughed, the sound like breaking glass. Oh, Jack. Sweet, naive Jack. Do you really think it's that simple? Do you think I'll just let you walk away after all the trouble I went through to bring you here? You don't have a choice, I retorted, trying to project a confidence I didn't entirely feel. I've learned how to hurt you, how to fight back. Have you now? It purred, taking a step closer. I noticed with a chill that the ground seemed to warp and twist beneath its feet. And do you think your little trinkets and memories will be enough to stand against the full might of this realm? Against me in the seat of my power? I swallowed hard, fear threatening to overwhelm me. But then I felt it. The cool, reassuring presence of the whisper, stronger than ever before. You are not alone, Jack, the whisper reminded me. And you are stronger than you know. Stand firm. Drawing strength from those words, I squared my shoulders and met the creature's gaze unflinchingly. I think you're afraid, I said, my voice steady. I think you know that I'm a threat to you and this whole twisted world you've built. And I think it's time we ended this, one way or another. The thing wearing Sarah's face snarled, all pretense of humanity falling away. Its form began to shift and writhe, growing larger, more monstrous. Very well, little human, it growled, its voice now a cacophony of screams and whispers. If it's a confrontation you want, it's a confrontation you'll get. But don't say I didn't warn you about the consequences. As the creature continued to grow, the world around us began to warp and twist. Reality itself seemed to be bending to its will, transforming the clearing into a nightmarish arena. I stood my ground, one hand clutching the photo of my father, the other holding tight to my wedding ring, the two objects that had proven most effective against the horrors of this realm. Jack, the whisper said urgently, whatever happens, remember who you are. Remember what's real. That's the key to everything. I nodded, bracing myself as the now monstrous creature loomed over me. This was it. The moment that would determine whether I'd ever see my home, my real wife, again. As terrifying as the prospect was, I felt a strange calm settle over me. Win or lose, at least this nightmare was finally coming to a head. All right, you bastard, I muttered, raising my makeshift weapons. Let's dance. And with that, the true battle for my soul and my way home began. The creature loomed over me, its form a writhing mass of shadows and nightmares. Sarah's face, now grotesquely distorted, sneered down at me with malevolent glee. Oh, Jack, it purred, its voice a cacophony of whispers and screams. Did you really think your precious Sarah was in danger? That I had somehow harmed her? I gripped my talismans tighter, confusion warring with determination. What are you talking about? The thing threw back its head and laughed, the sound sending shivers down my spine. Your wife was never in any real danger, you fool. Her form, her voice, it was all just bait in a very elaborate trap, a trap designed specifically for you. But why? I managed to choke out, my mind reeling. Why go to all this trouble for me? The creature's eyes gleamed with an unholy light. Because, Jack, you are special. More special than you could possibly imagine. Before I could process this, the world around us shimmered and changed. Suddenly, we were standing in what looked like a vast, circular chamber. The walls were lined with mirrors, each reflecting a different version of reality. In one, I saw my house as it should be. In another, a war-torn landscape. In yet another, a world of gleaming, futuristic spires. Behold, the creature said, gesturing grandly, the nexus of realities. And you, Jack, are the key that can unlock them all. I don't understand, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature's form began to shift again, shrinking and changing until it looked almost human, albeit a human made of living shadow. You have a gift, Jack. A very rare and very dangerous gift. You can move between realities, cross the boundaries that separate worlds. It's why I was able to bring you here in the first place." As it spoke, I felt a change in the air. A warmth began to spread through the chamber, pushing back the oppressive darkness. And then, to my amazement, the whisper that had been my guide materialized before me. It was a being of pure light, vaguely humanoid in shape, but constantly shifting and flowing. Its presence filled me with a sense of peace and strength I hadn't felt since this nightmare began. "He speaks the truth, Jack," the being of light said, its voice now clear and resonant. "Though his intentions are far from pure." The shadow creature hissed, recoiling slightly from the light. "Stay out of this, Guardian. This doesn't concern you." "Everything that threatens the balance between worlds concerns me," the being of light retorted. It turned its attention back to me. "Jack, what he says about your ability is true, but you must understand the full implications of this power." My head was spinning. I can move between worlds? But how? I've never done anything like that before." "You have," the being of light said gently. "In small ways, without realizing it. Haven't you ever experienced moments of déjà vu so strong they felt real? Or dreams that seemed to bleed into reality? Those were glimpses of other worlds, other versions of yourself." The shadow creature interjected, its voice silky smooth. "And with my help, you could learn to control this power, to move between realities at will. Imagine the possibilities, Jack. Any world you desire, any life you could dream of, all of it could be yours." I felt a pull toward the creature's words, a temptation I hadn't expected. "And Sarah?" I asked. "You said she was trapped here?" The creature's mouth twisted into a cruel smile. "Ah, yes, your beloved wife. She is indeed here, in another part of this realm. I brought her here as insurance, a bargaining chip, if you will." Anger flared within me. "You bastard! Where is she? What have you done to her?" "She's unharmed," the creature said dismissively. "For now. But her fate, like so much else, depends on your choices, Jack." The being of light moved closer to me, its warmth a stark contrast to the cold malevolence of the shadow creature. "Jack, listen to me. Your power is real, but it comes with great responsibility. You are a linchpin, a focal point where multiple realities converge. In the wrong hands, your ability could be used to tear down the barriers between worlds, to unleash chaos across the multiverse." "And in the right hands?" I asked, already suspecting the answer. "In the right hands," the being of light said softly. "You could be the key to healing the rifts between realities, to restoring balance to worlds torn apart by cosmic forces beyond mortal comprehension." The shadow creature scoffed. "Pretty words, Guardian. But they don't change the fact that Jack here holds the power of gods in his hands. Why settle for being a cosmic band-aid when you could reshape reality itself?" I closed my eyes, trying to center myself amidst the whirlwind of revelations. When I opened them again, I fixed the shadow creature with a hard stare. "I want to see Sarah. Now." The creature's form rippled, as if in amusement. "Very well. A show of good faith, shall we say?" It waved a hand, and one of the mirrors on the wall shimmered and changed. I gasped as I saw Sarah, my real Sarah, huddled in what looked like a cage of shadows. She appeared unharmed, but her eyes were wide with fear and confusion. "Sarah!" I called out, rushing toward the mirror, but before I could reach it, the image faded away. Ah, the shadow creature chided. "Look, but don't touch, at least not yet." I whirled on the creature, fury burning in my veins. "Let her go. Now." "I'm afraid it's not that simple, Jack," it said, its voice dripping with false sympathy. "Your wife's freedom, like your own, comes with a price. You must make a choice." The being of light spoke up, its voice urgent. "Jack, be careful. The choice before you is more important than you can possibly imagine." I looked between the two beings, light and shadow, order and chaos. "What choice?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. The shadow creature's eyes gleamed with triumph. Join me, Jack. Embrace the full potential of your power. Together, we can break down the barriers between worlds, create a new reality shaped by our will. Do this, and not only will I free your wife, but I'll give you power beyond your wildest dreams. And if I refuse? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The creature's form darkened, becoming more monstrous. Then you and your precious Sarah will remain trapped here for eternity, playthings for the denizens of this realm. I turned to the being of light, desperation in my voice. And what about you? What do you offer? The being's light pulsed gently. I offer you the truth, Jack, and a chance to set things right. If you come with me, I can teach you to use your power responsibly, to heal the damage done to the fabric of reality. It won't be easy, and I can't promise you a perfect happy ending, but I can promise you a chance to make a real difference, to be a force for good across all realities. And Sarah? I pressed. The being of light's voice was tinged with sadness. I will do everything in my power to free her, but I cannot make promises I'm not certain I can keep. I stood there, caught between two cosmic forces, the fate of multiple realities resting on my shoulders. The weight of the choice before me was almost crushing. On one side, the promise of godlike power and a guaranteed reunion with Sarah. On the other, a difficult path with no guarantees, but the chance to do what was right. As I wrestled with the decision, I felt the whisper, now the being of light, brush against my mind. Remember who you are, Jack, it said softly. Remember what's real. In that moment, clarity washed over me. I knew what I had to do. I turned to face the shadow creature, my voice steady and resolute. I've made my choice, I said. Both beings tensed, waiting for my decision. I took a deep breath. My decision made. I choose to do what's right, I said, turning to the being of light. I'll go with you. Learn to control my power and try to fix the damage done to reality. The shadow creature howled in rage, its form twisting into something even more monstrous. You fool! You'll regret this decision. Before it could attack, the being of light enveloped me in a cocoon of warmth. When it receded, we were standing in a different part of the nightmare realm, away from the Chamber of Mirrors. You've made a brave choice, Jack, the being said. But our journey is just beginning. We must find your wife and escape this realm. I nodded, determination setting in. Then let's not waste any time. Where do we start? The being of light pulsed softly. We must travel to the heart of this dark world. It's there that the barriers between realities are thinnest, and where your wife is likely being held. And so began our perilous journey. We traversed landscapes that defied logic and sanity, forests where the trees whispered forgotten secrets, mountains that rearranged themselves like puzzle pieces, and rivers of liquid shadow that seemed to hunger for the unwary. As we traveled, I began to notice changes in myself. My senses seemed sharper, more attuned to the subtle shifts in reality around us. And sometimes, when I concentrated hard enough, I could almost see the threads of possibility stretching out before me, connecting this world to countless others. But with this growing awareness came challenges I wasn't prepared for. The deeper we ventured into this dark world, the more it seemed to push back against us. Nightmarish creatures lurked in every shadow, each more terrifying than the last. Worse still were the personal demons that began to surface. In a valley of twisted mirrors, I was forced to confront distorted reflections of my past failures and regrets. I saw myself as I might have been in other realities, a bitter, lonely man in one, a tyrant drunk on power in another. Why are you showing me these things? I gasped, tearing my eyes away from a particularly harrowing vision. The being of light's voice was gentle but firm. To move forward, you must confront your past and your potential. Only by understanding all facets of yourself can you hope to control your power. It was a harsh lesson, but a necessary one. Each confrontation, Each moment of self-reflection made me stronger, more resolute in my purpose. As we pressed on, we began to encounter other lost souls trapped in this realm. Some were barely clinging to their sanity, while others had found ways to adapt and survive. To my surprise, a few of them chose to join our quest when they learned of our mission. There was Maria, a former physicist who claimed to have accidentally opened a portal to this world during an experiment gone wrong. Her scientific mind proved invaluable in helping us understand the strange physics of this place. Then there was Darius, a grizzled ex-soldier who had been pulled into this realm during a near-death experience on the battlefield. His combat skills saved us more than once from the hordes of nightmare creatures that seemed determined to stop our progress. Lastly, we were joined by a young woman named Lily, who possessed a strange empathic ability that allowed her to sense the emotional residue left behind by others in this realm. Her gift often guided us in the right direction when the path ahead seemed unclear. Together, our small band of misfits pushed deeper into the heart of darkness. We faced challenges that tested not just our physical strength, but our mental and emotional resilience as well. In a cavern of living shadows, we battled creatures that took the form of our greatest fears. I found myself face to face with a monstrous version of myself, a being of pure selfishness and cruelty that represented everything I was afraid of becoming. "You can't escape me, Jack," it sneered, its voice a twisted echo of my own. "I'm a part of you, the part you try so hard to deny." For a moment I faltered, doubt creeping in, but then I felt the steady presence of the being of light and the support of my newfound allies. "You're wrong," I said, standing tall. "You're not me. You're just a shadow, and I choose to step into the light." With that declaration, I felt something shift inside me. A surge of power flowed through my veins, and I was able to banish the shadow creature with a thought. As we progressed, I began to get fleeting glimpses of Sarah through the twisted fabric of this world. Sometimes I'd catch a reflection of her in a pool of dark water, or hear her voice calling out to me on the wind. Each time it spurred me on, reminding me of why we were fighting so hard. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of struggle, we reached our destination. Before us loomed a massive fortress of shadows and nightmares, its very presence seeming to warp the reality around it. "This is it," the being of light said. "The heart of this dark world. Your wife is being held within." I steeled myself, ready for the final push. But as we prepared to enter the fortress, I noticed something odd about Lily's behavior. She seemed nervous, fidgety, her eyes darting around suspiciously. "Lily?" I asked, concern in my voice. "Is everything okay?" She turned to me, and for a split second I saw something inhuman flicker in her eyes. Before I could react, she lunged forward, her form shifting and twisting into something monstrous. "Shapeshifter!" Darius yelled, drawing his weapon. But it was too late. The creature that had been masquerading as Lily let out an ear-piercing shriek that seemed to shake the very foundations of reality. The fortress before us came alive, shadows pouring out of every crevice. "I'm sorry, Jack," the shapeshifter said, its voice a horrifying mixture of Lily's and something far more alien. "But did you really think it would be that easy?" As our small group found itself surrounded by a horde of nightmarish creatures, I realized with a sinking heart that our real battle was only just beginning. The journey to save Sarah and escape this dark world had taken an unexpected and dangerous turn. I looked at my remaining companions, Maria, Darius, and the being of light, and saw the same determination in their eyes that I felt in my heart. We had come too far to give up now. "Whatever happens," I said, readying myself for the fight ahead, "we face it together." The Fortress of Shadows loomed before us, a nightmarish edifice that seemed to defy the laws of physics. With the shapeshifter's betrayal still fresh in our minds, we cautiously made our way through its twisting corridors, every sense on high alert. "Jack," Maria whispered, her scientific mind struggling to make sense of our surroundings. "These walls, they're not just made of shadow. They're made of pure probability. It's as if all possible realities are converging here." I nodded grimly, feeling the weight of countless worlds pressing in on us. "Stay close," I said. "We can't afford to get separated now." As we delved deeper into the heart of the fortress, I felt a familiar tug in my chest. It was the same feeling I'd had when I first arrived in this twisted realm, a connection to something or someone that transcended the boundaries of reality. "Sarah," I breathed, my heart racing. "She's close. I can feel it." The being of light pulsed softly beside me. "Be cautious, Jack. This place may have changed her in ways you can't imagine." With every step, the pull grew stronger. Finally, we rounded a corner and entered a vast chamber. And there, in the center of the room, was Sarah. My heart leapt at the sight of her, but that joy quickly turned to horror as I took in her appearance. Her once vibrant eyes were now dull and unfocused, her skin pale and translucent. Dark veins pulsed beneath her skin as if the very essence of this nightmare realm had infected her. "Sarah!" I called out, rushing towards her. "Sarah, it's me, it's Jack. I've come to take you home." She turned to face me, but there was no recognition in her gaze. When she spoke, her voice was a hollow echo of its former self. "Jack? I don't understand. Where am I? Who are you?" I reached out to her, but she flinched away, fear flashing in her eyes. "Sarah, please," I begged. "It's me, your husband. Don't you remember?" For a moment I saw a flicker of the woman I loved in her eyes, but then it was gone, replaced by confusion and terror. "No," she whimpered. "You're not real. None of this is real. It's just another trick." Before I could respond, a slow, mocking applause echoed through the chamber. From the shadows emerged the shapeshifter who had betrayed us, flanked by an army of nightmarish creatures. "How touching," the shapeshifter sneered. "The hero finally reunites with his beloved, only to find she doesn't even know who he is. It would be tragic if it wasn't so deliciously entertaining." I stood protectively in front of Sarah, my companions forming a defensive circle around us. "What have you done to her?" I demanded. The shapeshifter's form rippled with amusement. "Me? Oh, I've done nothing. This realm, on the other hand, well, it has a way of twisting those who stay here too long. Your precious Sarah has been here for quite some time, Jack. Did you really think she'd emerge unscathed?" Rage boiled within me, and I felt my newfound power surging just beneath the surface. "I'm taking her home," I growled. "And there's nothing you or your monsters can do to stop me." The shapeshifter's eyes glittered with malice. "Is that so? Well, by all means, try. It should make for an interesting show." With a gesture, the shapeshifter sent its army of creatures surging towards us. Darius let out a battle cry, engaging the nearest monsters with his combat skills. Maria began reciting complex mathematical equations, using her understanding of this realm's physics to warp reality around our attackers. The being of light pulsed brightly, creating a barrier of pure energy to hold back the horde. But I knew it wouldn't be enough. There were too many of them, and we were trapped. In that moment of desperation, I remembered the being of light's words about my power. I was a linchpin between realities, capable of manipulating the very fabric of this world. Taking a deep breath, I reached out with my mind, feeling for the threads of reality that surrounded us. To my amazement, I could see them. Gossamer strands of possibility stretching out in all directions. With a thought, I began to weave them together, creating a new path where none had existed before. "This way," I shouted, grabbing Sarah's hand and pulling her towards the shimmering portal I had created. "Everyone move!" My companions disengaged from the fight and rushed towards the portal. As we passed through, I felt reality shift and warp around us. We emerged into a landscape that was constantly changing. One moment a dense jungle, the next a frozen tundra, then a cityscape of impossible architecture. "Keep moving," I yelled, maintaining my grip on Sarah's hand as we ran. "I don't know how long I can keep this up." Behind us I could hear the enraged howls of our pursuers as they gave chase. The shapeshifter's voice rose above the cacophony, filled with equal parts fury and awe. You can't run forever, Jack. You're only delaying the inevitable. We raced through reality after reality, each landscape blurring into the next. Sarah stumbled beside me, her eyes wide with terror and confusion. What's happening? She cried. Make it stop. I'm trying to get us home, I panted, my mind straining with the effort of manipulating so many realities at once. Just hold on, Sarah, please, just hold on. But I could feel my control slipping. The constant shifting of realities was taking its toll, and our pursuers were gaining ground. Just as I thought we might make it, we rounded a corner and found ourselves facing a dead end, a sheer cliff face that stretched impossibly high into a starless sky. No, I gasped, my heart sinking. This can't be it. There has to be a way out. The being of light pulsed urgently beside me. Jack, your power is destabilizing this entire section of the multiverse. If you don't stop soon, you could tear a hole in reality itself. I looked back, seeing the horde of nightmares closing in, led by the triumphant shapeshifter. Then I looked at Sarah, her eyes still vacant and confused, but her hand gripping mine tightly. In that moment, I knew I faced an impossible choice. What are my options? I asked the being of light, my voice barely above a whisper. You can try to fight, it replied, but the odds are not in our favor. Or what? I pressed. The being's light dimmed slightly. Or you could use your power to send Sarah and your companions back to your reality, but doing so would likely drain you of all your energy. You'd be trapped here, possibly forever. I closed my eyes, the weight of the decision crushing down on me. To save Sarah and the others, I would have to sacrifice myself to this nightmare realm. But if I didn't, we'd all be caught, and all hope would be lost. Jack, Sarah's voice cut through my thoughts. I opened my eyes to find her looking at me, a flicker of recognition in her gaze. I remember you. You came for me. In that moment, my decision was made. I turned to face our pursuers, drawing on every last ounce of my power. Get ready, I told my companions. When I give the word, jump. Jack, no, Maria cried, realizing what I was about to do. But there was no time for arguments. The shapeshifter and its army were upon us. With a cry of effort, I tore open a portal behind my friends, a gateway back to our world. Now, I shouted, go. As my companions leapt through the portal, I saw Sarah hesitate. For a brief moment, I saw the woman I loved looking back at me, tears in her eyes. Jack, I love you, I said, forcing a smile. Now go. Live. With a sob, she jumped through the portal. As it began to close, I turned to face the oncoming horde, ready to make my last stand in this world of nightmares. As the portal closed behind Sarah and the others, I felt a mix of relief and resignation wash over me. They were safe, but I was now trapped in this nightmare realm, facing an army of horrors with my power nearly depleted. The shapeshifter's laughter echoed across the impossible landscape. Oh, Jack. Such nobility, such sacrifice. It would be touching if it wasn't so utterly futile. I stood my ground, drawing on the last reserves of my strength. It's not futile if they're safe. The being of light pulsed beside me, its voice tinged with both admiration and sadness. Jack, you've done more than you know, but this isn't over yet. Before I could ask what it meant, the being's form began to shift and grow. The soft glow intensified into a blinding radiance, forcing me to shield my eyes. When I could look again, I gasped in awe. Where the whisper had been, there now stood a towering figure of pure light. It was vaguely humanoid, but its features were constantly shifting, as if it contained within itself every possible form of life. What are you? I breathed, momentarily forgetting the danger we were in. The being's voice resonated through my very being. I am the guardian of the threshold, the keeper of the barriers between realities. I have watched over the multiverse since the dawn of creation, maintaining the delicate balance between worlds. The shapeshifter and its army halted their advance, clearly wary of this new development. "Impossible," the shapeshifter hissed. "The Guardian is just a myth, a story to frighten children." "I assure you I am very real," the Guardian replied, its voice carrying the weight of eons. "And you, creature of chaos, have overstepped your bounds for the last time." I looked between the Guardian and the horde of nightmares, trying to process this new information. "I don't understand. If you're so powerful, why didn't you stop this from happening in the first place?" The Guardian turned its radiant gaze to me. "The balance must be maintained, Jack. I cannot simply erase the darkness. It has its place in the grand tapestry of existence. But when the scales tip too far, when the barriers between worlds are threatened, I must act." The shapeshifter snarled, its form rippling with rage. "Enough talk. Guardian or not, you cannot stop us. This world is ours, and soon, all worlds will be." With a gesture, it sent its army surging forward. The Guardian raised a hand, and a wall of pure light sprang up between us and the horde. But I could see the strain in its posture. Even this powerful being couldn't hold them off forever. "Jack," the Guardian said urgently, "I need your help. Your power, your connection to multiple realities, it makes you uniquely suited to repair the damage done to the barriers between worlds." I nodded, ready to do whatever was necessary. "Tell me what to do." "Focus your mind on the fabric of reality itself. Visualize the tears, the weak points where this realm bleeds into others. Then use your power to stitch them closed." I closed my eyes, reaching out with my senses as I had done before. This time, however, I pushed further, seeing not just the threads of individual realities, but the vast, intricate web that connected them all. And there, scattered throughout, I saw the tears, ragged holes in the fabric of existence. With the Guardian's guidance, I began to weave the threads back together, sealing the breaches one by one. It was painstaking work, requiring every ounce of concentration I could muster. All the while, I could hear the army of nightmares battering against the Guardian's barrier, their howls of rage growing louder with each passing moment. As I worked, I felt a strange sensation building within me. It was as if my very essence was becoming intertwined with the fabric of reality itself. I was no longer just manipulating it. I was becoming a part of it. "Guardian," I gasped, my voice strained with effort. "What's happening to me?" "You're becoming the seal, Jack," the Guardian replied, its own voice showing signs of fatigue. "Your sacrifice, your willingness to give everything to save others, it's transforming you into a living barrier between worlds." The realization hit me like a physical blow. This was truly the end. Not just my imprisonment in this realm, but the end of my existence as I knew it. Yet strangely, I felt at peace with it. "Will they be safe?" I asked, thinking of Sarah and the others. "Will this really protect them?" The Guardian's light pulsed warmly. "Yes, Jack. Your sacrifice will ensure that the barriers remain strong for eons to come. They will be safe." With renewed determination, I poured every last ounce of my being into the task. The tears in reality began to close faster now, the web of existence knitting itself back together under my touch. The shapeshifter, seeming to realize what was happening, let out a howl of fury. "No, you cannot do this. This realm is ours." I felt its dark power lashing out, trying to undo my work. But with each attempt, I stood firm, my resolve unshakable. I thought of Sarah, of the life we had shared and the future she would now have. I thought of all the innocent souls in countless realities who would be protected by this act. As the last tear began to close, I felt my physical form start to fade away. It wasn't painful, but rather like slowly dissolving into a warm ocean. I opened my eyes one last time, looking out at the nightmare realm that had been my crucible. To my amazement, I saw a small rift still open, a tiny window back to my own reality. And there, on the other side, was Sarah. Her eyes were filled with tears, but I could see the recognition, the love, shining through. "Jack," she called out, her voice faint but clear. "I remember. I love you. I'll always love you." I smiled, feeling a sense of completion wash over me. "I love you too, Sarah. Live well. Be happy." As the rift began to close, I caught one last glimpse of her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then, with a final surge of power, I sealed the barrier between worlds completely. The shapeshifter and its army let out a collective scream of rage and despair as they realized their defeat. The nightmare realm began to collapse in on itself, cut off from the energy of other realities. As my consciousness began to disperse, becoming one with the very fabric of existence, I heard the Guardian's voice one last time. "Well done, Jack. Rest now. Your watch has only just begun." And with that, I faded away, my essence spreading throughout the multiverse. I was no longer just Jack, the man who had stumbled into a nightmare. I was now a part of something greater, a guardian in my own right, protecting the boundaries between worlds for all eternity. As the last vestiges of my human consciousness slipped away, I felt a profound sense of peace. Sarah was safe. The worlds were protected, and though I would never again walk among the living as I once had, a part of me would always be there, watching over those I loved. In that final moment, as I became one with the cosmos, I understood at last the true meaning of sacrifice, of love, and of the interconnectedness of all things. And in that understanding, I found a kind of immortality I had never dreamed possible. My eyes snapped open, and I found myself gasping for air, my chest heaving as if I'd just run a marathon. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom came into focus, bathed in the soft glow of early morning light filtering through the curtains. For a moment, I lay there, trying to convince myself that it had all been just a terrible nightmare. But the residual fear clung to me like a second skin, refusing to dissipate. I could still feel the cold touch of those creatures, hear the desperate cries of the souls trapped in that hellish realm. The whisper, once my guide and protector, now seemed to echo in the recesses of my mind. I turned to my left, seeking the comforting presence of my wife. "Sarah?" I whispered, my voice hoarse and unfamiliar to my own ears. There was no response. The other side of the bed was empty, the sheets cool to the touch. A spike of panic shot through me as I sat up abruptly, my eyes darting around the room. "Sarah?" I called out again, louder this time. The silence that greeted me was deafening. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, wincing as my bare feet touched the cold hardwood floor. As I stood up, a wave of dizziness washed over me, forcing me to grab onto the bedside table for support. It was then that I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror across the room. My face was pale, almost ghostly, with dark circles under my eyes that spoke of more than just a restless night's sleep. But it was what I saw next that made my blood run cold. As I approached the mirror, my eyes widened in horror. Strange, intricate markings covered my arms and chest, reminiscent of the twisted geometries I had encountered in that other world. They seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive, a constant reminder that what I had experienced was far from a mere dream. "What the hell?" I muttered, tracing one of the markings with a trembling finger. The skin beneath felt unusually warm, almost feverish. I stumbled to the bathroom, flicking on the harsh fluorescent lights. The markings stood out even more starkly against my skin under the bright illumination. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to shake off the last vestiges of sleep and fear. As I patted my face dry with a towel, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I whirled around, half expecting to see one of those nightmarish creatures lurking in the shadows, but there was nothing there. "Get a grip," I told myself, taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. "You're home. You're safe." But even as I said the words, I knew they weren't true. The barrier between worlds was thinner than ever, and I was the key that could either save or destroy both realities. The weight of that responsibility settled on my shoulders like a lead blanket. I made my way downstairs, calling out for Sarah once more. "Honey, are you down here?" The house remained eerily quiet. I checked each room, growing more frantic with each empty space I encountered. As I reached the kitchen, I noticed a note on the refrigerator, held in place by a magnet shaped like a lighthouse, a souvenir from our honeymoon in Maine. With shaking hands, I plucked the note from its place and read, "Gone to pick up some groceries. Back soon. Love, Sarah." I let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the counter. She was safe. She was just out running errands. Everything was normal. But as I stood there, trying to convince myself that life could go back to the way it was before, I heard it. A sound that made my skin crawl and my heart nearly stop. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came from the front door, 3 sharp raps that seemed to reverberate through the entire house. I froze, my mind racing back to that fateful moment when I had opened the door to what I thought was my wife, only to be confronted by a monster wearing her skin. Knock, knock, knock. The sound came again, more insistent this time, and then I heard it, the whisper. That same icy voice that had guided me through the nightmare realm now caressed my ear, sending shivers down my spine. "Don't open the door," it hissed, the words seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stood there, paralyzed with indecision. What if it was Sarah, returning from her errand? What if she had forgotten her keys? But the memory of that creature's cold fingers around my throat was still too fresh, too vivid to ignore. Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. There was a pause, and then a familiar voice responded. "John, it's me, Sarah. I forgot my keys. Can you let me in?" It sounded exactly like her, the same warm tone, the slight embarrassment in her voice at having forgotten her keys. Every fiber of my being wanted to rush to the door and throw it open, to embrace her and never let go. But the whisper came again, more urgent this time. "It's a trap. Don't open the door." I approached the door cautiously, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure whatever was on the other side could hear it. "Sarah?" I called out again. "Is that really you?" "Of course it's me, silly," came the reply, tinged with confusion and a hint of worry. "John, what's going on? Are you okay?" I reached for the doorknob, my hand hovering just inches away from it. The markings on my arm seemed to pulse more rapidly, a warning sign I couldn't ignore. "I'm calling the police," I said, loud enough for whatever was on the other side to hear. "The police?" Sarah's voice now held a note of panic. "John, why? What's happening?" I backed away from the door, fumbling for my phone. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911, my eyes never leaving the door. "911, what's your emergency?" The dispatcher's calm voice came through the speaker. "I need help," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "There's someone, or something, at my door. I don't think it's human." As I gave the dispatcher my address, I could hear Sarah, or whatever was pretending to be Sarah, calling out to me, her voice growing more frantic and distorted with each passing second. "John, let me in! Please, I don't understand what's happening." The whisper in my ear grew louder, drowning out the pleas from outside. "Hold on," it said. "Help is coming. The journey has only just begun." As the sound of approaching sirens filled the air, I sank to the floor, my back against the door. The markings on my skin burned, a constant reminder that my ordeal was far from over. The barrier between worlds was fragile, and I was the key to either its salvation or its destruction. Whatever came next, I knew one thing for certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. The curse was broken, yes, but my journey was far from over. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the shadow of my former self reflected in the mirror, not as a separate entity, but as an integral part of who I now was. "We have work to do," I said to my reflection. And with that, I turned away from the mirror, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The house that had once seemed so oppressive now felt like a sanctuary, a place where I could learn to control and understand my newfound abilities. As I walked through the rooms, I could sense the echoes of my family's history. But now, instead of fear, I felt a deep connection to those who had come before me. Their struggles, their triumphs, their secrets, all of it was now a part of me. I made my way to the attic, where this all had begun. The photo album still lay open on the dusty floor, but as I picked it up, I gasped. The photos had changed once again. The shadowy figure was gone. Instead, I saw myself, not as I had been, but as I now was. In each photo, my image stood proud and strong, eyes gleaming with the knowledge of generations. "A new chapter," I murmured, running my fingers over the images. As I stood there, holding the physical representation of my family's legacy, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The fear and uncertainty that had plagued me for so long were gone, replaced by a deep understanding of who and what I was. But with that understanding came new questions, new challenges. I woke to a world transformed. Outside my bedroom window, a blanket of pristine white covered everything in sight. The bare trees wore coats of sparkling snow, and the once familiar landscape of my backyard had become an alien wonderland overnight. "Well, I'll be damned," I muttered, pressing my nose against the cold glass. My breath fogged the pain, and I wiped it away with my sleeve. Looks like winter's finally decided to show up. I'd always loved the snow, ever since I was a kid. There was something magical about it, the way it muffled all sound and made the world seem brand new. And today, with several inches on the ground and more falling in fat, lazy flakes, I felt that childlike excitement bubbling up inside me. I threw on some warm clothes and headed downstairs, my mind already racing with possibilities. As I poured myself a cup of coffee, my eyes kept drifting to the window, to that expanse of untouched snow in my backyard. "You know what?" I said aloud to my empty kitchen. "I'm going to build a snowman." The idea took hold, and suddenly I couldn't wait to get outside. I gulped down my coffee, barely tasting it, and started rummaging through closets for gloves, a scarf, and my heavy boots. As I stepped out onto my back porch, the cold air hit me like a slap in the face. I inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp, clean scent of fresh snow. The world was eerily quiet, the snowfall dampening all sound. My boots crunched as I took my first steps into the yard, leaving a trail of footprints in my wake. I started with the base, rolling a small snowball along the ground. It grew quickly, picking up more snow with each rotation. Soon I was straining to push a boulder-sized ball across the yard. "Whew!" I panted, stepping back to admire my work. "One down, 2 to go." The middle section went faster, and before long I had 2 perfectly round snowballs stacked atop each other. As I worked on the head, I found myself grinning like an idiot. When was the last time I'd done something like this? Just played in the snow for the sheer joy of it? With the 3 sections in place, I stepped back to survey my handiwork. The snowman stood about 6 feet tall, an impressive figure in my otherwise empty yard. Now came the fun part, bringing him to life. I scoured the edges of my property for the perfect accessories. 2 lumps of coal for eyes? Check. A slightly crooked carrot for a nose? Check. I even found some smooth, flat stones to make buttons down his front. The mouth was trickier. I wanted something more interesting than the usual coal smile. After some searching, I found a curved stick that would do nicely. I carefully placed it on the snowman's face, adjusting it until it looked just right. "There you go, fella," I said, patting the snowman's side. "Looking good." But something was still missing. Arms, of course. I found 2 sturdy branches and pushed them into the snowman's sides at slight angles. Now he looked like he was reaching out, ready to give someone a big, cold hug. As I worked, the snow continued to fall, dusting my creation with a fresh layer of white. The light was starting to fade, the short winter day already giving way to dusk. I hadn't realized how much time had passed. "Well, buddy," I said to the snowman, "looks like it's time for me to head in. But don't you worry, I'll be keeping an eye on you." I don't know why I said that last part. Maybe it was the way the fading light cast shadows across the snowman's face, making that twig smile seem almost mischievous. I shook my head, chuckling at my own imagination. As I turned to head back inside, a gust of wind whipped through the yard. I hunched my shoulders against the cold, hurrying towards the warmth of my house. Just before I reached the porch, some instinct made me turn back for one last look. And that's when I saw it. The snowman's head had moved. I was sure of it. Where before it had been facing straight ahead, now it seemed to be turned slightly, angled towards me. That twig smile, which had looked so jaunty and cheerful earlier, now appeared sinister in the growing darkness. I blinked hard, then looked again. Everything was as it should be. The snowman stood tall and straight, facing forward, its stick arms reaching out in a friendly gesture. "Get a grip," I muttered to myself. "It's just a snowman." But as I went inside and shut the door behind me, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled in the pit of my stomach. I found myself peeking out the window every few minutes, half expecting to see the snowman pressed against the glass, peering in at me. Of course, it was always exactly where I'd left it, perfectly still, perfectly normal. As night fell fully, I drew the curtains and tried to put the snowman out of my mind. I fixed myself a simple dinner and settled in front of the TV, but I couldn't focus on the show. My thoughts kept drifting back to the silent white figure standing in my yard. "This is ridiculous," I said aloud, clicking off the TV. "I'm a grown adult, for crying out loud, getting spooked by a snowman." But even as I headed upstairs to bed, I couldn't resist one more look. I parted the curtains in my bedroom, peering out into the moonlit yard. The snowman stood there, a dark silhouette against the snow-covered ground. Motionless, harmless. And yet, was it my imagination, or did that smile seem a little wider now? Those coal eyes a little brighter? I let the curtain fall back into place and climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. As I drifted off to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. That in building that snowman, I'd set something in motion, something I didn't fully understand. My last thought before sleep took me was a question. What would I see when I looked out the window in the morning? Little did I know, that innocent day of winter fun was just the beginning of a nightmare that would challenge everything I thought I knew about the world. A nightmare made of snow and ice, with coal-black eyes and a twig smile that would haunt my dreams for years to come. The witching hour. That's what my grandmother used to call it. That dead time of night when the world holds its breath and the veil between what's real and what's impossible grows thin. I've never been one for superstition, but as I jolted awake at precisely 3 a.m., I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. My bedroom was freezing. I could see my breath misting in the air, illuminated by the eerie blue glow of my digital alarm clock. The chill seemed to seep into my bones, making my teeth chatter. "What the hell?" I muttered, wrapping my comforter tightly around my shoulders. That's when I felt it. An inexplicable urge, a compulsion so strong it was almost painful. I had to look outside. Now. My legs swung over the side of the bed of their own accord, my bare feet hitting the icy hardwood floor. I shuffled towards the window, the comforter trailing behind me like a royal cape. My hand trembled as I reached for the curtain. "Don't be ridiculous," I chided myself. "It's just a snowman. Just snow and sticks and coal. Nothing to be afraid of." But even as I said the words, I knew they weren't true. Something had changed. I could feel it in the air, in the unnatural silence that blanketed the house. I took a deep breath and yanked the curtain aside. My heart nearly stopped. The snowman was closer to the house. Much closer. Where before it had stood in the middle of the yard, it was now barely 10 feet from my bedroom window. Its twig arms were outstretched, reaching towards me with grasping, branch-like fingers. "No," I whispered, stumbling backward. "No, no, no. This isn't possible." But there it was, plain as day in the moonlight. The snowman had moved, and its face, that crude stick smile, now looked like a hungry grin, the coal eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. I slammed the curtain shut and pressed my back against the wall, breathing heavily. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe some neighborhood kids had moved it as a prank. But at 3 a.m., and without leaving any tracks in the fresh snow? "Get a grip," I said aloud, my voice sounding small and scared in the darkness. "It's just a trick of the light. Your eyes are playing tricks on you." I forced myself to take slow, deep breaths. Gradually, my heartbeat returned to normal. I even managed a shaky laugh at my own foolishness. "Scared of a snowman?" I muttered. "What's next? Running from my own shadow?" Still, I couldn't bring myself to look out the window again. Instead, I crawled back into bed, pulling the covers over my head like a child hiding from the boogeyman. Sleep was a long time coming, and when it did, my dreams were filled with the crunch of snow and the scraping of branches against glass. Morning came too soon, watery sunlight filtering through the curtains. For a moment I lay there, trying to convince myself that last night had been nothing more than a vivid nightmare. But the memory was too real, too visceral. I had to know. Steeling myself, I got out of bed and approached the window. My hand hesitated on the curtain for a long moment before I finally worked up the courage to pull it aside. The snowman was back in its original spot. Relief washed over me, so intense it made my knees weak. I laughed out loud, giddy with the release of tension. "See?" I said to myself. "Just your imagination running wild. Nothing to worry about." But as I stared out at my snowy yard, basking in the warmth of rational thought, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The snowman's smile was different. Wider. More menacing. Where yesterday it had been a jaunty, friendly grin, now it looked like the rictus of a predator, moments before it pounces on its prey. "No," I whispered. "That's not possible." I pressed my face against the glass, squinting to get a better look. That's when I saw them, small, round indentations in the snow, leading from where the snowman now stood to the spot near my window where I'd seen it last night. Footprints. My breath caught in my throat. With trembling hands, I unlatched the window and pushed it open. The crisp morning air rushed in, carrying with it the clean scent of snow. And something else. Something musty and damp, like wet leaves in decay. I leaned out, craning my neck to get a better look at the tracks. They were small, about the size of a child's foot, but instead of the distinct shape of a shoe or boot, they were perfectly round, as if someone had pressed a series of golf balls into the snow, or as if something with feet made of packed snow had waddled across my yard. "This isn't happening," I said, my voice cracking. "This can't be happening." But the evidence was right there in front of me. The moved snowman, the changed smile, the impossible footprints. I slammed the window shut and stumbled back, my mind reeling. What was going on? Was I losing my mind? Or was something truly impossible happening right outside my home? I spent the rest of the morning pacing my house, alternating between peeking out at the snowman and trying to convince myself I was imagining things. I called in sick to work, unable to face the thought of leaving the house with that thing in my yard. As the day wore on, my fear began to mix with a morbid curiosity. I found myself researching legends of living snowmen, of winter spirits and frost giants. But nothing I found came close to explaining what was happening to me. By afternoon, I'd worked up the courage to go outside. I bundled up in my warmest clothes and stepped out onto the porch, my eyes never leaving the silent white figure in the yard. "Okay," I said, my breath pluming in the cold air. "Let's get to the bottom of this." I approached the snowman slowly, half expecting it to suddenly come to life and lunge at me. But it remained still, its coal eyes staring blankly ahead, that wide grin fixed in place. I circled it cautiously, examining every inch. It looked exactly as it had when I'd built it, except for that smile. No matter how I tried to rationalize it, I knew it had changed. The stick was in the same place, but somehow the expression it formed was undeniably different. Cruel. Hungry. "What are you?" I whispered, reaching out to touch its snowy surface. The moment my fingers made contact, a jolt of cold shot up my arm, so intense it felt like I'd been burned. I yanked my hand back with a yelp, stumbling away from the snowman. For a split second, so brief I almost thought I'd imagined it, I could have sworn I saw those coal eyes move, tracking my retreat. I ran back into the house, slamming and locking the door behind me. My hand throbbed where I'd touched the snow, the skin angry and red as if frostbitten. As I stood there panting and shaking, a terrible realization settled over me. This was real. Whatever was happening, however impossible it seemed, it was real, and I had no idea what to do next. I spent the rest of the day huddled in my living room, keeping a constant eye on the snowman through the window. As darkness fell, my fear grew. What would happen when night came? Would it move again? Would it try to get inside? "Get a hold of yourself," I said aloud, trying to inject some confidence into my voice. "You're letting your imagination run wild. There has to be a rational explanation for all of this." But deep down, I knew. Something unnatural was happening. Something that defied all logic and reason. And as I settled in for another sleepless night, watching the shadows lengthen across my snow-covered yard, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning, that the true terror was yet to come. Little did I know how right I was. The snow crunched beneath my feet as I ran, my lungs burning with each gasping breath. The world around me was a blur of white, an endless expanse of winter stretching in every direction. Behind me I could hear it. The thunderous sound of packed snow rolling across the ground, punctuated by a high, childlike giggle that sent shivers down my spine. I dared to glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The snowman was there, grown to monstrous proportions. Its coal eyes gleamed with malevolent glee, that stick mouth twisted into a grotesque parody of a smile. As I watched in horror, it opened its maw, revealing a cavern of swirling snow and ice. "Come play with me," it called, its voice a discordant mixture of a child's laughter and the howling winter wind. "Don't you want to build a snowman?" I tried to scream, but my voice was frozen in my throat. My legs felt like lead, each step becoming more difficult than the last. The snow was getting deeper, swallowing my legs up to my knees. "You can't run forever," the snowman taunted, rolling ever closer. "Soon you'll be part of me. Forever and ever." I stumbled, falling face first into the snow. It was so cold it burned, clinging to my skin like thousands of tiny needles. I tried to get up, but my limbs wouldn't respond. All I could do was watch as a massive shadow fell over me. The last thing I saw was that terrible grinning face looming above me, coal eyes blazing with triumph as stick arms reached down to enfold me in a frozen embrace. I jolted awake with a strangled cry, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. For a moment I was disoriented, still half trapped in the nightmare. Then reality slowly seeped back in, and I realized I was in my bedroom. But something was wrong. The air in the room was frigid, far colder than it should have been even with the winter weather outside. I could see my breath misting in front of me, illuminated by the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the curtains. "What the hell?" I muttered, my voice hoarse and shaky. I reached for the bedside lamp, my fingers fumbling in the dark. When I finally managed to switch it on, I immediately wished I hadn't. My room was covered in a thin layer of frost. It glittered on the walls, the furniture, even on the blankets pooled around my legs. But that wasn't the worst of it. There, on the hardwood floor beside my bed, was a small puddle of water, and scattered around it, like some kind of macabre calling card, were several twigs. "No," I whispered, scrambling backward until my back hit the headboard. No, this isn't real. It can't be real." But I knew it was. The chill in the air, the evidence on my floor. It was all terrifyingly, impossibly real. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone on the nightstand. The screen read 3 a.m., the witching hour, again. A sudden urge gripped me, an almost painful need to look outside. I fought against it, remembering all too well what had happened the last time I'd given in to that compulsion. But it was like trying to hold back the tide. Inexorably, I found myself drawn to the window. "Don't do it," I pleaded with myself, even as my legs swung over the side of the bed. "You don't want to see what's out there." But I did. God help me, I did. I shuffled to the window, my bare feet leaving damp footprints on the frosty floor. My hand shook as I reached for the curtain. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and then yanked it aside. The snowman was there, exactly where it had been when I'd built it. But it wasn't the same. Not at all. It was staring directly at me, those coal eyes gleaming with an intelligence that should have been impossible. The stick mouth was curved into a knowing smirk, as if it was savoring some private joke at my expense. I stood there frozen in place, unable to look away. And then, ever so slowly, one of its twig arms began to move. It raised its hand, the fingers of branch and twig splaying out in a mocking wave. A scream built in my throat, but before I could release it, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, in the snow at the base of the snowman, were more of those small, round footprints. They led from the snowman straight to my front door. "This isn't happening," I whispered, backing away from the window. "Wake up. Please, God, let me wake up." But I knew I wasn't asleep. This was real. All of it. I stumbled to my bedroom door, my mind racing. I had to get out, had to run. But where? Who would believe me if I told them my snowman had come to life? As I reached for the doorknob, a sound from downstairs made me freeze. It was faint, barely audible, but unmistakable. The front door was opening. "No," I breathed, pressing my ear against the door. "Please, no." For a long moment there was silence. Then I heard it, the soft crunch of snow on hardwood, slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs. Panic exploded in my chest. I looked around wildly, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But there was nowhere to go. I was trapped. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied now by a soft scraping sound, like branches dragging along the wall. And underneath it all, almost too quiet to hear, was that high, childlike giggle from my nightmare. I pressed myself against the far wall, my eyes fixed on the door. The temperature in the room plummeted, frost spreading across the surface of the door in intricate, fern-like patterns. The footsteps stopped just outside. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then, slowly, the doorknob began to turn. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice cracking with terror. "Whatever you are, stay away from me." The door creaked open, revealing a darkness deeper than the blackest night. And there, silhouetted against that impossible void, was a small, misshapen figure made of snow and ice. It stepped into the room, coal eyes fixed on me with predatory intensity. That stick mouth opened, and when it spoke, its voice was a chorus of winter winds and childish laughter. "Don't you want to play?" it asked, reaching out with twig fingers. "We're going to have so much fun together." I closed my eyes, pressing myself harder against the wall as if I could somehow phase through it. This couldn't be happening, it was impossible, and yet, when I opened my eyes again, the snow creature was inches from my face, its cold breath ghosting across my skin. "Forever and ever," it whispered, and reached for me with hands of ice and branch. As those frozen fingers closed around my arm, I finally found my voice. The scream that tore from my throat was primal, filled with a terror beyond anything I'd ever known. But who would hear me? Who would come to my rescue? In that moment, as the cold began to seep into my very bones, I realized a terrible truth. This was only the beginning of my nightmare. The morning light did little to dispel the horrors of the night. I sat huddled in my living room, a blanket wrapped tightly around my shoulders, staring out the window at the innocent-looking snowman in my yard. But I knew better now. I knew the evil that lurked behind those coal eyes and that stick smile. "Enough," I muttered, my voice hoarse from screaming. This ends today. I stood up, letting the blanket fall to the floor. My body ached, and my arms still bore the ghostly imprint of those icy fingers, but determination burned in my chest. I was done being afraid. It was time to fight back. I marched to the garage, my eyes never leaving the snowman as I passed the windows. It stood motionless, but I could feel its malevolent presence watching my every move. In the garage, I found what I was looking for: a sturdy snow shovel, its metal edge glinting in the dim light. "Let's see how you like this, you frosty bastard," I growled, hefting the shovel. As I stepped back outside, a blast of Arctic air hit me, far colder than it should have been for the time of year. I shivered, but gripped the shovel tighter and began to approach the snowman. With each step, the temperature seemed to drop further. My breath came out in great steaming plumes, and frost began to form on my eyelashes. But I pressed on, driven by a mixture of fear and rage. When I was about 10 feet away, I heard it. A soft, high-pitched giggle, like a child trying to stifle their laughter during a game of hide-and-seek. I froze, my heart pounding. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice shaking despite my best efforts. "Show yourself." The only response was another giggle, this time seeming to come from right behind me. I whirled around, but there was nothing there except undisturbed snow. "Stop it," I shouted, spinning back to face the snowman. "Whatever you are, whatever game you're playing, it's over." I raised the shovel high, ready to bring it down on the snowman's head with all my might. But as I swung, something impossible happened. The shovel passed right through the snowman as if it were made of mist. I stumbled, nearly falling face first into the snow. Regaining my balance, I stared in disbelief at the snowman. It stood there completely intact, that mocking smile still in place. "No," I whispered. "That's not possible." I swung again, and again the shovel met no resistance. It was like trying to destroy a ghost. Panic began to set in. If I couldn't destroy it, how could I stop it? What was I supposed to do? The giggling started again, louder this time, seeming to come from all around me. The air grew even colder, and I swore I could see shapes moving in my peripheral vision, small, childlike figures made of swirling snow. "Leave me alone," I screamed, swinging the shovel wildly. "Get away from me." In my frenzied state, I didn't notice the patch of ice beneath my feet. I slipped, crashing hard onto my back. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and for a moment all I could do was lie there, gasping for breath. When I managed to sit up, what I saw made my blood run cold. The snowman had moved. It now stood directly over me, its coal eyes gleaming with malevolent glee. As I watched, paralyzed with terror, its stick mouth began to move. "Want to play?" it asked in a voice like cracking ice. That broke the spell. With a strangled cry, I scrambled to my feet and ran for the house. I could hear the giggling behind me, growing louder and more frenzied with each step. I burst through the front door, slamming it shut and turning the lock. But I knew that wouldn't be enough. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't stopped by mere locks and walls. Think. The impossible had become possible, and I was trapped in a nightmare of my own making. As the last light faded from the sky, the scratching suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was somehow even more terrifying than the noise had been. I held my breath, straining to hear any sound of movement outside. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, I heard it. A soft creak coming from upstairs. My eyes widened in horror. I had been so focused on barricading the ground floor that I had forgotten about the upstairs windows. "No," I breathed, slowly standing up. No. Another creak, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Small, light footsteps, like a child walking on tiptoe, or like feet made of packed snow. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on the fireplace poker leaning against the hearth. I grabbed it, the iron cold and heavy in my hands. The footsteps were on the stairs now, slow and deliberate. With each step, the temperature in the room dropped further. Frost began to form on the walls, spreading in intricate patterns like ghostly ferns. I backed into a corner, the poker held out in front of me like a sword. My breath came in short, panicked gasps, visible in the frigid air. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs. For a moment, there was silence. Then a voice spoke from the darkness, a chorus of winter winds and childish laughter. "Ready or not," it said, "here we come." And as a small, misshapen figure of snow and ice stepped into view, its coal eyes gleaming with hunger and its stick mouth curved in a wicked grin, I realized that my desperate measures had been for nothing. The nightmare was here, and it was only just beginning. The night stretched on endlessly, a dark canvas painted with terror and uncertainty. Sleep was impossible, not with the memory of those coal eyes and that stick grin haunting my every thought. As the hours crept by, I found myself hunched over my laptop, desperately searching for answers in the vast digital wilderness. "There has to be something," I muttered, scrolling through page after page of results. Living snowmen, winter spirits, anything. Most of what I found was useless. Children's stories, movie plots, and the occasional New Age rambling about the spirits of nature. But then, buried in the archives of a local history website, I stumbled upon something that made my blood run cold. The article was dated December 15th, 1952. The headline read, "Local child perishes in freak blizzard." My hands trembling, I began to read. Tragedy struck the small town of Millbrook yesterday, when 8-year-old Timothy Winters was found frozen to death in his backyard. According to his distraught parents, Timothy had gone outside to build a snowman during an unexpected snowstorm. When he failed to come inside for dinner, his father went to search for him. "I found him there, just standing still as a statue, mister." The same curve of the mouth, the same mischievous glint in the eyes. It was as if someone had taken Timothy's expression and carved it onto the snowman's face with uncanny precision. "It can't be," I whispered, leaning in closer to the screen. "It's not possible." But the evidence was right there in front of me. Somehow, impossibly, the spirit of Timothy Winters had become entwined with the snowman in my yard. The realization sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the frigid air in my house. I was so engrossed in my discovery that I almost missed the sound. A loud crash from downstairs, like something heavy falling over. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment I considered pretending I hadn't heard anything, staying safely in my room until morning came. But I knew that wasn't an option. Whatever was happening, I had to face it. Slowly, carefully, I stood up from my desk. My eyes darted around the room, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. They landed on an old baseball bat in the corner, a relic from my high school days. I grabbed it, the weight of it in my hands offering a small measure of comfort. I crept to my bedroom door, pressing my ear against it. The house was silent now, but I could feel a change in the air. It was colder, yes, but there was something else. A presence. Something ancient and hungry and patient. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. The floorboards creaked under my feet, each sound impossibly loud in the stillness of the night. I made my way to the stairs, bat raised and ready. As I descended, the temperature dropped with each step. By the time I reached the bottom, I could see my breath misting in front of me, and there, just ahead, I saw the source of the crash. My front door was wide open, snow blowing in on a bitter wind. The barricade I had so carefully constructed lay scattered across the floor, as if it had been tossed aside by some immense force. And there, silhouetted in the doorway, stood a small figure made entirely of snow. It was child-sized, its body a swirling mass of white that seemed to be in constant motion. But its eyes were a brilliant glowing blue, filled with an intelligence and hunger that was anything but childlike. For a long moment, we stared at each other, the only sound the howling of the wind outside. Then, slowly, the snow child spoke. "Hello," it said, its voice a mixture of winter winds and childish laughter. "I've been waiting for you." I gripped the bat tighter, trying to keep my voice steady as I responded. What are you?" The snow child tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture. "I'm Timothy," it said. "Don't you recognize me? You built me, after all." "No," I said, shaking my head. "I didn't build you. You're not real. You can't be." The creature that called itself Timothy laughed, the sound like icicles shattering. "Oh, but I am real. More real than you can imagine, and I'm here to play." It took a step forward, snow swirling around its feet. I stumbled back, raising the bat. "Stay away from me," I warned. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to." Timothy's glowing eyes narrowed. "Hurt me? You can't hurt me. I'm not alive. But I'm not dead either. I'm something in between. Something powerful." As it spoke, the temperature in the room plummeted. Frost began to form on the walls, spreading in intricate patterns like ghostly ferns. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice shaking. "What do you want from me?" The snow child's face split into a grin, eerily reminiscent of the photograph I had seen. "I want what every child wants," it said. "I want to play. Forever and ever." It lunged forward suddenly, icy hands reaching for me. I swung the bat on instinct, but it passed right through the creature's body, sending snow flying. Timothy laughed again, reforming almost instantly. "You can't fight winter," it taunted. "You can only join it." As the words left its mouth, snow began to swirl around me, driven by an impossible wind inside my house. I felt the cold seeping into my bones, my limbs growing heavy and sluggish. "No!" I gasped, struggling to stay upright. I won't let you." But even as I fought, I could feel myself weakening. The bat slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. My vision began to blur, the world fading to white around the edges. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was Timothy's face, those glowing blue eyes filled with a terrible hunger, and that familiar, chilling smile. "Don't worry," its voice echoed in my fading consciousness. "We're going to have so much fun together. Forever and ever." And then, there was only cold and darkness, and the sound of a child's laughter echoing in the endless winter night. I came to with a start, my body shivering violently. For a moment, I couldn't remember where I was or what had happened. Then it all came crashing back, the snowman, the research, and the terrifying encounter with the snow child. I was lying on the floor of my living room, a thin layer of frost coating my clothes. The front door was still wide open, letting in a bitter wind that howled through the house. And there, standing over me with those glowing blue eyes, was Timothy. "You're awake," it said, its voice like crackling ice. "Good. We have much to discuss." I scrambled backward, my limbs stiff and uncooperative from the cold. "Stay away from me," I gasped, my breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Timothy tilted its head, an unsettlingly human gesture for a creature made of snow. "Why did you bring me back?" it asked, curiosity and accusation mingling in its tone. "Bring you back?" I repeated, confusion momentarily overriding my fear. I don't understand." The snow child's eyes narrowed, swirling with an otherworldly light. "You built a snowman," it said. "You gave it my smile, my eyes. You called me back from the long sleep, back to this world of warmth and life." As it spoke, memories flashed through my mind. The day I built the snowman, the care I'd taken in crafting its features. Had I unknowingly recreated Timothy's likeness? Had my innocent act of winter fun somehow awakened this vengeful spirit? "I didn't know," I said, my voice hoarse. "I was just building a snowman. I didn't mean to wake you." Timothy's face twisted into a grimace, snow swirling around it in agitation. "Intention means nothing," it spat. "The deed is done, and now a price must be paid." A chill that had nothing to do with the cold ran down my spine. What kind of price?" The snow child's expression softened into something almost wistful. "I was cheated, you know," it said. "Cheated of life, of warmth. Of all the years that should have been mine, do you know what it's like to freeze to death? To feel the cold seep into your bones? To watch your fingers turn blue and black? I shook my head, unable to speak. Timothy continued, its voice growing harder with each word. I've been trapped between worlds for so long, neither alive nor truly dead, and now that I'm back, I have no intention of returning to that endless, icy sleep. It took a step closer, and I could feel the temperature in the room plummet even further. A life for a life, Timothy said, its voice now a harsh whisper. That's the price. Your warmth, your years, in exchange for mine. Horror washed over me as I realized what it was asking. You want me to die? To take your place? Timothy nodded, a smile spreading across its snowy face. It's only fair, it said. You brought me back. Now you must set me free. No, I said, shaking my head vehemently. No, I won't do it, I can't. The smile vanished from Timothy's face, replaced by a look of cold fury. You don't have a choice, it snarled. One way or another, I will have what's mine. As it spoke, the temperature in the room dropped even further. Ice began to form on the walls, spreading in intricate fern-like patterns. The windows frosted over, cutting off what little light had been coming from outside. I scrambled to my feet, panic lending strength to my frozen limbs. You can't do this, I said, backing away. It's not right. It's not fair. Timothy laughed, a sound like breaking icicles. Fair? Was it fair that I died alone in the cold? Was it fair that I've been trapped in darkness for decades while others lived and loved and grew old? It advanced on me, snow swirling around its feet. I've waited so long for this chance, it said. I won't let you take it away from me. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. Behind me, I could hear Timothy's laughter echoing through the house, accompanied by the crackle of spreading ice. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly slipping on the frost-covered steps. Where could I go? How could I escape a spirit that seemed to control the very winter itself? At the top of the stairs, I hesitated for a split second before darting into the bathroom. It was the only room in the house with a lock, flimsy as it was. I slammed the door shut and turned the lock, then backed away, my eyes fixed on the door. For a moment, there was silence. Then I heard it, the soft crunch of snow on wood coming slowly up the stairs. You can't hide from me, Timothy's voice called out, sounding closer with each word. This house is mine now. Soon, everything will be mine. I looked around frantically, searching for anything I could use as a weapon or a means of escape. My eyes fell on the small window above the toilet. Could I fit through it? And even if I could, where would I go in this endless winter night? The footsteps stopped just outside the bathroom door. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tensed for action. Come out, wherever you are, Timothy sang, its voice a chilling parody of a children's game. Don't you want to play with me? The doorknob rattled, ice spreading across its surface. I watched in horror as frost began to seep under the door, creeping across the bathroom floor. This isn't a game, I shouted, my voice cracking. You can't just take someone's life. There was a pause, and for a moment I dared to hope that my words had gotten through. Then Timothy spoke again, its voice cold and implacable. But that's exactly what happened to me, it said. My life was taken, stolen by the cold and the dark, and now I'm simply balancing the scales. The ice was spreading faster now, climbing up the walls and across the mirror. I could see my reflection, pale and terrified, slowly being obscured by frost. Please, I begged, desperation overwhelming my pride. There has to be another way. We can figure this out together. Timothy's laugh was bitter and sharp. There is no other way, it said. Only this. Only the exchange. The door began to creak and groan, the wood warping under the assault of the cold. I backed up until I hit the far wall, my eyes darting between the door and the window. Should I try to escape? Or was it already too late? As I stood there, Paralyzed by indecision, I heard a new sound, a deep resonant cracking that seemed to come from the very foundations of the house. The walls shuddered, and a fine dust of plaster drifted down from the ceiling. "What's happening?" I called out, fear making my voice shrill. Timothy's response was gleeful, almost manic. "The cold is spreading," it said. "Soon, this entire house will be a palace of ice, and you'll be its eternal guest, frozen forever in the moment of your choice." The cracking grew louder, accompanied now by the tinkling of breaking glass from somewhere downstairs. The house groaned again, the sound of a structure being pushed beyond its limits. I realized with sudden clarity that I was out of time. Whatever I was going to do, I had to do it now. Stay and face the vengeful spirit of a long-dead child, or flee into the winter night with no guarantee of safety. As the door began to splinter, ice creeping through the widening cracks, I made my choice. With a silent prayer to whatever might be listening, I turned to the window and began to pry it open, my fingers numb and clumsy with cold. Behind me, I heard Timothy's voice, filled with triumph and terrible hunger. "Ready or not," it called. "Here I come." The bathroom door exploded inward in a shower of ice and splintered wood. I didn't look back, focusing all my energy on squeezing through the narrow window opening. As I tumbled out into the frigid night air, I heard Timothy's enraged howl echoing through the house. I hit the snow-covered ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a moment, I lay there, gasping for breath. Then I heard it, the sound of ice spreading, of snow swirling in an unnatural wind. Forcing myself to my feet, I began to run, each breath painful in the bitterly cold air. Behind me, I could hear Timothy's voice carried on the wind, a promise and a threat. "Run all you want," it called. "But you can't escape the winter, and you can't escape me. I'll find you no matter where you go, and then we'll finish our game." As I ran into the darkness, my house receding behind me, I knew that this was far from over. The confrontation had only just begun, and the true test of survival still lay ahead. The bitter wind tore at my clothes as I squeezed through the narrow bathroom window, my heart pounding in my chest. Behind me, I could hear Timothy's enraged howl, followed by the sickening crack of splintering wood. I didn't dare look back, focusing all my energy on not falling as I emerged onto the snow-covered roof. "Come on. Come on," I muttered through chattering teeth, willing my frozen limbs to cooperate. The shingles beneath me were slick with ice, offering treacherous footing at best. I inched my way along the roof's edge, painfully aware of the drop that awaited me if I slipped. The wind seemed to grow stronger with each passing second, as if nature itself was conspiring with Timothy to drive me back inside. "You can't escape." Timothy's voice carried on the howling gale, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "The winter is mine, and soon you will be too." I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to keep moving. "Not if I have anything to say about it," I growled, though my bravado felt hollow even to my own ears. As I reached the corner of the roof, I allowed myself a quick glance down at my yard. What I saw made my blood run cold. Dozens of snowmen stood silent sentinel below, their coal eyes all fixed on me. They were of varying sizes and shapes, some crude and childlike, others eerily lifelike, but all shared one chilling feature: Timothy's unmistakable grin. "No," I breathed, unable to believe what I was seeing. "This isn't possible." But even as I said it, I knew that the rules of possibility no longer applied. Timothy had brought winter itself to life, and these snowmen were just another manifestation of its power. One of the snowmen below raised a twig arm, pointing directly at me. As if on cue, all the others began to move, shuffling forward with surprising speed. Panic surged through me. I had to get down, had to find a way to escape this nightmare. But how? The ground seemed impossibly far away, and with those things waiting below, jumping was out of the question. I scanned the yard desperately, looking for any possible route of escape. That's when I saw it, a large tree near the edge of my property. If I could somehow make it there, I might have a chance. Taking a deep breath, I began to edge along the roof towards the tree. The wind seemed to intensify with every step, driving snow and ice into my face. I could barely see, relying more on touch and instinct than sight to guide my way. Almost there, I muttered, trying to encourage myself. Just a little further. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. As I neared the edge of the roof closest to the tree, my foot hit a particularly slick patch of ice. Time seemed to slow as I felt myself losing balance, my arms windmilling uselessly as I tried to regain my footing. Then I was falling, tumbling off the roof towards the unforgiving ground below. A scream tore from my throat, lost in the howling wind. In that moment, I was certain I was about to die. "No," I heard Timothy's voice, filled with a strange mix of anger and... Was that fear? Not like this. Just as I braced for impact, something caught me. It wasn't the hard, unforgiving ground I expected, but something softer. Cold, yes, but yielding. I opened my eyes, which I hadn't realized I'd squeezed shut, and found myself cradled in a massive snow-covered branch. "What the?" I gasped, struggling to catch my breath. As I looked up, my jaw dropped in awe and disbelief. The branch that had saved me wasn't attached to the tree I'd been aiming for. Instead, it belonged to something far more incredible, a colossal tree made entirely of snow and ice. Its trunk was a swirling column of packed snow, easily as wide as my house. Branches of ice stretched out in all directions, each one adorned with delicate frost patterns that sparkled in the moonlight. And at its center, where a face might be on a normal tree, two deep hollows glowed with an otherworldly blue light. For a long moment I could only stare, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. Then to my shock, the tree spoke. "Be still, little one," it said, its voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. "You are safe for the moment." I blinked, certain I must be hallucinating. You can talk?" I stammered. The tree's branches swayed gently, though there was no wind. "I can do far more than that," it replied. "I am the winter's heart, guardian of the frozen realms, and you, it seems, have stumbled into a conflict as old as the seasons themselves." Before I could respond, an enraged howl split the air. I turned to see Timothy standing at the edge of the roof, its small form practically vibrating with fury. "No!" it screamed, pointing an accusing finger at the snow tree. "You can't interfere! This one is mine!" The tree's glowing eyes narrowed. "Peace, child of winter," it said, its tone stern but not unkind. "You overstep your bounds. This human has made no pact with you, has agreed to no exchange." Timothy stamped its foot, causing a small flurry of snow to explode around it. "He woke me," it insisted. "He brought me back. A life for a life, that's the rule. A rule you seek to twist to your own purposes," the tree countered. It turned its attention back to me. "Tell me, human, did you knowingly summon this spirit?" I shook my head vehemently. "No, I was just building a snowman. I had no idea. I never meant for any of this to happen." The tree was silent for a moment, as if considering. Then it spoke again, its voice heavy with authority. "The human speaks truth. There was no intent, no bargain struck. You have no claim on his life, young Timothy." Timothy let out a wordless scream of rage. The snowmen in the yard below began to move again, pressing closer to the tree. "You can't do this," Timothy shouted. "I won't go back to the dark. I won't." I felt the tree tense, its branches creaking ominously. "Be warned, child," it rumbled. "Push me too far, and I will have no choice but to return you to your slumber myself." For a moment I thought Timothy might attack. Snow swirled around its small form, and the air crackled with barely contained power. But then, abruptly, it seemed to deflate. "It's not fair," Timothy said, its voice suddenly small and very young. I just wanted to live again." Despite everything, I felt a pang of sympathy for the spirit. "I'm sorry," I said softly. "I'm sorry for what happened to you. But this This isn't the way. Timothy looked at me, its glowing eyes filled with a mixture of anger and sorrow. You don't understand, it said. You can't understand. Before I could respond, the tree spoke again. The night grows old, it said. We must resolve this before the dawn comes. Human, you have a choice to make. I blinked, confused. A choice? What do you mean? The tree's branches swayed gently. You stand at a crossroads. You can flee, leave this place and never return. Or you can stay and help young Timothy find peace. But know this, if you choose to stay, the danger remains. Winter spirits are not easily appeased. I looked between the massive snow tree and the small, angry figure of Timothy on the roof. Part of me wanted nothing more than to run, to put this nightmare behind me and never look back. But another part. If I stay, I said slowly, do you think there's a chance? To help Timothy, I mean? The tree was silent for a long moment. Then, softly, it said, there is always a chance, when compassion and understanding are offered freely, but the path will not be easy. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision pressing down on me. Stay and face the unknown, or run and live with the knowledge that I'd abandoned a lost soul to eternal winter? As the wind howled around us and the army of snowmen watched with their coal-black eyes, I made my choice. I'll stay, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. I'll try to help. Timothy's eyes widened in surprise while the tree's branches rustled in what sounded almost like approval. So be it, the tree rumbled. The trial begins now. May the warmth of your heart be enough to thaw the ice of decades. As it spoke, I felt the branch lowering me gently to the ground. The snowmen parted, creating a path back to my house. At the end of that path stood Timothy, its expression unreadable. Why? It asked simply as I approached. I shook my head, not entirely sure myself. Because it's the right thing to do, I said. And because no one deserves to be alone and afraid forever. For a moment, Timothy's icy facade seemed to crack, revealing a glimpse of the scared child beneath. Then it was gone, replaced by determination. Fine, it said. We'll try it your way, but don't think this means I trust you. I nodded, understanding the weight of what I was agreeing to. That's fair. We'll take it one step at a time. As we turned to head back into the house, I cast one last glance at the snow tree. It stood silent and majestic, its glowing eyes watching our retreat. I had the distinct feeling that while this chapter of the night's adventure might be over, the true challenge was only just beginning. As Timothy and I retreated into the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The massive snow tree loomed behind us, its presence both comforting and unsettling. Once inside, I turned to face Timothy, unsure of how to proceed. So, I began awkwardly, what now? Timothy's glowing eyes narrowed. Now you tell me why you really decided to stay. And don't give me that right thing to do nonsense again. I sighed, running a hand through my frost-covered hair. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure myself, but I know that running away wouldn't solve anything. And I can't help but feel responsible even if I didn't mean to wake you. The spirit scoffed, a sound like breaking icicles. Responsibility. Such a human concept. Before I could respond, a deep rumbling voice filled the room. Perhaps, young Timothy, but one you would do well to consider. We both spun around to see the snow tree's face somehow projected onto the icy surface of my living room wall. Its glowing eyes regarded us with ancient wisdom. What are you doing here? Timothy demanded, its small form bristling with renewed anger. This doesn't concern you. The tree's branches swayed gently in a non-existent breeze. I'm afraid it does, child, for I am more than just a simple tree. I am the guardian of this forest, tasked with maintaining the balance between the realms of winter and the world of men. I stared in awe, my mind struggling to process this new revelation. Guardian? I repeated. What exactly does that mean? The tree's eyes softened as it turned its gaze to me. It means, young one, that I have watched over these lands for centuries. I have seen the turning of countless seasons, the rise and fall of empires, and I have witnessed the fates of those caught between worlds, like our young Timothy here. Timothy's anger seemed to deflate slightly, replaced by a wary curiosity. You know about me? Indeed, the Guardian replied. I was there on that fateful night, so many years ago. I felt your fear, your confusion, as the cold took hold, and I have watched as that fear and loneliness twisted your spirit over the decades. I felt a pang of sympathy for Timothy. Is that why you're so angry? I asked gently. Because you've been alone all this time? Timothy's eyes flashed. You don't know anything about it. How could you possibly understand? The Guardian's voice rumbled through the room once more. He may not understand fully, child, but he offers you something you have long been without: compassion. Compassion won't bring me back to life, Timothy spat. It won't give me back all the years I lost. No, I agreed, surprising myself with my calm tone. It won't, but maybe it can help you find peace. The spirit turned to me, its expression a mixture of anger and desperate hope. Peace? How? Tell me how peace can possibly make up for everything I've lost. I took a deep breath, choosing my words carefully. I can't pretend to know exactly what you've been through, Timothy, but I do know what it's like to feel alone, to feel like the world has moved on without you. And I know that holding on to that anger and pain, it only makes things worse. For a moment, Timothy's icy facade seemed to crack, revealing a glimpse of the scared child beneath. But then it hardened once more. Pretty words, it sneered. But words won't change anything. The Guardian spoke again, its tone gentle but firm. Perhaps not words alone, but actions might. Young human, are you truly willing to help this lost soul find its way? I nodded without hesitation. Yes, whatever it takes. The tree's eyes seemed to glow brighter. Be warned, the path ahead is treacherous. Saving a corrupted spirit comes at a great price. Are you prepared to pay it? I swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the Guardian's words. What kind of price? To reach Timothy's true self, buried beneath years of pain and anger, you must be willing to confront your own deepest fears and regrets. You must open yourself fully, leaving no shadow unexplored. Only then can you hope to light the way for this lost child. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the freezing temperature. Confront my deepest fears? The thought was terrifying. But as I looked at Timothy, seeing the pain and loneliness behind its anger, I knew I couldn't turn back now. I'll do it, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. Whatever it takes. Timothy's eyes widened in surprise. Why? It asked, its voice suddenly small and very young. Why would you do that for me? I smiled gently. Because everyone deserves a second chance, even angry snow spirits. The Guardian's branches rustled in what sounded almost like approval. Very well. Then let us formulate a plan to save young Timothy's soul and end this eternal winter. Over the next few hours, as the night slowly gave way to dawn, we talked strategy. The Guardian explained that Timothy's power was tied to its negative emotions, the anger, fear, and loneliness that had festered over decades. To break the cycle, the tree rumbled, you must help Timothy confront and release these emotions, but be warned. As you do so, the spirit's power will lash out, creating physical manifestations of its pain. I nodded, trying to wrap my head around the enormity of the task ahead. So, what you're saying is, I need to basically be Timothy's therapist while dodging deadly ice monsters? Timothy let out a sound that might have been a laugh, if it wasn't so sharp and bitter. Still think this is a good idea, human? Instead of answering, I turned to the Guardian. How do we start? The ancient tree's eyes seemed to twinkle. With a journey to the heart of Timothy's power, the vortex of snow and ice surrounding your home is not just a physical manifestation, it is a representation of the spirit's inner turmoil. You must venture into its center, facing whatever challenges arise along the way. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. All right, I'm ready. As the first rays of sunlight began to peek over the horizon, we made our way outside. The sight that greeted us was both beautiful and terrifying. My entire property was encased in a swirling vortex of snow and ice, a miniature blizzard contained in an impossible sphere. The guardian's voice echoed around us one last time. Remember, young one, compassion is your greatest weapon. Do not let fear or anger cloud your heart, no matter what you face within. I nodded, then turned to Timothy. Are you ready? The spirit's expression was unreadable. Do I have a choice? There's always a choice, I said softly, but I hope you'll choose to trust me just a little. For a moment, Timothy said nothing. Then, almost imperceptibly, it nodded. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, Timothy at my side. As we crossed the threshold into the swirling vortex, I couldn't help but feel that we were venturing not just into a physical storm, but into the very heart of a decades-old tragedy. Whatever lay ahead, I knew one thing for certain. This would be a test unlike any I had ever faced before. But as I glanced at the small, angry spirit beside me, I felt a surge of determination. We would find a way through this, together. With that thought firmly in mind, we plunged into the heart of the storm, ready to face whatever challenges awaited us in the frozen depths of Timothy's pain. The moment we breached the swirling vortex of snow and ice, I felt my breath catch in my throat. My humble suburban home had vanished, replaced by a structure that defied belief. Before us stood a towering winter palace, its spires and turrets crafted from gleaming ice that seemed to glow from within. What is this place? I gasped, my words forming clouds in the frigid air. Timothy's eyes narrowed, a mix of pride and pain flickering across its face. This is my domain, it said, its voice echoing strangely in the frozen landscape. This is what your pathetic little house becomes when winter truly takes hold. I turned to the spirit, hoping to appeal to the scared child I knew lurked beneath the icy exterior. Timothy, this isn't real. This isn't what you really want, is it? For a moment, uncertainty flashed in those glowing blue eyes. Then, with a snarl, Timothy's expression hardened once more. You know nothing of what I want, it spat. Before I could respond, the air around us exploded into motion. Razor-sharp icicles materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards me with deadly precision. I dove to the side, feeling the wind of their passage as they narrowly missed my head. Timothy, stop, I shouted, rolling to my feet. We're here to help you. The spirit's laughter was cold and bitter. Help? I don't need your help, I need your life. With a wave of its small, snowy hand, the ground beneath my feet began to shift and buckle. I stumbled, nearly losing my balance as the snow rose up, taking shape before my eyes. In moments, I found myself surrounded by a small army of snowmen, their coal eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Destroy him, Timothy commanded, its voice ringing with power. The snowmen lurched forward, their stick arms reaching for me with surprising speed. I backpedaled, desperately looking for a way out of this frozen nightmare. Guardian, I called out, hoping the ancient tree could still hear me. A little help would be appreciated. As if in answer to my plea, a massive branch of ice erupted from the ground beside me, sweeping through the ranks of snowmen and scattering them like bowling pins. The Guardian's voice rumbled through the air, tinged with both power and concern. Remember, young one, it said, your compassion is your strength. Do not let fear cloud your judgment. Easier said than done, I thought grimly, ducking as another volley of icicles whistled overhead. But the Guardian's words sparked an idea. Timothy, I called out, my eyes scanning the battlefield for the small spirit. I know you're angry. I know you're hurt. But this isn't the way. Shut up! Timothy's voice cracked like breaking ice. You don't know anything about me. More snowmen rose from the ground, their ranks seemingly endless. I grabbed a fallen branch, using it to fend off their grasping hands as I continued to search for Timothy. I know you're scared. I pressed on, my voice strained with effort as I battled the relentless snowmen. I know you feel alone, but you don't have to be anymore. For a moment, the onslaught seemed to falter. Then, with renewed fury, the attack intensified. Icicles rained down from all directions, forcing me to duck and weave in a desperate dance of survival. Stop talking, Timothy screamed, finally revealing itself atop a nearby ice spire. Just die already. As I looked up at the enraged spirit, something caught my eye. There in the center of Timothy's chest, a small blue flame flickered and pulsed. It was barely visible, almost lost in the swirling snow that made up the spirit's form, but I knew instinctively that it was important. Guardian, I called out, dodging another snowman's grasp. The flame in Timothy's chest. What is it? The tree's voice was grim but tinged with hope. That young one is Timothy's true form, the last remnant of the child that once was, untouched by the corruption of winter. Understanding dawned on me. If I can reach it, then you may yet save the child, the guardian confirmed. But be warned, touching it will not be without consequence. I nodded, a plan forming in my mind. Timothy, I shouted, locking eyes with the spirit, I'm not giving up on you. With that declaration, I charged forward. The army of snowmen closed in, their icy hands clawing at my clothes, but I pushed through, driven by a determination I didn't know I possessed. Timothy's eyes widened in surprise and fear. Stay back, it yelled, hurling more icicles in my direction. I weaved and dodged, feeling the sting as some found their mark, leaving shallow cuts on my arms and face. But I didn't slow down. I couldn't, not when I was so close. As I neared the base of the ice spire, Timothy let out a wordless scream of rage and fear. The very air seemed to crystallize, tiny ice daggers slicing at my exposed skin. I gritted my teeth against the pain, pushing forward with every ounce of strength I had left. I'm not here to hurt you, I gasped, my lungs burning from the frigid air. I'm here to save you. With a final burst of speed, I lunged upward, my hand outstretched towards the flickering blue flame in Timothy's chest. The spirit's eyes went wide with terror, its small form trembling as I drew near. No, it cried, but it was too late. My hand plunged into the swirling snow that made up Timothy's body, and my fingers closed around the flame. The moment I touched it, agony unlike anything I'd ever experienced coursed through my body. It felt as if my very soul was being frozen and burned simultaneously. Timothy let out a howl of pain and fury, the sound reverberating through the icy landscape. The snowmen crumbled, the icicles shattered, and the winter palace began to crack and splinter around us. Through the haze of pain, I locked eyes with the spirit. In that moment, I saw not the angry, vengeful being that had terrorized me, but the scared, lonely child that had been trapped for so long. It's okay, I managed to gasp, even as the world seemed to dissolve around us. You're not alone anymore, I've got you. Timothy's form began to flicker and fade, the swirling snow giving way to the ghostly outline of a small boy. Tears of ice streamed down its face as it reached out, its hand closing over mine where I still clutched the flame. I'm sorry, it whispered. Its voice no longer the harsh winter wind, but the trembling apology of a lost child. I'm so sorry. The pain intensified, and I felt my consciousness starting to slip away. The last thing I saw before darkness took me was Timothy's face, no longer twisted with anger, but filled with a mixture of sorrow and hope. As the world faded to white, I heard the guardian's voice, distant but clear. Well done, young one. The battle is won, but the war is not yet over. The true test begins now. Then there was nothing but silence and the gentle fall of snow. The world around me faded away, replaced by a swirling vortex of memories that weren't my own. The small, cold flame in my hand pulsed with each new vision, showing me fragments of a life cut tragically short. I saw a young boy, no more than 8 years old, laughing as he ran through a snow-covered yard. His cheeks were flushed with excitement, his eyes bright with the simple joy of a snow day. This was Timothy, I realized, before the tragedy that would change everything. The scene shifted, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. Timothy was alone now, struggling through a blizzard that seemed to have come out of nowhere. His small form was buffeted by the wind, his cries for help lost in the howling gale. "Mom, Dad," he called out, his voice growing weaker with each passing moment. "Where are you?" I wanted to reach out, to help him, but I was merely an observer in these memories. Helpless, I watched as Timothy stumbled and fell, the snow quickly covering his small body. The final memory was the most heart-wrenching of all. Timothy, half buried in the snow, his skin blue with cold, looking up at the sky with eyes that were already beginning to glaze over. His lips moved, forming words I couldn't hear, but somehow understood. "I don't want to be alone." As the visions faded, I found myself back in the present, tears freezing on my cheeks as I held the small, flickering flame that was Timothy's true essence. The spirit stood before me, no longer the angry, vengeful being I had faced, but a scared, lonely child. "You saw," Timothy whispered, his voice small and broken. "You saw what happened to me." I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. Without thinking, I reached out and pulled the spirit close, enveloping it in an embrace. Timothy stiffened for a moment, then seemed to melt into the hug, his small form shaking with sobs. "I'm so sorry," I murmured, my own tears falling freely now. "You didn't deserve that. No one does." As we stood there, locked in that bittersweet embrace, I felt a change in the air around us. The biting cold that had permeated everything began to soften, the howling wind dying down to a gentle breeze. I looked up to see the ice palace that Timothy had created beginning to melt. Icicles dripped and shattered, walls of frost crumbled, and the oppressive weight of endless winter lifted. "What's happening?" Timothy asked, his voice tinged with wonder and a hint of fear. The Guardian's voice rumbled around us, warm and comforting. "The anger that fueled your power is subsiding, young one. It's being replaced by something you had forgotten long ago." Timothy looked up at me, his eyes wide with realization. "Love," he whispered. I remember what it felt like to be loved." I smiled through my tears, feeling a warmth in my chest that had nothing to do with the changing temperature. "You were never truly alone, Timothy. Your family, they searched for you. They mourned you. They never forgot you." The spirit's form flickered, becoming more translucent with each passing moment. "But I forgot them," he said, his voice filled with regret. "I forgot everything except the cold and the loneliness." "That wasn't your fault," I assured him, still holding him close. "You were just a child, scared and alone. But you don't have to be anymore." Timothy nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was the first genuine smile I had seen from him, and it transformed his face, erasing the last traces of the angry winter spirit he had become. The Guardian's voice spoke again, tinged with both sadness and hope. "It is time, young Timothy. Are you ready to find peace at last?" The spirit looked up at me, a question in his eyes. I nodded encouragingly, even as my heart ached at the thought of saying goodbye. "What will happen to me?" Timothy asked, his voice small, but no longer afraid. The Guardian's branches swayed gently, creating a soft, rustling sound. "I will use the last of my power to guide you to where you truly belong, to the warmth and love that has been waiting for you all these years." Timothy's eyes widened. "You mean—" "Yes, child. Your family awaits you on the other side." A look of pure joy spread across Timothy's face, and for a moment I could see the boy he had once been, full of life and love, untouched by the tragedy that had befallen him. "Thank you," he said, looking between me and the Guardian. "Both of you. I'm sorry for everything I did." I shook my head, giving him one last squeeze. "You have nothing to apologize for. Just be at peace now." Timothy nodded, then stepped back. His form was almost completely transparent now, little more than an outline against the melting landscape. The Guardian's voice filled the air one last time. "It is done. Farewell, young ones. May you both find the peace you deserve." With those words, a warm, golden light enveloped Timothy. The spirit's face lit up with wonder and joy, and then, in a flash, he was gone. The world around me shimmered and blurred, and I found myself standing in my own backyard. The oppressive winter was gone, replaced by the first tentative signs of spring. Tiny buds peeked out from the branches of trees, and a warm breeze carried the scent of new beginnings. As I stood there, trying to process everything that had happened, I noticed something strange. Where the massive guardian tree had stood, there was now only a small, freshly sprouted sapling. Understanding washed over me. The Guardian had used the last of its power not just to help Timothy find peace, but to ensure that life would continue. It had sacrificed itself to bring about this new spring. Filled with a bittersweet mixture of sorrow and hope, I knew what I had to do. I spent the next few hours digging a small hole and carefully transplanting the sapling to a spot in my garden where it would have room to grow. As I patted down the soil around its base, I spoke softly, as if Timothy and the Guardian could still hear me. "I'll never forget you," I promised. "Either of you, and I'll make sure your story lives on." Standing up, I looked out over my transformed yard. The last traces of the supernatural winter were gone, but its impact would stay with me forever. I had faced my fears, confronted the unknown, and in doing so, had helped 2 lost souls find peace. As the warm spring sun caressed my face, I made a silent vow. I would live my life to the fullest, cherishing every moment and every connection. I would face the world with compassion and courage, just as I had faced the angry spirit of a lost child. And each year, as winter gave way to spring, I would remember the incredible journey that had started with a simple snowman and ended with a profound lesson about the power of empathy and love. With one last look at the tiny sapling, a living memorial to Timothy and the Guardian, I turned and walked back into my house. The future stretched out before me, full of possibilities and new beginnings. And somewhere, beyond the veil of our world, I like to imagine Timothy finally reunited with his family, at peace at last in a place where the winter's chill could never reach him again. The key turned in the lock with a rusty groan, as if the house itself was protesting my intrusion. I pushed open the door, wincing at the loud creak that echoed through the silent neighborhood. The porch light flickered weakly behind me, casting long shadows across the overgrown lawn. I hesitated on the threshold, my hand still on the doorknob. "Come on, Sarah," I muttered to myself. "It's just a house. Your house now." But it didn't feel like my house. It felt like I was trespassing, even though Grandma Rose had left it to me in her will. The thought of her made my throat tighten. It had been 2 weeks since the funeral, but the pain was still raw. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The air was thick with dust and the musty smell of disuse. I fumbled for the light switch, but when I flicked it, nothing happened. "Great," I sighed. "Just great." I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the entryway. Everything was exactly as I remembered it from my childhood visits. The faded wallpaper with its pattern of roses, the ancient coat rack that looked like it might topple over at any moment, and the small table where Grandma always kept her keys and mail. As I moved further into the house, my light caught something that made me pause. On the wall to my right hung a series of photographs, their frames dulled with age. I stepped closer, my free hand reaching out to touch one, It was a picture of me and Grandma Rose taken on my 10th birthday. I was grinning widely, showing off a missing front tooth, while Grandma stood behind me, her hands on my shoulders. She was smiling too, but there was something in her eyes that I'd never noticed before. A sadness or maybe a secret. "What were you hiding, Grandma?" I whispered, running my fingers over the dusty glass. The house seemed to shift around me, as if responding to my voice. I jerked my hand back, my heart suddenly racing. "It's just settling," I told myself. "Old houses make noise all the time." I continued down the hallway, my footsteps muffled by the threadbare runner. Family photos lined the walls, chronicling generations of my family. I paused at each one, recognizing faces I knew and wondering about those I didn't. As I neared the end of the hall, I came to a photo that made me stop short. It was of my mother, looking young and carefree. She was laughing at something off camera, her hair wild in the wind. I felt a pang in my chest. Mom had died when I was just a baby, and I had no memories of her. All I had were these frozen moments in time and the stories Grandma Rose used to tell. "I wish you were here, Mom," I said softly. "I could use your help right about now." The floorboards creaked behind me, and I whirled around, my heart in my throat. The beam of my flashlight danced wildly across the empty hallway. "Hello?" I called out, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. "Is someone there?" Silence was my only answer. I laughed nervously, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease. "Get it together, Sarah. You're letting your imagination run wild." I turned back to continue down the hall, but something made me glance back at my mother's photo. For a split second, I could have sworn her eyes had moved, following me. I blinked, and the illusion was gone. Shaking my head, I made my way to Grandma's bedroom. The door was closed, and I hesitated before turning the knob. This was it, the reason I'd come back to this house. Grandma had told me, in those final lucid moments before she passed, that there was something important in her room, something she needed me to find. The door swung open with a soft whisper of wood on carpet. I stepped inside, and immediately, I was enveloped in Grandma's scent, lavender and vanilla, with an undercurrent of something earthy and ancient. It brought tears to my eyes. "Oh, Grandma," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. I swept my light around the room. It was just as I remembered. The big 4-poster bed with its patchwork quilt, the vanity cluttered with old perfume bottles and jewelry boxes, the rocking chair by the window where Grandma used to sit and knit. I moved to the vanity first, figuring it was the most likely place for Grandma to have hidden something important. I rifled through drawers full of old letters, faded photographs, and tangled necklaces. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary or particularly significant. Frustrated, I straightened up and caught sight of myself in the mirror. For a moment, in the dim light of my phone, I looked eerily like my grandmother. I leaned closer, studying my reflection. We had the same high cheekbones, the same slightly crooked nose. But my eyes were different, wider, more afraid. "What am I supposed to find, Grandma?" I asked my reflection. "What were you trying to tell me?" And then, as if in answer to my question, it happened. A soft, tinkling melody began to play, so faint at first that I thought I was imagining it, but it grew louder, filling the room with its haunting tune. I knew that melody. It was the lullaby Grandma used to sing to me when I was little, the one she said had been passed down through generations of our family. But where was it coming from? My eyes darted around the room, finally landing on the source, an old music box on the nightstand. It was open, its tiny ballerina spinning slowly. "That's impossible," I breathed. I hadn't touched the music box. I hadn't even been near it. So how had it started playing on its own? With shaking hands, I approached the nightstand. The melody grew louder with each step, until it seemed to fill the entire house. As I reached out to close the box, a chill ran down my spine. The air around me suddenly felt heavy. charged with an energy I couldn't explain. And then I felt it, a presence beside me, as real and solid as if someone was standing there. But when I turned, there was nothing but empty air. "Grandma?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the lullaby. "Is that you?" The music box snapped shut with a loud click, plunging the room into silence. I stumbled back, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. For a long moment, I stood there, frozen in place, straining to hear any sound in the oppressive quiet. But there was nothing. No creaks, no whispers, not even the sound of the wind outside. Just as I was about to convince myself that I had imagined the whole thing, I heard it. A soft, familiar voice singing the lullaby. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Sleep, my child, and peace attend thee." I clapped my hands over my ears, but the voice continued, growing louder and more insistent. All through the night. "Stop it!" I cried out, squeezing my eyes shut. "This isn't real, this can't be real." But even as I said it, I knew in my heart that it was. Something had awakened in this house. Something old and powerful and not entirely benevolent. And whatever it was calling to me. As the last notes of the lullaby faded away, I opened my eyes. The room looked exactly the same, but it felt different. Charged. Alive. I backed toward the door, my eyes never leaving the music box. As my hand found the doorknob, I heard one last whisper, so faint I almost missed it. "Welcome home, Sarah." I turned and fled, slamming the bedroom door behind me. But even as I ran down the hallway, I knew the truth. There would be no escaping whatever had begun here tonight. This was only the beginning. My feet pounded against the hardwood floor as I raced down the hallway, the haunting melody of the lullaby pursuing me like a relentless ghost. Each note seemed to reverberate through the very walls of the house, growing louder and more distorted with each passing second. "This isn't happening," I gasped, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. "This can't be real." But the music continued, mocking my disbelief. It was everywhere, seeping through the floorboards, whispering from the walls, even seeming to emanate from the very air around me. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to muffle the sound. I stumbled into the living room, my eyes darting wildly around for any sign of the source. The room was exactly as I remembered it. Grandma's old floral print couch, the faded rug, the ancient television set that probably hadn't worked in years. But now, in the dim light filtering through the dusty curtains, everything seemed sinister, as if the familiar objects were mocking me with their normalcy. My gaze fell on the mantelpiece, where the cursed music box sat innocently among Grandma's collection of porcelain figurines. How had it gotten here? I was certain I'd left it in the bedroom. With trembling hands, I reached for it. The metal was ice cold to the touch, sending a shock through my system. I fumbled with the clasp, trying desperately to close it and silence the melody. Come on, I muttered, my fingers slipping on the smooth surface. But no matter how hard I tried, the lid wouldn't budge. The tiny ballerina continued to spin, her painted smile now seeming more like a sneer. "Why won't you stop?" I cried, frustration and fear making my voice crack. As if in response, the music swelled, growing so loud it was almost painful. I dropped the box, covering my ears again. It hit the hardwood floor with a thud, but didn't break. Instead, it continued to play, the ballerina now spinning faster than ever. And then I felt it, a presence beside me, as tangible as a physical touch. The air grew heavy, pressing against me from all sides. Goosebumps erupted across my skin as an icy chill swept through the room. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the relentless melody. Silence answered me, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I spun around, my eyes scanning every corner of the room. There was nothing there, and yet... "Grandma?" I called out, hating how small and frightened I sounded. "Is that you?" The temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath misting in the air. little puffs of white that dissipated almost as soon as they formed. It was as if all the warmth had been sucked out of the world, leaving only this bone-deep cold that seemed to reach into my very soul. I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering violently. What's happening? The lullaby changed then, subtly at first. The melody remained the same, but there was something off about it now. The notes seemed to twist and distort, becoming something dark and menacing. It no longer sounded like the sweet song Grandma used to sing to me. Now it was a discordant, nightmarish version that set my teeth on edge. And then, barely audible beneath the music, I heard it. A voice, whispering my name. Sarah. I whirled around, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Who's there? I demanded, trying to sound brave despite the terror coursing through my veins. Sarah, my sweet girl. The voice was familiar, and yet not. It sounded like Grandma, but wrong. Distorted, like the music. There was an undercurrent of something dark and hungry in that voice that made me want to run and never look back. You're not my grandmother, I said, my voice shaking. My grandmother is dead. A low chuckle echoed through the room, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Oh, Sarah, death is just the beginning. The shadows in the corners of the room began to move, stretching and writhing like living things. They crept across the floor towards me, reaching out with inky tendrils. I backed away, my eyes wide with horror. Stay away from me! But the shadows continued their advance, and with them came the cold, a bone-deep chill that seemed to freeze the very marrow in my bones. I could feel it creeping up my legs, numbing my feet and making it hard to move. In a panic, I turned and ran for the door. But as I reached for the handle, it began to change before my eyes. The wood warped and twisted, the metal of the doorknob melting away like ice in the sun. No, I cried, pounding my fists against the solid surface that had once been a door. Let me out. Behind me, the voice laughed again, a cruel, mirthless sound that sent shivers down my spine. There's no escape, Sarah. You're mine now. I spun around, pressing my back against the wall. The shadows had coalesced into a vaguely human shape, tall and imposing. 2 points of light glowed where eyes should be, fixing me with a stare that seemed to pierce right through me. What do you want? I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. The shadow figure moved closer, its form rippling like smoke in the wind. I want what was promised to me, it hissed. What your grandmother swore would be mine. I shook my head, confusion mingling with my fear. I don't understand. Grandma never promised you anything. Oh, but she did? The voice purred, now sounding so much like Grandma that it made my heart ache. She promised me you, Sarah, her most precious treasure. The words hit me like a physical blow. I felt the blood drain from my face as the implications sank in. No, I said, shaking my head violently. You're lying. Grandma would never do that. But even as I denied it, a part of me wondered. I remembered the sadness I'd seen in Grandma's eyes in that old photograph, the secrets I'd always sensed she was keeping. What if this thing was telling the truth? The shadow moved closer still, its cold presence enveloping me. I could feel it seeping into my skin, trying to take hold of me from the inside out. Fight it all you want, the voice whispered, now right next to my ear. But you belong to me now, just as your grandmother did before you. With a surge of desperate energy, I pushed away from the wall, ducking under the shadow's reaching arms. I ran blindly, not knowing where I was going, only knowing I had to get away. I found myself back in Grandma's bedroom, the music box still playing its twisted melody on the nightstand. Without thinking, I grabbed it, intending to smash it against the wall. But as soon as my fingers touched the cold metal, a jolt of energy surged through me. The room spun, and for a moment I saw something. Flashes of memory that weren't my own. Grandma, young and frightened, making a deal with a shadow. The same lullaby sung over a cradle. My mother, her eyes wide with terror as she clutched a baby, me, to her chest. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving me gasping and disoriented. The music box slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. And then, with a final discordant note, the music stopped. The sudden silence was deafening. I stood there, my chest heaving, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But there was nothing. No whispers, no moving shadows, no bone-chilling cold. Just the quiet tick of the old clock on the wall and the sound of my own ragged breathing. Had it all been in my imagination? A hallucination brought on by grief and exhaustion? I turned slowly, half expecting to see the shadow figure looming behind me. But the room was empty, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun streaming through the window. Relief washed over me, so intense it made my knees weak. I stumbled to the bed, sinking down onto the familiar patchwork quilt. It wasn't real, I told myself, running a shaking hand through my hair. It couldn't have been real. But as I sat there trying to calm my racing heart, my eyes fell on the music box lying on the floor. And there, etched into the bottom in spidery script I had never noticed before, were words that made my blood run cold. The price must be paid. I stared at the inscription, a sense of dread settling over me like a shroud. Whatever had happened here tonight, whatever force had been awakened, I knew with a bone-deep certainty that it was far from over. The night stretched on endlessly, each tick of the bedside clock a reminder of my sleeplessness. I tossed and turned, tangling myself in Grandma's old quilt, but rest eluded me. Every time I closed my eyes, that haunting lullaby would start up again, playing on an endless loop in my mind. Sleep, my child, and peace attend thee all through the night. I groaned, pressing my pillow over my head. Stop, please just stop, I muttered into the darkness. But the melody persisted, sometimes fading to a whisper, other times swelling until it seemed to fill the entire room. As the night wore on, I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. When the first pale light of dawn finally crept through the curtains, I gave up on sleep altogether. Exhausted and on edge, I dragged myself out of bed and stumbled downstairs. The house was eerily quiet, the silence broken only by the creak of floorboards under my feet. I made my way to the kitchen, desperately in need of coffee, but stopped short in the doorway. Something was wrong. My eyes darted to the old clock on the wall, the one that had hung there since before I was born. Its hands were frozen at 3:33 a.m. That's odd, I murmured, reaching up to adjust it. But as I touched the clock face, a chill ran through me. The glass was ice cold, as if it had been sitting in a freezer. Uneasy, I moved to the microwave, then to the stove. Each display showed the same time, 3:33 a.m. This isn't possible, I whispered, my heart beginning to race. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen remained stubbornly black. Dead battery, or something else. As I stood there, trying to make sense of it all, a familiar scent wafted through the air. The sweet, comforting smell of Grandma's famous chocolate chip cookies. For a moment, just a moment, I forgot everything else. That smell transported me back to countless childhood afternoons spent in this very kitchen, watching Grandma work her magic at the oven. "Grandma," I called out, half expecting to see her bustling around the corner with a plate of freshly baked cookies. But the kitchen remained empty, and as I approached the oven, I realized it was stone cold. No cookies, no warmth, nothing that could explain that tantalizing aroma. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. "Pull yourself together, Sarah," I muttered. "You're letting your imagination run wild." But when I opened my eyes, the smell was still there, stronger than ever. And now, I could have sworn I heard the faint sound of humming coming from somewhere in the house. Grandma's voice, singing that damned lullaby. "No," I said firmly, shaking my head. "No, this isn't real. You're sleep-deprived and stressed. That's all this is." Desperate for a distraction, I decided to tackle the task I'd been putting off, sorting through Grandma's belongings, There had to be some rational explanation for everything that had happened, and maybe I'd find it among her things. I started in the living room, methodically going through drawers and cabinets. Old photographs, knickknacks, bills, nothing out of the ordinary. But as I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every so often, I'd catch a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. By midday, I'd worked my way up to the second floor. As I passed the attic door, a sudden gust of wind rattled through the house, making me jump. And then, barely audible over the whistle of the wind, I heard it again, that soft, eerie humming, coming from the attic. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run from this house and never return. But I had to know. I had to understand what was happening. The attic door creaked open, revealing a narrow staircase leading up into darkness. Dust motes danced in the beam of sunlight that filtered through the single, grimy window. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Is anyone up there?" Silence answered me, but as I climbed the stairs, that feeling of being watched intensified. The air grew thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. The attic was cluttered with old furniture and boxes, all covered in a thick layer of dust. But one thing stood out, an old trunk, its leather cracked with age, sitting in a pool of sunlight as if waiting for me. As I approached it, the humming started up again, so close now it seemed to vibrate through my bones. My fingers brushed against the trunk's surface, and suddenly, unbidden, the latch sprang open. Inside, nestled among old clothes and trinkets, was a stack of leather-bound journals. With shaking hands, I lifted out the topmost book. It fell open to a page covered in Grandma's familiar handwriting, but the words I read chilled me to my core. "The bargain has been struck. God forgive me, but I had no choice. They promised to spare Sarah, to keep her safe. But at what cost? The lullaby calls to me now day and night. I fear what I've set in motion." "Oh, Grandma," I whispered, tears pricking at my eyes. "What did you do?" I spent the rest of the afternoon poring over the journals, each entry more disturbing than the last. They spoke of ancient pacts, of powers beyond human understanding, of a price that had to be paid in each generation, and my name, appearing again and again. Sarah, the last in the line, the final payment. As I read, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the attic. But these shadows, they seemed to move of their own accord, stretching and twisting in ways that defied natural law. I scrambled to my feet, the journal clutched to my chest. "Who's there?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. The shadows writhed, reaching out with inky tendrils. And from everywhere and nowhere I heard a voice. Not Grandma's this time, but something older, darker. "The time has come, Sarah," it hissed. "The debt must be paid." I backed away, my heart pounding. "What debt? I don't owe you anything." The voice laughed, a sound like crushed glass. "Oh, but you do. Your grandmother made sure of that. And now, you're the last. The final payment." The shadows lunged for me, and I let out a scream, stumbling backwards. I fell down the attic stairs, tumbling head over heels until I hit the landing with a thud that knocked the wind out of me. For a moment, I lay there, dazed and gasping for breath. When I finally managed to sit up, the attic door was closed and the house was silent once more. But clutched in my hand was the journal, its pages open to an entry I hadn't seen before. In shaky handwriting, as if written in great distress, were the words, "The lullaby is the key. It opens the door, but it can also close it. Sarah, if you're reading this, you must finish what I started. Sing the lullaby at midnight when the veil is thinnest. It's the only way to end this." I stared at the words, my mind reeling. The lullaby, the very thing that had been haunting me, was the solution. As if on cue, the ghostly melody began to play again, soft and insistent. But this time, instead of fear, I felt a glimmer of hope. Tonight at midnight I would face whatever lurked in the shadows of this house. I would sing the lullaby, and I would end this nightmare once and for all. As night fell and the shadows grew longer, I steeled myself for what was to come. Whatever happened, I knew one thing for certain. After tonight, nothing would ever be the same again. With trembling hands, I opened the first of Grandma's journals. The leather cover was worn smooth with age, and the pages crackled as I turned them. The scent of old paper and ink filled my nostrils, mingling with the musty air of the attic. "Okay, Grandma," I whispered. "Let's see what secrets you've been keeping." The first few entries were mundane: recipes, gardening tips, and daily observations. But as I delved deeper, the tone began to change. References to the phases of the moon, strange symbols in the margins, and cryptic phrases that made little sense. Then, on a page dated nearly 50 years ago, I found it. "Today I cast my first real spell. The power coursed through me like lightning. I understand now why Mother was so insistent that I learn our family's ways. We are not like other people. We are witches, and this is our birthright." I nearly dropped the journal. Witches? Our family? It seemed impossible, and yet, hadn't I witnessed impossible things in this very house? As I read on, a picture began to emerge. Generation after generation of women in our family, all practitioners of an ancient and secret craft. The magic they wielded was powerful, but it came at a price. "The lullaby," I murmured, running my finger over a passage. "It's not just a song." Indeed, according to Grandma's writings, the lullaby was an ancient spell, passed down through our family line for centuries. It had the power to open doors between worlds, to communicate with spirits, and even to bind otherworldly entities to our will. But with each use, it exacted a toll on the singer. I flipped through the pages, my heart racing as I absorbed the information. The lullaby had been used by my ancestors to gain wealth, power, and knowledge beyond mortal ken. But each time, something was lost. A piece of their humanity, their soul, given over to the darkness they sought to control. As I neared the end of the journal, a loose page fell out. I picked it up, my blood running cold as I realized what it was. A list of names. Women's names, spanning back generations. Each one was crossed out, a date written beside it. And at the bottom of the list, unmarked and alone, was my name. Sarah. "What does this mean?" I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet attic. Am I next?" The house creaked ominously around me as if in answer. I felt a chill run down my spine, and for a moment, I could have sworn I heard distant whispers, too faint to make out. Pushing aside my fear, I turned back to the journals. There had to be more, had to be an explanation for all of this. The next journal seemed to pick up where the previous one left off. Grandma's handwriting had changed, become more erratic and urgent. "The entity grows stronger." One entry read, "I fear I've made a terrible mistake. The lullaby was never meant to be used this way. We've upset the balance, and now it demands payment." I read on, my horror growing with each page. Grandma wrote of a dark presence that had latched onto our family, feeding off the power of the lullaby. With each generation it grew stronger, demanding more. "It wants Sarah," Grandma had written, the page stained with what looked disturbingly like teardrops. "My sweet, innocent granddaughter. I won't let it take her. I'll find a way to break this curse, even if it costs me everything." The house groaned again, louder this time. The floorboards beneath me seemed to shift and warp. It was as if the very structure of the building was trying to stop me from reading further. "No," I said firmly, gripping the journal tighter. "I need to know the truth." As if in defiance of my words, a gust of wind swept through the attic, ruffling the pages of the open journals. I heard a thud behind me and turned to see a photo album had fallen from a high shelf. With shaking hands, I picked it up. It had fallen open to a specific page, as if guided by an unseen hand. And there, staring up at me, was a photo of Grandma that made my blood run cold. It was clearly her, but wrong. Her usually warm, kind eyes were pitch black, like empty voids. Her face was contorted in an expression that was equal parts ecstasy and agony, and around her, barely visible, were shapes that seemed to writhe and twist in impossible ways. "Oh God, Grandma," I breathed. "What happened to you?" As if in answer, the whispers I'd heard earlier grew louder. They seemed to come from everywhere at once, the walls, the floor, even from inside my own head. "Sarah," they hissed. "Sarah, it's time." I slammed the photo album shut, my heart pounding. "No," I shouted. "I don't know what you are, but you can't have me." The whispers turned to laughter, cold and mocking. The shadows in the corners of the attic seemed to deepen and move, reaching out with inky tendrils. In a panic, I grabbed as many of the journals as I could carry and bolted for the attic door. As I reached for the handle, I felt an icy grip on my ankle. I looked down to see a shadow had wrapped itself around my leg. "Let go," I yelled, kicking out wildly. The shadow dissipated, but others were forming, reaching for me. I wrenched the door open and half ran, half fell down the stairs, the journals clutched tightly to my chest. I didn't stop until I reached the relative safety of the living room. Panting heavily, I dropped the journals on the coffee table and collapsed onto the couch. For a long moment, I just sat there trying to process everything I'd learned. Witchcraft, ancient spells, a malevolent entity that had latched onto our family, and me, somehow at the center of it all. "Why me?" I asked the empty room. "What makes me so special?" As if in answer, one of the journals fell open. My eyes were drawn to a passage near the bottom of the page. "Sarah is different. I sensed it from the moment she was born. She has a power within her that surpasses anything I've ever seen. If the entity gets hold of her, there's no telling what it could do. I must protect her, at any cost." I stared at the words, a mix of fear and determination welling up inside me. Whatever this thing was, whatever it wanted from me, I couldn't let it win. Not after everything Grandma had sacrificed to keep me safe. "Okay," I said, straightening my shoulders. "If I'm so powerful, then I'll find a way to end this. For you, Grandma. For our whole family." As night began to fall outside, casting long shadows across the room, I settled in to read. I had a lot to learn, and not much time. Whatever was coming, I needed to be ready. The lullaby began to play again, soft and insistent, but this time, I didn't try to block it out. Instead, I listened closely, trying to discern the power hidden within its notes. "I'm not afraid of you," I told the encroaching darkness. "I'm Sarah, last of the Bennett witches, and I'm going to finish what my grandmother started." As if in response, the house creaked and settled around me. But this time it didn't feel menacing. It felt expectant, as if the very walls were holding their breath, waiting to see what I would do next. With a deep breath, I opened the next journal and began to read. Whatever secrets it held, whatever truths it revealed, I was ready to face them. The time for running and hiding was over. The real battle was about to begin. The gentle creak of wood against wood slowly pulled me from the depths of unconsciousness. My eyes fluttered open, confusion immediately setting in as I found myself not in bed, but seated in Grandma's old rocking chair. The familiar scent of lavender and aged wood enveloped me, but it did little to calm my racing heart. "How did I get here?" I murmured, my voice hoarse as if I'd been screaming. The last thing I remembered was poring over Grandma's journals in the living room, desperately searching for answers. But now, sunlight streamed through the lace curtains, indicating it was well into the next day. Had I fallen asleep reading? But that didn't explain how I'd ended up in this chair in Grandma's bedroom. I tried to stand, but my limbs felt heavy, uncooperative. It was as if I'd been drugged, my movements sluggish and uncoordinated. With effort, I managed to push myself up, swaying slightly as I got to my feet. "Get it together, Sarah," I muttered, shaking my head to clear it. I stumbled towards the vanity, gripping its edge for support as I peered into the mirror. The face that looked back at me was pale with dark circles under bloodshot eyes. But as I stared, something strange began to happen. For a split second, it wasn't my face I saw reflected, but Grandma's. Her familiar features, lined with age and worry, superimposed over my own. I blinked hard, and the image was gone, but the unsettling feeling remained. "What's happening to me?" I whispered, leaning in closer to the mirror. As if in response, the lullaby began to play. But this time it wasn't coming from some external source. The haunting melody seemed to originate from inside my own head, the notes reverberating through my skull with increasing volume. I pressed my hands to my ears, but it did nothing to muffle the sound. "Stop," I pleaded, squeezing my eyes shut. "Please, just stop." But the lullaby continued, growing louder with each passing moment. The words, once comforting, now felt like a threat. "Sleep, my child, and peace attend thee, all through the night. Guardian angels God will send thee, all through the night." As the song reached a crescendo, a wave of dizziness washed over me. I stumbled backwards, collapsing into the rocking chair once more. The room spun around me, and for a moment I thought I might pass out. But then, as suddenly as it had started, the lullaby stopped. The silence that followed was almost deafening. I sat there, breathing heavily, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was I losing my mind? Or was this all part of whatever dark force had attached itself to my family? My eyes fell on Grandma's old writing desk, and something compelled me to move towards it. As if in a trance, I seated myself at the desk, pulling out a sheet of paper and a pen. What am I doing? I wondered aloud, even as my hand began to move across the page. To my horror, the handwriting that flowed from the pen wasn't my own. It was Grandma's distinctive script, the same I'd seen in all those journals. But the words were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Symbols and phrases in a language I didn't recognize filled the page. Some looked vaguely like Latin, others like nothing I'd ever encountered. And yet, as I wrote, a part of me seemed to understand their meaning, even if my conscious mind couldn't grasp it. "A seal," I found myself muttering, though I had no idea where the words were coming from. To bind the darkness, to close the door. I tried to stop writing, to put down the pen, but my hand wouldn't obey. It was as if someone else was controlling my body, using me as a conduit for something. "Grandma?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is that you?" There was no response, just the continued scratching of pen on paper. I watched helpless as page after page filled with this strange script. Finally, after what felt like hours, my hand stilled. I stared down at the pages, covered in writing I couldn't read but somehow understood was immensely powerful and dangerous. "What am I supposed to do with this?" I asked the empty room. As if in answer, a gust of wind blew through the room, ruffling the papers. One sheet separated from the rest, floating to the floor at my feet. I bent to pick it up, and as I did, the words seemed to rearrange themselves before my eyes, forming a message in English. "The key is in the lullaby. Sing it at midnight, in the heart of the house. Break the cycle, Sarah. End this, once and for all." A chill ran down my spine as I read the words. This was it, the answer I'd been searching for. But could I trust it? After everything that had happened, how could I be sure this wasn't just another trick? "I need to get out of here," I said suddenly, the need to escape this house overwhelming me. "I need to think, to clear my head." I gathered up the pages, shoving them into my pocket as I made for the bedroom door. But as I reached for the handle, an invisible force slammed into me, throwing me backwards onto the bed. "No!" I cried out, struggling to my feet. "Let me go!" I tried again, only to be met with the same result. It was as if an invisible barrier had been erected, keeping me trapped in the room. "You can't leave," a voice whispered, sounding both like Grandma and not like her at all. "Not until it's done." Panic rose in my chest as I realized the truth of the situation. I wasn't just being haunted anymore. I was being possessed. "Get out of my head," I shouted, pounding my fists against the invisible barrier. This is my body, my life. The lullaby started up again, louder than ever, drowning out my protests. I fell to my knees, clutching my head as the melody seemed to rewrite my very thoughts. The seal must be completed, the voice said, using my own mouth to speak. The cycle must be broken. I fought against it with everything I had, trying to reassert control over my own body. But the force was too strong, the weight of generations of witchcraft and dark bargains pressing down on me. As I knelt there, trapped in my own body, a terrible realization dawned on me. The journals, the lullaby, the strange writing, it had all been leading to this moment. I was the last in the line, the final piece in a puzzle that had been centuries in the making. What happens if I complete the seal? I managed to ask, my own voice sounding foreign to my ears. Everything ends, came the reply, filled with a mixture of sorrow and determination. The entity, the curse, all of it. But the price... The voice trailed off, but I understood. The price would be me. My life, my future, everything I'd ever hoped for or dreamed of. There has to be another way, I pleaded, even as I felt my body standing up, moving towards the desk once more. But deep down, I knew the truth. There was no other way. This was my inheritance, my burden to bear. The sins of my ancestors, passed down through the generations, had finally come to rest on my shoulders. As night began to fall outside the window, I felt a sense of inevitability settle over me. Midnight was approaching, and with it, the moment of truth. "I'm scared," I whispered, a tear sliding down my cheek. "I know, my dear," Grandma's voice replied, softer now, more like the woman I remembered. "But you are stronger than you know. You can end this, Sarah. You can save us all." As the lullaby played on, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Whatever was coming, whatever price I had to pay, I would face it head on. For Grandma, for our family, and for myself. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, counting down the minutes to midnight, to the moment when everything would change, one way or another. As the clock struck midnight, a surge of energy coursed through my body. My limbs, once heavy and uncooperative, now moved with an eerie grace that wasn't my own. I found myself walking to the kitchen, my steps measured and purposeful. "What's happening?" I whispered, but my voice sounded distant, as if coming from somewhere else. My hands reached for the cabinet, pulling out the large container of salt Grandma always kept for cooking and other purposes, I now realized. As I carried it back to the living room, I felt like a puppet on strings, my body responding to commands I couldn't hear or understand. The furniture had been pushed to the walls, leaving a large open space in the center of the room. Without hesitation, I knelt down and began to pour the salt onto the hardwood floor. The white grains flowed from my hand in intricate patterns, forming symbols I'd seen in Grandma's journals but never fully understood. "The seal of binding," I heard myself murmur, though the words held no meaning for me. "To close the door between worlds." As I worked, candles placed around the room suddenly flickered to life, their flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. The air grew thick with the scent of burning wax and something else, something ancient and powerful. I continued drawing, my hand steady even as my mind raced with confusion and fear. Circles within circles, strange angular shapes and twisting lines that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The salt pattern grew more complex with each passing moment, covering nearly the entire floor. When the last symbol was complete, I stood, my eyes roving over the intricate design. It was beautiful in a terrifying way, pulsing with an energy I could feel but not see. "Now," the voice that was both mine and not mine said, "we begin." My hands reached for Grandma's journal, which lay open on a nearby table. As I touched it, a jolt of electricity seemed to run through me, and suddenly, I could read the strange script that had baffled me before. Words of power spilled from my lips, a language older than time itself. With each syllable, the candles flared brighter, and the salt lines began to glow with an unearthly light. "By earth and air, by fire and sea, I call the powers that used to be. By blood and bone, by flesh and soul, I seek to make our family whole. The house began to tremble, a low rumble that started in the foundations and worked its way up. Picture frames rattled on the walls, some crashing to the floor. But I couldn't stop, couldn't even pause to take a breath. The chant poured out of me, gaining strength and volume with each repetition. Wind whipped through the room, though all the windows were closed. It swirled around me, picking up loose papers and sending them flying. The candle flames danced wildly but didn't go out, protected by some unseen force. As I reached the crescendo of the chant, my voice rising to a near scream, the center of the salt pattern began to glow brightly. The light intensified, expanding outward until it formed a swirling vortex of energy. "The door is open," the voice inside me said. "Now, we must close it forever." I felt myself being pulled towards the vortex, my feet sliding across the floor despite my attempts to resist. The wind howled, drowning out my cries of fear. This was it, I realized. The price that had to be paid. My life for the sealing of the door. "I'm not ready," I gasped, tears streaming down my face. "Please, I don't want to die." But my pleas fell on deaf ears. The vortex grew stronger, its pull irresistible. I was mere inches away from its swirling center when suddenly a familiar voice cut through the chaos. "Sarah, stop." Everything froze. The wind died down. The vortex's pull lessened, and the candles flickered back to normal. I blinked, feeling control of my body return to me. "Mom?" I whispered, hardly daring to believe it. There, at the edge of the salt circle, stood a shimmering figure. As I watched, it solidified into the form of a woman I'd only ever seen in photographs. My mother. "Oh, Sarah," she said, her voice filled with a mixture of love and sorrow. "I'm so sorry it's come to this." I stumbled back from the vortex, my legs shaking. "Mom, how are you here? You're dead?" She smiled sadly. "Yes, I am. But the veil between worlds is thin right now thanks to your ritual. I couldn't let you do this, Sarah. I couldn't let you sacrifice yourself." But Grandma's journals," I stammered. "The entity, the curse. It has to end, doesn't it?" Mom stepped closer, careful not to disturb the salt lines. "Yes, it does. But not like this. Not at the cost of your life." The vortex behind me pulsed, as if reminding us of its presence. I could feel its pull, weaker now, but still there. "I don't understand," I said. "If not me, then who? Someone has to close the door." "Someone does," Mom agreed. "But it doesn't have to be you. It was never supposed to be you." She reached out, her hand stopping just short of touching me. "Your grandmother, she made a terrible mistake. She thought she could control the entity, use its power, but it was too strong, too hungry. It's been feeding on our family for generations, growing stronger with each life it takes." I thought of the list of names in Grandma's journal, all crossed out except mine. "So all those women sacrificed," Mom nodded. "Some willingly, some not. But each death only made the entity stronger, more difficult to contain." "Then how do we stop it?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. "If not with this ritual, then how?" Mom's form flickered for a moment, and she glanced nervously at the vortex. "We don't have much time. The door won't stay open forever, and once it closes, the entity will be free to take you." She looked me in the eyes, her gaze intense. "Listen carefully, Sarah. The power to end this has always been inside you. You're different from the rest of us. Special. That's why the entity wants you so badly." "But I don't feel special," I protested. "I don't even know how to control whatever power I'm supposed to have." "You don't need to control it," Mom said. "You just need to release it. The lullaby is the key, but not in the way you've been led to believe. Don't sing it to seal the door. Sing it to set yourself free." The vortex pulsed again, stronger this time. The wind began to pick up, and I could hear whispers at the edge of my hearing. angry, hungry whispers. "It's coming," Mom said urgently. "Sarah, you have to trust yourself. Sing the lullaby, but make it yours. Change the words, change the melody. Break the pattern that's held our family captive for so long." "But I don't know how," I cried, panic rising in my chest. Mom's form was fading now, becoming more transparent by the second. "You do know deep down. Trust your instincts, Sarah. Trust yourself. I believe in you." With a final, loving smile, she disappeared. In her place, dark shapes began to emerge from the vortex, reaching out with smoky tendrils. "No more running," a voice hissed, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "No more hiding. You're ours now, Sarah, just like all the others." I backed away, my heart pounding. The lullaby began to play again, but this time I recognized it for what it was. A cage, a trap, designed to keep me docile and compliant. But Mom was right. I wasn't like the others, and it was time to prove it. Taking a deep breath, I opened my mouth and began to sing. The melody was similar to the lullaby I'd known all my life, but different. Wilder, freer. The words came to me as if I'd always known them. No more sleeping, no more night. I claim my power. I claim my right. No more secrets, no more lies. I am the one who will arise. As I sang, something inside me awakened. Power surged through my veins, electric and alive. The dark shapes recoiled, shrieking in fury and fear. The vortex began to shrink, its pull weakening with each note I sang. The candles flared brightly, their light pushing back the encroaching darkness. I felt strong. I felt free. For the first time in my life, I felt truly, completely myself. As the last note faded, the vortex collapsed in on itself with a thunderous boom. The salt lines flared once brightly, then faded away. The candles guttered out, leaving me standing alone in the dark, quiet room. For a moment, all was still. Then slowly I began to laugh. It started as a giggle, then grew into a full-bodied laugh of pure relief and joy. It was over. The entity was gone, the curse broken. I had done it. As dawn broke outside, painting the room in soft golden light, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. The house no longer felt oppressive or threatening. It was just a house now, filled with memories both good and bad. I walked to the window, looking out at the new day. Whatever came next, I knew I could face it. I was Sarah, last of the Bennett witches, and I was finally, truly free. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to peek through the curtains when I saw her. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a reflection in the old mirror hanging on the wall. But as I blinked and rubbed my eyes, the image became clearer, more solid. "Mom?" I whispered, hardly daring to believe it. The ghostly figure of my mother stood before me, a sad smile on her face. She looked just like she did in the photos Grandma had shown me, young, beautiful, with eyes that seemed to hold a universe of love and sorrow. "Hello, Sarah," she said, her voice echoing slightly as if coming from a great distance. "I've waited so long to talk to you." I reached out instinctively, but my hand passed right through her. A chill ran down my spine, reminding me that this wasn't real, or at least not real in the way I was used to. How is this possible?" I asked, my voice shaking. "You died when I was a baby." Mom's expression darkened. "Yes, I did. But not in the way you've been told. Sarah, there's so much you need to know, and I'm afraid we don't have much time." She glanced nervously at the shadows in the corner of the room, which seemed to writhe and twist unnaturally. "Your grandmother, she's not who you think she is. She's not who any of us thought she was." I felt a knot form in my stomach. "What do you mean, Grandma loved me?" She raised me. "Oh, Sarah," Mom sighed, her form flickering slightly. "She did love you, in her own way. But that love, it was tainted by something dark and hungry, something that's been in our family for generations. She moved closer, and I could feel a slight chill in the air around her. I died protecting you from her, Sarah, from what she wanted to do to you. The words hit me like a physical blow. I staggered back, falling onto the old sofa. No, I said, shaking my head. That can't be true. Grandma would never hurt me. Not hurt you exactly, Mom said, her voice gentle but firm. Use you, the way she used all of us. She waved her hand, and suddenly the room around us changed. We were standing in Grandma's bedroom, but it looked different, newer, cleaner. I saw a younger version of Grandma standing over a crib, singing that haunting lullaby. Watch, Mom whispered. As Grandma sang, a strange mist seemed to flow from her mouth, seeping into the crib. I stepped closer, horror growing in my chest as I realized the crib held a baby. Me. What is she doing? I asked, my voice barely audible. Preparing you, Mom said, her voice hard. The lullaby isn't just a song, Sarah. It's a spell, a way to swap souls between the living and the dead. The scene shifted again. This time I saw Mom, alive, vibrant, bursting into the room. She snatched baby me from the crib, backing away from Grandma. I won't let you do this, Mother, the younger version of my mom shouted. Not to my daughter, not to anyone else. Grandma's face contorted with rage. You fool, she hissed, her voice unlike anything I'd ever heard from her. Don't you understand? This is our legacy, our power. With each new body we grow stronger. We become immortal. It's wrong, Mom said, clutching baby me to her chest. It's evil, and I'm ending it, right now. What happened next was a blur of motion and light. I saw Mom running, Grandma pursuing. There was a struggle at the top of the stairs, a terrible fall. I turned away, unable to watch anymore. Stop, I pleaded. I can't see this. The visions faded, and we were back in the present-day living room. I was shaking, tears streaming down my face. I'm so sorry, sweetheart, Mom said, her ghostly hand hovering near my cheek. I never wanted you to see that, but you needed to know the truth. I took a deep, shuddering breath. So Grandma, she killed you? And she wanted to take over my body? Mom nodded solemnly. Her soul is trapped in this house now, unable to move on. She's been waiting all these years, growing stronger, preparing for the moment when she could complete the transfer. A terrible realization dawned on me. The music box, I whispered. The lullaby. All those times she sang to me. She was laying the groundwork, Mom confirmed, creating a connection between your soul and hers. If she had succeeded, I would have ceased to exist, I finished, feeling sick to my stomach. Mom's form flickered again, more violently this time. Sarah, listen to me. We don't have much time left. Your grandmother's spirit is gathering strength. Soon she'll make her final attempt. I stood up, wiping away my tears. What do I do? How do I stop her? The music box, Mom said urgently. It's the focal point of her power, the anchor that keeps her tied to this world. You have to destroy it. But how? I asked. I've tried to stop it from playing before, but nothing works. Mom's image was growing fainter by the second. Your power, Sarah. The power that's been in our family for generations. Grandma tried to corrupt it, to use it for her own gain. But in you, it's pure, untainted. I could barely see her now, her form little more than a shimmer in the air. Trust yourself, Sarah, her voice echoed. Believe in your own strength. You can end this. You can set us all free. Mom, wait, I cried out. Don't go, I need you. But she was gone, leaving me alone in the silent house. Or, not quite alone. I could feel it now, a presence watching me from the shadows. Waiting. Hungry. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. The music box sat on the mantel, innocent looking but radiating a malevolent energy I could now sense clearly. As I approached it, The lullaby began to play, but this time I understood its true purpose. Each note was a hook, trying to latch onto my soul and pull it out of my body. "Not this time, Grandma," I muttered, reaching for the box. As my fingers touched its surface, I felt a surge of energy course through me. The lullaby grew louder, more insistent, and I could hear Grandma's voice layered beneath the melody. "Yes, child," she crooned. "Let go. Let me in. We can be together forever." For a moment I felt my resolve waver. Part of me, the part that still loved the grandmother I thought I knew, wanted to give in, but then I remembered my mother's sacrifice, the truth of what Grandma had done. "No," I said firmly. "This ends now." I focused all my will, all the power I could feel buzzing beneath my skin, into my hands. The music box began to vibrate, its melody becoming discordant and chaotic. "Stop!" Grandma's voice shrieked. "You don't know what you're doing." But I did know. For the first time in my life, I truly knew who I was and what I was capable of. With a final surge of energy, I crushed the music box between my hands. There was a blinding flash of light, a sound like 1,000 voices screaming at once, and then silence. I opened my eyes to find the music box reduced to ashes in my palms. The oppressive energy that had filled the house was gone, replaced by a sense of peace I'd never felt before. As the first true rays of sunlight spilled into the room, I could have sworn I heard my mother's voice one last time, carried on the morning breeze. "Well done, Sarah. You're free now. We all are." I smiled through my tears, finally understanding the full weight of what had happened, and the new path that lay before me. The legacy of my family, with all its darkness and light, was mine to shape now. The early morning sunlight streamed through the windows, casting long shadows across the living room. I stood there, my heart racing, as the reality of what had just happened began to sink in. The music box, the focal point of all this madness, had been in my hands moments ago. Now it was gone. "No," I whispered, my eyes darting around the room. "No, no, no, this can't be happening." I spun around, searching frantically for any sign of the cursed object. But the mantelpiece where it had sat for years was empty, save for a thin layer of dust. "Grandma," I called out, my voice echoing in the suddenly too quiet house. "Is this you? Are you still here?" Silence was my only answer, but I could feel something in the air, a tension, like the calm before a storm. Whatever had happened when I crushed the music box, it wasn't over, not by a long shot. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself for what I knew I had to do. The music box was still here somewhere in this house, and I had to find it, had to destroy it for good this time. "Okay, Sarah," I muttered to myself. "You can do this, room by room. It has to be here somewhere." I started with the kitchen, figuring I'd work my way through the first floor before tackling the upstairs. But as soon as I stepped through the doorway, I knew something was terribly wrong. The familiar, cozy kitchen of my childhood was gone. In its place was a nightmarish parody. The walls oozed a thick black substance that looked disturbingly like blood. The floor tiles had become a checkerboard of gaping maws, lined with razor-sharp teeth. And there, in the center of it all, stood a figure that looked like Grandma, if Grandma had been dead for 100 years. "Sarah, dear," the thing crooned, its voice a horrifying mixture of Grandma's loving tone and something infinitely more sinister. "Come give your old Grandma a hug." I stumbled backward, slamming the door shut with all my might. My heart pounded in my chest as I leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. "Not real," I gasped. "It's not real. It can't be real." But when I opened the door again, the nightmarish kitchen was still there. The Grandma thing grinned at me, stretching out arms that were far too long, fingers ending in wicked claws. "Don't be afraid, sweetie," it said. "Grandma just wants to hold you. Forever." I slammed the door again, this time turning the lock for good measure. "Okay," I said, trying to calm my racing thoughts. "So the kitchen's out. Let's try the study." But each room I entered transformed before my eyes into a horrifying dreamscape. The study became a labyrinth of towering bookshelves, each tome whispering dark secrets as I passed. The dining room was an endless table set for a feast of human flesh, with my family seated around it, their eyes empty and mouths stitched shut. And always, always, there was some version of Grandma. Sometimes kind and inviting, sometimes monstrous and terrifying, but always trying to lure me in, to trap me. "You can't run forever, Sarah." Her voice echoed from every corner of the house. "This is your legacy, your destiny. Embrace it." I found myself in the upstairs hallway, gasping for breath. The walls here were breathing, pulsing like a giant heart. The floorboards beneath my feet had turned to quicksand, threatening to pull me under with each step. "I won't give in," I shouted, more to bolster my own courage than anything else. "This isn't real. This isn't who I am." A chilling laugh echoed through the hall. "Oh, but it is, my dear. This is who we are, who we've always been. The power, the darkness. It's in our blood." I pushed forward, fighting against the clinging floor. "No," I grunted. "Mom showed me the truth. This isn't our legacy. It's your curse, Grandma, and I'm going to end it." As I struggled down the hall, I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. There, at the far end of the corridor, floating in midair, was the music box. It spun slowly, the haunting melody of the lullaby drifting from it. "Yes," Grandma's voice purred. "Come to me, Sarah, take up your birthright." I took a step forward, then another. The quicksand floor tried to drag me down, but I fought against it with every ounce of strength I had. "That's it," the voice encouraged. "Just a little closer. We can be together, you and I. Forever." As I got closer to the music box, I could feel its pull. Part of me, a small, scared part that longed for the simple comfort of childhood, wanted to give in, to let Grandma take over, to escape the responsibility and fear of what I'd learned. But then I remembered my mother's sacrifice. The truth of what Grandma had done, not just to her, but to generations of our family. And I knew I couldn't let it happen again. "I'm coming, Grandma," I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart. "But not for the reasons you think." I was just a few feet away from the music box now. I could see my reflection in its polished surface, distorted and wrong. And behind that reflection, I saw Grandma's face, young and beautiful and terrible. "My darling girl," she said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "I knew you'd understand. Together, we'll be unstoppable." I reached out, my fingers inches from the box. "You're right about one thing, Grandma," I said. "This ends now." With a burst of speed, I lunged forward, grabbing the music box. Immediately, I felt a searing pain in my hands, as if I were holding white-hot metal, but I didn't let go. "No!" Grandma's voice screamed, all pretense of kindness gone. "What are you doing? Stop." The world around me began to warp and twist, reality itself seeming to tear at the seams. I saw flashes of other times, other places, generations of my family, trapped in this cycle of death and rebirth. "I'm sorry, Grandma," I said through gritted teeth, "but this isn't our legacy. This isn't who we're meant to be." I focused all my will, all the power I could feel coursing through my veins into my hands. The music box began to vibrate, its melody becoming discordant and chaotic. "You can't do this," Grandma wailed. "You'll destroy everything." "No," I said, feeling a sense of calm settle over me. "I'm saving everything." With a final surge of energy, I crushed the music box between my palms. There was a blinding flash of light, a sound like 1,000 voices screaming at once, and then silence. I opened my eyes to find myself back in the normal sunlit hallway of my grandmother's house. The music box was gone, reduced to nothing more than a fine, glittering dust that slipped through my fingers. As I stood there, catching my breath, I felt a change in the air. The oppressive energy that had filled the house for as long as I could remember was gone. replaced by a sense of peace I'd never known before. "It's over," I whispered, hardly daring to believe it. "It's really over." As if in response, a warm breeze blew through the hall, carrying with it the scent of summer flowers and the faintest echo of my mother's voice. "Well done, Sarah. You're free now. We all are." I smiled through my tears, finally understanding the full weight of what had happened and the new path that lay before me. The legacy of my family, with all its darkness and light, was mine to shape now. And I knew, with absolute certainty, that I would use it for good. As I made my way downstairs, back to the normal, everyday world, I felt lighter than I had in years. The hunt was over. The curse was broken. And for the first time in my life, I was truly, completely free. The silence that had fallen over the house was shattered by a bone-chilling screech. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, to see a swirling mass of darkness coalescing in the center of the room. As I watched, horrified and transfixed, the darkness began to take shape, morphing into a familiar figure. "Grandma," I whispered, my voice barely audible. The spirit before me flickered and shifted, one moment appearing as the loving grandmother I had known all my life, the next transforming into a monstrous creature of shadows and rage. Her eyes, when they settled on me, burned with an intensity that made me take an involuntary step back. "Sarah," Grandma's voice echoed, somehow both warm and terrifying at the same time. "My dear sweet Sarah, did you really think it would be that easy to get rid of me?" I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady as I replied, "It's over, Grandma. The music box is destroyed. You have no power here anymore." A laugh that was more of a snarl erupted from the spirit. "Oh, you foolish child. The music box was never the source of my power. It was merely a tool, a focus. The true power..." Her form solidified, becoming more corporal as she gestured around the room. "The true power is all around us, in these walls, in this house, in our very blood." As if responding to her words, the house itself seemed to come alive. The walls began to pulse and writhe, the floorboards creaking and groaning as if in pain. Family portraits that had hung placidly for years suddenly animated, the faces within contorting into screams of agony. "Stop it!" I cried out, covering my ears to block out the cacophony of tormented voices that filled the air. "This isn't real. This isn't you, Grandma." Her laughter echoed around me. "Oh, but it is, my dear. This is who I truly am, who we truly are. The power, the darkness. It's our birthright, our legacy." I felt a pressure building in my head, a foreign presence trying to force its way into my mind. Grandma's spirit was no longer content to merely confront me physically. She was attempting to overtake my very soul. "No," I gritted out, squeezing my eyes shut and focusing all my will on pushing back against the invasion. "I won't let you in. I won't become like you." "You can't fight it forever, Sarah," Grandma's voice whispered, seeming to come from inside my own head now. "You're tired, scared, alone. Just give in. Let me take care of everything, like I always have." For a moment I felt my resolve waver. The temptation to give in, to let go of the fear and responsibility, was almost overwhelming. But then I remembered my mother's sacrifice, the truth of what Grandma had done to generations of our family. "I am not alone," I declared, my voice growing stronger. "I have the strength of all those you've hurt, all those who resisted you, and I will not let you win." With a surge of willpower, I pushed back against Grandma's presence in my mind. I felt her recoil, surprise, and anger radiating from her spectral form. "Impossible," she hissed. "No one has ever been able to resist me like this." I opened my eyes, meeting her gaze steadily. "Maybe that's because no one ever knew the whole truth before. But I do, Grandma. I know what you've done, what you've been doing for generations, and it stops here, with me." Fury contorted Grandma's features, her form shifting rapidly between human and monstrous. "You ungrateful little brat," she screeched. "After everything I've done for you, everything I've sacrificed." The room around us began to warp and distort, reality itself seeming to bend to Grandma's will. Furniture twisted into grotesque shapes, shadows deepened and writhed with a life of their own. And there, on the mantelpiece, the music box reappeared. "You see?" Grandma's voice was triumphant. "You can't destroy it. You can't destroy me. We are one and the same, Sarah. The sooner you accept that, the easier this will be." I stared at the music box, my mind racing. If destroying it hadn't worked, what would? How could I possibly end this nightmare? As if in response to my thoughts, I heard my mother's voice, faint but clear. "Trust yourself, Sarah. The power is yours to shape." Suddenly I understood. The music box, the house, even Grandma's spirit, they were all manifestations of a power that had been in our family for generations. A power that Grandma had corrupted, but that was ultimately neutral, neither good nor evil on its own. "You're right about one thing, Grandma," I said, taking a step towards the mantelpiece. "We are connected, but not in the way you think." I reached out towards the music box, feeling the malevolent energy radiating from it. But instead of trying to destroy it, I focused on changing it, reshaping it with my will, my intention. "No!" Grandma's spirit lunged at me, her form dissolving into a mass of writhing shadows. "Don't touch it, you don't know what you're doing." But I did know. For the first time in my life, I truly understood the power that flowed through my veins. As my fingers brushed the surface of the music box, I poured all of my love, my hope, my determination into it. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The twisted melody that had haunted me for years began to change, becoming something lighter, purer. The darkness that had filled the room began to recede, replaced by a soft, warm light. What are you doing?" Grandma's voice was filled with confusion and fear. "Stop this at once." I turned to face her, the transformed music box cradled in my hands. "I'm not stopping, Grandma. I'm finishing what should have been done long ago. I'm setting us free." As the new melody filled the air, I saw Grandma's spirit begin to change. The monstrous aspects of her form faded away, leaving only the grandmother I had known and loved. "Sarah," she whispered, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and sorrow. I remember. Oh God, what have I done?" Tears filled my eyes as I stepped towards her. "It's okay, Grandma. It wasn't your fault. The power, it corrupted you. But it's over now." Grandma's spirit reached out, her hand hovering just above my cheek. "My brave, beautiful girl. Can you ever forgive me?" I leaned into her touch, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with physical contact. "There's nothing to forgive. You were as much a victim as anyone." As we stood there, bathed in the soft light emanating from the transformed music box, I felt a sense of peace settle over me. The house around us slowly returned to normal, the oppressive energy that had filled it for so long finally dissipating. "It's time for me to go," Grandma said softly, "to move on to whatever comes next." I nodded, feeling a bittersweet mix of sadness and relief. "I love you, Grandma. I always will. And I love you, my dear Sarah, more than you'll ever know." Her form began to fade, becoming translucent. "Remember, the power is yours now. Use it wisely. Use it well." With a final loving smile, Grandma's spirit disappeared, leaving me alone in the quiet, sunlit room. I looked down at the music box in my hands, marveling at how something that had once been a source of such fear and pain could now feel so right. As I set it gently back on the mantelpiece, I knew that this wasn't an ending, but a beginning. The legacy of my family, with all its complexities and power, was mine to shape now, and I was ready for whatever came next. The transformed music box sat on the mantelpiece, its soft melody filling the air with a sense of peace. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe that it was truly over, that the nightmare had finally ended. But as I gazed at the object, a creeping unease began to settle in the pit of my stomach. "No," I whispered, realization dawning. "It can't be this easy." As if in response to my words, the melody began to change, slowly at first, then more rapidly. The sweet notes twisted, becoming discordant and jarring. The box itself started to vibrate, shaking so violently that it nearly fell from its perch. I could feel the energy in the room shifting, the peaceful atmosphere giving way to something dark and oppressive. Shadows lengthened and writhed along the walls, and I swore I could hear whispers echoing from every corner of the house. "Grandma?" I called out, my voice trembling. "What's happening?" But there was no response, only the increasingly frantic music pouring from the box. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that I had made a terrible mistake. The transformation hadn't freed us. It had only given the malevolent force a new form, a new way to manifest. Without thinking, I lunged forward and grabbed the music box. Its surface burned against my skin, but I held on, driven by desperation and the knowledge that this might be my last chance to end things once and for all. "I'm sorry, Grandma," I said through gritted teeth, "but this has to end. Now." With all the strength I could muster, I hurled the music box against the far wall. The impact seemed to happen in slow motion, the ornate object shattering into 1,000 glittering pieces. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then, chaos erupted. A tempest of souls burst forth from the broken remnants of the music box, filling the air with wailing and screaming. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of noise and energy. Through the maelstrom, I caught glimpses of faces, some familiar, some strange, all bearing expressions of agony and rage. "Sarah," I heard Grandma's voice call out, barely audible above the din. "What have you done?" I looked up to see her spirit materializing in the center of the room, her form flickering between the grandmother I knew and the monstrous entity she had become. She reached out towards me, her eyes wide with fear and fury. "I'm setting us free," I shouted back, struggling to my feet. "All of us. Even you, Grandma." The house began to shake, plaster raining down from the ceiling as cracks spiderwebbed across the walls. The very foundation seemed to groan in protest as the accumulated power of generations was suddenly unleashed. Grandma's spirit let out an inhuman shriek as she was pulled towards a fiery vortex that had opened up in the floor. "You fool," she howled. "You've doomed us all." I watched, heart pounding, as she was drawn into the swirling abyss. For a moment I saw her face, not the monster, but the woman who had raised me, who had loved me in her own twisted way. Then she was gone, swallowed by the inferno. The vortex snapped shut with a thunderous boom, leaving behind a gaping hole in the floor. But the chaos was far from over. The house was coming apart at the seams, decades of dark magic finally taking their toll. "I have to get out of here," I muttered, dodging a falling beam. I ran for the stairs, my path blocked at every turn by collapsing walls and grasping shadows that seemed determined to hold me back. The air was thick with dust and the acrid smell of smoke making it hard to breathe. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, a particularly violent tremor shook the house. I lost my footing, tumbling the last few steps and landing hard on the entrance hall floor. "Come on, Sarah," I urged myself, scrambling to my feet. Just a little further. The front door was in sight now, sunlight streaming through its windows offering a tantalizing glimpse of safety. I pushed myself forward, ignoring the burning in my lungs and the ache in my limbs. Just as my hand closed around the doorknob, I felt the floor give way beneath me. Time seemed to slow as I fell, the world around me dissolving into a chaotic blur of light and shadow. "No!" I cried out, reaching desperately for something, anything to hold on to. Then, darkness. I'm not sure how long I was unconscious. When I finally came to, the first thing I became aware of was the feel of grass beneath my fingers. I opened my eyes slowly, squinting against the bright sunlight. I was lying on the front lawn, the cool morning dew soaking into my clothes. Groaning, I pushed myself up into a sitting position, every muscle in my body protesting the movement. "What?" I began, then trailed off as I took in the scene before me. Where the house had stood just moments ago, or had it been hours, days, there was nothing but an empty lot. No rubble, no sign of the collapse I had just lived through. It was as if the building had never existed at all. "This isn't possible," I whispered, struggling to my feet. I stumbled forward, my legs shaky beneath me. The grass gave way to bare earth as I reached the spot where the front porch should have been. I knelt down, running my fingers through the soil. It was cool and damp, with no trace of the foundation that should have lain beneath. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small and lost in the empty space. "Is anyone there? Can anyone hear me?" But there was no response, save for the chirping of birds and the distant sound of traffic. The world had gone on, oblivious to the battle that had just taken place. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what had happened, I became aware of something in my pocket. Frowning, I reached in and felt the smooth edge of what seemed to be a photograph. With trembling fingers, I pulled it out. It was the family photo that had hung in the living room for as long as I could remember. Grandma, Mom, and me as a baby, all smiling at the camera. But as I stared at it, the image began to change. The shadows in the background deepened, taking on sinister shapes. Grandma's smile twisted into something cruel and hungry. And there, barely visible behind us, was a figure I had never noticed before. A man with my eyes and Mom's smile. "Dad?" I whispered, tracing the outline of his face with my finger. As if in response to my touch, words began to appear on the back of the photograph, written in a hand I didn't recognize. "The truth lies beneath. The cycle can be broken. Find me." I flipped the photo back over, but the image had returned to normal. Just 3 smiling faces, frozen in time. But now I knew there was more to the story, more to my family's history than I had ever imagined. I looked back at the empty lot, then down at the photograph in my hand. The battle might be over, the house might be gone, but I knew with absolute certainty that my journey was far from finished. "Okay, Dad," I said, tucking the photo safely back into my pocket. "I'll find you, and I'll find the truth." With one last look at the place that had been my home for so long, I turned and walked away. The sun was rising higher in the sky, casting long shadows behind me as I moved forward into an uncertain future. The house was gone, but its secrets remained, and I was determined to uncover them all, no matter where that path might lead me. As I reached the sidewalk, I paused and took a deep breath. The air felt cleaner somehow, as if a great weight had been lifted from the world. Whatever came next, I knew I was ready to face it. After all, I was Sarah Bennett, last of a long line of witches, and my story was only just beginning. The bang jolted me awake like a gunshot in the night. My eyes flew open, heart hammering against my ribs as if trying to break free. For a moment I lay there, rigid as a corpse, staring at the ceiling. The darkness of my bedroom pressed down on me, thick and oppressive. What the hell was that? I turned my head slowly, muscles in my neck creaking like rusty hinges, to look at the red glow of my digital alarm clock. 3:17 a.m. The witching hour, my grandmother used to call it. When I was a kid, she'd tell me that's when the veil between worlds was thinnest, when things that shouldn't exist could slip through the cracks. Another sound broke the silence, a soft click, followed by the whisper of wood sliding against wood. My closet door. I'd know that sound anywhere. It had a distinctive whine, a result of the house settling over the years, but I hadn't gotten up to open it. And there was no breeze, no open window to explain it. I sat up slowly, sheets pooling around my waist. The air felt different, charged somehow, like the moment before a lightning strike. That's when I heard it. A giggle, muffled but unmistakable, coming from inside the closet. "Hello?" My voice came out as a croak, barely above a whisper. I cleared my throat and tried again. Is someone there? Silence answered me. I reached for the lamp on my bedside table, fumbling in the dark. My fingers brushed against the cord and I yanked it perhaps a bit too forcefully. Nothing happened. The bulb must have burned out. Shit, I muttered, reaching instead for my phone. I needed light, needed to see what the hell was going on. But when I pressed the power button, the screen remained stubbornly dark. Come on, you piece of crap. Another giggle, louder this time, echoed from the closet. It wasn't the laughter of a child. There was something off about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It sounded almost hungry. This isn't funny, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Whoever you are, get out of my house right now or I'm calling the cops. The laughter stopped abruptly, leaving behind a silence so complete it felt like a physical presence. I held my breath, straining my ears for any sound. Footsteps, breathing, anything. But there was nothing. Slowly, I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I stood, and I winced at the sound. If there really was an intruder, I didn't want to give away my position, but a small, increasingly insistent part of my brain was starting to wonder if this was something worse than a burglar. I took a tentative step towards the closet, then another. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. 5 more steps and I'd be at the door. 4, 3. Hello? I tried again, my hand hovering inches from the doorknob. Is anyone in there? Silence. Maybe I'd imagined it all. Maybe it was just a dream and I was sleepwalking. It wouldn't be the first time. I'd once woken up in the bathtub, convinced I was on a boat in the middle of a storm. My fingers closed around the cool metal of the doorknob. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Okay, I whispered. On 3. 1, 2. Before I could reach 3, the door burst open with such force that I stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance. A gust of icy air hit me, carrying with it the musty smell of old clothes and mothballs. But the closet beyond was pitch black, darker than it should have been. It was as if all the light in the room was being sucked into that inky void. Hello? I called out again, my voice shaking. Who's there? For a long moment there was nothing. Then slowly a pair of eyes opened in the darkness. They glowed with an eerie pale light, like twin moons in a starless sky. They weren't human eyes. They were too large, too round, and filled with an intelligence that sent a shiver down my spine. Who are you? I managed to choke out. The eyes blinked once, slowly. Then a mouth appeared below them, stretching into a grin that was far too wide, filled with teeth that gleamed like knives in the dark. We've been waiting for you, a voice said, echoing as if from the bottom of a well. It wasn't one voice, but many, speaking in unison. For so very long. I tried to back away, but my legs wouldn't move. It was as if my feet had been glued to the floor. The grin widened impossibly further, and the laughter started again. That same muffled giggle I'd heard before, but now it was all around me, coming from every corner of the room. No, I whispered, shaking my head. This isn't real. This can't be real. Oh, but it is, the voices said, dripping with amusement. And now that you've opened the door, we can finally come out to play. A hand emerged from the darkness, pale, elongated, with too many joints in the fingers. It reached for me and I could feel the cold radiating from it even from several feet away. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream, but I could only stand there, paralyzed with fear, as the hand inched closer and closer. Just as it was about to touch my face, I managed to squeeze my eyes shut. Please, I whimpered. Please, just let this be a dream. The laughter grew louder, drowning out everything else. I felt something brush against my cheek, cold as ice and smooth as polished bone. Open your eyes, the voices whispered, right next to my ear. Open your eyes and see what waits for you on the other side. Trembling, I did as I was told, but when my eyes fluttered open, I found myself staring at nothing. The closet door was closed, the room was silent, and the first rays of dawn were starting to peek through the curtains. I blinked, confused. Had it all been a dream? But as I turned to look at my alarm clock, my heart nearly stopped. It read 3:18 a.m. Only a minute had passed since I first woke up. And as I stood there, trying to make sense of what had happened, I heard it again. That soft, muffled giggle coming from behind the closet door. My heart pounding in my chest, I slammed the closet door shut with all my might. The wood splintered under the force, but I didn't care. I had to get out of there, away from whatever was lurking in the darkness. I sprinted towards my bedroom door, yanking it open and stumbling into the hallway. The house was eerily quiet, save for the sound of my ragged breathing. I raced down the stairs, taking them two at a time, nearly losing my footing in my haste. "Mom! Dad!" I shouted, my voice cracking with panic. But there was no response. The living room was empty, the kitchen dark and silent. I reached for the front door, my salvation just inches away. But as my fingers closed around the handle, the world seemed to shift and blur around me. For a moment, everything went black, and when my vision cleared, I found myself standing back in my bedroom. "No," I whispered, spinning around in disbelief. "No, no, no." The laughter started again, but this time it wasn't coming from the closet. It seemed to emanate from every corner of the room, from the walls themselves. It was as if the entire house had come alive, mocking my futile attempt at escape. "This isn't real," I muttered, pressing my hands against my ears. "Wake up, damn it, wake up!" But the laughter only grew louder, a cacophony of giggles and chuckles that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. I could feel it in my chest, in my head, threatening to drive me mad. "What do you want?" I screamed, my voice hoarse. "Leave me alone." As if in response, I felt something brush against my back. I whirled around, but there was nothing there. Then I felt it again, this time on my arm. Invisible hands, cold and clammy, began to push me towards the closet. "No!" I dug my heels into the carpet, trying to resist. But it was like fighting against a strong current. My feet slid across the floor, inch by inch, bringing me closer to the looming darkness of the closet. "Help!" I cried out, knowing it was useless but unable to stop myself. "Somebody please help me." The invisible force grew stronger, shoving me forward with increasing urgency. I stumbled, nearly falling, and in that moment of imbalance, I was propelled the last few feet towards the closet. The door swung open of its own accord, revealing a yawning blackness beyond. It wasn't the familiar space filled with clothes and boxes, but a void so deep and dark it seemed to swallow all light. "No, please," I whimpered, tears streaming down my face. "I don't want to go in there." But my pleas fell on deaf ears. With one final mighty push, I was shoved into the closet. The door slammed shut behind me with a finality that sent a chill down my spine. Darkness enveloped me, absolute and suffocating. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, couldn't tell which way was up or down. The laughter had stopped, replaced by a silence so complete it was deafening. Panic clawed at my throat. I spun around, hands outstretched, searching for the door. My fingers brushed against something that felt like wood, and I latched onto it desperately. "Let me out!" I screamed, pounding on the door with all my strength. "Please, somebody help me. I'm in here." I beat against the door until my fists ached, screaming myself hoarse. But no matter how loud I yelled, no one came. My cries for help were swallowed by the darkness, as if the very air around me was absorbing the sound. As my voice gave out, reduced to a raspy whisper, the laughter started again. It was different this time, deeper, more sinister. It echoed around me, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Welcome," a voice said, smooth as silk and cold as ice. It wasn't one voice, but many, speaking in perfect unison. "We've been waiting for you." I pressed my back against the door, trying to make myself as small as possible. "Who are you?" I managed to croak out. "What do you want?" The laughter grew louder, reverberating through the darkness. "Who we are is not important," the voices said. "What matters is who you are, or rather, who you will become." A chill ran down my spine. "What does that mean?" "I don't understand." "Understanding will come in time," the voices replied, a hint of amusement in their tone. "For now, you need only know that you have been chosen." "Chosen for what?" I demanded, trying to inject some bravery into my voice. But it came out as more of a frightened squeak. The darkness seemed to press in closer, as if it were a living thing curious about its prey. "To join us, of course," the voices said. "To become part of something greater than yourself." I shook my head violently, even though I knew they couldn't see me. "No, I don't want any part of this. Just let me go." The laughter erupted again, louder than ever. It filled the space around me, pressing against my eardrums until I thought my head would explode. "Oh, little one," the voices cooed, sickly sweet. "You don't have a choice." Suddenly, I felt something brush against my cheek. I jerked away, but there was nowhere to go. The touch came again, this time on my arm, then my leg. Invisible hands were grabbing at me from all directions, their grip icy cold and unnaturally strong. I thrashed and fought, trying to break free, but it was useless. The hands were everywhere, pulling me deeper into the darkness. I could feel the void opening up beneath my feet, an endless pit ready to swallow me whole. "No," I screamed, my voice breaking. "Please, no." But my cries were drowned out by the laughter, growing louder and more maniacal with each passing second, as I felt myself being dragged down into the unfathomable depths. One thought burned in my mind. This was only the beginning of my descent into madness. The darkness that had enveloped me began to shift, like a living, breathing entity. As my eyes slowly adjusted, shapes emerged from the inky blackness. What should have been the familiar confines of my bedroom closet had transformed into something entirely different, something impossible. A long, twisted hallway stretched out before me, its walls warped and bent at unnatural angles. The floorboards beneath my feet were old and worn, their dark wood splintered and groaning under my weight. The air was thick with the musty scent of decay and something else, something I couldn't quite place but that made my skin crawl. "Hello?" I called out, my voice small and trembling. The hallway seemed to swallow the sound, muffling it until it was barely more than a whisper. "Is anyone there?" No answer came, save for the faint echo of my own voice bouncing off the twisted walls. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself and took a tentative step forward. The floorboard creaked loudly beneath my foot, the sound unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence. I continued down the hallway, each step accompanied by the protesting groan of ancient wood. As I moved deeper into this impossible space, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Doors lined the hallway on both sides, each one identical to the next, old, wooden, and painted a deep blood red. But it wasn't the doors themselves that filled me with dread. It was the whispers that seemed to emanate from behind them. As I passed each door, I could hear my name being called, so soft it was barely audible. "Emily," the first door whispered, its voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "Emily," came another whisper from the opposite side, this one deeper, almost growling. With each step, the whispers grew more numerous, more insistent. "Emily, Emily, Emily." They called to me, some pleading, others demanding, all of them filled with an urgency that made my heart race. I quickened my pace, trying to outrun the whispers, but they only grew louder. The hallway seemed to stretch on endlessly, each turn revealing more doors, more voices calling my name. "Stop it," I muttered, pressing my hands against my ears. "Leave me alone." But the whispers persisted, worming their way into my head despite my efforts to block them out. Each door I passed seemed to vibrate with energy, as if whatever was behind them was trying to break free. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, I stopped in front of one of the doors. Its whisper was different from the others, somehow familiar yet distorted, like hearing my own voice played back on a warped tape. "Emily," it called. "Open me. See what's inside." My hand hovered over the doorknob, trembling. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from this place as possible. But a morbid curiosity took hold, a need to understand what was happening to me. "Okay," I whispered, more to myself than to the door. "Okay, I'll look." I wrapped my fingers around the doorknob, surprised by how cold it felt against my skin. But as I began to turn it, something strange happened. The metal began to crumble beneath my touch, disintegrating like sand slipping through an hourglass. I jerked my hand back with a gasp, watching in horror as the doorknob continued to deteriorate. Within seconds, it had completely turned to ash, a small pile of gray dust on the floor, the only evidence it had ever existed. "What the hell?" I breathed, staring at the spot where the doorknob had been. The whispers from the other doors grew louder, more frantic. My name echoed through the hallway, bouncing off the walls until it became a cacophony of sound. I clapped my hands over my ears and ran, desperate to escape the maddening chorus. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to have no meaning in this twisted place. The hallway bent and turned, sometimes defying the laws of physics, but always presenting more doors, more whispers. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, when I was ready to collapse from exhaustion and terror, I saw something different ahead. The hallway came to an abrupt end, terminating in a large, ornate mirror that stretched from floor to ceiling. I approached it cautiously, my reflection growing clearer with each step. But as I drew nearer, I realized something was terribly wrong. The person staring back at me from the mirror wasn't quite me. It was my face, my body, but the expression was all wrong. While I knew my own features were contorted with fear and confusion, my reflection wore a sinister grin that stretched unnaturally wide across its face. Its eyes gleamed with a malevolent light that made my blood run cold. I stopped a few feet away from the mirror, unable to tear my gaze away from this twisted version of myself. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The reflection's grin widened impossibly further, revealing rows of sharp needle-like teeth. When it spoke, its voice was like mine, but distorted, as if speaking through water. "I'm you, Emily," it said, its words dripping with malice. "The real you. The you that you've kept locked away all these years." I shook my head, taking a step back. "No, you're not me. You can't be." The reflection laughed, a harsh, grating sound that echoed through the hallway. "Oh, but I am. I'm every dark thought you've ever had, every cruel impulse you've suppressed. And now, thanks to this place, I'm finally free." As I watched in horror, the reflection began to move independently of me. It pressed its hands against the glass, which seemed to ripple like water at its touch. "Don't you want to shake hands with yourself, Emily?" it asked, its grin never faltering. "Don't you want to embrace who you really are?" I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. "Stay away from me." But the reflection continued to push against the mirror, the glass bulging outward as if it were made of thin plastic. I could hear it stretching, creaking under the pressure. "You can't run from yourself forever, Emily," my doppelganger called, its voice growing louder as more of it pushed through the mirror. "Sooner or later, you'll have to face the truth." I turned and ran, fleeing back down the twisted hallway. Behind me, I heard the sound of shattering glass and maniacal laughter. The whispers from the doors grew to a fever pitch, my name echoing endlessly as I raced past. "Emily, Emily, Emily!" I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they would give out at any moment. But no matter how far I went, I could still hear the laughter of my reflection, growing closer with each passing second. As I rounded another impossible corner, I saw something ahead that made my heart leap. A door that looked different from the others. It was my bedroom door, standing incongruously at the end of this nightmare hallway. With the last of my strength, I sprinted towards it, the sound of pursuit growing ever closer behind me. I reached for the doorknob, praying it wouldn't turn to ash like the other. To my relief, it remained solid in my grasp. I wrenched the door open and threw myself through, slamming it shut behind me. For a moment, all was quiet. I leaned against the door, gasping for breath, my eyes squeezed shut. When I finally opened them, I found myself back in my familiar bedroom. But as relief began to wash over me, I heard it. A soft giggle coming from my closet. And as I turned to look, I saw my reflection in the mirror on my dresser, grinning that impossible grin. "Welcome home, Emily," it whispered. "We're going to have so much fun together." I stood frozen, my eyes locked on the mirror. My reflection grinned back at me, that unnatural, too wide smile stretching across its face. Then, impossibly, it began to move. Not mimicking my movements as a reflection should, but independently. It pressed its hands against the glass, which rippled like water. "No," I whispered, backing away. "This isn't real. It can't be." But even as I spoke, my reflection began to push through the mirror. It was like watching someone emerge from a vertical pool of mercury. First its hands, then arms, then head and torso. Within moments, my doppelganger stood before me, fully formed and terrifyingly real. Its eyes gleamed with malice as it took a step towards me. I stumbled backward, my back hitting the wall. There was nowhere to run. "What's the matter, Emily?" it asked, its voice a perfect, twisted echo of my own. "Aren't you happy to see me?" I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. What are you?" The doppelganger laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "I told you before. I'm you. The real you. The you that you've been trying to hide all these years." We began to circle each other slowly, like animals sizing up their prey. I noticed with growing horror that every detail was perfect. The small scar on my left hand from a childhood accident, the tiny mole just below my right ear. It was me in every way except for those eyes, those terrible, gleaming eyes. "You're not me," I said, my voice stronger now. "You're some kind of monster." It clicked its tongue disapprovingly. Now, Emily. Is that any way to talk about yourself? After all, I know everything you know. Every secret, every shameful thought, every dark desire you've ever had." I shook my head vehemently. "You're lying. You can't possibly—" "Oh, but I can," it interrupted, its grin widening impossibly further. "Shall I prove it? Let's see. How about the time you stole money from Mom's purse to buy cigarettes when you were 14? Or maybe the cruel things you said about your best friend Sarah behind her back last year?" My blood ran cold. These were things I'd never told anyone. Things I'd tried to forget. The doppelganger continued, its voice dripping with malicious glee. "Or perhaps we should talk about your deepest, darkest fear, the one you've never admitted to anyone, not even yourself. The fear that you're just like your father, that one day you'll snap and hurt the people you love just like he did." "Stop it," I screamed, clamping my hands over my ears. "Shut up." But its voice seemed to bypass my ears entirely, echoing inside my head. "You can't silence me, Emily. I'm a part of you. The part you've been running from all your life. But you can't run anymore. It's time to embrace who you really are." Something inside me snapped. With a feral cry, I lunged at the doppelganger, my hands outstretched to grab it, to silence it, to destroy this twisted version of myself. But as my fingers should have closed around its throat, they passed right through, as if it were made of smoke. I stumbled, nearly falling, and spun around to face it again. The doppelganger stood there unperturbed, that infuriating grin still plastered across its face. "Tisk, tisk," it said, wagging a finger at me. Temper. Is that any way for a good girl to behave?" I stared at my hands in disbelief, then back at the doppelganger. "What are you?" I whispered. It spread its arms wide, as if presenting itself. "I'm everything you've ever wanted to be, Emily. Free. Uninhibited. Powerful. All the things you've denied yourself out of fear and shame." I shook my head, backing away. "No, you're wrong. I'm not like that. I'm not like you. The doppelganger's eyes flashed dangerously. Oh, but you are. You just don't have the courage to admit it, but don't worry. I'm here to help you see the truth. It began to advance on me, its movements fluid and predatory. I retreated, my back hitting the wall once again. There was nowhere left to go. Stay away from me, I warned, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. The doppelganger just laughed. That same chilling laugh I'd heard in my room earlier. Or what? You'll try to hit me again? Face it, Emily, you can't hurt me. I'm a part of you. As it spoke, its form began to shimmer and blur around the edges. It was like watching heat waves rising from hot asphalt, distorting everything behind them. What's happening? I asked, unable to keep the tremor from my voice. The doppelganger's grin widened even further, stretching beyond the limits of what should have been physically possible. The fun is just beginning, Emily. It's time for you to see what you're really capable of. Before I could respond, it began to melt. There's no other word for it. Its body seemed to liquefy, dripping and oozing like candle wax. But instead of pooling on the floor, the liquid darkness flowed towards the shadows in the corners of the room. No! I cried out, lunging forward again, but my hands closed on empty air. Within moments, the doppelganger had disappeared entirely, absorbed into the shadows. For a long moment I stood there, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was silent, but I could feel something watching me, waiting. Where are you? I called out, my voice shaking. Show yourself. A disembodied laugh echoed through the room, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I'm everywhere, Emily, the voice of my doppelganger whispered. I'm in every shadow, every dark corner, and I'm inside you, waiting to be set free. I spun around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but it was futile. The shadows in the room seemed deeper now, more menacing. They writhed and twisted at the edges of my vision, but whenever I looked directly at them, they were still. What do you want from me? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. The laugh came again, softer this time. I want you to embrace your true self, Emily, to stop running from who you really are, and I'll be here, waiting, until you're ready to face the truth. With that, the presence seemed to recede. The shadows stilled, the oppressive atmosphere lifted slightly. But I knew it wasn't over. Whatever that thing was, that twisted version of myself, it was still out there, watching, waiting. I sank to the floor, my back against the wall, and buried my face in my hands. What was happening to me? Was I losing my mind? Or was this doppelganger right? Was there really a darker side of myself that I'd been denying all these years? As these questions swirled in my mind, I heard it again, that soft, muffled giggle coming from my closet. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that my nightmare was far from over. The doppelganger was out there hiding in the shadows, and sooner or later I would have to face it again, face myself. And I wasn't sure I was ready for what I might discover. I blinked, and in that split second, everything changed. The familiar contours of my bedroom melted away, replaced by an endless hallway that stretched out before me. The walls, once solid and reassuring, began to shift and twist, morphing into something entirely new and terrifying. What's happening? I whispered, my voice echoing off the newly formed walls. As if in response to my question, the hallway began to transform at an even more rapid pace. Walls sprouted from the floor, creating new passages and dead ends. The ceiling rose and fell unpredictably, sometimes so low I had to duck, other times disappearing into darkness high above. Within moments, I found myself standing at the entrance of a massive labyrinth. The walls were a patchwork of materials, here a section of rough stone, there a stretch of rusted metal, even patches that looked unsettlingly like human skin. The floor beneath my feet was constantly changing too, shifting from cold tile to damp earth to what felt like living tissue. I took a hesitant step forward, then another. The entrance behind me sealed shut, leaving me with no choice but to press on into the maze. "Hello?" I called out, my voice small and frightened in the vast space. "Is anyone there?" The only response was a faint echo of laughter, seeming to come from just around the next corner. It was the same chilling giggle I'd heard in my room in the closet, the laugh of my doppelganger. I started walking, trying to keep track of my turns, but it was useless. The labyrinth was constantly changing, paths appearing and disappearing at random. Left became right, up became down, and I quickly lost all sense of direction. The laughter continued, always just out of reach. Sometimes it seemed to come from behind me, other times from above or below. It was maddening, like trying to catch smoke with my bare hands. "Where are you?" I shouted, frustration overcoming my fear. "What do you want from me?" The laughter grew louder, echoing off the walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. "I want you to find yourself, Emily," my own voice replied, distorted and mocking. "Isn't that what you've always wanted?" I pressed on, taking turn after turn, my feet carrying me deeper into the maze. Time lost all meaning. It could have been minutes or hours or days. The laughter was my only companion, along with the constant, unsettling transformations of the labyrinth around me. Just as I was starting to think I might be making progress, I noticed something alarming. The walls were moving again, but this time they were closing in. The wide corridor I had been walking through was slowly but steadily narrowing. "No," I muttered, picking up my pace. "No, no, no." I broke into a run, desperately searching for a way out, but every turn led to another shrinking passage. The ceiling was lowering too, forcing me to hunch over as I ran. Finally, I found myself faced with a gap barely wide enough to squeeze through. I could see another chamber beyond, tantalizingly out of reach. Taking a deep breath, I turned sideways and began to inch my way through the narrow opening. The walls pressed against me from both sides, rough and cold and somehow alive. I could feel them pulsing, as if the entire labyrinth was breathing. "Come on," I grunted, pushing forward inch by agonizing inch. Almost there. Just when I thought I couldn't bear it any longer, when the pressure on my chest was so great I could barely breathe, I burst through into the chamber beyond. I fell to my knees, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. When I finally looked up, what I saw made me question my sanity all over again. I was in a circular room, easily 50 feet across, but what truly caught my attention were the doors, dozens of them lining the walls from floor to ceiling, and every single one was an exact replica of my bedroom door. "What is this place?" I whispered, slowly getting to my feet. The laughter came again, but this time it seemed to emanate from behind every door simultaneously. "It's a choice, Emily," my doppelganger's voice replied. "Your choice." I approached one of the doors, my hand hovering over the familiar brass knob. But before I could touch it, I heard something that made my blood run cold. It was my own voice coming from the other side of the door, but not the mocking tones of my doppelganger. This was me, frightened and desperate. "Don't open it, Emily," my voice pleaded. "Please, whatever you do, don't open this door." I jerked my hand back as if burned. "What's going on?" I demanded, spinning around to address the room at large. "What's behind these doors?" The doppelganger's laughter rang out again. "Why don't you open one and find out?" I moved to another door, but again my own voice warned me away. "No, not this one. It's not safe. Please, Emily, listen to me." Door after door, the same thing happened. My own voice, begging and pleading, warning me not to open them. But with each rejection, my curiosity and frustration grew. "This is insane," I muttered, running my hands through my hair. "How am I supposed to get out of here if I can't open any doors?" "Who says you're supposed to get out?" the doppelganger replied, its voice dripping with amusement. "Maybe the point is to stay here, to face what's behind those doors." I shook my head violently. No, I don't accept that. There has to be a way out." I began to examine the room more closely, running my hands along the walls between the doors. searching for any hidden passages or secret switches. But there was nothing, just an endless array of identical doors, each one promising escape or doom. As I completed my circuit of the room, I found myself back at the first door I had approached. My hand hovered over the knob once again. "Emily, please," my voice begged from the other side. "Don't do this. You're not ready for what's in here." I hesitated, torn between the desperate need to escape and the warnings of myself. Was it really me on the other side, or just another trick? "What happens if I open the door?" I asked, not sure if I was addressing my other self or the doppelganger. There was a long pause before my voice replied, soft and sad. "You'll see the truth. About yourself, about everything. But once you see it, you can never unsee it. Are you sure you're ready for that?" I took a deep breath, my hand still poised above the doorknob. This was it. The moment of truth. Whatever lay beyond this door would change everything. But was I ready to face it? The laughter of my doppelganger echoed through the room once more, challenging and mocking. "What's it going to be, Emily? Are you brave enough to face yourself? Or will you stay trapped in this labyrinth forever, running from who you really are?" My fingers closed around the doorknob, cool metal pressing against my palm. It was now or never. With one last deep breath, I began to turn the handle, the warnings from my other self growing more frantic by the second. As the door swung open, a blinding light engulfed me. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for whatever horror awaited. But when I opened them again, I found myself in a startlingly familiar place, my bedroom. For a moment, relief washed over me. Had it all been a nightmare? Was I finally awake? But something felt off. The air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. And then I heard it. The soft creak of my closet door. Realization struck me like a bolt of lightning. I wasn't just back in my room. I was back at the beginning, mere moments before everything had started. "No," I whispered, my eyes fixed on the closet. "Not again." I lunged forward, determined to stop the door from slamming shut. But as my hands reached for the handle, they passed right through it, as if I were a ghost. "What the?" I gasped, staring at my hands in disbelief. The closet door slammed shut with a resounding bang, just as it had before. And then, right on cue, came the muffled laughter from inside. "This isn't happening," I muttered, backing away from the closet. "This can't be real." But it was happening, and it felt all too real. I watched, helpless, as the scene played out exactly as it had before. My past self woke up, confused and frightened. I approached the closet cautiously, called out, and then opened the door to find nothing. And then it started all over again. The room shifted, resetting itself. Once more, I found myself standing by my bed, watching as the closet door began to creak open. "Stop!" I shouted, rushing towards it. But again, my hands passed through the door, unable to affect anything. This time, though, something was different. The laughter from the closet was louder, more maniacal. And when my past self opened the door, instead of emptiness, she was greeted by a pair of glowing red eyes. I watched in horror as she screamed and slammed the door shut, only for the room to reset once more. Loop after loop, the scene played out, each time with subtle, unsettling differences. Sometimes the laughter was replaced by weeping. Other times, shadowy tendrils reached out from the closet, grasping at my past self. In one particularly disturbing iteration, the closet door opened to reveal a mirror image of myself, grinning malevolently. I lost count of how many times I'd witnessed this twisted replay of events. 5 times? 10? It felt like an eternity, trapped in this nightmarish time loop. "Why is this happening?" I cried out, my voice hoarse from screaming warnings that went unheard. "What am I supposed to do?" As if in answer, something changed on the next loop. As the room reset for what I later realized was the 13th time, I noticed something new. a shadowy figure standing in the corner of the room. At first, I thought it might be another trick of the light, another cruel variation in this endless cycle. But as I focused on it, the figure became more distinct. It was tall and thin, cloaked in darkness that seemed to absorb the light around it. Where its face should have been, there was only a swirling void. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond. It remained motionless as the scene played out once again. The closet door creaking, the laughter, my past self's fear and confusion. But this time, as my past self approached the closet, the shadowy figure moved. Slowly, deliberately, it raised an arm and pointed directly at the closet. I shook my head, understanding dawning on me. "No," I said. "No, I can't go back in there. You don't know what's waiting." The figure turned its featureless face towards me, and though it didn't speak, I felt its message as clearly as if it had shouted, "This is the only way." "There has to be another option," I pleaded, even as I felt the certainty of its silent command settling over me like a heavy cloak. The room began to reset again, but this time the shadowy figure remained. It continued to point at the closet, unwavering and insistent. I watched my past self wake up, saw the fear and confusion play out across my face. But this time, instead of helplessly observing, I made a decision. As my past self approached the closet, I stepped forward, aligning myself with her. I couldn't touch anything in this realm, but maybe, just maybe, I could influence myself. "Open it," I whispered, willing my past self to hear me. "You have to go through." To my amazement, my past self hesitated, her hand on the doorknob. She looked around, confused, as if she'd heard something. "Yes," I encouraged. "Listen to me. Open the door and step inside. It's the only way out." Slowly, uncertainly, my past self turned the knob and pulled the door open. The closet beyond was a void of absolute darkness, somehow darker than the blackest night. My past self balked, starting to pull back. But I pressed on, my voice urgent. "You have to go in. Trust me. Trust yourself." For a moment I thought she would refuse, that we'd be doomed to repeat this loop endlessly. But then, with a deep breath, my past self squared her shoulders and stepped into the darkness. As she crossed the threshold, I felt a tugging sensation, as if some invisible force was pulling me along. I glanced back at the shadowy figure, still pointing silently at the closet. "I hope you know what you're doing," I muttered. Then, with no other choice left, I followed my past self into the void. The moment I entered the closet, the world around me dissolved. I was falling, tumbling through an endless darkness. I couldn't tell up from down, couldn't see or hear anything beyond the rush of my own panicked breathing. And then, suddenly, I wasn't falling anymore. I was standing, my feet on solid ground, in a place that was both familiar and utterly alien. It looked like my bedroom, but twisted and wrong. The walls were covered in writhing shadows, the furniture warped and melted as if in some surrealist painting. And there, in the center of the room, stood my doppelganger, its eyes gleaming with malicious glee. "Welcome home, Emily," it said, its voice an eerie echo of my own. "Are you ready to face yourself?" As the words hung in the air, I realized that the shadowy figure had been right. This was the only way forward. To break the loop, to escape this nightmare, I would have to confront the darkest parts of myself. With a deep breath, I stepped towards my doppelganger, ready to face whatever twisted version of reality awaited me. The time for running was over. Now it was time to stand and fight. As I stepped into the closet, the world around me shifted and warped. The familiar confines of my bedroom melted away, replaced by a distorted version of a place I hadn't seen in years, my childhood home. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, the patterns twisting and writhing as if alive. The floor creaked beneath my feet, each step sending shivers up my spine. Family photos lined the hallway, but the faces in them were grotesquely distorted, their eyes following me as I moved. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally in the twisted space. "Is anyone here?" In response, I heard that familiar, chilling laughter. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, but there was a distinct pull towards the upper floors of the house. With no other choice, I began to climb the stairs. Each step groaned in protest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the staircase might collapse at any moment. As I ascended, the laughter grew louder, more maniacal. When I reached the second-floor landing, I noticed a string dangling from the ceiling, the pull for the attic stairs. The laughter was definitely coming from up there now. "Okay," I muttered to myself, steeling my nerves. "You can do this, Emily." I reached up and pulled the string. The attic stairs unfolded with a screech that set my teeth on edge. The laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by an expectant silence that was somehow even more unnerving. Taking a deep breath, I climbed the attic stairs. The space above was pitch black, and for a moment I considered turning back. But then, a faint light flickered to life, revealing the cluttered expanse of the attic. Dust motes danced in the pale light, and the air was thick with the musty smell of forgotten memories. Boxes and old furniture were piled haphazardly, creating a maze of shadowy corridors. And there, in the center of it all, sat a decrepit jack-in-the-box. It was larger than any toy box I'd ever seen, about the size of a small trunk. The once bright paint was chipped and faded, and rust crept along its metal edges. A large crank protruded from one side, begging to be turned. As I approached, I could hear a faint melody playing, a slow, creepy version of Pop Goes the Weasel. My heart pounded in my chest as I drew closer, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I knew I couldn't. Whatever answers I was looking for, they were here, in this twisted version of my past. I reached out, my hand trembling, and grasped the crank. It was ice cold to the touch. Slowly I began to turn it. The melody grew louder with each rotation, the tempo increasing. I could feel the tension building, knew what was coming, but I couldn't stop. Suddenly, with a loud sprawling, the lid of the box flew open. I stumbled back, a scream caught in my throat. There, emerging from the box, was a puppet. But this was no ordinary marionette. It was a grotesque caricature of me. The puppet had my face, or at least a twisted version of it. The eyes were too large, the smile too wide, filled with sharp, needle-like teeth. Its body was a patchwork of mismatched fabrics, stitched together with crude, uneven seams. "Hello, Emily," the puppet said, its voice a nightmarish parody of my own. "We've been waiting for you." I backed away, my back hitting a stack of boxes. What are you?" The puppet's head tilted to an unnatural angle, its grin widening impossibly further. "I'm you, of course. The you that you've been trying so hard to forget." "No," I shook my head vehemently. "You're not me. You can't be." "Oh, but I am," the puppet cackled. "I'm every dark thought you've ever had, every cruel impulse you've suppressed. I'm the truth you've been running from all these years." I felt my knees go weak, and I sank to the floor. "What do you want from me?" The puppet's eyes gleamed in the dim light. "It's not about what I want, Emily, it's about what you need. You need to face the truth. About yourself, about your past, about everything." "What truth?" I demanded, anger beginning to override my fear. "Stop speaking in riddles." "Very well." The puppet sighed, its fabric shoulders sagging dramatically. "Let me spell it out for you. This nightmare you've been experiencing, it's not some random occurrence. It's a manifestation of your guilt, your fear, your unresolved trauma." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What are you talking about?" "Think, Emily," the puppet urged. "Think back to that night 10 years ago. The night everything changed." Suddenly, memories I'd long suppressed came flooding back. The argument with my parents, the car ride in the rain, the screeching of tires. "No," I whispered. tears welling in my eyes. Please, no. Yes. The puppet nodded, its voice uncharacteristically gentle. The accident wasn't your fault, Emily, but the guilt you've carried, the pain you've buried, that's what's created this nightmare. That's what's kept you trapped. I buried my face in my hands, sobs racking my body. I just wanted them to stop fighting. I just wanted us to be a family again. I know, the puppet said. But running from the past won't change it. You need to confront it, accept it, and let it go. I looked up, wiping tears from my eyes. How? How do I do that? The puppet's expression turned serious, all trace of its earlier malice gone. You have a choice to make, Emily. A choice that will determine not just your fate, but the fate of everyone you love. What choice? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The puppet gestured, and suddenly, 2 doors appeared in the attic. One was bright and inviting, sunlight streaming from beneath it. The other was dark and foreboding, seeming to absorb the light around it. Behind the bright door lies forgetting, the puppet explained. You'll wake up in your bed with no memory of this nightmare or the trauma that caused it. You'll be free from the pain, but you'll also lose a part of yourself. I turned to the dark door. And behind that one? Remembering, the puppet said solemnly. You'll have to face every painful memory, every dark thought, every fear you've ever had. It will be agonizing, but on the other side lies true healing and growth. I stood up slowly, looking between the 2 doors. And this choice affects everyone I love? How? The puppet's eyes seemed to bore into me. Because your choice doesn't just shape your future, Emily. It shapes theirs too. Forgetting might seem easier, but it means you'll never truly connect with them. You'll always be holding back, afraid of a pain you can't remember. But remembering, it's harder, but it allows you to love fully, to be present in a way you haven't been in years. I took a deep breath, considering my options. The bright door was tempting. The promise of freedom from this pain was almost overwhelming. But as I looked at it, I realized it wasn't real sunlight streaming from beneath, but a harsh, artificial glow. The dark door, as frightening as it was, seemed more honest. I could feel the pain radiating from it, but also a sense of truth, of reality. I think I know what I have to do, I said, my voice shaking. The puppet nodded. Remember, Emily, whatever you choose, it must be of your own free will. This is your journey, your healing. With one last look at the bright door, I turned and walked towards the dark one. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob. Are you sure? The puppet asked, its voice soft. I nodded, swallowing hard. I'm sure. I'm done running. As my hand closed around the knob, I heard the puppet speak one last time. Good luck, Emily. And remember, the darkest hour is just before dawn. With that, I turned the knob and stepped through the door, ready to face whatever lay on the other side. As darkness enveloped me, I knew that the real confrontation, with my past, my fears, and myself, was only just beginning. As I stepped through the dark door, a torrent of memories crashed over me like a tidal wave. I gasped, overwhelmed by the sudden flood of images, sounds, and emotions that I had long buried deep within my psyche. I saw myself, younger and more carefree, sneaking into my parents' study late one night. The room was dimly lit, filled with ancient books and strange artifacts my archaeologist parents had collected over the years. My eyes were drawn to an ornate wooden box sitting on my father's desk. Don't touch that, Emily, I whispered to my younger self, knowing it was futile. Please don't open it. But of course she did. With trembling hands, my younger self lifted the lid of the box. A cloud of dark smoke billowed out, coalescing into a shadowy figure that loomed over her. I watched in horror as the entity's eyes glowed red, and it let out a bone-chilling laugh before dissipating into the air. The memory faded, and I found myself back in the twisted version of my childhood home. "Oh God," I muttered, realization dawning. It was me. I unleashed this thing. Guilt and fear propelled me into action. I raced through the house, searching desperately for some way to undo my mistake. The walls seemed to shift and change around me, doors appearing and disappearing at random. As I ran, I noticed something disturbing. The walls were beginning to ooze a thick black substance. It dripped down in rivulets, pooling on the floor and forming words. "Your fault," one puddle spelled out. "Can't escape," another taunted. I shook my head, trying to clear it. "No," I said firmly. "I won't let you manipulate me. I'm going to fix this." The house seemed to groan in response, the floorboards creaking ominously beneath my feet. I pushed on, checking room after room, growing increasingly frantic. "There has to be a way," I muttered, throwing open yet another door. "Come on, Emily, think." Suddenly, I remembered something my father once told me about his work. "Every curse has a counter," his voice echoed in my mind. "Every lock, a key." The box, I realized. I need to find that box. With renewed determination, I made my way towards where I remembered my father's study to be. But as I approached, the hallway stretched impossibly long, the door to the study receding farther and farther away. "No!" I shouted, breaking into a run. "You can't keep me out!" The black ooze continued to form words around me as I ran. "Give up," it spelled out. "Too late," another warned. But I ignored them, focused solely on reaching that door. Just as it seemed I would never make it, my hand closed around the doorknob. With a triumphant cry, I wrenched it open. But instead of my father's study, I found myself staring down a flight of stairs leading to the basement. A basement our house had never had. "What is this?" I wondered aloud, peering into the darkness below. The stairs creaked as I descended, the air growing colder with each step. When I reached the bottom, I found myself in a vast cavernous space that couldn't possibly fit beneath our house. And there, at the far end of the room, stood a door. It was unlike any door I'd ever seen, circular, with strange symbols etched into its surface. It pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly light. As I approached, I could hear whispers emanating from behind it. Thousands of voices, some familiar, some not, all speaking at once in a cacophony of sound. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the vast space. "Is someone there?" The whispers grew louder in response, and I could almost make out words. "Emily, help us. Trapped. Your fault." I reached out to touch the door, and as my fingers brushed its surface, a jolt of energy surged through me. Suddenly, I could see beyond the door, a swirling vortex of memories, both mine and not mine. I saw flashes of my life. Birthdays, holidays, ordinary days made extraordinary by the love of my family. But interspersed with these were darker images. Wars, plagues, disasters, both natural and man-made. "What is this?" I asked, my voice trembling. "It's everything," a familiar voice responded. I turned to see the puppet from the attic, now human-sized and standing beside me. Every memory, every moment, every possibility, all contained within this vortex. "But why?" I asked, unable to tear my eyes away from the swirling mass of images. "Because you opened Pandora's box, Emily," the puppet explained. "Not just literally, but figuratively. You unleashed not just that entity, but the potential for all the darkness in the world." I shook my head, overwhelmed. "That's not possible. I was just a kid. How could I have done all this?" "The box was a nexus point," the puppet said. "A convergence of possibilities. By opening it, you set in motion a chain of events that rippled out across time and space." "So how do I stop it?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. The puppet's expression turned grave. "You have to go in there," it said, pointing to the vortex. "You have to face every memory, every possibility, and make peace with them all." I stared at the swirling mass of images, fear gripping my heart. What if I get lost in there? You might, the puppet admitted, but it's the only way to set things right. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Okay, I said. I'll do it. As I stepped towards the vortex, the puppet spoke once more. Remember, Emily, the truth will set you free, but first, it will hurt like hell. With one last look back at the twisted version of my home, I stepped into the vortex. The world around me exploded into a kaleidoscope of memories and possibilities. I saw myself growing up, making different choices, living different lives. I saw wars averted and disasters prevented, but also moments of joy and love lost. Each image, each possibility, felt as real and vivid as my own memories. As I tumbled through this sea of what-ifs and might-have-beens, I realized that this was my true challenge, not just facing my own past, but accepting all the paths not taken, all the lives I might have lived. I'm ready, I whispered to the swirling chaos around me. Show me everything. I'm not running anymore. And with that, I surrendered myself fully to the vortex, ready to confront every possibility, every fear, every hope. Whatever lay ahead, I knew that this was the only way to truly set things right, not just for myself, but for everyone whose lives had been touched by my fateful decisions so many years ago. As the vortex enveloped me completely, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. Whatever happened next, I knew I was finally on the path to true understanding, and hopefully, redemption. As I plunged into the swirling vortex, the world around me exploded into a cacophony of light, sound, and sensation. Time and space stretched and warped, reality bending in ways my mind struggled to comprehend. I was everywhere and nowhere, experiencing 1,000 lifetimes in the blink of an eye. Focus, Emily, I muttered to myself, fighting against the current that threatened to sweep me away. You have to stay in control. But control was a fleeting concept in this maelstrom of possibilities. As I pushed forward, I felt hands grabbing at me, trying to hold me back. I turned to see faces, my faces, staring back at me with a mix of fear, anger, and desperation. One version of myself, older and careworn, reached out with trembling hands. Please, she begged, don't change things. I've finally found peace. Another, younger and full of fire, snarled, you can't undo what's been done. The world needs the darkness. I shook my head, pushing past them. I'm sorry, I said, but this isn't right. None of this is how it's supposed to be. As I fought my way through the crowd of alternate selves, the vortex grew more intense. Memories and possibilities whipped past me at dizzying speeds. I saw flashes of lives I might have lived. A celebrated artist, a hardened soldier, a grieving mother, a world leader. Each one pulled at me, tempting me with its own version of reality. Stay focused, I reminded myself, gritting my teeth against the onslaught. You're here for a reason. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of struggling, I broke through to the center of the maelstrom. Here, in the eye of the storm, there was an eerie calm, and waiting for me, wearing that same chilling smile, was the puppet. But it wasn't quite the puppet anymore. It had grown, shifted, become more real. It looked like me, but not me. A twisted, shadowy version of myself that made my skin crawl. Welcome, Emily, it said, its voice echoing strangely in the void. I've been expecting you. I squared my shoulders, trying to project a confidence I didn't entirely feel. I'm here to set things right, I declared, to undo the damage I've done. The puppet me laughed, the sound reverberating through the vortex. Oh, Emily, still so naive. Do you really think you can change things now, after all this time? I have to try, I insisted. I won't let fear control me anymore. Fear? The puppet's eyes glinted dangerously. You haven't even begun to understand true fear. With those words, the battle began. It wasn't a physical fight, not exactly. Instead, it was a clash of wills, each thought and emotion manifesting in the reality around us. I focused on memories of love and hope. My parents' smiles, the warmth of a friend's hug, the satisfaction of overcoming a challenge. The vortex responded, filling with soft light and gentle breezes. But the puppet countered with darker visions: war, famine, natural disasters. The light dimmed, replaced by swirling storm clouds and flashes of lightning. "This is the truth of the world," the puppet hissed. "Chaos and darkness. You opened the door to it, Emily. You can't close it now." I staggered under the weight of the images, feeling the crush of guilt and despair. "No," I gasped. "There's more to life than this. There has to be." I conjured images of small kindnesses: a stranger helping someone up after a fall, a child sharing their toy, a community coming together after a tragedy. The storm in the vortex calmed slightly, hints of blue sky peeking through the clouds. The puppet snarled, lashing out with tendrils of shadow. "Foolish girl. These small moments mean nothing in the face of the world's cruelty." It bombarded me with scenes of betrayal, of loved ones turning against each other, of the darkest aspects of human nature. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the onslaught. "Give in, Emily," the puppet crooned, its voice almost gentle now. "Accept the darkness, embrace it, it's easier that way." For a moment I was tempted. The weight of responsibility, of trying to fix my mistake, felt crushing. Wouldn't it be easier to just let go, to allow the darkness to win? But then, cutting through the chaos of the vortex, I heard a voice. A familiar voice, one I hadn't heard in years. "Emily, sweetheart, don't give up." "Mom?" I whispered, looking around frantically. "Mom, where are you?" The puppet's eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed in anger. "No," it growled. "This isn't possible." But the voice came again, stronger this time. "We believe in you, Emily. You're stronger than you know." And then another voice joined in, my father's. "Remember who you are, kiddo. Remember what we taught you." Tears streamed down my face as I listened to their words. "I thought I'd lost you," I choked out. "You never lost us," my mother's voice assured me. "We've always been with you in here." I felt a warmth in my chest, as if she was pointing to my heart. "But the accident," I said, confusion mixing with hope. "I thought the accident was just that, an accident," my father's voice explained. "It wasn't your fault, Emily, and it didn't define us, or you." As they spoke, I felt a surge of strength flowing through me. The vortex responded, the darkness receding as light began to fill the space. The puppet stumbled back, its form flickering. "No," it shouted. "You can't do this. The darkness is too strong." But I stood tall, bolstered by the love and support I felt. "The darkness is only as strong as we allow it to be," I said, my voice ringing with newfound conviction. "And I'm not allowing it anymore." I focused all my energy, all my will, on pushing back against the puppet and the darkness it represented. The vortex spun faster, reality shifting and reforming around us. "You're a part of me," I told the puppet, my voice firm but not unkind. "The part that's afraid, that wants to hide from the world. But you don't control me anymore." The puppet's form wavered, becoming less solid. "You need me," it insisted, but its voice lacked its former confidence. "Without the darkness, how will you appreciate the light?" I nodded, understanding flooding through me. "You're right. We need both. But in balance, not in conflict." I held out my hand to the puppet. "It's time to stop fighting. Time to heal." For a moment, the puppet hesitated, fear and uncertainty clear in its eyes. Then, slowly, it reached out and took my hand. As our fingers touched, I felt a jolt of energy surge through me. The puppet's form dissipated, merging with me, and I gasped as a lifetime of suppressed emotions and memories flooded my consciousness. The vortex around us began to stabilize, the wild swings between light and dark settling into a gentle, swirling mix of both. I could still see alternate timelines, other possibilities, but they no longer felt threatening. Instead, they were simply roads not taken. parts of a greater whole. As the chaos subsided, I heard my parents' voices one last time. "We're so proud of you, Emily," my mother said, her voice full of love. "You've faced your fears," my father added. "Now it's time to live." I nodded, tears of joy and relief streaming down my face. "I love you both," I whispered. "Thank you for everything." As their presence faded, I felt a shift in the vortex. The swirling energies began to coalesce, forming a path before me. I knew without being told that this was my way back. Back to my world, my time, my reality. But as I prepared to step onto the path, I realized that I was no longer the same person who had entered this vortex. I had faced my deepest fears, confronted the darkness within myself, and come out stronger for it. Whatever waited for me on the other side of this journey, I knew I was ready to face it. My eyes snapped open, heart pounding in my chest. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom came into focus, bathed in the soft glow of early morning light. For a moment, I lay perfectly still, trying to sort reality from the vivid images still swirling in my mind. Was it all just a dream? I whispered to the empty room, my voice hoarse as if I'd been screaming. Slowly, I sat up, sheets clinging to my sweat-soaked skin. The room looked normal. My dresser, the cluttered desk, posters on the walls. Everything was exactly where it should be. And yet, something felt off. My gaze was drawn inexorably to the closet. The door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible in the gap. My breath caught in my throat as memories of the nightmare flooded back. The laughter, the puppet, the vortex of realities. It wasn't real, I told myself firmly, even as a shiver ran down my spine. It couldn't have been real. But the slightly open closet door seemed to mock my attempts at rationality. With trembling legs, I stood and approached it, each step feeling like it took an eternity. My hand hovered over the doorknob, hesitating. Part of me wanted to slam it shut, to turn away and pretend everything was normal. But a deeper part, the part that had faced down my fears in that swirling vortex of possibilities, urged me forward. "Come on, Emily," I muttered. "You've faced worse than a closet door." Taking a deep breath, I pulled the door open. No laughter erupted, no puppet sprang out. It was just my closet filled with clothes and boxes of old belongings. I let out a shaky laugh, relief washing over me. "See? Nothing to worry about," I said, turning to close the door. But as I did, something caught my eye. A corner of paper sticking out from beneath a stack of old notebooks. Frowning, I knelt down and gently tugged it free. It was a photograph, old and slightly faded. My breath caught as I stared at the image. It showed a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, standing in front of an old house. She was smiling, her eyes bright with excitement. The face was hauntingly familiar, and yet I was certain I'd never seen this woman before. She looked a bit like my mother, but younger than in any photos I had of her. And there was something else, something in the set of her jaw, the gleam in her eye that reminded me of myself. "Who are you?" I whispered, tracing the outline of the woman's face with my finger. As if in response, I heard something. A faint sound, barely audible, coming from somewhere else in the house. I froze, straining my ears. There it was again, a whisper of laughter, so quiet I might have imagined it. My heart began to race once more. "Hello," I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is someone there?" No response came, just the oppressive silence of the house. I stood slowly, the photograph still clutched in my hand. Part of me wanted to crawl back into bed, to pull the covers over my head and pretend none of this was happening. But I knew I couldn't. Whatever was going on, I had to face it. With slow, cautious steps, I made my way to the bedroom door. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Just as I was about to turn it, movement in my peripheral vision made me freeze. Slowly, I turned my head towards the source, my dresser mirror. For a moment, everything seemed normal. I saw myself, pale and wide-eyed, the photograph still in my hand. But then, did my reflection smile? Just for a second, a fraction of a second, did I see my own lips curl up in a smirk that I wasn't making? I blinked hard, shaking my head. When I looked again, the mirror showed only my terrified expression. "Get a grip," I told myself sternly. "You're freaking yourself out over nothing." But as I turned away from the mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching me, following my every move. With a deep breath, I opened the bedroom door and stepped out into the hallway. The house was quiet, the kind of deep silence that seems to press against your eardrums. Each creak of the floorboards under my feet sounded impossibly loud. "Hello?" I called out again, my voice echoing slightly in the empty space. "Mom? Dad? Is anyone home?" No answer came. I made my way down the stairs, one hand trailing along the wall for support. The living room was empty, sunlight streaming through the windows and painting patterns on the floor. Everything looked normal, and yet there was a tension in the air as if the whole house was holding its breath. I wandered into the kitchen, half expecting, I don't know what. But it was just our kitchen, same as always. Dirty dishes in the sink, a half-empty coffee pot on the counter, a note stuck to the fridge with a magnet. I approached the fridge, squinting to read the note. It was my mother's handwriting. "Emily, gone to the store. Back soon. Love, Mom." I frowned, trying to remember if she had mentioned going out, but my memories of the previous day were hazy, overshadowed by the vivid images from my dream. If it was a dream. The photograph was still in my hand. I looked down at it again, studying the familiar yet strange face of the young woman. "Who are you?" I murmured. "And why do I feel like I should know you?" As if in answer, I heard it again. That faint whisper of laughter. This time, it seemed to be coming from the basement door. I turned slowly, staring at the closed door with a mixture of fear and curiosity. We didn't use the basement much. It was mostly storage, boxes of old holiday decorations and forgotten belongings. But now, it felt like it was calling to me. Like whatever answers I was looking for were waiting just beyond that door. "This is crazy," I said aloud, even as I took a step towards the basement door. "It's just the basement. There's nothing down there." But another part of me, the part that remembered the vortex and the battle with my dark self, wasn't so sure. That part knew that reality wasn't always what it seemed, that impossible things could happen. My hand reached out, almost of its own accord, and grasped the doorknob. It felt ice-cold beneath my fingers. For a moment I stood frozen, every instinct screaming at me to turn around, to run back to my room and hide under the covers. But I couldn't. Whatever was happening, whatever that dream or vision or experience had been, I knew I had to see it through. I had faced my fears once before in that swirling chaos of possibilities. I could do it again. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pulled the basement door open. Cool, musty air wafted up from the darkness below. The stairs stretched down into shadows, the single bulb at the bottom providing barely enough light to see by. I took a tentative step onto the first stair, then another. The wood creaked beneath my weight, the sound impossibly loud in the silence of the house. As I descended, the darkness seemed to press in around me, alive and watching. When I reached the bottom, I fumbled for the light switch. The bulb flickered to life, casting long shadows across the cluttered space. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, old furniture draped with sheets, cobwebs decorating the corners. And there, in the center of the room, stood something that hadn't been there before. A full-length mirror, its ornate frame covered in dust. I approached it slowly, drawn by some force I couldn't explain. As I stood before the mirror, I saw myself, pale, frightened, the photograph still clutched in my hand. But there was something else, something in my eyes that I didn't recognize, a knowledge, a power, that hadn't been there before. I raised my free hand, watching as my reflection did the same. Our fingertips touched the cool surface of the glass, and in that moment I felt a surge of something. Energy, memory, possibility, I couldn't quite name it. Ability. The basement around me began to blur and shift. The photograph in my hand grew warm. And as reality itself seemed to waver, I heard that laughter again. But this time, I recognized it as my own. Whatever was happening, whatever journey I had started, I realized it was far from over. I slouched in my office chair, eyes glazed over from staring at spreadsheets all day. Working from home had its perks, but the monotony was killing me. I glanced at the clock, 5:47 p.m. Just a few more minutes, and I'd call it quits for the day. The sharp ping of an incoming video call jolted me from my stupor. I frowned, not recognizing the number flashing on my screen. Probably another client with a last-minute emergency. With a sigh, I clicked, accept. The video feed flickered to life and my heart stopped. I was staring at myself, but it wasn't a mirror image. This version of me looked wrong. His hair was disheveled, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. Behind him, I could make out a dim, grimy room with peeling wallpaper. What the hell? I muttered, leaning closer to the screen. The other me's eyes widened in panic. Listen to me, he said, his voice hoarse and urgent. You don't have much time. I blinked, trying to process what I was seeing. Is this some kind of joke? Who are you? I'm you, he replied, glancing nervously over his shoulder. From somewhere else. Somewhere dark. But that doesn't matter now. What matters is that you stay inside tonight. Don't leave the house no matter what. A chill ran down my spine. Why? What's out there? The other me shook his head frantically. I can't explain everything. There's no time. Just promise me you'll stay inside. It's waiting for you out there. If you step outside, it's all over. My mind raced, trying to make sense of this surreal situation. Was I dreaming? Had I finally cracked from too many long nights at the computer? This isn't real, I said, more to myself than to the apparition on my screen. It's real, the other me insisted. More real than you can imagine. Please, you have to believe me. Your life depends on it. Something in his tone sent a shiver through me. The fear in his eyes was palpable, almost contagious. I found myself nodding. Okay, I'll stay in. But you need to tell me what's going on. Who are you really? Where are you? The other me opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly his head snapped to the side, as if hearing something off screen. His face contorted in terror. Oh God, it's here. It found me. Remember, don't leave the house, don't... The call cut off abruptly, leaving me staring at a black screen. Hello? I called out, my voice shaking. Are you there? Silence. I sat back in my chair, my heart pounding. What the hell had just happened? It had to be some kind of elaborate prank, right? But the fear in those eyes, my eyes, had seemed so genuine. I reached for my phone, intending to call a friend, to hear a familiar voice and reassure myself that the world still made sense. But as my fingers brushed the screen, every light in the house went out simultaneously. Shit, I yelped, nearly falling out of my chair. The sudden darkness was oppressive, seeming to press in on me from all sides. I fumbled for my phone, using its faint glow to illuminate the room. The battery indicator showed full charge, but there was no signal. Okay, don't panic, I muttered to myself. It's just a power outage. Happens all the time. But as I spoke the words, I knew they weren't true. This was different. The air felt charged, heavy with an unseen presence. And beneath it all, the warning from my doppelganger echoed in my mind. Don't leave the house. I stood up slowly, using my phone's flashlight to navigate through the darkened house. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. I made my way to the front window, peering out into the street. The entire neighborhood was dark. No streetlights, no lights from other houses. It was as if the whole world had been swallowed by darkness. And then I saw it. A figure, standing motionless under a dead street lamp. In the dim moonlight, I could just make out its shape, my shape. But as I watched, it turned its head and looked directly at me. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness. I stumbled back from the window, my heart racing. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. "Get a grip," I hissed to myself. "You're imagining things." But even as I said it, I heard a sound that turned my blood to ice, scratching at the front door. Soft at first, then growing more insistent. I backed away, my phone slipping from my trembling fingers and clattering to the floor. The scratching intensified, accompanied now by a low, inhuman growl. "This isn't real," I whispered, pressing my back against the far wall. "This isn't real, this isn't real." But the scratching continued, growing louder, more frenzied. Whatever was out there wanted in, and it wouldn't stop until it got to me. I slid down the wall, hugging my knees to my chest. The warning echoed in my head. Don't leave the house. But what if the house wasn't safe anymore? What if it had found a way in? As if in answer to my unspoken question, the scratching suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse, filled with the terrified pounding of my own heart. Then from just outside the door, I heard a voice. My voice, but twisted wrong. "Let me in. I just want to talk." I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. "I know you're in there," the voice continued, a hint of amusement creeping into its tone. "You can't hide from yourself forever." I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed with fear. Minutes stretched into hours, the darkness pressing in around me. Every sound, every shadow seemed to conceal some new horror. As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the windows, I finally succumbed to exhaustion. My last conscious thought before slipping into a fitful sleep was a desperate hope that when I woke up, this would all prove to be nothing more than a nightmare. But deep down, I knew, whatever had started with that video call, whatever was waiting for me outside, this was only the beginning. And somehow, I would have to find the strength to face what came. The darkness of the living room pressed in on me like a physical weight. I huddled in the corner, my back against the wall, eyes straining to pierce the gloom. The events of the past few hours replayed in my mind on an endless loop. The video call, the doppelganger's warning, the lights going out. It all seemed like a bad dream, but the chill of the hardwood floor beneath me was all too real. I held my breath, listening intently for any sound from outside. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the thunderous pounding of my own heart. Had it always been this quiet at night? Or had the world beyond my walls simply stopped? "Get it together," I whispered to myself, the sound of my own voice startling in the stillness. There's got to be a rational explanation for all this. But even as I spoke the words, I knew they were a lie. Nothing about this situation was rational. A faint glimmer of moonlight filtered through a gap in the curtains, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I watched, mesmerized as they danced and shifted, taking on grotesque shapes that seemed to mock my fear. Was that elongated silhouette always there, or was it something more sinister? I shook my head, trying to clear the paranoid thoughts. "It's just shadows," I muttered. "Just tricks of the light." But then I saw it. A shadow that moved against the flow of the others, creeping along the wall with deliberate purpose. I held my breath, eyes wide, as it inched closer to where I sat. Just as it was about to reach me, a cloud passed over the moon, plunging the room into total darkness. I bit back a scream, pressing myself harder against the wall. When the moonlight returned, the shadow was gone. "I'm losing my mind," I whispered, running a shaking hand through my hair. "That's got to be it. I'm having some kind of breakdown." As if in response to my words, a new sound cut through the silence, a slow, deliberate scratching at the front door. My blood turned to ice. I stared at the door, willing it to hold, willing the sound to stop. But it continued, growing more insistent with each passing second. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It's just the wind, I said aloud, trying to convince myself. Just a branch scraping against the door. Nothing to be afraid of. But deep down I knew it wasn't the wind. The scratching was too rhythmic, too purposeful. Something was out there, trying to get in. I thought about making a run for it, dashing upstairs to barricade myself in the bedroom. But the warning from my doppelganger echoed in my mind. Don't leave the house. If I couldn't trust the outside world, could I even trust the other rooms in my own home? The scratching stopped as suddenly as it had begun, leaving behind a silence that was somehow even more terrifying. I strained my ears, trying to detect any hint of movement outside. Nothing. Minutes ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loudly. Whatever was out there, it was waiting, watching. As the first hint of dawn began to lighten the sky outside, I felt my eyelids growing heavy. The adrenaline that had kept me alert all night was fading, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. Stay awake, I mumbled, pinching my arm hard. Can't sleep, not safe. But my body had other ideas. As the room grew brighter, my eyes began to close of their own accord. I fought against it, but it was a losing battle. Just before sleep claimed me, I saw a figure standing in the doorway. My own face twisted into a cruel smile, eyes glowing red in the dim light. Then darkness took me, and I fell into a fitful sleep filled with nightmares. In my dreams, I was running through an endless maze of dark corridors, pursued by a shadow that wore my face. Every time I thought I'd found an exit, it would morph into another twisting passageway. You can't escape, my own voice called out from the darkness. There's nowhere to hide from yourself. I ran faster, my lungs burning, my legs aching. But no matter how fast I moved, the shadow was always right behind me, its laughter echoing off the walls. Suddenly, I burst through a door and found myself back in my living room. But everything was wrong. The furniture was decaying. The walls were covered in a thick, pulsating mold. And there, in the center of the room, stood my doppelganger from the video call. I told you not to leave the house, he said, his voice filled with disappointment and fear. I didn't, I protested. I'm still here. I stayed inside like you said. He shook his head sadly. You don't understand. It's not about the physical house. It's about staying inside yourself. Don't let it in. Don't let it become you. Before I could ask what he meant, the floor opened up beneath me, and I was falling, falling, falling. I jolted awake with a gasp, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment I was disoriented, unsure of where I was or how much time had passed. Then the events of the night came rushing back, and I scrambled to my feet, looking around wildly. The living room was exactly as it had always been. No decaying furniture, no mold on the walls. Everything was normal. It was just a dream, I said aloud, relief washing over me. All of it. Just a crazy, vivid nightmare. But as I moved to open the curtains, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the hardwood floor, was a trail of muddy footprints leading from the front door to where I had been sleeping. And they were my size. I stared at the footprints, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible. I hadn't moved all night. I hadn't opened the door. Had I? The doubt crept in, insidious and terrifying. What if I had sleepwalked? What if, in my exhausted state, I had done exactly what my doppelganger had warned me not to do? Or worse, what if something had come in wearing my face, leaving behind these footprints as a mockery of my fear? I backed away from the footprints, my heart racing. The nightmare wasn't over. It was just beginning. And as the sun climbed higher in the sky, I realized that the waiting game wasn't over. It had simply entered a new, more terrifying phase. Because now, the thing I feared most wasn't just outside. The harsh light of day did nothing to dispel the lingering dread that had settled over me. I blinked away the last vestiges of sleep, my body aching from a night spent huddled on the floor. As I stumbled to my feet, the full extent of the chaos around me slowly came into focus. My living room was in shambles. The coffee table was overturned, its contents strewn across the floor. Books had been pulled from shelves, their pages torn and scattered like confetti. Picture frames hung askew on the walls, some smashed on the ground, leaving trails of broken glass. "What the hell?" I muttered, carefully picking my way through the debris. It looked as though a tornado had torn through my house while I slept. But how was that possible? I would have heard something, wouldn't I? A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the muddy footprints I'd seen earlier. Had someone or something been in here with me? I made my way to the kitchen, hoping to find some semblance of normalcy, but the destruction had spread there too. Cabinet doors hung open, dishes lay shattered on the floor, and the refrigerator door was ajar, its contents spilling out onto the linoleum. "This can't be happening," I said aloud, my voice shaking. "This has to be some kind of sick joke." But even as I spoke the words, I knew they weren't true. The fear that had gripped me last night came flooding back, intensified by the harsh reality of daylight. Just then, a shrill ringing cut through the silence, making me jump. My phone. I'd left it in the living room. I rushed back, heart pounding, and found the device buried under a pile of torn magazines. The screen was cracked but still functional, and there, displayed in glowing digits, was the same unknown number from the night before. My hand trembled as I reached for the phone. Part of me screamed to ignore it, to smash the cursed thing and run. But a deeper, more primal part knew I had to answer. I had to know. I hit the accept button and raised the phone to my ear. At first, there was nothing but static, a harsh, grating sound that set my teeth on edge. I was about to hang up when I heard it. A whisper, so faint I could barely make it out. "It's coming for you." The voice was familiar, yet distorted, as though it was being filtered through layers of static and distance. My own voice, but wrong somehow. "Who is this?" I demanded, my free hand clenched into a fist. "What do you want from me?" But there was no response, only more static. And then, just before the call cut off, I heard something else. A sound like laughter, but twisted, inhuman. I lowered the phone, my mind reeling. What did it mean? What was coming for me? Desperate for some connection to the outside world, some proof that life was continuing normally beyond the walls of my house, I turned on the TV. The local news was just starting, and the anchor's grim expression did nothing to ease my growing sense of dread. "Good morning, viewers. We're receiving reports of strange occurrences throughout the city. Witnesses describe people acting erratically, engaging in bizarre and sometimes violent behavior. Authorities are advising residents to stay indoors and avoid contact with anyone exhibiting unusual symptoms." The screen cut to shaky cell phone footage of a man in a business suit walking down the middle of a busy street, oblivious to the honking cars swerving to avoid him. As the camera zoomed in, I could see that the man's eyes were completely black, his face twisted into an unnatural grin. "Oh God," I whispered, sinking onto the couch. The news anchor continued, her voice tense. "The cause of these incidents is currently unknown. The CDC has been called in to investigate the possibility of a new pathogen or contamination in the water supply. In the meantime, citizens are urged to remain calm and stay in their homes." I switched off the TV, unable to bear any more. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. What was happening out there? Was it connected to the strange events of last night? To the warning I'd received? I moved to the window, drawn by a morbid curiosity to see the world outside. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The sun was shining, birds were chirping. It could have been any ordinary morning. But then I saw it. Across the street, partially hidden behind a parked car, stood a figure that looked exactly like me. I blinked hard, certain I must be seeing things, but when I looked again, it was still there. My doppelganger, watching my house with an unnerving intensity. As I stared, frozen in shock, it slowly raised a hand and waved. A cold, mirthless smile spread across its face, my face. I stumbled back from the window, my legs giving out beneath me. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hallucination, a manifestation of my fears and lack of sleep. But deep down, I knew it was real. As real as the destroyed living room, as real as the cryptic phone call, as real as the chaos unfolding in the city around me. Whatever was happening, whatever force had invaded my life and turned it upside down, it wasn't content to remain outside anymore. It had found me. And judging by the smug expression on my double's face, it knew I had nowhere left to run. I sat there on the floor, my back against the wall as the minutes ticked by. Every so often, I would gather the courage to peek out the window. Sometimes the doppelganger would be gone, and I'd feel a momentary surge of relief. But then I'd look again, and it would be there, in a different spot, always watching, always waiting. As the morning wore on, I began to notice other strange things. Neighbors I'd known for years were acting oddly. Mrs. Johnson from next door was meticulously mowing her lawn, the same patch over and over for hours. The kids from across the street were playing catch, but their movements were jerky, almost robotic, and their faces were blank, expressionless masks. It was as if the entire world had shifted slightly, everything just a few degrees off from normal. And at the center of it all was that figure across the street. The other me. The impossible me. I knew I couldn't stay in the house forever. Eventually I would need food, or the power would go out, or something else would force me to venture outside. And when that happened, it would be waiting. As the sun reached its zenith, casting harsh shadows across my destroyed living room, I made a decision. I couldn't keep hiding, couldn't keep reacting. If I wanted answers, if I wanted to survive whatever this was, I would need to take action. I stood up on shaky legs and made my way to the front door. My hand hovered over the doorknob, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, to hide, to wait for this all to blow over. But I knew it wouldn't blow over. This was only the beginning. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay ahead. Then, with one last glance at the familiar confines of my home, I turned the knob and stepped out into a world that was no longer my own. As the door clicked shut behind me, I could have sworn I heard that distorted whisper again, carried on the wind. It's coming for you. The soft glow of my laptop screen illuminated the dimly lit living room as I hunched over it, my eyes burning from hours of intense research. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, a constant reminder of the precious time slipping away. But I couldn't stop, not now, not when I was so close to understanding. Doppelgangers, parallel universes, quantum entanglement, I muttered, scrolling through yet another academic paper. The words were starting to blur together, but I forced myself to focus. I had spent the last several hours diving deep into the strangest corners of the internet, searching for anything that could explain what was happening to me. The encounter with my other self, the bizarre events unfolding in town. It all had to be connected somehow. One theory caught my attention: the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. The idea that every decision, every possibility spawns a new universe. Could it be that somehow the barriers between these worlds were breaking down? But why me? I wondered aloud, rubbing my tired eyes. Why now? As if in answer to my question, a sharp ping cut through the silence. A new email had arrived in my inbox. I clicked it open, my heart racing. The sender's address was a string of random numbers and letters, and the subject line was blank. The body of the email contained only two things: a set of coordinates and a cryptic message. The truth lies here. I stared at the screen, a chill running down my spine. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a prank or a coincidence, but after everything that had happened, I knew better. This was real, and it was meant for me. I quickly plugged the coordinates into a mapping app. They led to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, in an area that had been slated for redevelopment years ago but never quite got off the ground. This is crazy, I said to myself, already reaching for my car keys. You don't even know who sent this. It could be a trap. But even as the rational part of my brain screamed warnings, I knew I had to go. Whatever was waiting for me at that warehouse, it had to be better than sitting here, slowly losing my mind as the world unraveled around me. I grabbed a flashlight and a small pocket knife, meager protection, but better than nothing, and headed out to my car. The streets were eerily quiet as I drove, the few people I saw moving with that same unsettling robotic quality I had noticed earlier. As I approached the outskirts of town, the buildings grew more dilapidated, the streets more overgrown. I passed a rusted sign welcoming me to the future site of Evergreen Industrial Park, now so faded it was barely legible. The warehouse loomed ahead, a hulking silhouette against the darkening sky. I parked a short distance away, killing the engine but leaving the keys in the ignition, just in case. You can still turn back, I told myself, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Go home, lock the doors, pretend none of this is happening. But I knew I couldn't. Whatever answers lay inside that warehouse, I needed them. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out of the car. The gravel crunched under my feet as I approached the building, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. The main entrance was chained shut, but I found a side door that yielded to a firm push. It swung open with a rusty groan that set my teeth on edge. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Is anyone here?" No response. Just the settling of old metal and the scurrying of what I hoped were just rats. I swept my flashlight around, revealing stacks of old crates and rusted machinery. Nothing unusual for an abandoned warehouse. But then, as I moved deeper into the building, I saw it. A faint blue glow coming from behind a partition wall. My heart pounding, I made my way toward the light. As I rounded the corner, I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The room before me was filled with screens, dozens of them, arranged in a semicircle. Each one flickered with images, scenes playing out in rapid succession. And on every screen, in every scene, was me. I saw myself as a child, opening Christmas presents I didn't remember. I saw myself as a teenager, attending a high school I had never been to. I saw myself as an old man, surrounded by grandchildren I had never met. "What is this?" I whispered, approaching the screens with a mix of awe and terror. As if in response to my voice, the images on the screens froze, then changed. Now each one showed a different version of me, all staring out as if looking directly at me. Some smiled, some frowned, some looked confused or frightened. A voice spoke from behind me, familiar, yet strange. "They're all you. Every possibility, every choice you never made." I whirled around to find myself face to face with myself, but not the doppelganger from across the street. This version of me looked older, wearier, with streaks of gray in his hair and lines around his eyes that I didn't have. What are you?" I stammered, taking a step back. I smiled sadly. "I'm you, or rather I'm the you that figured it out. The you that found a way to see beyond the boundaries of our own reality." I shook my head, trying to process what I was hearing. "But how? Why?" "It started as an experiment," he explained, moving to stand beside me in front of the screens. "Quantum entanglement, parallel worlds. I thought I could prove it all. And I did. But I didn't realize the cost until it was too late." "The cost?" I echoed, a sense of dread growing in the pit of my stomach. He nodded grimly. "By observing these other realities, we've weakened the barriers between them. They're starting to bleed into each other. That's why you've been seeing your other selves, why the people in town are acting strangely. They're being influenced by their alternate versions." I stared at the screens, at the myriad versions of myself looking back at me. "So what do we do? How do we stop it?" "That's the problem," my other self said, his voice heavy with regret. "I don't know if we can stop it. The process has already begun. But maybe if we work together, we can find a way to stabilize things before it's too late. I turned to face him, 1,000 questions racing through my mind. But before I could voice any of them, a loud crash echoed through the warehouse. We both spun around to see a figure silhouetted in the doorway. Another me, but with glowing red eyes and a cruel smile. "Well, well," the newcomer said, his voice a twisted version of my own. "Isn't this a lovely little reunion?" My older self grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "We need to go, now. If he's found us, the others won't be far behind." "Others?" I asked, but he was already pulling me towards a back exit I hadn't noticed before. As we ran, I could hear the sound of pursuit behind us, and the laughter of my evil doppelganger echoing off the warehouse walls. The screens flickered and died as we passed, plunging the room into darkness. We burst out into the cool night air, my older self leading me towards a car I hadn't seen when I arrived. As we peeled away from the warehouse, tires screeching, I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of multiple figures emerging from the building, all wearing my face. "Where are we going?" I asked, my heart pounding. My older self kept his eyes on the road, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Somewhere safe. Or as safe as anywhere can be now. I'll explain everything, I promise. But right now we need to focus on staying alive and finding a way to fix this mess." As we sped into the night, leaving the warehouse and its revelations behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life, all our lives, had changed irrevocably. The boundaries between realities were crumbling, and somehow, I was at the center of it all. The dimly lit room hummed with the electric buzz of dozens of screens, each one a window into a different reality. I stood before them, my older self at my side, both of us scanning for any sign of our pursuers. "We should be safe here for now," my older self said, his voice tight with tension. "This is a sort of hub, I guess you could call it, a nexus point between realities." I nodded, still trying to wrap my head around everything I'd learned. My eyes drifted across the screens, taking in glimpses of lives I might have lived, choices I might have made. It was dizzying, overwhelming. Then, suddenly, one of the screens flickered to life with a familiar scene. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the dark, gloomy room from the video call that had started this whole nightmare. "That's it," I breathed, moving closer to the screen. That's where it all began. My older self grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Be careful," he warned. "These aren't just images, they're gateways." But I barely heard him. I was transfixed by the scene before me. The room looked even more oppressive now, shadows writhing in the corners as if alive. And there, just visible in the frame, was a figure hunched over a desk. Another version of me, the one who had tried to warn me. Without thinking, I reached out to touch the screen. I needed to understand, to see for myself what kind of world could produce such fear and desperation. The moment my fingers made contact with the glass, I felt it. A pulling sensation, as if some unseen force had hooked itself behind my navel. My vision blurred, the room around me dissolving into a swirl of colors and shapes. "No!" I heard my older self shout, but his voice seemed to come from very far away. And then, with a sensation like falling through ice into freezing water, I was through. The first thing that hit me was the smell, a noxious mix of decay and something chemical that burned my nostrils. I blinked, my eyes struggling to adjust to the gloom. I was in the room from the video call, but being here in person was far worse than seeing it on a screen. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing patches of black mold beneath. The floorboards creaked ominously under my feet. And the air, it felt thick, almost alive, pressing in on me from all sides. "Oh God," I whispered, fighting the urge to gag. "What is this place?" A sound from the hallway outside made me freeze. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, were approaching the room. Panic surged through me as I realized I was trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Desperately, I looked around for some kind of weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on a heavy paperweight on the desk. I grabbed it, the cold metal reassuring in my hand, and pressed myself against the wall beside the door. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I held my breath, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. The door handle turned with agonizing slowness. And then he was there. Me, but not me. This version of myself moved with a predatory grace, his head cocked as if listening for something. But it was his eyes that made my blood run cold. They glowed a deep, malevolent red, seeming to cast their own light in the gloomy room. A smile spread across his face. My face, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp. "I know you're here," he said, his voice a twisted parody of my own. "I can smell your fear." I pressed harder against the wall, willing myself to become invisible, but I knew it was useless. Somehow he knew exactly where I was. In one fluid motion, he spun to face me, those terrible red eyes locking onto mine. "Well, well," he purred. "What have we here?" A little lost lamb stumbling into the wolf's den. I raised the paperweight, my hand shaking. "Stay back," I warned, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't want to hurt you." He laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Hurt me? Oh, you are delightful. Don't you understand yet? You can't hurt me. I'm you. The you that embraced the darkness. The you that stopped being afraid and started making others afraid." He took a step closer, and I could feel the wrongness radiating off him in waves. This wasn't just another version of me from a different reality. This was something else, something that had shed its humanity like an ill-fitting skin. "What do you want?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice from trembling. His smile widened, showing even more of those too sharp teeth. "What do I want? Oh, so many things. But right now what I want most is you. Do you have any idea how rare it is to find a version of ourselves that hasn't been tainted yet? You're like a blank canvas just waiting to be painted with shadows." He reached out, his fingers almost brushing my cheek. I jerked away, my back hitting the wall. There was nowhere left to run. "Don't touch me," I spat, swinging the paperweight in a wild arc. He caught my wrist effortlessly, his grip like iron. Now, he chided. "Is that any way to treat yourself? We're going to be spending a lot of time together, you and I. I have so much to show you, so much to teach you." A commotion in the hallway made us both turn. I heard familiar voices, my older self, and others that sounded like me, but subtly different. "Ah," the red-eyed me sighed. "It seems our time is up for now. But don't worry, little lamb. I'll find you again. After all, we're connected, you and I. Two sides of the same coin." He released my wrist and stepped back just as the door burst open. My older self rushed in, flanked by two other versions of me. One wearing what looked like futuristic body armor, the other dressed in robes that seemed to shimmer with their own light. "Get away from him," my older self shouted, raising some kind of high-tech weapon. The red-eyed me just laughed. "Until next time, little lamb," he said to me with a wink. Then, faster than I could follow, he leapt through the window in a shower of glass. I sagged against the wall, my legs suddenly unable to support me. The paperweight clattered to the floor from my numb fingers. My older self rushed to my side, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right? Did he hurt you?" I shook my head, unable to find words. The other two versions of me secured the room, the one in armor checking the window while the robed one muttered something that made the air shimmer with pale light. "We need to go," the armored me said, his voice gruff. "This reality isn't stable. It could collapse at any moment." My older self nodded, helping me to my feet. "Can you walk?" he asked, gently. I managed a shaky nod. Yeah, I think so. What was that thing? It looked like me, but..." "Later," my older self said firmly. "I'll explain everything once we're safe. For now, we need to move." As we hurried from the room, I couldn't shake the memory of those glowing red eyes, that predatory smile. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't just another version of me. It was something darker, something hungry, and it had promised to find me again. As we made our way through the decaying hallways of this gloomy world, I realized with a chill that my nightmare was far from over. It was only just beginning. My lungs burned as I tore through the twisted landscape, my feet pounding against the uneven ground. The air was thick with an acrid, sulfurous smell that made my eyes water, and my throat constrict. Behind me, I could hear the pounding footsteps and maniacal laughter of my pursuer, the evil version of myself with those terrifying red eyes. "You can't run forever," his voice echoed, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Every step you take only brings you closer to me." I didn't dare look back, focusing instead on the nightmarish terrain ahead. The world around me was a warped reflection of my own reality, familiar, yet horribly wrong. Buildings loomed at impossible angles, their windows like gaping mouths filled with jagged glass teeth. The sky above was a sickly green, roiling with clouds that moved too fast and in unnatural patterns. As I rounded a corner, I skidded to a halt, my heart leaping into my throat. There, standing in the middle of the twisted street, was Mrs. Johnson from next door. But this wasn't the kindly old woman I knew. Her skin was a pallid gray, her eyes sunken and lifeless. When she smiled at me, her mouth opened far too wide, revealing row upon row of needle-like teeth. "Hello, dearie," she crooned, her voice a rasping parody of its usual warmth. "Won't you stay for tea?" I backpedaled, turning to run in another direction, only to find my path blocked by another familiar face. My old high school teacher, Mr. Simmons. But like Mrs. Johnson, he was a grotesque caricature of himself. His head lolled at an unnatural angle, and his skin seemed to be melting off his bones. "Time for a pop quiz," he gurgled, reaching for me with elongated fingers. Panic surged through me as I realized I was surrounded. Everywhere I turned, I saw distorted versions of people I knew, friends, family, colleagues, all closing in with hungry, vacant expressions. "No," I gasped, spinning in place, looking for any way out. "This isn't real. You're not real." A hand clamped down on my shoulder, and I whirled to find myself face to face with the red-eyed version of me. His grin was triumphant, his teeth gleaming in the sickly light. "Oh, but we are real," he purred. "We're all the darkest parts of you, given form. Every fear, every twisted thought you've ever had. We're what's left when you strip away all that bothersome morality." I jerked away from his grasp, my mind racing. There had to be a way out, a way back to my own reality. As if in answer to my desperate thoughts, I spotted something in the distance, a shimmering distortion in the air like heat haze on a summer day. Without hesitation, I bolted towards it, weaving between the grasping hands of the nightmare versions of my acquaintances. I could hear my evil doppelganger shouting behind me, his voice filled with rage. "Stop him! Don't let him reach the portal." Portal. The word gave me hope, spurring me to run faster than I ever had before. As I neared the shimmering distortion, I could feel a pull, like a strong wind trying to suck me in. Behind me, the howls and screeches of my pursuers grew louder, more frenzied. With one last burst of speed, I hurled myself at the portal. For a moment, I felt as if I were being turned inside out, my vision going white with the intensity of the sensation. And then suddenly I was falling. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a few seconds, I lay there, gasping, my eyes squeezed shut. Slowly, I became aware of sounds, normal sounds. Cars honking in the distance, birds chirping, the rustle of leaves in the wind. Cautiously, I opened my eyes. I was lying on the sidewalk in front of my house. My house, in my world. The sky above was a normal, reassuring blue. No sickly green, no impossible clouds. For a moment, relief washed over me so strongly I felt dizzy. But then I heard it, a sound like tearing fabric coming from behind me. I scrambled to my feet, turning to see a small rift hanging in the air, edges flickering and unstable. And through that rift I could see a red-eyed face contorted with fury. "No!" I shouted, stumbling backward. Stay back! The rift pulsed, growing slightly larger. A hand, my hand, but not my hand, reached through, clawing at the air. Terror gave me new strength. I turned and ran for my front door, fumbling with my keys as I reached it. Behind me, I could hear the sound of the rift growing, of something large pushing its way through. I finally got the door open and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and engaging every lock. I raced through the house, closing and locking every window, drawing every curtain. My hands shook as I worked, my breath coming in ragged gasps. When I reached the kitchen, I froze. There, on the counter, was a note I hadn't written in my own handwriting. Locking the doors won't keep me out. I'm already inside. A chill ran down my spine as I slowly turned, half expecting to see my evil self standing behind me. But the kitchen was empty. The house was silent. Too silent. I leaned against the counter, my mind racing. What had I brought back with me? Was it really here, in the house with me? Or was this just another mind game, a way to keep me off balance and afraid? A soft thud from upstairs made me jump. It could have been anything. A book falling off a shelf, a picture dropping from the wall. But in that moment, it sounded like footsteps, like someone, or something, moving around in my bedroom. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen block, holding it in front of me like a shield. "I know you're here," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Show yourself." Silence was my only answer. But as I stood there, straining my ears for any sound, I could swear I heard breathing, soft, rhythmic, coming from just behind me. I spun around, the knife slashing through empty air. Nothing. No one was there. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted in my own home, was overwhelming. I backed into a corner, knife still held out in front of me. My gaze darted from shadow to shadow, every flickering light and creaking floorboard making me flinch. "This is my world," I said, as much to reassure myself as to challenge any hidden intruder. "You don't belong here. You can't stay here." A chuckle seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, my own voice, but twisted, malevolent. "Oh, but I can. And I will. After all, where you go, I go. We're two sides of the same coin, remember?" I pressed my hands to my ears, trying to block out the voice. But I couldn't shake the terrifying realization that the voice might be coming from inside my own head. As the shadows lengthened and night began to fall, I remained in my corner, knife clutched in my trembling hand. I knew that locking the doors and windows wasn't enough. Whatever had followed me back, whether it was really here or just in my mind, it wasn't going to give up easily. And as I sat there, jumping at every sound and shadow, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The chase wasn't over. It was evolving into something far more terrifying, a battle for my very identity, fought in the familiar battleground of my own home. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever might come next. One thing was certain, I couldn't keep running. Sooner or later I would have to face this dark version of myself. And when that moment came, I had to be ready, because if I wasn't, I might lose more than just a chase. I might lose myself. The house creaked and groaned around me as I huddled in the darkened living room, every muscle tense, every sense on high alert. Hours had passed since I'd barricaded myself inside, but the feeling of being hunted hadn't subsided. If anything, it had grown stronger, more oppressive. A sudden crash from the front of the house made me jump. The sound of splintering wood filled the air, followed by heavy footsteps. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the moment I'd been dreading had finally arrived. "Honey, I'm home!" The voice, my voice but twisted and mocking, called out from the entryway. "Did you miss me?" I gripped the makeshift weapon I'd fashioned, a kitchen knife taped to the end of a broom handle, and tried to steady my breathing. "Stay back!" I shouted, my voice shakier than I'd hoped. "I'm warning you!" A dark chuckle echoed through the house. "Warning me? Oh, that's adorable. Don't you understand yet? You can't hurt me without hurting yourself." The footsteps grew closer and I could hear him moving through the house, opening doors, searching for me. I knew I couldn't hide forever. This confrontation was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out from my hiding place, brandishing my makeshift spear. "Show yourself," I demanded, and there he was, standing in the doorway. It was like looking into a twisted mirror. He wore my face, but his eyes glowed that sickening red, and his smile was all sharp teeth and malice. "Well, well," he said, looking me up and down. "Aren't you a sight? All trembling bravado and desperation? It's pathetic, really." I jabbed the spear in his direction. "What do you want? Why are you here?" He spread his arms wide, that terrible grin never leaving his face. "Isn't it obvious? I want what's mine. What should have been mine all along. I want your life, your world, this reality." Without warning, he lunged at me. I barely had time to react, bringing up the spear to defend myself. We grappled, and I was shocked to find that we were evenly matched in strength. For every move I made, he countered perfectly. "Don't you see?" he hissed as we struggled. "We're the same. Two sides of a coin. Every strength you have, I have. Every weakness, too." I managed to shove him back, both of us panting. "We're not the same," I spat. "I'm nothing like you." He laughed, the sound sending chills down my spine. "Oh, but you are. I'm just the you that stopped pretending. The you that embraced the darkness instead of running from it." We circled each other, neither willing to make the first move. "Why here?" I asked, trying to keep him talking. "Why this reality?" His eyes narrowed. "Because it's stable, pure, untouched by the chaos that's consuming my world. Do you have any idea what it's like there? Reality itself is unraveling, but here," he gestured around, "here things still make sense. For now, at least." "So what, you're just going to take my place? Live my life?" The idea was horrifying. He shrugged. "More or less. Don't worry, I'll take good care of everything. Well, maybe not everything. Some things might need a little darkening." I saw red. With a yell, I charged at him, my makeshift spear aimed at his chest. But he was ready. He sidestepped my attack, grabbing the shaft of the spear and using my momentum to fling me across the room. I crashed into the coffee table, pain exploding through my back. Now, he tisked, twirling the spear. "Is that any way to treat your guest?" I scrambled to my feet, wincing at the pain. "You're not a guest. You're a parasite." His eyes flashed dangerously. "Careful. You're only hurting yourself with words like that." We clashed again, trading blows that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. Furniture was overturned, picture frames shattered. It was chaos. But through it all, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that we were moving in perfect synchronization. For every punch I threw, he had a block. For every dodge I made, he had a counter. As we fought, he continued to taunt me. "Do you really think you can win this? I'm everything you are, plus everything you're afraid to be. I'm your potential fully realized." "You're a monster," I gasped, narrowly avoiding a swipe of the spear. "I'm evolution," he shot back. "The next step. What we could become if we stopped being afraid of our own shadow." The fight led us through the house, neither of us able to gain the upper hand. As we neared the basement door, an idea struck me. It was risky, but it might be my only chance. I let him back me up against the door, pretending to stumble. As he moved in for what he thought was the finishing blow, I ducked and yanked the door open. His momentum carried him forward, and with a hard shove, I sent him tumbling down the basement stairs. I slammed the door shut, quickly engaging the heavy deadbolt. From the other side, I could hear him roaring with rage, pounding against the door. "You think this will hold me?" he screamed. "I am you. I know every weak spot in this house, every flaw in your defenses." I sagged against the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "It doesn't have to hold you forever," I called back. "Just long enough." But even as I said it, I knew it was a temporary solution at best. The basement door was sturdy, but it wasn't impenetrable. And he was right. He knew this house as well as I did. It was only a matter of time before he found a way out. As night fell, I paced the house, trying to think of a more permanent solution. The pounding from the basement had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that was somehow even more unnerving. Then, just as the last light of day faded from the sky, I heard it, the sound of splintering wood from below. My heart sank. He was breaking free. "Ready or not, here I come." His voice sing-songed from the basement. "Did you really think you could keep me down here? I told you I know every inch of this place, every secret, every hidden passage." I ran to the kitchen, grabbing whatever makeshift weapons I could find. Knives, a heavy cast-iron pan, anything that could give me an edge in the fight to come. As I armed myself, I could hear him ascending the stairs, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He was in no hurry. He knew he had me cornered. "You know, I've been thinking," he called out, his voice growing closer. "Maybe I've been going about this all wrong. Why replace you when I could just merge with you? Think about it. All my strength, all my knowledge of the multiverse, combined with your stability in this reality. We could be unstoppable." I gripped my weapons tighter, my palms slick with sweat. "Never," I growled. "I'll die before I let that happen." His laughter echoed through the house. "Oh, my dear other self, who said you had a choice?" The basement door burst open, and there he stood, his red eyes gleaming in the darkness. In one hand, he held a piece of broken pipe, jagged at one end. His grin was feral, hungry. "Shall we finish this dance?" he asked, twirling the pipe like a baton. I raised my own weapon, steeling myself for the fight to come. This was it. The final showdown. Winner takes all. My life. My reality. My very identity. As we faced each other in the dim light of the kitchen, I knew that only one version of me would walk away from this. And I was determined that it would be me. The real me. "Let's dance," I said, and with a primal yell we charged at each other, the fate of two worlds hanging in the balance. The clash of metal on metal rang through the house as I fought desperately against my evil doppelganger. We were evenly matched, each blow parried, each feint anticipated. The kitchen had become a battlefield, countertops scarred, cabinets splintered. "Give up," the red-eyed version of me snarled, swinging the broken pipe with terrifying force. "You can't win this!" I ducked, feeling the air whistle above my head. "Never," I panted, countering with a slash of my kitchen knife. We were at an impasse, neither able to gain the upper hand. As we grappled, I couldn't shake the feeling that this fight could go on forever. Two sides of the same coin locked in eternal struggle. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light filled the room, accompanied by a sound like reality itself tearing apart. We both stumbled back, momentarily blinded. "Stop!" a familiar voice cried out. "Both of you, stop this madness!" As my vision cleared, I felt my jaw drop. Standing in the middle of the kitchen, framed by a shimmering portal, was me. But not the twisted, red-eyed version I'd been fighting. This was the version I'd seen in that first video call. The one that had started this whole nightmare. "What the hell?" my evil self growled, his eyes darting between me and the newcomer. The other me, let's call him Video Call Me, held up his hands placatingly. "Please, we don't have much time. You need to listen to me, both of you." I kept my knife raised, not taking my eyes off my evil counterpart. "Start talking," I said tersely. Video Call Me nodded, his expression grave. "I'm from yet another reality, one that's, well, let's say it's a bit further along in this crisis than either of yours." "Crisis?" I echoed, confusion mixing with my adrenaline. "A cosmic event," Video Call Me explained quickly. "Something massive, beyond our comprehension. It's causing realities to collide, to merge. That's why you two have been able to cross over." The evil me scoffed. "And why should we believe you?" Video Call Me's eyes flashed with something. Fear, desperation. "Because if we don't act soon, all of our realities will be torn apart. The rifts are growing, spreading. We're talking about the end of everything. Not just one world, but all worlds." I lowered my knife slightly, my mind reeling. So what do we do? We need to work together. Video call me said, his gaze moving between us. All of us. Even you, he added, nodding to my evil counterpart. The red-eyed me laughed bitterly. Work together with him? He jerked his thumb at me. Why would I do that? Because if we don't, there won't be any reality left for you to conquer, Video call me said bluntly. Your world is already falling apart. How long before this one does too? I saw a flicker of doubt cross my evil self's face. For the first time, he looked uncertain. What's your plan? I asked, still not entirely sure I trusted this new version of myself. Video call me reached into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a small, glowing crystal. This is a stabilizer, he explained. It can help seal the rifts between worlds, but it needs to be activated at the nexus point, the place where the realities are intersecting. The room with all the screens, I murmured, remembering the strange hub I'd seen earlier. Video call me nodded. Exactly. But it's not going to be easy. The closer we get to the nexus, the more unstable things become. We'll be facing distortions, time slips, maybe even other versions of ourselves. I glanced at my evil counterpart, who was eyeing the crystal with a mix of suspicion and greed. And you need both of us for this? Yes, Video call me said firmly. The stabilizer requires energy from multiple realities to work. It needs all of us. For a long moment, silence hung in the air. I looked at my evil self, seeing the calculation in those red eyes. Then, slowly, he lowered his makeshift weapon. Fine, he growled, but don't think for a second that this makes us friends. I nodded, lowering my own knife. Agreed. This is a temporary truce, nothing more. Video call me breathed a sigh of relief. Good. We need to move quickly. The portal I came through won't stay open for long. As we prepared to leave, gathering what supplies we could, I couldn't shake a nagging feeling of unease. Something about this whole situation felt off. I caught my evil self watching Video call me with narrowed eyes, and I realized he felt it too. Hey, I said quietly, pulling my doppelganger aside. I know we're not exactly on the same side here, but neither of us trusts him completely, evil me finished, nodding slightly. I say we play along for now, but stay alert. It was surreal, finding common ground with this twisted version of myself. But he was right. We needed to be cautious. As we approached the shimmering portal, Video call me turned to us, his expression solemn. Once we step through, there's no turning back. Are you both ready? I exchanged a look with my evil counterpart, seeing my own uncertainty mirrored in those red eyes. Then, almost in unison, we nodded. Let's do this, I said, taking a deep breath. We stepped into the portal, the world dissolving into a kaleidoscope of light and color around us. As we hurtled through the space between realities, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into something far bigger and more dangerous than any of us realized. The truth was being unveiled, but I had a sinking suspicion that we were only scratching the surface. Whatever lay ahead in that nexus of realities, I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't fully trust either version of myself. In this cosmic game of chess, I was beginning to suspect that we were all pawns, moved by forces beyond our understanding. As the portal's light engulfed us completely, I steeled myself for whatever chaos awaited on the other side. The final battle for reality itself was about to begin, and I had a feeling it would test not just our strength, but our very concept of who we were. The world faded to white, and then the world rematerialized around us in a dizzying swirl of colors and shapes. We stumbled out of the portal, gasping, into what looked like the nexus point I'd seen before, the room with countless screens, each one a window into a different reality. But now, the room was in chaos. Screens flickered and crackled with static, some showing only swirling vortexes of energy. The very air seemed to shimmer and distort, as if reality itself was coming apart at the seams. We don't have much time, Video Call Me said urgently, pulling out the glowing crystal stabilizer. The convergence is accelerating. We need to activate this now. Evil Me sneered, his red eyes darting around the unstable room. And how exactly do we do that? Video Call Me hesitated, and I felt my suspicions deepen. What aren't you telling us? I demanded. He sighed, his shoulders sagging. The stabilizer, it requires a living anchor. One of us has to stay behind to power it, to become the focal point that keeps the realities separate. A heavy silence fell over us as the implications sank in. Whoever stayed behind would be trapped in this dying world, cut off from their own reality forever. Evil Me was the first to break the silence, laughing bitterly. Of course. There's always a catch, isn't there? And let me guess. You think it should be me? The evil version? No. Video Call Me said, shaking his head. It should be me. I'm the one who brought you both into this. I stepped forward, my mind racing. Wait a minute. How do we know which one of us is the original? For all we know, we're all just copies of each other from different realities. The question hung in the air, unanswerable. We stared at each other, 3 versions of the same person, each claiming to be the real one. It doesn't matter, Video Call Me finally said. What matters is that someone has to do this, or all of our realities will collapse. Evil Me's eyes narrowed. And why should we trust you? How do we know this isn't some elaborate trick? Before Video Call Me could respond, a violent tremor shook the room. Screens exploded in showers of sparks and rifts began to open in the air around us, swirling vortexes of energy that threatened to tear the fabric of reality apart. We're out of time, Video Call Me shouted over the growing cacophony. We have to make a decision now. I looked between my 2 counterparts, my mind whirling. Could I trust either of them? The evil version of me was, well, evil, but the one from the video call had been suspicious from the start. And then there was me. Was I really any more original than they were? I'll do it, I found myself saying, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. I'll stay. Both of them turned to stare at me, shock evident on their identical faces. Are you insane? Evil Me snarled. You'd sacrifice yourself for what? A bunch of alternate realities you've never even seen? Video Call Me looked equally stunned. You don't have to do this. I'm prepared. No, I cut him off. You're both right not to trust each other. And maybe you shouldn't trust me either. But someone has to do this and I don't think I could live with myself if I didn't try. Another violent tremor shook the room, and a deafening roar filled the air as reality itself seemed to scream in agony. How do we do this? I shouted to Video Call Me. He hesitated for a moment, then pressed the crystal into my hand. Focus on your home reality, he instructed. Picture it as clearly as you can. The stabilizer will do the rest. I nodded, clutching the crystal tightly. As I closed my eyes, trying to focus on my world, I felt a sudden movement beside me. My eyes snapped open to see Evil Me lunging for the crystal. I won't be trapped here, he roared, his red eyes blazing with desperation. We grappled, the crystal glowing brighter between us. Video Call Me tried to intervene, but another rift opened between us, forcing him back. Stop, I yelled, struggling to keep hold of the crystal. You'll destroy everything. But Evil Me was beyond reason, clawing and scratching like a wild animal. In the chaos, I saw Video Call Me edging towards a stable-looking portal, uncertainty written across his face. Time seemed to slow down as I made my decision. With all my strength, I shoved Evil Me away from me, towards Video Call Me and the portal. Go, I shouted. Both of you, go now! Video Call Me hesitated for a split second, then grabbed Evil Me's arm and pulled him towards the portal. Evil Me struggled, reaching back towards me and the crystal with a look of pure hatred. This isn't over, he snarled as Video Call Me dragged him through the shimmering gateway. As soon as they disappeared, I clutched the crystal to my chest and focused with all my might on my home reality. The crystal grew hot in my hands, pulsing with energy. The room around me began to shift and warp, rifts closing one by one. I felt a tugging sensation, as if every cell in my body was being pulled in 1,000 different directions. The pain was excruciating, but I held on, kept focusing. Faces flashed before my eyes. My family, my friends, all the people I was saving, all the people I would never see again. Gradually, the chaos began to subside. The screen stabilized, showing clear images of different realities once more. The rifts sealed themselves, leaving behind nothing but a faint shimmer in the air. And then, silence. I opened my eyes to find myself alone in the Nexus room. The crystal in my hands had gone dark, its power apparently spent. I was alive, but at what cost? I walked slowly to one of the screens, peering into what I hoped was my home reality. Everything looked normal, peaceful. Had it worked? Were the realities truly separated now? A movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. I turned to see a figure stepping out from behind one of the screens. My heart leapt into my throat as I recognized yet another version of myself. But this one was different. Older, with gray streaks in his hair and lines of worry etched into his face. "Well done," he said, his voice heavy with an emotion I couldn't quite place. "You've saved them all." "Who are you?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew the answer. He smiled sadly. "I'm you. Or rather, I'm what you become after spending years in this place, watching over the realities." I felt my knees go weak as the full weight of my situation hit me. So this is it? I'm trapped here forever? The older me nodded solemnly. It's a heavy burden, but a necessary one. Someone has to maintain the balance, to ensure the realities don't bleed into each other again. I sank to the floor, overwhelmed. And the others? The evil me? The one from the video call? Safe in their own realities, he assured me, though I suspect we haven't seen the last of them. As I sat there trying to process everything, a thought occurred to me. Wait, if you're here, does that mean I'm not really alone? That there's a way to... He held up a hand, cutting me off. Time works differently here. I am you, but I'm also not. My presence here is complicated. But yes, in a way, you won't be alone. You'll have the screens, the countless realities to watch over. And in time, you'll understand more about this place, about your role in the grand scheme of things. I nodded slowly, still not fully comprehending but feeling a small spark of hope. At least I wouldn't be completely isolated. The older me walked over to a control panel I hadn't noticed before. "Rest now," he said gently. "You have a long journey ahead of you. When you're ready, I'll teach you how to use this place, how to watch over the realities." As he spoke, I felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over me. The last thing I saw before my eyes closed was my older self, watching me with a mixture of pride and sadness. I drifted off into a dreamless sleep, the first of many in my new role as guardian of realities. The sacrifice had been made, the crisis averted. But as I slept, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a much larger story, one that spanned not just worlds but entire universes. And somewhere in the vast tapestry of realities, I knew that my other selves were out there, waiting, planning. The game wasn't over. The Nexus room faded away as I blinked awake, finding myself not in the sterile, screen-filled chamber I expected, but in a dilapidated version of my childhood home. Dust motes danced in shafts of sickly yellow light filtering through boarded-up windows. The air was thick with the musty scent of decay. "What the hell?" I muttered, pushing myself up from the threadbare couch. This wasn't right. The older version of me had said I'd be watching over realities, not whatever this was. I made my way through the crumbling house, each step bringing a new wave of conflicting emotions. Everything was familiar, yet terribly wrong. Family photos on the walls showed faces I recognized, but the images were distorted. The people's eyes blackened voids. In what used to be the kitchen, I found an old radio. To my surprise, it crackled to life when I turned it on. Final evacuation orders have been issued, a tired voice announced through the static. All remaining citizens are urged to report to designated extraction points immediately. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not... The broadcast dissolved into a harsh squeal of feedback, making me wince. Evacuation? Extraction points? What the hell was going on? I stumbled out of the house, desperate for answers. The street outside was a scene of apocalyptic abandonment. Cars sat rusting where they'd been left, some with doors still open. In the distance, I could see the skyline of what I assumed was my hometown, but several of the buildings were simply gone. Not destroyed, but as if they'd been erased from existence, leaving behind perfectly circular voids in reality. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally in the empty street. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered me. I wandered the desolate streets for what felt like hours, trying to make sense of my surroundings. This world, my world, was dying. That much was clear. But why? And how did this relate to my supposed role as a guardian of realities? As the sickly yellow sun began to set, casting long shadows across the abandoned city, I found myself drawn to a familiar building, the public library. Its grand stone facade was cracked and weathered, but it still stood proudly amidst the decay. Inside, the library was a maze of toppled bookshelves and scattered papers. I picked my way through the chaos, drawn to a section that seemed oddly untouched by the surrounding destruction. A single desk lamp cast a pool of light over a cluttered workspace. As I approached, I realized the desk was covered in papers, photographs, and what looked like scientific equipment. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized my own handwriting scrawled across numerous pages. "What is all this?" I whispered, sifting through the documents. The more I read, the more my sense of reality began to unravel. There were complex equations describing multidimensional physics, detailed notes on reality anchors and nexus points, and most disturbingly, pages upon pages about memory implantation and identity transference. With trembling hands, I picked up a leather-bound journal. As I flipped through it, my blood ran cold. It was a diary, my diary, but it described events I had no memory of. Experiments, ethical debates, a project called Operation Phoenix that involved creating multiple versions of oneself to seed across realities. "No," I muttered, shaking my head in denial. "This can't be right." But the evidence was mounting. Photographs showed me, or someone who looked exactly like me, working in high-tech laboratories, shaking hands with important-looking officials, standing in front of machinery that looked like it belonged in a sci-fi movie. And then I found it. A final entry, dated just days ago. The experiment was a success, but at what cost? I've created versions of myself, implanted them in other realities with false memories, all in the name of saving our dying world. But in doing so, have I become the very monster I sought to prevent? The other versions believe themselves to be the original, fighting against an evil copy. But the truth is, there is no original anymore. We are all copies now, all imposters in our own lives. I'm initiating the final phase. One version will be led to believe they are sacrificing themselves to save the multiverse. In reality, I, will be the one to carry on our work, to find a way to restore our world. The others will be safe in their adopted realities, none the wiser. May whatever God exists forgive me for what I've done. The journal slipped from my numb fingers, hitting the floor with a dull thud. My mind reeled, unable to process the implications. I wasn't the hero sacrificing himself to save reality. I was the architect of this whole twisted scenario. Or was I? Even now, I couldn't be sure which memories were real and which were implanted. Was this just another layer of deception? A sudden beeping drew my attention to a device on the desk I hadn't noticed before. It looked like a more advanced version of the screens from the Nexus room. With a shaking hand, I pressed a button, and the screen flickered to life. 3 faces appeared, my face in triplicate. The evil me, the video call me, and another version I didn't recognize. They all looked equally shocked to see me. It worked, the unknown version breathed. The quantum entanglement communicator actually worked. What's going on? I demanded. Who am I really? Who are any of us? The others exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. We've all had time to explore our respective realities, the evil me said, his red eyes now a normal color. And we've all come to the same conclusion. We're not who we thought we were. The video call me nodded. We've found evidence in each of our worlds, journals, recordings, fragments of memories that don't fit. We're all part of something bigger. Operation Phoenix, I whispered. They nodded in unison. But which one of us is the original? I asked, dreading the answer. The unknown version, who I was beginning to suspect was the true architect of this plan, shook his head sadly. All of us, and none of us. We're all fragments of the same person, split across realities in a desperate attempt to save our dying world. So what now? I asked, looking around at the decaying library, at the world falling apart around me. We continue the work, the evil me said firmly, each in our own reality. We find a way to stabilize the multiverse, to save our original world. And maybe, the video call me added softly, in the process, we find a way to become whole again. As we talked, I could feel a shift in the air around me. The library seemed to be fading, the edges of reality blurring. I don't have much time, I said urgently. This world, it's collapsing. The others nodded, understanding in their eyes. Remember, the architect version said, you carry a piece of all of us with you. Our knowledge, our experiences, use them. We'll find a way to bring you back, the evil me promised, a fierce determination in his eyes that I now recognized as my own. Stay strong, the video call me added. We're all in this together across every reality. As the world around me faded to black, I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. I may not have been who I thought I was, but I was part of something greater. In some form, across the vast expanse of the multiverse, I would survive. The screen flickered one last time, showing me not my other selves, but a swirling vortex of energy, the heart of the Nexus, I realized. As consciousness slipped away, I reached out towards it, ready to embrace whatever came next. See you on the other side, I whispered to myself, to all myselves, as reality dissolved around me. In that final moment, suspended between existence and oblivion, I understood a fundamental truth. Identity, memory, reality itself. These were all fluid concepts in the grand tapestry of the multiverse. And somewhere out there, in the infinite possibilities of creation, there was hope. My story, our story, wasn't ending. It was only just beginning. The alarm clock's shrill cry pierced the veil of sleep, dragging me back to consciousness. I groaned, my hand fumbling across the nightstand to silence the infernal device. The red LED numbers blinked accusingly. 7:15 a.m. Just another Monday in paradise. I rolled onto my back, staring at the ceiling fan's lazy circles. The morning light filtered through the blinds, casting zebra stripes across my rumpled sheets. Everything seemed normal, painfully ordinary. If I'd known what awaited me, I might have burrowed back under the covers and never come out. But ignorance is bliss, right? So I swung my legs over the side of the bed, wincing as my bare feet touched the cold hardwood floor. I shuffled towards the bathroom, scratching my stubbled chin and yawning wide enough to crack my jaw. Coffee, I mumbled to myself. Need coffee. I fumbled for the bathroom light switch, squinting as harsh fluorescent light flooded the small space. My eyes, still heavy with sleep, struggled to focus. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. Maybe I was still dreaming. But as I blinked rapidly, willing my vision to clear, the horror before me only sharpened into terrible focus. There, scrawled across my bathroom mirror in what could only be blood, were 4 words that sent ice water coursing through my veins. I'm coming back. The letters were jagged, dripping, as if whoever or whatever had written them had been in a frenzy. As I completed my circuit of the apartment, confusion mingled with my fear. How had someone gotten in, left that horrifying message, and gotten out without leaving a trace? I returned to the bathroom, plunger still clutched in my white-knuckled grip. The message gleamed mockingly in the fluorescent light. I'm coming back, I read aloud, my voice barely above a whisper. Coming back from where? Who are you? As if in response, a memory stirred in the back of my mind. A face, twisted with rage and hatred. A voice promising vengeance. But before I could grasp it fully, the memory slipped away, leaving me with nothing but a vague sense of unease. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I needed to clean this up. I couldn't leave a bloody message on my mirror. What would people think? I grabbed a handful of toilet paper and wet it in the sink. Taking a deep breath, I began to wipe at the gruesome words. To my horror, the blood seemed to resist my efforts. It smeared across the glass, but instead of coming off, it appeared to seep back through, reforming the letters as soon as I'd wiped them away. No, 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 I muttered, scrubbing harder. But it was no use. The message remained, as clear and terrifying as ever. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life. They happened in movies, in books, but not to ordinary guys like me in ordinary apartments on ordinary Monday mornings. That's when I saw it, a flicker of movement in the mirror. I spun around, but the bathroom door was still closed, the small room empty save for me. I turned back to the mirror, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw a face in the mirror. Not my face, but someone else's. Someone with dark, burning eyes and a smile that promised pain. But when I blinked, it was gone, leaving only my own pale, terrified reflection staring back at me. I backed out of the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. I leaned against it, sliding down to sit on the floor, my whole body shaking. This isn't real, I told myself, squeezing my eyes shut. This can't be real. But when I opened my eyes, I was still there, sitting on my hallway floor, a useless plunger lying beside me. And beyond the closed door, I knew that bloody message was waiting, a promise or a threat that I couldn't begin to understand. As the initial shock began to wear off, questions flooded my mind. Who had done this? How had they gotten in? And most importantly, what did they mean by, "I'm coming back"? I realized with a start that I couldn't stay here. I needed to get out, to get help. But as I struggled to my feet, my legs weak and rubbery, a new, terrifying thought struck me. What if they were still here, waiting for me to leave the relative safety of my apartment? I stood frozen in the hallway, paralyzed by indecision. The morning sun continued to shine through my living room windows, oblivious to the horror that had invaded my life. In the distance, I could hear the city waking up. Car horns, the rumble of the subway, the general hum of life going on as normal. But in here, in my little apartment, nothing would ever be normal again. As I stared at the closed bathroom door, I knew with chilling certainty that my life had changed irrevocably. Whatever was coming back, whatever had left that blood-scrawled warning, it was coming for me. The face emerged from the depths of my memory like a nightmare rising from the murky waters of a forgotten lake. Jake. The name alone sent a chill down my spine, colder than the blood-scrawled message on my bathroom mirror. I slumped onto my couch, my head in my hands, as the memories I'd buried for so long came flooding back. Jake Harrison. My best friend turned worst enemy. How could I have forgotten? It was 5 years ago, but suddenly it felt like yesterday. We were both up for the same promotion at Hartwell Associates. I'd worked my ass off for it, pulling all-nighters, sacrificing weekends, even missing my sister's wedding. Jake had always been the golden boy. Everything came easy to him. I remembered the day of the announcement like it was branded into my brain. Mr. Hartwell had called us both into his office, his face unreadable. "Gentlemen," he'd said, "you've both done exemplary work, but there can only be one regional manager." I held my breath, my heart pounding. Jake stood beside me, confident as always. "Congratulations," Mr. Hartwell said, turning to me. "You've earned this." The shock on Jake's face quickly turned to fury. As we left the office, he grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "You backstabbing son of a bitch," he hissed. "You think you've won? This isn't over." I tried to shake him off. "Come on, Jake. It was a fair—" His eyes blazed with a hatred I'd never seen before. "I swear to God I'll make you pay for this. You'll lose everything just like I have. And when you're at your lowest, when you think it can't get any worse, I'll be there. I'm coming back for you and you'll wish you'd never been born." Security had escorted him out that day. I'd heard he'd moved out of state shortly after. I'd put it all behind me, or so I thought. But now, the shrill ring of my phone cut through my thoughts like a knife. I jumped, my heart racing. The caller ID showed an unknown number. With shaking hands, I answered. "Hello?" Silence. Then, soft at first, but growing louder, the sound of someone breathing. Heavy, ragged breaths like a predator savoring the scent of its prey. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "Jake? Is that you?" The breathing intensified, and I swore I could hear a low chuckle underneath. Then, abruptly, the line went dead. I stared at the phone in my hand, feeling like I might be sick. It had to be Jake. But how? Why now, after all these years? My eyes darted around the room, suddenly feeling exposed. That's when I noticed something off about the photos on my wall. I approached slowly, squinting at the familiar faces of my family and friends. "No," I whispered. "It's not possible." In every photo, lurking in the background was Jake's face, sometimes partially hidden behind another person, sometimes blurred as if in motion, but always there, always watching. I stumbled backward, knocking over a side table. The crash echoed through the apartment, making me jump. "This isn't real," I muttered, running my hands through my hair. "I'm losing my mind. That's it. I'm having some kind of breakdown." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. The blood on the mirror, the phone call, and now this. It was all too real, too calculated. I paced the room, trying to think. Should I call the police? But what would I tell them? That my bathroom mirror was bleeding and my photos had magically changed? That I thought my old coworker was stalking me based on a 5-year-old threat? No, they'd think I was crazy. Hell, I was starting to think I was crazy. As the day wore on, I found myself jumping at every sound, peering out the windows, expecting to see Jake's face leering back at me. I couldn't bring myself to enter the bathroom again, using the kitchen sink to splash water on my face instead. Night fell, the darkness creeping in like an unwelcome guest. I sat in my armchair, every light in the apartment blazing, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand. My eyes burned from staring at the door, waiting for... what? Jake to come bursting in? The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional car passing outside and the hum of the refrigerator, and then... something else. At first I thought I was imagining it, a faint, scratching sound like fingernails on drywall. I held my breath, straining to listen. There it was again, coming from inside the walls. I rose slowly, the knife trembling in my grip. The scratching grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to be moving, circling the room. "Who's there?" I called out, hating how weak and frightened my voice sounded. "Show yourself!" The scratching stopped abruptly. For a moment, there was only silence. Then a low, muffled laugh seemed to emanate from everywhere at once. I spun around, brandishing the knife at empty air. "Jake, is that you? What do you want from me?" No response, just more scratching, now coming from the ceiling. I looked up. half expecting to see the plaster crack and Jake's grinning face peer through. But there was nothing. I backed into a corner, sliding down the wall until I was sitting on the floor. The knife clattered from my nerveless fingers. "Please," I whispered, not sure who I was talking to. "Please, just leave me alone." But the scratching continued, an endless, maddening sound that seemed to bore into my very skull. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The noise was inside me now, a constant reminder that I wasn't safe, that Jake was coming back, just like he'd promised. As the long night wore on, I sat there, curled into a ball, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. How was Jake doing this? What did he want? And most terrifyingly, what would happen when he finally revealed himself? The scratching in the walls was a sinister metronome, counting down the moments until Jake's revenge would be complete. And as the first light of dawn began to creep through my windows, I realized with horrifying clarity that this was only the beginning. Whatever Jake had planned, whatever nightmarish scheme he'd concocted over these past 5 years, it was all leading to something worse than blood-scrawled mirrors or doctored photos or phantom sounds in the walls. Jake was coming back, and when he did, I knew my world would never be the same. The first rays of sunlight pierced through my bedroom window, rousing me from a fitful sleep. I blinked, disoriented, my neck stiff from the awkward position I'd maintained all night, huddled in the corner. As consciousness fully returned, so did the memories of the previous day's horrors. The blood on the mirror, the altered photos, the scratching in the walls. I stood up slowly, my joints protesting. That's when I saw it. My bedroom, which I'd barely glanced at since the morning before, was in complete disarray. Drawers hung open, their contents strewn across the floor. My mattress was half off the bed frame, and clothes littered every surface. "What the hell?" I muttered, stumbling through the chaos. I checked my dresser, my nightstand, looking for anything missing. My wallet was still there, as was my watch and the few pieces of jewelry I owned. Nothing seemed to be stolen, just violated. A chill ran down my spine as I realized what this meant. Someone had been here, in my apartment, while I sat paralyzed with fear just a room away. They could have done anything to me, and I would have been helpless to stop it. I checked my phone. 7:30 a.m. I was going to be late for work. Part of me wanted to call in sick, to barricade myself in my apartment. But another part, a stronger part, needed to get out, to be around people, to pretend for a few hours that everything was normal. I dressed quickly, barely glancing in the mirror as I combed my hair. The message was still there, a crimson reminder of my waking nightmare. The drive to work was tense, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see Jake's car tailing me. But nothing out of the ordinary happened, and I arrived at Hartwell Associates just 10 minutes late. As I walked into the office, an eerie silence fell. Conversations stopped mid-sentence, and heads turned to watch me pass. I could feel their eyes on me, burning with, what? Curiosity? Pity? Knowledge? "Morning, everyone," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. A few murmured responses, but most just stared. As I reached my desk, I overheard 2 of my co-workers whispering, "Can't believe it's happening again. Shh, he'll hear you." I spun around. "What's happening again? What are you talking about?" They jumped, guilty expressions on their faces. "Nothing," said Tom, a little too quickly. "Just, talking about the quarterly reports." I narrowed my eyes. "Don't lie to me. What's going on?" But they just shook their heads and hurried away, leaving me standing there, confusion and paranoia battling for dominance in my mind. The rest of the morning passed in a haze of sidelong glances and hushed conversations that stopped the moment I came near. I couldn't focus on my work, my mind constantly replaying the events of the past day, trying to make sense of it all. Around noon, a courier arrived with a package for me. I signed for it with trembling hands, noting there was no return address. I opened it carefully, half expecting it to explode. Inside was a single black rose, its petals velvety and perfect. Beneath it lay a small digital timer, its red numbers counting down from 72. My breath caught in my throat. 3 days. Whatever Jake had planned, it was coming to a head in just 3 days. As I stared at the timer, mesmerized by the steadily decreasing numbers, a note fluttered to the floor. With shaking hands, I picked it up and read the typed message. "Time's running out. Are you ready to lose everything?" I crumpled the note in my fist, anger momentarily overtaking fear. "Damn you, Jake," I muttered. "What's your game?" The rest of the workday passed in a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling that my colleagues knew something I didn't, that they were all part of some grand conspiracy orchestrated by Jake. By the time 5 p.m. rolled around, I was a bundle of frayed nerves. I practically ran to my car, desperate to get home where I could try to make sense of everything. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. About halfway home, on a stretch of road that ran through a wooded area, my car began to sputter. The engine coughed once, twice, and then died completely. I coasted to the shoulder, a string of curses escaping my lips. I sat there for a moment, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. This couldn't be a coincidence. None of this was a coincidence. That's when I saw it. A flash of movement in my rearview mirror. I whipped around, my heart pounding. There, just for a second, I could have sworn I saw Jake's face grinning malevolently from the tree line. "Show yourself," I screamed, fumbling with my seatbelt. "I know you're there, Jake." But when I got out of the car, there was no one. Just the wind rustling through the trees and the distant sound of traffic. I stood there, panting, feeling exposed and vulnerable. I didn't know. But as I stared at those glowing red numbers, I realized that in 3 days, for better or worse, this nightmare would reach its climax. The next morning, I awoke to the soft pitter-patter of what I thought was rain. Groggily, I opened my eyes, expecting to see water streaking down my bedroom window. Instead, I witnessed a horror that sent me scrambling out of bed. A scream caught in my throat. The walls were bleeding. Thick, dark rivulets of blood oozed from the ceiling, running down the walls in grotesque patterns. As I watched, frozen in terror, the rivulets began to form words. Tick-tock. "You can't escape. I see you." I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it all away. When I opened them again, the walls were pristine, no trace of blood or messages. But as soon as I blinked, the gruesome scene returned. "This isn't real," I muttered, pressing the heels of my hands into my eyes. "It's not real. It's not real. It's not real." But when I looked again, the blood was still there, forming new messages. "It's all real. Accept your fate." I stumbled out of the bedroom, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The living room was normal, no sign of blood or mysterious messages. The timer on the coffee table read 48:13:22. 2 days left. I needed to get out, to clear my head. Maybe some fresh air would help me think straight. I threw on some clothes and practically ran out of the apartment. The streets were bustling with the usual morning crowd, people hurrying to work or school, wrapped up in their own lives. For a moment, I felt a sense of relief. Here was normality, proof that the world hadn't gone completely mad. But as I walked, snippets of conversation began to reach my ears, and that fragile sense of normalcy shattered. "Poor guy won't know what hit him," a woman in a business suit said to her companion as they passed me. "Did you hear about the countdown?" a teenager asked his friend. "I heard when it hits 0, he's done for." I spun around, staring at them, but they walked on, oblivious to my presence. Had I imagined it? Was I so paranoid that I was reading sinister meanings into innocent conversations? But it kept happening. Every group I passed seemed to be talking about me, about my impending doom. Yet when I tried to confront them, they looked at me blankly, as if they couldn't see me at all. Panic rising, I ducked into a small cafe, hoping to escape the maddening voices. I caught sight of myself in the mirrored wall behind the counter and froze. My reflection was smirking at me. I raised my hand slowly, but my reflection didn't mirror the movement. Instead, it winked and mouthed words I couldn't hear. "Are you okay, sir?" the barista asked, concern etched on her face. I tore my eyes away from the mirror. I'm fine. Just a black coffee, please. As she turned to prepare my order, I looked back at the mirror. My reflection was normal again, mimicking my pale, wide-eyed stare. I took my coffee and found a secluded corner table, my back to the wall. As I sipped the bitter liquid, I tried to make sense of what was happening. Was Jake somehow orchestrating all of this? Or was I losing my grip on reality? My hand brushed against something in my jacket pocket. Frowning, I pulled out a photograph I didn't remember putting there. My breath caught as I studied the image. It was a picture of Jake and me, arms slung around each other's shoulders, grinning at the camera. We were standing in front of a cabin I didn't recognize, surrounded by dense forest. The strange thing was, I had no memory of this photo being taken. Jake and I had never gone on a trip together, had we? I turned the photo over. On the back, in handwriting I recognized as Jake's, was a message. Remember the good times? They're coming to an end. Tick-tock. A chill ran down my spine. I shoved the photo back in my pocket and hurried out of the cafe, no longer able to bear the feeling of eyes watching me from every direction. The next day and a half passed in a blur of paranoia and increasing hallucinations. The bleeding walls became a regular occurrence, the messages growing more threatening and specific. My reflection continued to mock me, sometimes screaming silently, sometimes laughing uproariously at my distress. I stopped answering my phone after the third call that consisted only of my own voice screaming in agony. I couldn't trust anything I saw or heard anymore. As the timer ticked down to its final hours, I found myself huddled in my apartment, all the lights on, jumping at every sound. The photo of Jake and me lay on the coffee table next to the timer, a constant reminder of the threat looming over me. With just an hour left, I finally worked up the courage to call the police. But as the phone rang, I heard a click, and then Jake's voice filled the line. Now, he said, his tone mockingly gentle. We can't have you spoiling the surprise, can we? It's almost time. Are you ready? Ready for what? I shouted into the phone. What have you done, Jake? What's going to happen? But the line was already dead. As the final minutes ticked away, I paced my apartment, alternating between rage and terror. Part of me wanted to run, to get as far away as possible, but another part knew it was pointless. Whatever Jake had planned, there was no escaping it. The timer hit 10, and I braced myself, though for what, I had no idea. 05, 3, For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a giant switch being thrown, every light in my apartment went out. I rushed to the window and saw darkness spreading across the city like a wave, block by block, until the entire skyline was plunged into blackness. The whispers multiplied, overlapping, until it felt like 100 Jakes were surrounding me, closing in. Panic overwhelmed me. I lunged for where I thought the door should be, my hands scrabbling against the wall. Finally, I found the doorknob and wrenched it open, stumbling out into the hallway. But the hallway wasn't there anymore. Instead, I found myself on a street I didn't recognize. The buildings loomed impossibly tall, their windows dark and lifeless. The road stretched out before me, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. What the hell? I muttered, spinning around. My apartment building had vanished, replaced by more of this nightmare cityscape. The whispers followed me, carried on a wind that shouldn't exist in this enclosed space. Michael, you can't escape. Michael. I started running, my feet pounding against the pavement. Each turn led to another unfamiliar street, each alley a dead end. The city had become a labyrinth, and I was the rat trapped within it. As I ran, the shadows began to move. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, a trick of my panicked mind. But then I saw them clearly. Dark shapes peeling themselves from the walls, flowing across the ground like living ink. They chased me, their formless bodies stretching out, trying to ensnare my feet. I could hear them now, a sound like rustling paper mixed with soft, hungry growls. This isn't real, I gasped as I ran. It can't be real. But the burning in my lungs, the ache in my legs, it all felt real enough. The shadows were gaining on me, their cold touch brushing against my heels. Up ahead, I saw a building that stood out from the rest. A church, its spire reaching up into the starless sky. Somehow I knew it was my only hope. I put on a burst of speed, racing up the steps. The heavy wooden doors opened at my touch, and I threw myself inside, slamming them shut behind me. The interior of the church was dimly lit by flickering candles. Rows of pews led up to an altar, and along the walls stood statues of saints, their stone faces serene in the gloom. I leaned against the doors, panting, listening for any sign that the shadows had followed me. For a moment, all was quiet. Then, a scraping sound made me turn around. My blood ran cold as I saw one of the statues slowly rotating, its blank eyes fixing on me. Another moved, then another, until every statue in the church was facing me, their expressions no longer peaceful, but accusatory. "No," I whispered. "Please, no." The statues began to speak, their stone lips moving in impossible ways. Each one had Jake's voice. "You can't hide from your guilt, Michael," they said in unison. "You can't hide from me." "I haven't done anything," I shouted, backing away. "Leave me alone." But the statues were advancing now, stepping down from their pedestals with grating, stony movements. Had I really let my imagination run so wild? Had my fear of Jake's old threat driven me to some kind of psychological break? I went to the kitchen to make coffee, trying to shake off the lingering unease. As the coffee brewed, I noticed something on the counter that made my blood run cold. It was a single black rose petal. With trembling hands, I picked it up. It felt real, velvety between my fingers. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. The petal was still there. "Okay," I said aloud, my voice shaky. "Okay. Think this through, Michael. It doesn't have to mean anything. Maybe you brought it in on your shoe or something." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. I hadn't seen any roses, let alone black ones, in days. I spent the rest of the morning in a state of nervous anticipation, jumping at every sound, scrutinizing every shadow. But nothing out of the ordinary happened. By the time I had to leave for work, I had almost convinced myself that the rose petal was just a coincidence. As I locked my apartment door, my elderly neighbor, Mrs. Kowalski, was shuffling past with her little dog. "Good morning, Mrs. K," I said, trying to sound normal. She looked at me strangely. "Are you feeling better, dear? You gave us all quite a scare last night." I froze. "Last night? What do you mean?" "Oh, all that screaming and running around. And then when the police came, well, I'm just glad to see you're up and about." My mind reeled. "Police? Mrs. Kowalski, I don't remember any of that." She patted my arm sympathetically. "Don't you worry about it, dear. We all have our bad nights sometimes. Just maybe keep it down a bit next time, She continued down the hall, leaving me standing there, my certainty crumbling around me. It hadn't been a dream, at least not all of it. But how much was real? How much had actually happened? As I walked to my car, my phone buzzed with a text message. Unknown number. My hand shook as I opened it. "Sweet dreams, Michael. Don't worry. The real fun is just beginning. Jay." I looked up, scanning the street, the windows of nearby buildings. Was he watching me right now? Had he always been watching? One thing was clear. This nightmare was far from over. The hunt had begun, and I was the prey. As I got into my car, I couldn't shake the feeling that every shadow might come alive, that every stranger on the street might be Jake in disguise. The game was on, and I had no idea how to play, let alone win. But I knew one thing for certain. I had to find a way to end this, to confront Jake once and for all. Because if I didn't, I feared I might lose not just the game, but my very grip on reality. With a deep breath, I started the car and pulled out into traffic, keenly aware that every turn might lead me back into Jake's labyrinth. The hunt had begun, and I was running out of safe places to hide. I couldn't take it anymore. The constant fear, the paranoia, the feeling that I was losing my grip on reality. It was all too much. I needed to talk to someone who knew me, someone I could trust. That's why I called Sarah, my best friend since college. We met at our favorite coffee shop, a quiet little place where we'd spent countless hours studying and gossiping over the years. As soon as I saw her concerned face, the words started pouring out of me. I told her everything: the blood on the mirror, the altered photos, the nightmarish chase through the city that may or may not have been real. Sarah listened patiently, her brow furrowing more with each passing minute. When I finally finished, out of breath and on the verge of tears, she reached across the table and took my hand. "Michael," she said gently, "I think you might be having some kind of breakdown." I pulled my hand away, stung. "What?" "No, Sarah, you don't understand. This is real. Jake is back and he's—" "Jake moved away years ago," she interrupted. "You haven't seen or heard from him since. Don't you think it's possible that all of this is, well, in your head?" I stared at her, disbelief and betrayal warring inside me. "You think I'm crazy?" She sighed. "I think you're under a lot of stress. Maybe you should talk to someone, a professional, I mean." "I'm talking to you," I snapped, louder than I intended. A few other patrons glanced our way. Sarah lowered her voice. "Michael, please. I'm worried about you. These things you're describing, they're not possible. Bleeding walls, living shadows. You have to see how this sounds." I stood up abruptly, my chair scraping loudly against the floor. "I thought you of all people would believe me. I guess I was wrong." As I stormed out of the coffee shop, I heard Sarah calling after me, but I didn't turn back. I couldn't bear to see the pity and concern in her eyes anymore. I wandered the streets aimlessly, my mind churning. Was Sarah right? Was I losing my mind? But no. The rose petal had been real. The text message from Jake had been real. Hadn't they? Lost in thought, I almost walked right into a man standing on the sidewalk. I mumbled an apology and tried to move past him, but he grabbed my arm. "Michael Thompson?" he asked, his voice low and urgent. I tensed, ready to run. "Who wants to know?" The man glanced around nervously. "Someone who can help you. Someone who knows about Jake." My heart skipped a beat. "What do you know about Jake?" "Not here," he said, releasing my arm. "Meet me at the old warehouse on Pier 17 in an hour. Come alone." Before I could respond, he melted into the crowd, leaving me standing there with more questions than answers. An hour later, against my better judgment, I found myself approaching the dilapidated warehouse. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but the promise of answers was too tempting to resist. The stranger was waiting for me inside, his face half hidden in shadow. "I was starting to think you wouldn't come." "Start talking," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you know about Jake?" He stepped forward and I got my first good look at him. He was older than I expected, with graying hair and deep lines etched into his face. "My name is Alan. I used to work for Hartwell Associates just like you and Jake." "I don't remember you," I said, frowning. Alan smiled grimly. "You wouldn't. I left long before you joined, but I remember Jake, and I know what he's capable of." Over the next hour, Alan spun a tale that seemed too fantastical to be true. He claimed that Jake had always been different, brilliant, but unstable, obsessed with the idea of revenge against those he felt had wronged him. When he left the company, Alan said, he didn't just move away. He went underground, gathering resources, making connections. He's been planning this for years, Michael, and he's not alone. "What do you mean?" I asked, a chill running down my spine. Alan leaned in close. "There's a conspiracy. People in the company, people you work with every day. Some of them are working with Jake, helping him." My mind reeled. The strange behavior of my colleagues, the whispered conversations that stopped when I approached. Suddenly, It all made a twisted kind of sense. But why? I demanded. Why would they help him? Alan shook his head. Money, power, fear. Who knows? The point is, you can't trust anyone at Hartwell. No one. As the implications of his words sank in, a new wave of paranoia washed over me. If what Alan was saying was true, I was surrounded by enemies, people who had been watching me, reporting back to Jake, maybe even participating in his sick games. What can I do? I asked, hating how helpless I sounded. Alan reached into his pocket and pulled out a flash drive. This contains evidence, emails, financial records, everything I've managed to gather about Jake's network. Take it to the police, it's your only chance. I took the flash drive, my hand shaking slightly. Thank you. I don't know how to... My words were cut off by the sound of breaking glass. Something crashed through the warehouse window, landing between us with a metallic clank. It took me a moment to recognize it. A grenade. Run! Alan shouted, shoving me towards the exit. The explosion rocked the warehouse, throwing me off my feet. My ears rang, and smoke filled the air. Through the haze, I saw Alan lying motionless on the ground. Alan! I crawled towards him, coughing. But as I reached him, I knew it was too late. His eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, and there was a large piece of shrapnel embedded in his chest. And there, carved into his forehead, was a message that made my blood run cold. No one can help you now. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the flash drive, and ran. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I finally stopped, I found myself in an unfamiliar part of the city, surrounded by indifferent strangers going about their day. As the adrenaline wore off, the full weight of what had happened crashed down on me. Alan was dead, killed because he tried to help me. And the conspirators, whoever they were, knew I had the flash drive. I looked down at the small device in my hand. It held the key to unraveling this whole nightmare, if I could trust that what Alan had told me was true. But could I? After everything that had happened, after what I'd seen and experienced, how could I trust anyone or anything? The image of Alan's lifeless body, the cruel message carved into his skin, flashed through my mind. Jake's words echoed in my ears. No one can help you now. As I stood there, lost and alone in a city that suddenly felt alien and hostile, a terrible realization dawned on me. I couldn't trust my coworkers. I couldn't trust my friends. I couldn't even trust my own senses or memories anymore. In this twisted game that Jake had constructed, there was only one person I could rely on. Myself. And even that was starting to feel like a shaky proposition. I pocketed the flash drive and started walking, no particular destination in mind. Every face I passed was a potential enemy, every shadow a possible hiding place for Jake or his accomplices. The hunt was intensifying, and I was running out of places to hide, people to turn to. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the city streets, I made a silent vow. I would get to the bottom of this, expose Jake's conspiracy, and end this nightmare once and for all. Because if I didn't, I feared I might lose not just my life, but my very sanity. The game had changed, and the stakes were higher than ever. It was time to stop running and start fighting back. But first, I needed a plan, and a safe place to examine the contents of that flash drive. As I hailed a taxi giving the address of a cheap motel across town, I couldn't shake the feeling that every move I made was being watched, analyzed, anticipated. The hunt was far from over. In fact, it was only just beginning. The dingy motel room felt like a sanctuary after days of paranoia and fear. I sat on the edge of the bed, the flash drive Alan had given me clutched in my trembling hands. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever revelations it might contain. Just as I was about to plug it into my laptop, there was a knock at the door. My heart leapt into my throat. "Room service," a familiar voice called out. I froze. It couldn't be. But I knew that voice. I'd heard it in my nightmares for days. Slowly, I approached the door and looked through the peephole. There, standing in the hallway with a room service cart, was Jake. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Not here, not now. The knock came again, more insistent this time. "Come on, Michael. Open up, we have so much to talk about." My hand hovered over the doorknob. Part of me wanted to barricade the door, to hide under the bed like a child. But another part, a part I barely recognized, was tired of running. I opened the door. Jake stood there, looking exactly as I remembered him. His easy smile, his piercing eyes, it was all the same. He pushed the cart into the room, closing the door behind him. "Long time no see, old friend," he said, as if we were meeting for drinks after work. "You're not real," I whispered. "You can't be here." Jake laughed, the sound sending chills down my spine. "Oh, I'm very real, Michael. The question is, are you?" He gestured to the window, and I followed his gaze. Outside, people were walking by, going about their lives as if nothing was amiss, as if there wasn't a ghost from my past standing in my hotel room. "They can't see me," Jake said, answering my unspoken question. "Only you can. Isn't that special?" I backed away, my mind struggling to process what was happening. "What do you want from me, Jake? Why are you doing this?" His smile faded, replaced by a look of cold fury. "You know why. You took everything from me, Michael. My job, my future, my sanity. Now I'm going to take everything from you." As he spoke, the room around us began to change. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting. The floor rippled like water. I blinked hard, trying to clear my vision, but the distortions only intensified. "What's happening?" I gasped. Jake's grin was back, wider and more malevolent than ever. "Welcome to my world, Michael. A world where reality bends to my will. A world where your worst nightmares come to life." Suddenly, we weren't in the hotel room anymore. We were standing in the office at Hartwell Associates the day Jake had been passed over for the promotion. "Remember this day?" Jake's voice echoed around me. "The day you stabbed me in the back?" I saw myself, 5 years younger, shaking hands with Mr. Hartwell. I saw Jake's face contort with rage. "It wasn't like that," I protested. "I worked hard for that promotion. I earned it." The scene shifted again. We were in a dark alley, rain pouring down around us. Jake was on his knees begging. "Please, Michael." The past Jake pleaded. "I need this job. I've got debts. People will get hurt if I can't pay." I remembered this conversation. It had happened a week after Jake was fired. I had ignored his pleas, told him to move on. "I didn't know," I said, my voice barely audible over the rain. "I didn't understand." Present-day Jake circled me, his eyes gleaming. "No, you didn't. But you're going to understand now." With each step he took, the city around us warped and changed. Buildings twisted into impossible shapes. Streets folded in on themselves like origami. And everywhere I looked, I saw faces, accusing, mocking, pitying. "Stop this," I begged. "Please, Jake. I'm sorry for what happened. But this has to end." He laughed, the sound echoing off the twisted landscape. "End? Oh no, Michael. We're just getting started." As he spoke, I felt something stirring within me, a power I'd never felt before, raw and electric. Without thinking, I raised my hand and a wave of energy burst forth, pushing Jake back. He stumbled, surprise flashing across his face. Well, well. Looks like you've got some fight in you after all." The city shifted again, reforming into a gladiatorial arena. Spectators filled the stands, their faces a blur of emotion, fear, excitement, bloodlust. "Let's see what you can do," Jake snarled, lunging at me. I dodged, my body moving with a speed and grace I'd never possessed before. As we fought, the arena changed with each blow. One moment we were on a narrow bridge over a bottomless chasm, the next on top of a skyscraper, then in a dense jungle. With each shift, I felt my newfound power growing stronger. I could feel the fabric of this twisted reality, could sense how to bend it to my will. "This isn't real," I said, more to myself than to Jake. "None of this is real." "Oh, it's real enough," Jake growled, throwing a punch that I barely avoided. "Real enough to destroy you." But I was starting to understand. This world, this confrontation, it was all happening in our minds. And in the mind, belief was everything. I closed my eyes, concentrating hard. When I opened them, we were back in the hotel room. Jake looked around, confusion and anger warring on his face. "No," he snarled. "You can't do this. This is my world." "Not anymore," I said, feeling a calm certainty settle over me. "I don't know how you did all this, Jake. I don't know if you have some kind of power, or if I'm just losing my mind. But I do know one thing. I'm not afraid of you anymore." As I spoke, Jake's form began to waver, like a mirage in the desert. He lunged at me one last time, his face a mask of fury and desperation. But as his hands reached for my throat, they passed right through me. "This isn't over," he hissed, his voice fading. "You can't escape me, Michael. I'll always be here, in the darkest corners of your mind." And then, like smoke in the wind, he was gone. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to process what had just happened. Had I won? Was it really over? A sharp pain in my arm made me look down. There was an IV inserted into my vein. Confused, I looked around, really seeing my surroundings for the first time. I wasn't in a hotel room. I was in a hospital bed. The walls were stark white, the air heavy with the scent of disinfectant. A heart monitor beeped steadily beside me. "Mr. Thompson?" a gentle voice said. A nurse was standing beside my bed, a concerned look on her face. "Are you with us?" "Where am I?" I croaked, my throat dry. "You're in the psychiatric ward of St. Mary's Hospital," she explained softly. "You've been here for 3 days. Do you remember what happened?" I shook my head, my mind reeling. Had it all been a delusion? The blood on the mirror, the chase through the city, the confrontation with Jake, had none of it been real? "You had a severe psychotic episode at your workplace," the nurse continued. "You were talking about someone named Jake, about conspiracies and people trying to hurt you. We had to sedate you." I closed my eyes, feeling a wave of despair wash over me. So Sarah had been right. I was losing my mind. But as I lay there, trying to separate reality from delusion, a small voice in the back of my mind whispered a troubling thought. What if this was just another layer of Jake's game? What if the hospital, the nurse, all of it was just another fabrication? I opened my eyes, looking around the room with newfound suspicion. Was that a flicker of movement in the corner? Did the shadows just shift unnaturally? "Is everything all right, Mr. Thompson?" the nurse asked, noticing my agitation. I forced a smile. "Yes, everything's fine. I'm just tired." But as she nodded and left the room, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. Jake's last words echoed in my mind. "You can't escape me, Michael. I'll always be here, in the darkest corners of your mind." Real or not, sane or insane, one thing was certain. The game was far from over. The stark white walls of the psychiatric ward seemed to close in around me as I sat on the edge of my bed, my mind racing. It had been a week since I'd woken up here, and with each passing day my grip on reality felt more tenuous. Dr. Simmons, the lead psychiatrist, entered the room with his usual calm demeanor. "Good morning, Michael. How are we feeling today?" I eyed him warily. "The same as yesterday, Doctor." Confused, frustrated, wondering if I'm losing my mind. He nodded sympathetically and took a seat across from me. "I understand. Let's talk about Jake again, shall we?" I sighed, bracing myself for another round of what felt like gaslighting. "What's the point? You're just going to tell me he doesn't exist." "Michael," Dr. Simmons leaned forward, his voice gentle but firm. "We've been over this. We've checked every record, contacted your former employers, even reached out to your college. There's no evidence that anyone named Jake ever worked with you or went to school with you. I stood up, pacing the small room. But I remember him. I remember conversations, projects we worked on together. How can all of that be in my head? Dr. Simmons watched me carefully. The mind is capable of creating incredibly detailed false memories, especially under stress. Your break from reality seems to have centered around this Jake character, perhaps as a way for your psyche to process unresolved guilt or anxiety. I was about to argue when something caught my eye through the window of my room. A patient was being escorted down the hall, and for a moment I could have sworn it was Sarah, my best friend. But that was impossible. Sarah wasn't mentally ill. Michael? Dr. Simmons's voice snapped me back to attention. What is it? I shook my head, trying to clear it. Nothing. I just thought I saw someone I knew. The doctor made a note on his clipboard. That's not uncommon. Patients often project familiar faces onto strangers. It's part of the adjustment process. As he spoke, I noticed something strange happening to the walls of my room. For a brief moment, they seemed to shimmer and transform into the office at Hartwell Associates. I blinked hard, and the illusion vanished. Are you all right? Dr. Simmons asked, noticing my distress. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Was I hallucinating again? Or was this another layer of Jake's game? I think that's enough for today, the doctor said, standing up. Try to rest, Michael. Remember, you're safe here. As he left, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I spent the rest of the day watching the other patients, and with growing unease, I realized that many of them looked familiar. There was a man who could have been my old college roommate, a woman who resembled my first girlfriend, and even someone who looked disturbingly like Mr. Hartwell himself. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the room began to change again. The sterile hospital walls melted away, replaced by the familiar surroundings of my childhood bedroom. I sat up, heart pounding, as objects from my past materialized around me. My old baseball trophies, posters of bands I'd loved as a teenager, even the battered stuffed animal I'd kept hidden from my friends. This isn't real, I whispered to myself, squeezing my eyes shut. It's all in your head, Michael. Get a grip. But when I opened my eyes, the room remained transformed. And there, sitting at my old desk, was a figure I recognized all too well. Hello, Michael, Jake said, swiveling in the chair to face me. Miss me? I scrambled out of bed, backing away. You're not here. You're not real. Jake laughed, the sound sending chills down my spine. Oh, I'm as real as you are. Maybe more so. Tell me, Michael, have you figured it out yet? Figured what out? I demanded, my back pressed against the wall. Jake stood up, his form seeming to flicker and distort. Who you really are. What you really are. As he spoke, the room began to spin, fragments of memories flashing before my eyes. Jake and I as children, playing together. Jake and I in college, inseparable. Jake and I at Hartwell Associates, competing for the same promotion. Stop it, I shouted, clutching my head. Get out of my mind. Jake's voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. But I am your mind, Michael. I am you. The realization hit me like a physical blow. All this time, the chase, the mind games, the shifting realities. It had all been a battle with myself. Jake wasn't some external tormentor. He was a part of me, a fractured piece of my own psyche. As this truth settled over me, the room stabilized, returning to its hospital state. I found myself on the floor, gasping for breath. No, I muttered, struggling to my feet. No, this can't be right. But even as I denied it, I knew it was true. The doctors hadn't been lying or part of some conspiracy. They'd been trying to help me face a truth I wasn't ready to accept. I wasn't Michael Thompson, the successful businessman being tormented by a vengeful former colleague. I was Jake Donovan, a man who had suffered a psychotic break after losing a crucial promotion, creating an alternate personality to cope with my failure and guilt. The realization should have been devastating, but instead, I felt a strange sense of clarity. For the first time in what felt like ages, my mind was clear. I knew what I had to do. Moving quietly, I made my way to the door of my room. The night nurse was distracted, chatting with an orderly. I slipped past them, my heart pounding as I navigated the dimly lit corridors. I found the fire exit and pushed it open, wincing at the alarm that immediately began to blare. But I didn't stop. I ran out into the cool night air, away from the hospital and its attempts to piece my fractured mind back together. Because I understood now that the real threat wasn't Jake or some external conspiracy. The real threat was the war raging inside my own mind, and I couldn't fight that battle confined to a hospital bed, drowning in medications that dulled my senses. As I ran through the darkened streets, my hospital gown flapping around my legs, I felt more alive than I had in weeks. The city around me seemed to pulse with energy, as if reflecting the chaos in my mind. "You can't run from me," Jake's voice whispered on the wind. "I'm always with you." "I know," I said aloud, not breaking my stride. "But I'm not running from you anymore. I'm running towards the truth." I didn't know where I was going or what I would do when I got there, but I knew that somewhere out there in the twisted landscape of my own psyche lay the key to understanding who I really was. Jake, Michael, or someone else entirely. The hunt was on once again, but this time I was both the hunter and the hunted, chasing down the scattered pieces of my own identity. And I wouldn't stop until I put them back together, no matter how painful or terrifying the truth might be. As the first light of dawn began to break over the city, I disappeared into the shadows, leaving behind the world of locked wards and sympathetic doctors. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and the promise of self-discovery. The game had changed, but it was far from over. In fact, the real challenge was only just beginning. The city pulsed with an eerie energy as I raced through its streets, my bare feet slapping against the cold pavement. The hospital gown fluttered behind me like a tattered flag, a reminder of the fragile grip on reality I'd left behind. Time seemed to warp and stretch, the urgency of my mission battling against the surreal landscape of my fractured mind. I skidded to a halt at a busy intersection, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The traffic lights flickered ominously, cycling through their colors at an impossible speed. Pedestrians moved in jerky, time-lapse motions, their faces blurring into indistinct smears. "Tick-tock, Michael," Jake's voice whispered in my ear, though I knew he wasn't really there. Or should I say, "Jake, time's running out." I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to focus. "What's your endgame here? What are you planning?" A chuckle echoed through my mind. "You know exactly what I'm planning. After all, we're the same person, aren't we?" The realization hit me like a physical blow. Of course, the promotion, the resentment, the desire for revenge, it had all been building to this moment. I closed my eyes, concentrating hard, and suddenly I could see it all laid out before me like a blueprint. Hartwell Associates, the place where it all began, where we, had been passed over, humiliated, cast aside, and now the target of an elaborate plan for revenge. I opened my eyes, my purpose clear. I had to get to the office building before it was too late. As I ran, the city around me continued to shift and change. One moment I was sprinting down a familiar street, the next navigating a labyrinth of twisted alleys that couldn't possibly exist. Reality and fantasy blended seamlessly, making it impossible to tell what was real and what was a product of my disturbed mind. I passed a shop window and caught a glimpse of my reflection. For a split second, I saw Jake staring back at me, his eyes wild with a mixture of triumph and despair. I stumbled, nearly losing my footing, but forced myself to keep moving. "You can't stop this," Jake's voice taunted. "It's already in motion, years in the making, every detail meticulously planned." "Shut up," I growled, pushing myself harder. "I won't let us, do this." As I rounded a corner, I found myself face to face with Sarah. She stood there, looking exactly as she had the last time I'd seen her in the coffee shop, concern etched across her features. Michael, she said softly. What are you doing? I hesitated, uncertain. Was she real? Or another hallucination? Sarah, I panted. I need your help. We're going to do something terrible. We have to stop it. She shook her head sadly. Oh, Michael, there is no we. There's only you. You need to accept that. As she spoke, her form began to waver and distort. I blinked, and suddenly it wasn't Sarah standing before me, but Mr. Hartwell, my old boss. You were never good enough, he sneered. That's why you didn't get the promotion. That's why you're running through the streets in a hospital gown, chasing shadows. I stumbled backward, my head spinning. No, you're wrong. I am good enough. I am. But who was I? Michael? Jake? Someone else entirely? I turned and ran, leaving the shifting apparition behind. The streets blurred around me as I pushed myself to the limit, driven by a desperate need to reach Hartwell Associates before it was too late. Finally, I saw it looming ahead, the gleaming glass tower where I'd once worked, where my life had taken its fateful turn. As I approached, I saw that the entrance was unguarded, the lobby eerily empty. I burst through the doors, my bare feet squeaking on the polished marble floor. The elevator doors opened as if expecting me, and I threw myself inside, jabbing the button for the top floor. As the elevator ascended, I caught my reflection in the mirrored walls. My hair was wild, my eyes wide and haunted. The hospital gown hung off my thin frame, a stark reminder of how far I'd fallen. Look at yourself, Jake's voice sneered. Pathetic. Weak. Is it any wonder they chose someone else over you? I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the voice. I'm not weak, I whispered. I'm here, aren't I? I'm trying to stop this. The elevator dinged, and I opened my eyes to find myself not in the familiar executive suite, but in a dark, cavernous space that seemed to stretch on forever. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, taking on monstrous shapes before melting away. Welcome to the heart of darkness, Jake's voice echoed around me. Your darkness. Our darkness. I stepped forward cautiously, my eyes straining to make sense of my surroundings. As I moved deeper into the space, scenes from my past began to materialize around me like three-dimensional projections. There I was, a child, cowering as my father raged in a drunken stupor. There I was again, a teenager, lying to my best friend to steal away his girlfriend. And there, in vivid detail, was the moment I sabotaged my co-worker's presentation, ensuring that I would get the promotion instead of him. No, I whispered, horrified. That's not... I didn't... But I had. These weren't false memories or hallucinations. They were the truths I'd buried deep, the parts of myself I'd tried to forget or deny. You see now, don't you? Jake's voice was almost gentle. The real reason for all of this. It was never about revenge against others. It was about punishing ourselves for what we've done. As the realization washed over me, the shadowy space began to transform. Walls materialized, forming a familiar office. Mr. Hartwell's office. And there, sitting behind the desk, was Jake, or rather another version of myself. He looked up as I approached, a sad smile on his face. Hello, Michael. Or should I call you Jake? It doesn't really matter anymore, does it? I sank into the chair across from him, suddenly exhausted. What is all this? What are we doing here? I sighed heavily. We're here to face the truth, to make a choice that will change everything. With a wave of his hand, a complex device appeared on the desk between us. It looked like a mess of wires and explosives, with a digital display counting down. What is that? I asked, though I already knew the answer. The culmination of our plan, he replied. Set to detonate in exactly 1 hour. It will destroy this building and everyone in it. All the people who wronged us, who failed to see our potential, but more importantly, it will destroy us. The ultimate act of self-punishment. I stared at the device, my mind reeling. But Innocent people will die. He nodded grimly. Yes, just like the innocent people we've hurt throughout our life. Fitting, isn't it? I stood up abruptly, my chair scraping against the floor. No, I won't let this happen. We can't do this. We already have, he said softly. The only question now is whether you have the courage to stop it. I looked at him, at myself, and saw the pain, the guilt, the self-loathing that had driven us to this point. And I understood that this was the real battle I'd been fighting all along, not against some external enemy, but against the darkest parts of my own psyche. What do I have to do? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He smiled, a mixture of relief and sadness in his eyes. You know what you have to do. Acknowledge the truth. Accept who you are. All of it, the good and the bad. Only then can you truly choose who you want to be. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. All the memories I'd suppressed, all the lies I'd told myself, all the pain I'd caused, I let it all wash over me. I felt tears streaming down my face, but I didn't try to stop them. When I opened my eyes, I was alone in the office. The device still sat on the desk, its countdown now showing less than 5 minutes. I knew what I had to do. With shaking hands, I reached for the wires, preparing to disarm the bomb and finally face the consequences of my actions. But as my fingers touched the cool metal, I hesitated. Was I really ready to give up this elaborate fantasy? To return to a world where I'd have to confront the reality of who I was and what I'd done? Or was it easier to let the countdown reach 0, to lose myself completely in the fractured landscape of my own mind? The choice before me was terrible, but it was mine to make. And as the seconds ticked away, I knew that my decision would alter not just my fate, but the fate of everyone who had ever been touched by the twisted path that had led me to this moment. With a deep breath, I made my choice. I blinked, and suddenly I was back in my apartment, standing before the bathroom mirror. The familiar sight of dried blood spelling out, "I'm coming back," greeted me. But this time, it didn't fill me with dread. Instead, I felt a strange sense of calm, as if I'd finally reached the end of a long and twisted journey. As I stared at my reflection, I noticed something odd. It wasn't just my face looking back at me. Overlaid on my features were glimpses of all the versions of myself I'd encountered throughout this nightmarish experience. I saw the successful businessman I thought I was, the paranoid fugitive I'd become, the broken patient in the psychiatric ward, and countless other fragments of identity. We're all here, I whispered, touching the cool glass. We've always been here. As if in response, the reflections began to shift and merge, flowing into one another like watercolors bleeding on canvas. I watched, transfixed, as the myriad versions of myself coalesced into 2 distinct images, Michael and Jake, standing side by side in the mirror. "It's time," Jake said, his voice echoing both in my mind and in the small bathroom. I nodded, understanding what needed to happen next. We were never truly separate, were we? Michael shook his head. 2 sides of the same coin. The person we thought we were, and the person we were afraid to be. As they spoke, I felt a tugging sensation in my chest, as if some fundamental part of me was being pulled in 2 directions at once. The bathroom began to warp and distort around me, the walls bending at impossible angles. "What's happening?" I gasped, struggling to maintain my balance as the floor beneath me rippled like water. "We're coming full circle," Jake explained, his form in the mirror beginning to blur. "The cycle is completing itself." I watched in awe as Jake and Michael's reflections moved closer together, their edges softening and merging. It was beautiful and terrifying all at once, like watching the birth of a star or the death of a universe. "Will it hurt?" I asked, my voice sounding small and childlike. Michael smiled gently. "Only as much as growth always does." As their reflections merged completely, I felt a sudden, searing pain in my head. Images flashed before my eyes in rapid succession. The bloody mirror, the chase through the twisted city, the confrontations with Jake, the revelations in the psychiatric ward. the race to stop the bomb. But now I saw them from all perspectives at once. Michael's fear, Jake's anger, and the confused tumult of emotions from every version of myself in between. I clutched my head, falling to my knees as the bathroom continued to distort around me. The walls pulsed with an otherworldly light, and I could hear whispers echoing from every direction. "I'm coming back," the voices said, overlapping and multiplying until they became a deafening roar. "I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'm coming back." And suddenly, with crystal clarity, I understood the true meaning of those words. It wasn't Jake coming back to torment me. It wasn't some external threat or long-buried memory resurfacing. It was me, the real me, the whole me, coming back to myself after being fractured for so long. As this realization washed over me, I felt the pain in my head subside, replaced by a warm, pulsing energy that seemed to flow through my entire body. I looked up at the mirror, and for the first time, I saw myself. Not Michael, not Jake, but the complete, integrated person I truly was. "Hello," I said to my reflection, my voice steady and sure. "It's good to finally meet you." The reflection smiled back, and I felt a profound sense of peace settle over me. But even as I reveled in this newfound wholeness, I became aware of a subtle shift in the world around me. The bathroom was fading, its edges blurring and dissolving like mist in the morning sun. The mirror remained, but beyond it, I could see only an inky blackness that seemed to stretch on forever. "What's happening now?" I asked, surprised to find that I wasn't afraid. My reflection shrugged. "The world we created is collapsing. This particular journey is coming to an end." I nodded, understanding on a deep level. "But it's not really the end, is it?" "No," my reflection agreed. "It's just another turn of the wheel." As the last remnants of the bathroom faded away, leaving me standing in a void with only the mirror for company, I felt a mixture of sadness and anticipation. Sad for the conclusion of this chapter, but excited for whatever might come next. "Will I remember any of this?" I asked. My reflection smiled enigmatically. "Does it matter? The lessons will remain, even if the details fade." I considered this, turning the idea over in my mind. "I suppose you're right, but I hope I don't have to go through all of that again just to learn the same things." "Who knows?" my reflection said with a chuckle. "Maybe next time, you'll be the one doing the teaching." As we shared a laugh, I noticed that the mirror was starting to fade as well, its edges becoming indistinct against the surrounding darkness. "I guess this is goodbye then," I said, feeling a pang of melancholy. My reflection nodded. "For now. But remember, I'm always here. We're always here. All you have to do is look." With those final words, the mirror vanished completely, leaving me alone in the endless void. For a moment, I felt a flicker of panic, wondering what would happen next. But then I reminded myself that I was whole now, integrated and strong. Whatever came next, I could face it. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. As I exhaled, I felt the darkness around me shift, taking on substance and form. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing in a familiar place, the hallway outside my apartment. Everything looked exactly as it had at the beginning of this strange journey. The worn carpet beneath my feet, the flickering fluorescent light overhead, the chipped paint on my apartment door. It was all so normal, so mundane, that for a moment I wondered if I had imagined everything that had happened. But then I felt it. A warm, pulsing energy in my chest, a reminder of the integration I had experienced. I was still whole, still complete. The journey had been real, even if its trappings had faded away. I reached for my keys, ready to enter my apartment and begin this new chapter of my life. But just as my hand touched the doorknob, I heard it. A sound that sent a shiver of déjà vu down my spine. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp raps on the door coming from inside the apartment. I froze, my hand still on the doorknob. A part of me wanted to run, to flee from whatever new nightmare might be waiting on the other side of that door. But a larger part, the integrated whole part of myself, knew that running was no longer an option. Whatever was waiting for me in there, whatever new journey or challenge lay ahead, I had to face it. Because that's what growth was all about, facing the unknown, confronting our fears, and emerging stronger on the other side. With a deep breath, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. As I stepped across the threshold, I felt a familiar sensation, as if reality was shifting and reforming around me. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see what shape it would take this time. "Hello?" I called out, my voice steady despite the uncertainty churning in my gut. "Is anyone there?" As the door swung shut behind me with a soft click, I knew that the cycle was beginning again. But this time I was ready. This time I was whole. Whatever came next, whatever strange turns this new journey might take, I would face it as my true, integrated self. And maybe, just maybe, I would finally break the cycle for good. As the apartment around me began to warp and change, taking on new and impossible forms, I smiled. After all, isn't that what life is all about? Constant change, constant growth, always coming full circle only to begin again? With that thought in mind, I stepped forward into the unknown, ready for whatever adventures or nightmares awaited me. The cycle had begun anew, but this time, I was in control, and that made all the difference. I slouched in my office chair, eyes glazed over from staring at spreadsheets all day. Working from home had its perks, but the monotony was killing me. I glanced at the clock, 5:47 p.m., just a few more minutes, and I'd call it quits for the day. The sharp ping of an incoming video call jolted me from my stupor. I frowned, not recognizing the number flashing on my screen. Probably another client with a last-minute emergency. With a sigh, I clicked accept. The video feed flickered to life and my heart stopped. I was staring at myself, but it wasn't a mirror image. This version of me looked wrong. His hair was disheveled, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. Behind him I could make out a dim, grimy room with peeling wallpaper. "What the hell?" I muttered, leaning closer to the screen. The other me's eyes widened in panic. "Listen to me," he said, his voice hoarse and urgent. "You don't have much time." I blinked, trying to process what I was seeing. "Is this some kind of joke? Who are you?" "I'm you," he replied, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "From somewhere else, somewhere dark. But that doesn't matter now. What matters is that you stay inside tonight. Don't leave the house no matter what." A chill ran down my spine. "Why? What's out there?" The other me shook his head frantically. "I can't explain everything. There's no time. Just promise me you'll stay inside. It's waiting for you out there. If you step outside, it's all over." My mind raced, trying to make sense of this surreal situation. Was I dreaming? Had I finally cracked from too many long nights at the computer? "This isn't real," I said, more to myself than to the apparition on my screen. "It's real," the other me insisted. "More real than you can imagine. Please, you have to believe me. Your life depends on it." Something in his tone sent a shiver through me. The fear in his eyes was palpable, almost contagious. I found myself nodding. Okay, I'll stay in. But you need to tell me what's going on. Who are you really? Where are you?" The other me opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly his head snapped to the side, as if hearing something off screen. His face contorted in terror. "Oh God, it's here, it found me. Remember, don't leave the house, don't..." The call cut off abruptly, leaving me staring at a black screen. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Are you there?" Silence. I sat back in my chair, my heart pounding. What the hell had just happened? It had to be some kind of elaborate prank, right? But the fear in those eyes, my eyes, had seemed so genuine. I reached for my phone, intending to call a friend to hear a familiar voice and reassure myself that the world still made sense. But as my fingers brushed the screen, Every light in the house went out simultaneously. "Shit!" I yelped, nearly falling out of my chair. The sudden darkness was oppressive, seeming to press in on me from all sides. I fumbled for my phone, using its faint glow to illuminate the room. The battery indicator showed full charge, but there was no signal. "Okay, don't panic," I muttered to myself. "It's just a power outage. Happens all the time." But as I spoke the words, I knew they weren't true. This was different. The air felt charged, heavy with an unseen presence. And beneath it all, the warning from my doppelganger echoed in my mind. "Don't leave the house." I stood up slowly, using my phone's flashlight to navigate through the darkened house. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboards made me jump. I made my way to the front window, peering out into the street. The entire neighborhood was dark. No street lights, no lights from other houses. It was as if the whole world had been swallowed by darkness. And then I saw it. A figure, standing motionless under a dead street lamp. In the dim moonlight, I could just make out its shape. My shape. But as I watched, it turned its head and looked directly at me. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness. I stumbled back from the window, my heart racing. This couldn't be happening. It wasn't possible. "Get a grip," I hissed to myself. "You're imagining things." But even as I said it, I heard a sound that turned my blood to ice, scratching at the front door. Soft at first, then growing more insistent. I backed away, my phone slipping from my trembling fingers and clattering to the floor. The scratching intensified, accompanied now by a low, inhuman growl. "This isn't real," I whispered, pressing my back against the far wall. "This isn't real. This isn't real." But the scratching continued, growing louder, more frenzied. Whatever was out there wanted in, and it wouldn't stop until it got to me. I slid down the wall, hugging my knees to my chest. The warning echoed in my head. Don't leave the house. But what if the house wasn't safe anymore? What if it had found a way in? As if in answer to my unspoken question, the scratching suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse, filled with the terrified pounding of my own heart. Then, from just outside the door, I heard a voice. My voice, but twisted. Wrong. "Let me in. I just want to talk." I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. "I know you're in there," the voice continued, a hint of amusement creeping into its tone. "You can't hide from yourself forever." I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed with fear. Minutes stretched into hours, the darkness pressing in around me. Every sound, every shadow seemed to conceal some new horror. As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the windows, I finally succumbed to exhaustion. My last conscious thought before slipping into a fitful sleep was a desperate hope that when I woke up, this would all prove to be nothing more than a nightmare. But deep down, I knew. Whatever had started with that video call, whatever was waiting for me outside, this was only the beginning. And somehow, I would have to find the strength to face what came. The darkness of the living room pressed in on me like a physical weight. I huddled in the corner, my back against the wall, eyes straining to pierce the gloom. The events of the past few hours replayed in my mind on an endless loop. The video call, the doppelganger's warning, the lights going out. It all seemed like a bad dream, but the chill of the hardwood floor beneath me was all too real. I held my breath, listening intently for any sound from outside. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the thunderous pounding of my own heart. Had it always been this quiet at night? Or had the world beyond my walls simply stopped? "Get it together," I whispered to myself, the sound of my own voice startling in the stillness. There's got to be a rational explanation for all this. But even as I spoke the words, I knew they were a lie. Nothing about this situation was rational. A faint glimmer of moonlight filtered through a gap in the curtains, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I watched, mesmerized as they danced and shifted, taking on grotesque shapes that seemed to mock my fear. Was that elongated silhouette always there? Or was it something more sinister? I shook my head, trying to clear the paranoid thoughts. It's just shadows, I muttered, just tricks of the light. But then I saw it. A shadow that moved against the flow of the others, creeping along the wall with deliberate purpose. I held my breath, eyes wide, as it inched closer to where I sat. Just as it was about to reach me, a cloud passed over the moon, plunging the room into total darkness. I bit back a scream, pressing myself harder against the wall. When the moonlight returned, the shadow was gone. "I'm losing my mind," I whispered, running a shaking hand through my hair. "That's got to be it. I'm having some kind of breakdown." As if in response to my words, a new sound cut through the silence. A slow, deliberate scratching at the front door. My blood turned to ice. I stared at the door, willing it to hold, willing the sound to stop. But it continued, growing more insistent with each passing second. Scratch, scratch, scratch. "It's just the wind," I said aloud, trying to convince myself. Just a branch scraping against the door. Nothing to be afraid of. But deep down I knew it wasn't the wind. The scratching was too rhythmic, too purposeful. Something was out there, trying to get in. I thought about making a run for it, dashing upstairs to barricade myself in the bedroom. But the warning from my doppelganger echoed in my mind. Don't leave the house. If I couldn't trust the outside world, could I even trust the other rooms in my own home? The scratching stopped as suddenly as it had begun, leaving behind a silence that was somehow even more terrifying. I strained my ears, trying to detect any hint of movement outside. Nothing. Minutes ticked by, each one feeling like an eternity. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loudly. Whatever was out there, it was waiting, watching. As the first hint of dawn began to lighten the sky outside, I felt my eyelids growing heavy. The adrenaline that had kept me alert all night was fading, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. "Stay awake," I mumbled, pinching my arm hard. "Can't sleep, not safe." But my body had other ideas. As the room grew brighter, my eyes began to close of their own accord. I fought against it, but it was a losing battle. Just before sleep claimed me, I saw a figure standing in the doorway, my own face, twisted into a cruel smile, eyes glowing red in the dim light. Then darkness took me, and I fell into a fitful sleep filled with nightmares. In my dreams, I was running through an endless maze of dark corridors, pursued by a shadow that wore my face. Every time I thought I'd found an exit, it would morph into another twisting passageway. "You can't escape," my own voice called out from the darkness. "There's nowhere to hide from yourself." I ran faster, my lungs burning, my legs aching, but no matter how fast I moved, the shadow was always right behind me, its laughter echoing off the walls. Suddenly, I burst through a door and found myself back in my living room. But everything was wrong. The furniture was decaying. The walls were covered in a thick, pulsating mold. And there, in the center of the room, stood my doppelganger from the video call. "I told you not to leave the house," he said, his voice filled with disappointment and fear. "I didn't," I protested. "I'm still here. I stayed inside like you said." He shook his head sadly. "You don't understand. It's not about the physical house. It's about staying inside yourself. Don't let it in. Don't let it become you." Before I could ask what he meant, the floor opened up beneath me and I was falling, falling. I jolted awake with a gasp, sunlight streaming through the windows. For a moment I was disoriented, unsure of where I was or how much time had passed. Then the events of the night came rushing back, and I scrambled to my feet, looking around wildly. The living room was exactly as it had always been. No decaying furniture, no mold on the walls. Everything was normal. "It was just a dream," I said aloud, relief washing over me. All of it, just a crazy, vivid nightmare. But as I moved to open the curtains, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the hardwood floor, was a trail of muddy footprints leading from the front door to where I'd been sleeping, and they were my size. I stared at the footprints, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. It wasn't possible. I hadn't moved all night. I hadn't opened the door. Had I? The doubt crept in, insidious and terrifying. What if I had sleepwalked? What if, in my exhausted state, I had done exactly what my doppelganger had warned me not to do? Or worse, what if something had come in wearing my face, leaving behind these footprints as a mockery of my fear? I backed away from the footprints, my heart racing. The nightmare wasn't over. It was just beginning. And as the sun climbed higher in the sky, I realized that the waiting game wasn't over. It had simply entered a new, more terrifying phase. Because now the thing I feared most wasn't just outside. The harsh light of day did nothing to dispel the lingering dread that had settled over me. I blinked away the last vestiges of sleep, my body aching from a night spent huddled on the floor. As I stumbled to my feet, the full extent of the chaos around me slowly came into focus. My living room was in shambles. The coffee table was overturned, its contents strewn across the floor. Books had been pulled from shelves, their pages torn and scattered like confetti. Picture frames hung askew on the walls, some smashed on the ground, leaving trails of broken glass. "What the hell?" I muttered, carefully picking my way through the debris. It looked as though a tornado had torn through my house while I slept. But how was that possible? I would have heard something, wouldn't I? A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the muddy footprints I'd seen earlier. Had someone or something been in here with me? I made my way to the kitchen, hoping to find some semblance of normalcy. But the destruction had spread there too. Cabinet doors hung open, dishes lay shattered on the floor, and the refrigerator door was ajar, its contents spilling out onto the linoleum. "This can't be happening," I said aloud, my voice shaking. "This has to be some kind of sick joke." But even as I spoke the words, I knew they weren't true. The fear that had gripped me last night came flooding back, intensified by the harsh reality of daylight. Just then, a shrill ringing cut through the silence, making me jump. My phone. I'd left it in the living room. I rushed back, heart pounding, and found the device buried under a pile of torn magazines. The screen was cracked but still functional, and there, displayed in glowing digits, was the same unknown number from the night before. My hand trembled as I reached for the phone. Part of me screamed to ignore it, to smash the cursed thing and run. But a deeper, more primal part knew I had to answer. I had to know. I hit the accept button and raised the phone to my ear. At first, there was nothing but static, a harsh, grating sound that set my teeth on edge. I was about to hang up when I heard it, a whisper so faint I could barely make it out. "It's coming for you." The voice was familiar, yet distorted, as though it was being filtered through layers of static and distance. My own voice, but wrong somehow. "Who is this?" I demanded, my free hand clenched into a fist. "What do you want from me?" But there was no response, only more static. And then, just before the call cut off, I heard something else. A sound like laughter, but twisted, inhuman. I lowered the phone, my mind reeling. What did it mean? What was coming for me? Desperate for some connection to the outside world, some proof that life was continuing normally beyond the walls of my house, I turned on the TV. The local news was just starting, and the anchor's grim expression did nothing to ease my growing sense of dread. "Good morning, viewers. We're receiving reports of strange occurrences throughout the city. Witnesses describe people acting erratically, engaging in bizarre and sometimes violent behavior. Authorities are advising residents to stay indoors and avoid contact with anyone exhibiting unusual symptoms." The screen cut to shaky cell phone footage of a man in a business suit walking down the middle of a busy street, oblivious to the honking cars swerving to avoid him. As the camera zoomed in, I could see that the man's eyes were completely black, his face twisted into an unnatural grin. "Oh God," I whispered, sinking onto the couch. The news anchor continued, her voice tense. The cause of these incidents is currently unknown. The CDC has been called in to investigate the possibility of a new pathogen or contamination in the water supply. In the meantime, citizens are urged to remain calm and stay in their homes. I switched off the TV, unable to bear any more. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. What was happening out there? Was it connected to the strange events of last night? To the warning I'd received? I moved to the window, drawn by a morbid curiosity to see the world outside. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The sun was shining, birds were chirping. It could have been any ordinary morning. But then I saw it. Across the street, partially hidden behind a parked car, stood a figure that looked exactly like me. I blinked hard, certain I must be seeing things. But when I looked again, it was still there. My doppelganger, watching my house with an unnerving intensity. As I stared, frozen in shock, it slowly raised a hand and waved. A cold, mirthless smile spread across its face. My face. I stumbled back from the window, my legs giving out beneath me. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of hallucination, a manifestation of my fears and lack of sleep. But deep down, I knew it was real as the destroyed living room, as real as the cryptic phone call, as real as the chaos unfolding in the city around me. Whatever was happening, whatever force had invaded my life and turned it upside down, it wasn't content to remain outside anymore. It had found me. And judging by the smug expression on my double's face, it knew I had nowhere left to run. I sat there on the floor, my back against the wall as the minutes ticked by. Every so often I would gather the courage to peek out the window. Sometimes the doppelganger would be gone, and I'd feel a momentary surge of relief. But then I'd look again, and it would be there in a different spot, always watching, always waiting. As the morning wore on, I began to notice other strange things. Neighbors I'd known for years were acting oddly. Mrs. Johnson from next door was meticulously mowing her lawn, the same patch over and over for hours. The kids from across the street were playing catch, but their movements were jerky, almost robotic, and their faces were blank, expressionless masks. It was as if the entire world had shifted slightly, everything just a few degrees off from normal. And at the center of it all was that figure across the street. The other me, the impossible me. I knew I couldn't stay in the house forever. Eventually, I would need food, or the power would go out, or something else would force me to venture outside. And when that happened, it would be waiting. As the sun reached its zenith, casting harsh shadows across my destroyed living room, I made a decision. I couldn't keep hiding, couldn't keep reacting. If I wanted answers, if I wanted to survive whatever this was, I would need to take action. I stood up on shaky legs and made my way to the front door. My hand hovered over the doorknob, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, to hide, to wait for this all to blow over. But I knew it wouldn't blow over. This was only the beginning. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever lay ahead. Then, with one last glance at the familiar confines of my home, I turned the knob and stepped out into a world that was no longer my own. As the door clicked shut behind me, I could have sworn I heard that distorted whisper again, carried on the wind. It's coming for you. The soft glow of my laptop screen illuminated the dimly lit living room as I hunched over it, my eyes burning from hours of intense research. The clock on the wall ticked relentlessly, a constant reminder of the precious time slipping away. But I couldn't stop, not now. Not when I was so close to understanding. Doppelgangers, parallel universes, quantum entanglement, I muttered, scrolling through yet another academic paper. The words were starting to blur together, but I forced myself to focus. I had spent the last several hours diving deep into the strangest corners of the internet, searching for anything that could explain what was happening to me. The encounter with my other self, the bizarre events unfolding in town, it all had to be connected somehow. One theory caught my attention. the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. The idea that every decision, every possibility spawns a new universe. Could it be that somehow the barriers between these worlds were breaking down? But why me? I wondered aloud, rubbing my tired eyes. Why now? As if in answer to my question, a sharp ping cut through the silence. A new email had arrived in my inbox. I clicked it open, my heart racing. The sender's address was a string of random numbers and letters, and the subject line was blank. The body of the email contained only two things: a set of coordinates and a cryptic message. The truth lies here. I stared at the screen, a chill running down my spine. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a prank or a coincidence, but after everything that had happened, I knew better. This was real, and it was meant for me. I quickly plugged the coordinates into a mapping app. They led to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, in an area that had been slated for redevelopment years ago, but never quite got off the ground. This is crazy, I said to myself, already reaching for my car keys. You don't even know who sent this. It could be a trap. But even as the rational part of my brain screamed warnings, I knew I had to go. Whatever was waiting for me at that warehouse, it had to be better than sitting here, slowly losing my mind as the world unraveled around me. I grabbed a flashlight and a small pocket knife, meager protection but better than nothing, and headed out to my car. The streets were eerily quiet as I drove. The few people I saw moving with that same unsettling robotic quality I had noticed earlier. As I approached the outskirts of town, the buildings grew more dilapidated, the streets more overgrown. I passed a rusted sign welcoming me to the future site of Evergreen Industrial Park, now so faded it was barely legible. The warehouse loomed ahead, a hulking silhouette against the darkening sky. I parked a short distance away, killing the engine but leaving the keys in the ignition, just in case. You can still turn back, I told myself, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Go home, lock the doors, pretend none of this is happening. But I knew I couldn't. Whatever answers lay inside that warehouse, I needed them. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out of the car. The gravel crunched under my feet as I approached the building, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. The main entrance was chained shut, but I found a side door that yielded to a firm push. It swung open with a rusty groan that set my teeth on edge. "Hello?" I called out, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Is anyone here?" No response. Just the settling of old metal and the scurrying of what I hoped were just rats. I swept my flashlight around, revealing stacks of old crates and rusted machinery. Nothing unusual for an abandoned warehouse. But then, as I moved deeper into the building, I saw it. A faint blue glow coming from behind a partition wall. My heart pounding, I made my way toward the light. As I rounded the corner, I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The room before me was filled with screens, dozens of them arranged in a semicircle. Each one flickered with images, scenes playing out in rapid succession. And on every screen, in every scene, was me. I saw myself as a child, opening Christmas presents I didn't remember. I saw myself as a teenager, attending a high school I had never been to. I saw myself as an old man, surrounded by grandchildren I had never met. "What is this?" I whispered, approaching the screens with a mix of awe and terror. As if in response to my voice, the images on the screens froze, then changed. Now each one showed a different version of me, all staring out as if looking directly at me. Some smiled, some frowned, some looked confused or frightened. A voice spoke from behind me, familiar yet strange. "They're all you. Every possibility, every choice you never made." I whirled around to find myself face to face with myself, but not the doppelganger from across the street. This version of me looked older, wearier, with streaks of gray in his hair and lines around his eyes that I didn't have. What are you?" I stammered, taking a step back. I smiled sadly. "I'm you. Or rather, I'm the you that figured it out. The you that found a way to see beyond the boundaries of our own reality. I shook my head, trying to process what I was hearing. But how? Why? It started as an experiment, he explained, moving to stand beside me in front of the screens. Quantum entanglement, parallel worlds. I thought I could prove it all. And I did. But I didn't realize the cost until it was too late. The cost? I echoed, a sense of dread growing in the pit of my stomach. He nodded grimly. By observing these other realities, we've weakened the barriers between them. They're starting to bleed into each other. That's why you've been seeing your other selves, why the people in town are acting strangely. They're being influenced by their alternate versions. I stared at the screens, at the myriad versions of myself looking back at me. So what do we do? How do we stop it? That's the problem, my other self said, his voice heavy with regret. I don't know if we can stop it. The process has already begun. But maybe, if we work together, we can find a way to stabilize things before it's too late. I turned to face him, 1,000 questions racing through my mind. But before I could voice any of them, a loud crash echoed through the warehouse. We both spun around to see a figure silhouetted in the doorway. Another me, but with glowing red eyes and a cruel smile. Well, well, the newcomer said, his voice a twisted version of my own. Isn't this a lovely little reunion? My older self grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. We need to go, now. If he's found us, the others won't be far behind. Others? I asked, but he was already pulling me towards a back exit I hadn't noticed before. As we ran, I could hear the sound of pursuit behind us, and the laughter of my evil doppelganger echoing off the warehouse walls. The screens flickered and died as we passed, plunging the room into darkness. We burst out into the cool night air, my older self leading me towards a car I hadn't seen when I arrived. As we peeled away from the warehouse, tires screeching, I caught a glimpse in the rear-view mirror of multiple figures emerging from the building, all wearing my face. Where are we going? I asked, my heart pounding. My older self kept his eyes on the road, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. Somewhere safe, or as safe as anywhere can be now. I'll explain everything, I promise. But right now, we need to focus on staying alive and finding a way to fix this mess. As we sped into the night, leaving the warehouse and its revelations behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that my life, all our lives, had changed irrevocably. The boundaries between realities were crumbling, and somehow, I was at the center of it all. The dimly lit room hummed with the electric buzz of dozens of screens, each one a window into a different reality. I stood before them, my older self at my side, both of us scanning for any sign of our pursuers. We should be safe here for now, my older self said, his voice tight with tension. This is a sort of hub, I guess you could call it. A nexus point between realities. I nodded, still trying to wrap my head around everything I'd learned. My eyes drifted across the screens, taking in glimpses of lives I might have lived, choices I might have made. It was dizzying, overwhelming. Then, suddenly, one of the screens flickered to life with a familiar scene. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the dark, gloomy room from the video call that had started this whole nightmare. That's it, I breathed, moving closer to the screen. That's where it all began. My older self grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. Be careful, he warned. These aren't just images. They're gateways. But I barely heard him. I was transfixed by the scene before me. The room looked even more oppressive now, shadows writhing in the corners as if alive. And there, just visible in the frame, was a figure hunched over a desk. Another version of me, the one who had tried to warn me. Without thinking, I reached out to touch the screen. I needed to understand, to see for myself what kind of world could produce such fear and desperation. The moment my fingers made contact with the glass, I felt it. A pulling sensation, as if some unseen force had hooked itself behind my navel. My vision blurred, the room around me dissolving into a swirl of colors and shapes. No, I heard my older self shout, but his voice seemed to come from very far away. And then, with a sensation like falling through ice into freezing water, I was through. The first thing that hit me was the smell, a noxious mix of decay and something chemical that burned my nostrils. I blinked, my eyes struggling to adjust to the gloom. I was in the room from the video call, but being here in person was far worse than seeing it on a screen. The wallpaper was peeling, revealing patches of black mold beneath. The floorboards creaked ominously under my feet. And the air, it felt thick, almost alive, pressing in on me from all sides. "Oh God," I whispered, fighting the urge to gag. "What is this place?" A sound from the hallway outside made me freeze. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, were approaching the room. Panic surged through me as I realized I was trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Desperately, I looked around for some kind of weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes fell on a heavy paperweight on the desk. I grabbed it, the cold metal reassuring in my hand, and pressed myself against the wall beside the door. The footsteps grew louder, closer. I held my breath, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. The door handle turned with agonizing slowness. And then he was there. Me, but not me. This version of myself moved with a predatory grace, his head cocked as if listening for something. But it was his eyes that made my blood run cold. They glowed a deep, malevolent red, seeming to cast their own light in the gloomy room. A smile spread across his face, my face, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp. "I know you're here," he said, his voice a twisted parody of my own. "I can smell your fear." I pressed harder against the wall, willing myself to become invisible, but I knew it was useless. Somehow he knew exactly where I was. In one fluid motion, he spun to face me, those terrible red eyes locking onto mine. "Well, well," he purred. "What have we here? A little lost lamb, stumbling into the wolf's den?" I raised the paperweight, my hand shaking. "Stay back," I warned, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't want to hurt you." He laughed, a sound that sent chills down my spine. "Hurt me? Oh, you are delightful. Don't you understand yet? You can't hurt me. I'm you, the you that embraced the darkness. The you that stopped being afraid and started making others afraid." He took a step closer, and I could feel the wrongness radiating off him in waves. This wasn't just another version of me from a different reality. This was something else, something that had shed its humanity like an ill-fitting skin. "What do you want?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice from trembling. His smile widened, showing even more of those two sharp teeth. "What do I want? Oh, so many things. But right now, what I want most is you. Do you have any idea how rare it is to find a version of ourselves that hasn't been tainted yet? You're like a blank canvas just waiting to be painted with shadows." He reached out, his fingers almost brushing my cheek. I jerked away, my back hitting the wall. There was nowhere left to run. "Don't touch me," I spat, swinging the paperweight in a wild arc. He caught my wrist effortlessly, his grip like iron. Now, he chided. "Is that any way to treat yourself? We're going to be spending a lot of time together, you and I. I have so much to show you, so much to teach you." A commotion in the hallway made us both turn. I heard familiar voices, my older self, and others that sounded like me, but subtly different. "Ah," the red-eyed me sighed. "It seems our time is up for now. But don't worry, little lamb. I'll find you again. After all, we're connected, you and I. Two sides of the same coin." He released my wrist and stepped back, just as the door burst open. My older self rushed in, flanked by two other versions of me. One wearing what looked like futuristic body armor, the other dressed in robes that seemed to shimmer with their own light. "Get away from him," my older self shouted, raising some kind of high-tech weapon. The red-eyed me just laughed. "Until next time, little lamb," he said to me with a wink. Then, faster than I could follow, he leapt through the window in a shower of glass. I sagged against the wall, my legs suddenly unable to support me. The paperweight clattered to the floor from my numb fingers. My older self rushed to my side, his face etched with concern. "Are you all right? Did he hurt you?" I shook my head, unable to find words. The other two versions of me secured the room, the one in armor checking the window while the robed one muttered something that made the air shimmer with pale light. "We need to go," the armored me said, his voice gruff. "This reality isn't stable. It could collapse at any moment." My older self nodded, helping me to my feet. "Can you walk?" he asked gently. I managed a shaky nod. Yeah, I think so." What was that thing?" "It looked like me, but—" "Later," my older self said firmly. "I'll explain everything once we're safe. For now, we need to move." As we hurried from the room, I couldn't shake the memory of those glowing red eyes, that predatory smile. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't just another version of me. It was something darker, something hungry, and it had promised to find me again. As we made our way through the decaying hallways of this gloomy world, I realized with a chill that my nightmare was far from over. It was only just beginning. My lungs burned as I tore through the twisted landscape, my feet pounding against the uneven ground. The air was thick with an acrid, sulfurous smell that made my eyes water and my throat constrict. Behind me, I could hear the pounding footsteps and maniacal laughter of my pursuer, the evil version of myself with those terrifying red eyes. "You can't run forever," his voice echoed, seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Every step you take only brings you closer to me." I didn't dare look back, focusing instead on the nightmarish terrain ahead. The world around me was a warped reflection of my own reality, familiar yet horribly wrong. Buildings loomed at impossible angles, their windows like gaping mouths filled with jagged glass teeth. The sky above was a sickly green, roiling with clouds that moved too fast and in unnatural patterns. As I rounded a corner, I skidded to a halt, my heart leaping into my throat. There, standing in the middle of the twisted street, was Mrs. Johnson from next door. But this wasn't the kindly old woman I knew. Her skin was a pallid gray, her eyes sunken and lifeless. When she smiled at me, her mouth opened far too wide, revealing row upon row of needle-like teeth. "Hello, dearie," she crooned, her voice a rasping parody of its usual warmth. "Won't you stay for tea?" I backpedaled, turning to run in another direction, only to find my path blocked by another familiar face, my old high school teacher, Mr. Simmons. But like Mrs. Johnson, he was a grotesque caricature of himself. His head lolled at an unnatural angle, and his skin seemed to be melting off his bones. "Time for a pop quiz," he gurgled, reaching for me with elongated fingers. Panic surged through me as I realized I was surrounded. Everywhere I turned, I saw distorted versions of people I knew, friends, family, colleagues, all closing in with hungry, vacant expressions. "No," I gasped, spinning in place, looking for any way out. "This isn't real. You're not real." A hand clamped down on my shoulder and I whirled to find myself face to face with the red-eyed version of me. His grin was triumphant, his teeth gleaming in the sickly light. "Oh, but we are real," he purred. "We're all the darkest parts of you given form. Every fear, every twisted thought you've ever had. We're what's left when you strip away all that bothersome morality." I jerked away from his grasp, my mind racing. There had to be a way out, a way back to my own reality. As if in answer to my desperate thoughts, I spotted something in the distance, a shimmering distortion in the air, like heat haze on a summer day. Without hesitation, I bolted towards it, weaving between the grasping hands of the nightmare versions of my acquaintances. I could hear my evil doppelganger shouting behind me, his voice filled with rage. "Stop him! Don't let him reach the portal!" Portal. The word gave me hope, spurring me to run faster than I ever had before. As I neared the shimmering distortion, I could feel a pull, like a strong wind trying to suck me in. Behind me, the howls and screeches of my pursuers grew louder, more frenzied. With one last burst of speed, I hurled myself at the portal. For a moment, I felt as if I were being turned inside out, my vision going white with the intensity of the sensation. And then suddenly I was falling. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a few seconds I lay there, gasping, my eyes squeezed shut. Slowly, I became aware of sounds, normal sounds. Cars honking in the distance, birds chirping, the rustle of leaves in the wind. Cautiously, I opened my eyes. I was lying on the sidewalk in front of my house in my world. The sky above was a normal, reassuring blue. No sickly green, no impossible clouds. For a moment, relief washed over me so strongly I felt dizzy. But then I heard it, a sound like tearing fabric coming from behind me. I scrambled to my feet, turning to see a small rift hanging in the air, edges flickering and unstable. And through that rift I could see a red-eyed face contorted with fury. "No!" I shouted, stumbling backward. "Stay back!" The rift pulsed, growing slightly larger. A hand, my hand but not my hand, reached through, clawing at the air. Terror gave me new strength. I turned and ran for my front door, fumbling with my keys as I reached it. Behind me, I could hear the sound of the rift growing, of something large pushing its way through. I finally got the door open and threw myself inside, slamming it shut and engaging every lock. I raced through the house, closing and locking every window, drawing every curtain. My hands shook as I worked, my breath coming in ragged gasps. When I reached the kitchen, I froze. There on the counter was a note I hadn't written, in my own handwriting. "Locking the doors won't keep me out. I'm already inside." A chill ran down my spine as I slowly turned, half expecting to see my evil self standing behind me. But the kitchen was empty. The house was silent. Too silent. I leaned against the counter, my mind racing. What had I brought back with me? Was it really here, in the house with me? Or was this just another mind game, a way to keep me off balance and afraid? A soft thud from upstairs made me jump. It could have been anything. A book falling off a shelf, a picture dropping from the wall. But in that moment it sounded like footsteps, like someone or something moving around in my bedroom. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen block, holding it in front of me like a shield. "I know you're here," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Show yourself." Silence was my only answer. But as I stood there, straining my ears for any sound, I could swear I heard breathing, soft, rhythmic, coming from just behind me. I spun around, the knife slashing through empty air. Nothing. No one was there. But the feeling of being watched, of being hunted in my own home, was overwhelming. I backed into a corner, knife still held out in front of me. My gaze darted from shadow to shadow, every flickering light and creaking floorboard making me flinch. "This is my world," I said, as much to reassure myself as to challenge any hidden intruder. "You don't belong here. You can't stay here." A chuckle seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, my own voice but twisted, malevolent. "Oh, but I can, and I will. After all, where you go, I go. We're two sides of the same coin, remember?" I pressed my hands to my ears, trying to block out the voice. But I couldn't shake the terrifying realization that the voice might be coming from inside my own head. As the shadows lengthened and night began to fall, I remained in my corner, knife clutched in my trembling hand. I knew that locking the doors and windows wasn't enough. Whatever had followed me back, whether it was really here or just in my mind, it wasn't going to give up easily. And as I sat there, jumping at every sound and shadow, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The chase wasn't over. It was evolving into something far more terrifying. A battle for my very identity, fought in the familiar battleground of my own home. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever might come next. One thing was certain. I couldn't keep running. Sooner or later I would have to face this dark version of myself. And when that moment came, I had to be ready. Because if I wasn't, I might lose more than just a chase. I might lose myself. The house creaked and groaned around me as I huddled in the darkened living room, every muscle tense, every sense on high alert. Hours had passed since I'd barricaded myself inside, but the feeling of being hunted hadn't subsided. If anything, it had grown stronger, more oppressive. A sudden crash from the front of the house made me jump. The sound of splintering wood filled the air, followed by heavy footsteps. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the moment I'd been dreading had finally arrived. "Honey, I'm home." The voice, my voice, but twisted and mocking, called out from the entryway. "Did you miss me?" I gripped the makeshift weapon I'd fashioned, a kitchen knife taped to the end of a broom handle, and tried to steady my breathing. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice shakier than I'd hoped. "I'm warning you." A dark chuckle echoed through the house. "Warning me? Oh, that's adorable. Don't you understand yet? You can't hurt me without hurting yourself." The footsteps grew closer and I could hear him moving through the house, opening doors, searching for me. I knew I couldn't hide forever. This confrontation was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out from my hiding place, brandishing my makeshift spear. "Show yourself," I demanded, and there he was, standing in the doorway. It was like looking into a twisted mirror. He wore my face, but his eyes glowed that sickening red, and his smile was all sharp teeth and malice. "Well, well," he said, looking me up and down. "Aren't you a sight? All trembling bravado and desperation. It's pathetic, really." I jabbed the spear in his direction. "What do you want? Why are you here?" He spread his arms wide, that terrible grin never leaving his face. "Isn't it obvious? I want what's mine. What should have been mine all along. I want your life, your world, this reality." Without warning, he lunged at me. I barely had time to react, bringing up the spear to defend myself. We grappled, and I was shocked to find that we were evenly matched in strength. For every move I made, he countered perfectly. "Don't you see?" he hissed as we struggled. "We're the same. Two sides of a coin. Every strength you have, I have. Every weakness, too." I managed to shove him back, both of us panting. "We're not the same," I spat. "I'm nothing like you." He laughed, the sound sending chills down my spine. "Oh, but you are. I'm just the you that stopped pretending. The you that embraced the darkness instead of running from it." We circled each other, neither willing to make the first move. "Why here?" I asked, trying to keep him talking. "Why this reality?" His eyes narrowed. "Because it's stable, pure, untouched by the chaos that's consuming my world. Do you have any idea what it's like there? Reality itself is unraveling. But here?" He gestured around. "Here, things still make sense. For now, at least." "So what, you're just going to take my place? Live my life?" The idea was horrifying. He shrugged. "More or less. Don't worry, I'll take good care of everything." Well, maybe not everything. Some things might need a little darkening. I saw red. With a yell, I charged at him, my makeshift spear aimed at his chest. But he was ready. He sidestepped my attack, grabbing the shaft of the spear and using my momentum to fling me across the room. I crashed into the coffee table, pain exploding through my back. Now, he tisked, twirling the spear. "Is that any way to treat your guest?" I scrambled to my feet, wincing at the pain. "You're not a guest. You're a parasite." His eyes flashed dangerously. "Careful. You're only hurting yourself with words like that." We clashed again, trading blows that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. Furniture was overturned, picture frames shattered. It was chaos. But through it all, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that we were moving in perfect synchronization. For every punch I threw, he had a block. For every dodge I made, he had a counter. As we fought, he continued to taunt me. "Do you really think you can win this? I'm everything you are, plus everything you're afraid to be. I'm your potential fully realized. You're a monster," I gasped, narrowly avoiding a swipe of the spear. "I'm evolution," he shot back. "The next step." what we could become if we stopped being afraid of our own shadow. The fight led us through the house, neither of us able to gain the upper hand. As we neared the basement door, an idea struck me. It was risky, but it might be my only chance. I let him back me up against the door, pretending to stumble. As he moved in for what he thought was the finishing blow, I ducked and yanked the door open. His momentum carried him forward, and with a hard shove, I sent him tumbling down the basement stairs. I slammed the door shut, quickly engaging the heavy deadbolt. From the other side, I could hear him roaring with rage, pounding against the door. "You think this will hold me?" he screamed. "I am you. I know every weak spot in this house, every flaw in your defenses." I sagged against the door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "It doesn't have to hold you forever," I called back. "Just long enough." But even as I said it, I knew it was a temporary solution at best. The basement door was sturdy, but it wasn't impenetrable. And he was right. He knew this house as well as I did. It was only a matter of time before he found a way out. As night fell, I paced the house, trying to think of a more permanent solution. The pounding from the basement had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that was somehow even more unnerving. Then, just as the last light of day faded from the sky, I heard it, the sound of splintering wood from below. My heart sank. He was breaking free. "Ready or not, here I come." His voice sing-songed from the basement. "Did you really think you could keep me down here? I told you I know every inch of this place, every secret, every hidden passage." I ran to the kitchen, grabbing whatever makeshift weapons I could find. Knives, a heavy cast-iron pan, anything that could give me an edge in the fight to come. As I armed myself, I could hear him ascending the stairs, his footsteps slow and deliberate. He was in no hurry. He knew he had me cornered. "You know, I've been thinking," he called out, his voice growing closer. "Maybe I've been going about this all wrong. Why replace you when I could just merge with you? Think about it. All my strength, all my knowledge of the multiverse, combined with your stability in this reality. We could be unstoppable." I gripped my weapons tighter, my palms slick with sweat. "Never," I growled. "I'll die before I let that happen." His laughter echoed through the house. "Oh, my dear other self, who said you had a choice?" The basement door burst open, and there he stood, his red eyes gleaming in the darkness. In one hand, he held a piece of broken pipe, jagged at one end. His grin was feral, hungry. "Shall we finish this dance?" he asked, twirling the pipe like a baton. I raised my own weapons, steeling myself for the fight to come. This was it. The final showdown. Winner takes all. My life, my reality, my very identity. As we faced each other in the dim light of the kitchen, I knew that only one version of me would walk away from this, and I was determined that it would be me. The real me. "Let's dance," I said, and with a primal yell we charged at each other, the fate of two worlds hanging in the balance. The clash of metal on metal rang through the house as I fought desperately against my evil doppelganger. We were evenly matched, each blow parried, each feint anticipated. The kitchen had become a battlefield, countertops scarred, cabinets splintered. "Give up," the red-eyed version of me snarled, swinging the broken pipe with terrifying force. "You can't win this." I ducked, feeling the air whistle above my head. "Never," I panted, countering with a slash of my kitchen knife. We were at an impasse, neither able to gain the upper hand. As we grappled, I couldn't shake the feeling that this fight could go on forever. Two sides of the same coin locked in eternal struggle. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light filled the room, accompanied by a sound like reality itself tearing apart. We both stumbled back, momentarily blinded. "Stop!" a familiar voice cried out. "Both of you, stop this madness!" As my vision cleared, I felt my jaw drop. Standing in the middle of the kitchen, framed by a shimmering portal, was me. But not the twisted, red-eyed version I'd been fighting. This was the version I'd seen in that first video call. the one that had started this whole nightmare. "What the hell?" my evil self growled, his eyes darting between me and the newcomer. The other me, let's call him Video Call Me, held up his hands placatingly. "Please, we don't have much time. You need to listen to me, both of you." I kept my knife raised, not taking my eyes off my evil counterpart. "Start talking," I said tersely. Video Call Me nodded, his expression grave. "I'm from yet another reality, one that's, well, let's say it's a bit further along in this crisis than either of yours." "Crisis?" I echoed, confusion mixing with my adrenaline. "A cosmic event," Video Call Me explained quickly. "Something massive beyond our comprehension. It's causing realities to collide, to merge. That's why you two have been able to cross over." The evil me scoffed. "And why should we believe you?" Video Call Me's eyes flashed with something. Fear? Desperation? "Because if we don't act soon, all of our realities will be torn apart. The rifts are growing, spreading. We're talking about the end of everything. Not just one world, but all worlds." I lowered my knife slightly, my mind reeling. "So what do we do?" "We need to work together," Video Call Me said, his gaze moving between us. "All of us. Even you," he added, nodding to my evil counterpart. The red-eyed me laughed bitterly. "Work together? With him?" He jerked his thumb at me. "Why would I do that?" "Because if we don't, there won't be any reality left for you to conquer," Video Call Me said bluntly. "Your world is already falling apart. How long before this one does too?" I saw a flicker of doubt cross my evil self's face. For the first time, he looked uncertain. "What's your plan?" I asked, still not entirely sure I trusted this new version of myself. Video Call Me reached into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a small, glowing crystal. "This is a stabilizer," he explained. "It can help seal the rifts between worlds, but it needs to be activated at the nexus point, the place where the realities are intersecting." "The room with all the screens," I murmured, remembering the strange hub I'd seen earlier. Video Call Me nodded. "Exactly. But it's not going to be easy. The closer we get to the nexus, the more unstable things become. We'll be facing distortions, time slips, maybe even other versions of ourselves." I glanced at my evil counterpart, who was eyeing the crystal with a mix of suspicion and greed. "And you need both of us for this?" "Yes," Video Call Me said firmly. "The stabilizer requires energy from multiple realities to work. It needs all of us." For a long moment, silence hung in the air. I looked at my evil self, seeing the calculation in those red eyes. Then, slowly, he lowered his makeshift weapon. "Fine," he growled. "But don't think for a second that this makes us friends." I nodded, lowering my own knife. "Agreed. This is a temporary truce, nothing more." Video Call Me breathed a sigh of relief. "Good. We need to move quickly. The portal I came through won't stay open for long." As we prepared to leave, gathering what supplies we could, I couldn't shake a nagging feeling of unease. Something about this whole situation felt off. I caught my evil self watching Video Call Me with narrowed eyes, and I realized he felt it too. "Hey," I said quietly, pulling my doppelganger aside. "I know we're not exactly on the same side here, but neither of us trust him completely." Evil Me finished, nodding slightly. "I say we play along for now, but stay alert." It was surreal, finding common ground with this twisted version of myself. But he was right. We needed to be cautious. As we approached the shimmering portal, Video Call Me turned to us, his expression solemn. "Once we step through, there's no turning back. Are you both ready?" I exchanged a look with my evil counterpart, seeing my own uncertainty mirrored in those red eyes. Then, almost in unison, we nodded. "Let's do this," I said, taking a deep breath. We stepped into the portal, the world dissolving into a kaleidoscope of light and color around us. As we hurtled through the space between realities, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into something far bigger and more dangerous than any of us realized. The truth was being unveiled, but I had a sinking suspicion that we were only scratching the surface. Whatever lay ahead in that nexus of realities, I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't fully trust either version of myself. In this cosmic game of chess, I was beginning to suspect that we were all pawns, moved by forces beyond our understanding. As the portal's light engulfed us completely, I steeled myself for whatever chaos awaited on the other side. The final battle for reality itself was about to begin, and I had a feeling it would test not just our strength, but our very concept of who we were. The world faded to white, and then the world rematerialized around us in a dizzying swirl of colors and shapes. We stumbled out of the portal, gasping, into what looked like the nexus point I'd seen before. The room with countless screens, each one a window into a different reality. But now, the room was in chaos. Screens flickered and crackled with static, some showing only swirling vortexes of energy. The very air seemed to shimmer and distort, as if reality itself was coming apart at the seams. "We don't have much time," Video Call Me said urgently, pulling out the glowing crystal stabilizer. "The convergence is accelerating. We need to activate this now." Evil Me sneered, his red eyes darting around the unstable room. "And how exactly do we do that?" Video Call Me hesitated, and I felt my suspicions deepen. "What aren't you telling us?" I demanded. He sighed, his shoulders sagging. "The stabilizer, it requires a living anchor. One of us has to stay behind to power it, to become the focal point that keeps the realities separate." A heavy silence fell over us as the implications sank in. Whoever stayed behind would be trapped in this dying world, cut off from their own reality forever. Evil Me was the first to break the silence, laughing bitterly. "Of course, there's always a catch, isn't there? And let me guess, you think it should be me? The evil version?" "No," Video Call Me said, shaking his head. "It should be me. I'm the one who brought you both into this." I stepped forward, my mind racing. "Wait a minute. How do we know which one of us is the original? For all we know, we're all just copies of each other from different realities." The question hung in the air, unanswerable. We stared at each other, three versions of the same person, each claiming to be the real one. "It doesn't matter," Video Call Me finally said. "What matters is that someone has to do this, or all of our realities will collapse." Evil Me's eyes narrowed. "And why should we trust you? How do we know this isn't some elaborate trick?" Before Video Call Me could respond, a violent tremor shook the room. Screens exploded in showers of sparks, and rifts began to open in the air around us, swirling vortexes of energy that threatened to tear the fabric of reality apart. "We're out of time," Video Call Me shouted over the growing cacophony. "We have to make a decision now." I looked between my two counterparts, my mind whirling. Could I trust either of them? The evil version of me was, well, evil, but the one from the video call had been suspicious from the start. And then there was me. Was I really any more original than they were? "I'll do it," I found myself saying, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. "I'll stay." Both of them turned to stare at me, shock evident on their identical faces. "Are you insane?" Evil Me snarled. "You'd sacrifice yourself for what? A bunch of alternate realities you've never even seen?" Video Call Me looked equally stunned. "You don't have to do this. I'm prepared." "No," I cut him off. "You're both right not to trust each other. And maybe you shouldn't trust me either. But someone has to do this, and I don't think I could live with myself if I didn't try." Another violent tremor shook the room, and a deafening roar filled the air as reality itself seemed to scream in agony. "How do we do this?" I shouted to Video Call Me. He hesitated for a moment, then pressed the crystal into my hand. "Focus on your home reality," he instructed. "Picture it as clearly as you can. The stabilizer will do the rest." I nodded, clutching the crystal tightly. As I closed my eyes, trying to focus on my world, I felt a sudden movement beside me. My eyes snapped open to see evil me lunging for the crystal. "I won't be trapped here," he roared, his red eyes blazing with desperation. We grappled, the crystal glowing brighter between us. Video Call Me tried to intervene, but another rift opened between us, forcing him back. "Stop!" I yelled, struggling to keep hold of the crystal. "You'll destroy everything." But evil me was beyond reason, clawing and scratching like a wild animal. In the chaos, I saw Video Call Me edging towards a stable-looking portal, uncertainty written across his face. Time seemed to slow down as I made my decision. With all my strength, I shoved evil me away from me, towards Video Call Me and the portal. "Go," I shouted. "Both of you, go now." Video Call Me hesitated for a split second, then grabbed Evil Me's arm and pulled him towards the portal. Evil Me struggled, reaching back towards me and the crystal with a look of pure hatred. "This isn't over," he snarled as Video Call Me dragged him through the shimmering gateway. As soon as they disappeared, I clutched the crystal to my chest and focused with all my might on my home reality. The crystal grew hot in my hands, pulsing with energy. The room around me began to shift and warp, rifts closing one by one. I felt a tugging sensation, as if every cell in my body was being pulled in 1,000 different directions. The pain was excruciating, but I held on, kept focusing. Faces flashed before my eyes, my family, my friends, all the people I was saving, all the people I would never see again. Gradually, the chaos began to subside. The screen stabilized, showing clear images of different realities once more. The rifts sealed themselves, leaving behind nothing but a faint shimmer in the air. And then, silence. I opened my eyes to find myself alone in the Nexus room. The crystal in my hands had gone dark, its power apparently spent. I was alive, but at what cost? I walked slowly to one of the screens, peering into what I hoped was my home reality. Everything looked normal, peaceful. Had it worked? Were the realities truly separated now? A movement in the corner of my eye caught my attention. I turned to see a figure stepping out from behind one of the screens. My heart leapt into my throat as I recognized yet another version of myself, but this one was different. Older, with gray streaks in his hair and lines of worry etched into his face. "Well done," he said, his voice heavy with an emotion I couldn't quite place. "You've saved them all." "Who are you?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew the answer. He smiled sadly. "I'm you, or rather, I'm what you become after spending years in this place, watching over the realities." I felt my knees go weak as the full weight of my situation hit me. "So this is it? I'm trapped here forever?" The older me nodded solemnly. "It's a heavy burden, but a necessary one. Someone has to maintain the balance, to ensure the realities don't bleed into each other again." I sank to the floor, overwhelmed. "And the others? The evil me, the one from the video call?" "Safe in their own realities," he assured me, "though I suspect we haven't seen the last of them." As I sat there trying to process everything, a thought occurred to me. Wait, if you're here, does that mean I'm not really alone? That there's a way to... He held up a hand, cutting me off. "Time works differently here. I am you, but I'm also not. My presence here is complicated. But yes, in a way, you won't be alone. You'll have the screens, the countless realities to watch over, and in time, you'll understand more about this place, about your role in the grand scheme of things." I nodded slowly, still not fully comprehending but feeling a small spark of hope. At least I wouldn't be completely isolated. The older me walked over to a control panel I hadn't noticed before. "Rest now," he said gently. "You have a long journey ahead of you. When you're ready, I'll teach you how to use this place, how to watch over the realities." As he spoke, I felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over me. The last thing I saw before my eyes closed was my older self, watching me with a mixture of pride and sadness. I drifted off into a dreamless sleep, the first of many in my new role as guardian of realities. The sacrifice had been made, the crisis averted. But as I slept, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a much larger story, one that spanned not just worlds but entire universes. And somewhere, in the vast tapestry of realities, I knew that my other selves were out there, waiting, planning. The game wasn't over. The Nexus room faded away as I blinked awake, finding myself not in the sterile, screen-filled chamber I expected, but in a dilapidated version of my childhood home. Dust motes danced in shafts of sickly yellow light filtering through boarded-up windows. The air was thick with the musty scent of decay. "What the hell?" I muttered, pushing myself up from the threadbare couch. This wasn't right. The older version of me had said I'd be watching over realities, not whatever this was. I made my way through the crumbling house, each step bringing a new wave of conflicting emotions. Everything was familiar yet terribly wrong. Family photos on the walls showed faces I recognized, but the images were distorted, the people's eyes blackened voids. In what used to be the kitchen, I found an old radio. To my surprise, it crackled to life when I turned it on. "Final evacuation orders have been issued," a tired voice announced through the static. "All remaining citizens are urged to report to designated extraction points immediately. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not..." The broadcast dissolved into a harsh squeal of feedback, making me wince. Evacuation? Extraction points? What the hell was going on? I stumbled out of the house, desperate for answers. The street outside was a scene of apocalyptic abandonment. Cars sat rusting where they'd been left, some with doors still open. In the distance, I could see the skyline of what I assumed was my hometown. But several of the buildings were simply gone. Not destroyed, but as if they'd been erased from existence, leaving behind perfectly circular voids in reality. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing unnaturally in the empty street. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered me. I wandered the desolate streets for what felt like hours, trying to make sense of my surroundings. This world, my world, was dying. That much was clear. But why? And how did this relate to my supposed role as a guardian of realities? As the sickly yellow sun began to set, casting long shadows across the abandoned city, I found myself drawn to a familiar building, the public library. Its grand stone facade was cracked and weathered, but it still stood proudly amidst the decay. Inside, the library was a maze of toppled bookshelves and scattered papers. I picked my way through the chaos, drawn to a section that seemed oddly untouched by the surrounding destruction. A single desk lamp cast a pool of light over a cluttered workspace. As I approached, I realized the desk was covered in papers, photographs, and what looked like scientific equipment. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized my own handwriting scrawled across numerous pages. "What is all this?" I whispered, sifting through the documents. The more I read, the more my sense of reality began to unravel. There were complex equations describing multidimensional physics, detailed notes on reality anchors and nexus points, and most disturbingly, pages upon pages about memory implantation and identity transference. With trembling hands, I picked up a leather-bound journal. As I flipped through it, my blood ran cold. It was a diary, my diary, but it described events I had no memory of. Experiments, ethical debates, a project called Operation Phoenix that involved creating multiple versions of oneself to seed across realities. "No," I muttered, shaking my head in denial. "This can't be right." But the evidence was mounting. Photographs showed me, or someone who looked exactly like me, working in high-tech laboratories, shaking hands with important-looking officials, standing in front of machinery that looked like it belonged in a sci-fi movie. And then I found it. A final entry, dated just days ago. The experiment was a success. But at what cost? I've created versions of myself, implanted them in other realities with false memories, all in the name of saving our dying world. But in doing so, have I become the very monster I sought to prevent? The other versions believe themselves to be the original, fighting against an evil copy. But the truth is, there is no original anymore. We are all copies now, all imposters in our own lives. I'm initiating the final phase. One version will be led to believe they are sacrificing themselves to save the multiverse. In reality, I, will be the one to carry on our work, to find a way to restore our world. The others will be safe in their adopted realities, none the wiser. May whatever God exists forgive me for what I've done. The journal slipped from my numb fingers, hitting the floor with a dull thud. My mind reeled, unable to process the implications. I wasn't the hero sacrificing himself to save reality. I was the architect of this whole twisted scenario. Or was I? Even now, I couldn't be sure which memories were real and which were implanted. Was this just another layer of deception? A sudden beeping drew my attention to a device on the desk I hadn't noticed before. It looked like a more advanced version of the screens from the Nexus room. With a shaking hand, I pressed a button, and the screen flickered to life. 3 faces appeared. My face, in triplicate. The evil me, the video call me, and another version I didn't recognize. They all looked equally shocked to see me. It worked, the unknown version breathed. The quantum entanglement communicator actually worked. What's going on? I demanded. Who am I really? Who are any of us? The others exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. We've all had time to explore our respective realities, the evil me said, his red eyes now a normal color. And we've all come to the same conclusion. We're not who we thought we were. The video call me nodded. We've found evidence in each of our worlds. Journals, recordings, fragments of memories that don't fit. We're all part of something bigger. Operation Phoenix, I whispered. They nodded in unison. But which one of us is the original? I asked, dreading the answer. The unknown version, who I was beginning to suspect was the true architect of this plan, shook his head sadly. All of us, and none of us. We're all fragments of the same person, split across realities in a desperate attempt to save our dying world. So what now? I asked, looking around at the decaying library, at the world falling apart around me. We continue the work, the evil me said firmly. Each in our own reality. We find a way to stabilize the multiverse, to save our original world. And maybe, the video call me added softly, in the process, we find a way to become whole again. As we talked, I could feel a shift in the air around me. The library seemed to be fading, the edges of reality blurring. I don't have much time, I said urgently. This world, it's collapsing. The others nodded, understanding in their eyes. Remember, the architect version said, you carry a piece of all of us with you. Our knowledge, our experiences. Use them. We'll find a way to bring you back, the evil me promised. A fierce determination in his eyes that I now recognized as my own. Stay strong, the video call me added. We're all in this together, across every reality. As the world around me faded to black, I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. I may not have been who I thought I was, but I was part of something greater. In some form, across the vast expanse of the multiverse, I would survive. The screen flickered one last time, showing me not my other selves, but a swirling vortex of energy. The heart of the Nexus, I realized. As consciousness slipped away, I reached out towards it, ready to embrace whatever came next. See you on the other side, I whispered to myself, to all my selves, as reality dissolved around me. In that final moment, suspended between existence and oblivion, I understood a fundamental truth. Identity, memory, reality itself. These were all fluid concepts in the grand tapestry of the multiverse, and somewhere out there, In the infinite possibilities of creation, there was hope. My story, our story, wasn't ending. It was only just beginning. The living room was bathed in the soft glow of the television, its flickering light dancing across the walls like restless spirits. I sank deeper into my favorite armchair, the leather creaking beneath me, a sound as familiar and comforting as an old friend's laughter. At my feet, Max lounged, his golden fur catching the light, his eyes heavy with contentment. It was just another Tuesday night. Nothing special, nothing out of the ordinary. Or so I thought. I reached for the remote, flipping through channels with the mindless determination of a man avoiding his own thoughts. "What do you think, buddy? Nature documentary or true crime?" I asked Max, not expecting an answer. He never gave one, of course. He was a dog, after all. Max's tail thumped against the floor twice, his way of acknowledging he'd heard me without bothering to lift his head. I chuckled, settling on a program about unsolved mysteries. The irony of that choice wouldn't hit me until much later. As the night wore on, the shadows in the room seemed to deepen, pooling in the corners and creeping along the edges of the furniture. I blamed it on fatigue, my eyes playing tricks in the low light. But there was something else, a heaviness in the air that I couldn't quite place. It started with a change in Max's breathing. At first it was subtle, a slight catch, a wheeze that hadn't been there before. I leaned forward, concern furrowing my brow. "Max, you okay, boy?" His eyes met mine, and for a moment, just a fraction of a second, I could have sworn they looked different. Older, wiser, impossible, of course. I shook my head, trying to clear the cobwebs of late-night imagination. But then it happened. The moment that would change everything. The instant that would draw a stark line between the before and after of my life. Max opened his mouth, and what came out wasn't a bark, wasn't a whine, wasn't anything I'd ever heard from him or any other dog in my life. It was a voice, deep, guttural, ancient. It spoke words that no canine throat should be able to form, in a language that sent chills racing down my spine. "Ya, ya, panglui maglunaf cthulu riliew gahnagelftang." I stumbled backward, my feet tangling in the throw rug, sending me crashing to the floor. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drumbeat of terror and disbelief. "What the hell?" I gasped, my voice barely above a whisper. "Max?" But the dog before me, if it was still a dog at all, merely stared, its eyes now glowing with an eerie, otherworldly light. When it spoke again, the words were in English, but they brought no comfort. "The sleeper awakens," Max intoned, his canine mouth moving in ways it was never meant to. "The stars align, and the gateway opens. You have been chosen, Robert. You alone can hear the call." I scrambled backward, my hands scrabbling against the hardwood floor. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. "This isn't real," I muttered, squeezing my eyes shut. "When I open my eyes, everything will be normal. Max will be Max, and dogs don't talk, and—" "Open your eyes, Robert," the voice commanded, and to my horror I obeyed. Max stood before me now, his posture unnaturally erect, his eyes blazing with eldritch fire. The veil between worlds grows thin. They push against the boundaries, seeking entry. You must listen. You must learn. You must prepare. Prepare for what? I heard myself ask, my voice sounding distant and strange to my own ears. "Who are they?" A low, rumbling laugh emanated from Max's throat, a sound that should have been impossible for a dog to make. Questions. Always questions. Humans never change no matter how many eons pass. But answers will come, Robert. In time. For now, you must listen. And so I listened. For what felt like hours, Max spoke in that deep, ancient voice. He told me of beings older than time, of cosmic horrors that lurked beyond the stars, of prophecies and promises made before mankind ever crawled from the primordial ooze. As he spoke, the room around us seemed to twist and warp. Shadows danced and writhed on the walls, taking on shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with an energy that made my skin crawl. Finally, as the first hints of dawn began to creep through the windows, Max fell silent, his eyes still glowing with that unnatural light bored into mine. "Remember, Robert," he growled. "Remember and prepare. They are coming." With those final words, Max's eyes rolled back in his head, and he collapsed to the floor. I rushed to his side, my hands shaking as I checked for signs of life. To my relief, his chest still rose and fell with steady breaths. As the adrenaline began to fade, exhaustion hit me like a physical force. I slumped against the wall, my mind reeling from everything I'd heard. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as a vivid nightmare, a product of too much late-night television and an overactive imagination. But as I looked down at my hands, I saw strange symbols etched into my palms, symbols I'd never seen before, yet somehow understood. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, that everything had changed. I glanced at Max, still unconscious on the floor, and wondered what other secrets he held. What other horrors awaited us in the days to come. As the sun rose outside, painting the room in hues of gold and orange, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The soft glow of my laptop screen illuminated the darkened living room, casting eerie shadows across the walls. My eyes burned from hours of staring at obscure websites and ancient texts, desperately seeking answers to questions I never thought I'd ask. The words Max had spoken echoed in my mind, a haunting refrain that refused to be silenced. Ia, Funglui maglunaf Cthulhu rilie wugahnaglftagen. I muttered the phrase under my breath, tasting the alien syllables on my tongue. My fingers flew across the keyboard, searching for any reference, any hint of meaning. Page after page of occult lore and conspiracy theories filled my screen, each more outlandish than the last. As the first hints of dawn began to creep through the windows, I rubbed my bleary eyes, feeling no closer to understanding than when I'd begun. The house was eerily quiet, the usual comforting sounds of Max's breathing or the occasional jingle of his collar conspicuously absent. With a groan, I pushed myself up from the couch, my joints protesting after hours of inactivity. "Max," I called out, my voice hoarse from disuse. "Here, boy." No response came. A tendril of unease curled in my gut as I made my way to the kitchen, drawn by some instinct I couldn't name. As I rounded the corner, I froze in my tracks. Max sat in the center of the kitchen, his posture unnaturally erect, his eyes fixed on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. He didn't wag his tail, didn't tilt his head in that endearing way he usually did when I entered a room. He just watched. "Max?" I whispered, taking a hesitant step forward. "Are you? You?" For a long moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, deliberately, Max's mouth opened. "The one you call Max is here," came that deep, ancient voice that had no place coming from a dog's muzzle. "But he is not alone. We speak through him, Robert. We have much to tell you." My hand trembled as I reached out to touch him, some part of me still desperate to prove this was all an elaborate hoax or a vivid hallucination. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want from me?" As my fingers brushed Max's fur, a jolt of energy surged through me. Images flashed before my eyes, vast cyclopean cities beneath roiling seas, monstrous shapes moving in the spaces between stars, ancient rituals performed on blood-soaked altars. I stumbled backward, gasping for air, but Max's voice followed me, relentless and terrifying. "We are the old ones," he intoned. "We who slumber in the dark places of the earth in the depths of space and time. We who were old when your kind still huddled in caves, fearing the night. And now, Robert, we wake. The stars align, the barriers weaken, and soon we shall return to claim what was always ours." "No," I whispered, shaking my head in denial. "This can't be real. You can't be real." A sound that might have been laughter emanated from Max's throat, a dry, rattling noise that set my teeth on edge. Real and unreal. What are these to beings such as us? We are beyond your comprehension, Robert. But you have been chosen. You will be our herald, our voice in this world of flesh and bone. I backed away, my hand fumbling for something, anything to write with. I found a pen and an old envelope, and as Max continued to speak, I scribbled frantically, my handwriting growing more erratic with each passing moment. Listen well, for this is the prophecy that shall shape the fate of your world, Max growled. When the stars align in the pattern of the elder sign, when the seas boil and the skies burn, the gateway shall open. From Relia we shall rise, from Yuggoth we shall descend. The cities of man shall crumble, and a new age of terror and wonder shall dawn. My hand shook so violently I could barely form the words, but I forced myself to continue writing. This was madness, utter madness, and yet I knew with bone-deep certainty that every word was true. But beware, Max continued, his eyes now glowing with an eldritch light. There are those who would stop us, who cling to their pitiful notion of reality. The esoteric order of Dagon moves against us, thinking their paltry magics can hold back the tide. You must thwart them, Robert. You must pave the way for our return. Questions tumbled from my lips, a torrent of confusion and fear. Why me? What am I supposed to do? How can I possibly... But Max's voice grew louder, drowning out my protests. Seek the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead. Within its pages lies the key to our summoning. But be warned, knowledge comes at a price, and those who delve too deep may find their sanity slipping away. As he spoke these final words, a change came over Max. The otherworldly glow in his eyes flickered and faded, and his body began to sway. With a whimper that sounded painfully canine, he collapsed to the kitchen floor. "Max!" I cried out, rushing to his side. My hands trembled as I checked for signs of life, relief washing over me as I felt the steady rise and fall of his chest. He was alive, but unconscious, his body likely overwhelmed by the cosmic forces that had used it as a conduit. I sat back on my heels, the scribbled envelope clutched in my hand, and tried to process everything I just heard. The magnitude of it all threatened to crush me. Ancient beings awakening, a cosmic war brewing, and somehow, impossibly, I was at the center of it all. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as a delusion, to rip up the envelope and pretend none of this had ever happened. But as I looked down at my hands, I saw again those strange symbols that had appeared the night before, now pulsing with a faint, otherworldly light. This was real. All of it. And I had been chosen, for better or worse. With shaking hands, I smoothed out the crumpled envelope and read over the prophecy I'd scrawled. Each word seemed to burn itself into my mind, a terrible knowledge that I knew would haunt my dreams for years to come. As the morning sun finally broke over the horizon, painting the kitchen in hues of gold and orange, I made a decision. I would seek out this Necronomicon, this Book of the Dead. I would unravel the mysteries that had been thrust upon me, no matter the cost. But as I looked at Max, still unconscious on the floor, a flicker of doubt passed through me. What price would I have to pay for this forbidden knowledge? And when the time came, would I have the strength to do what needed to be done? Only time would tell. For now, I was alone with the weight of cosmic secrets, the fate of the world resting on my shoulders. The sun might be rising, but I knew that a long night of the soul stretched out before me, with no guarantee of dawn at the end. The days following Max's prophetic revelation blended into a surreal haze of paranoia and mounting dread. At first, I tried to convince myself that it was all in my head, a product of stress and lack of sleep. But as the strange occurrences began to pile up, I found it increasingly difficult to cling to any semblance of rational explanation. It started with small things. A book I'd left on the coffee table would be on the floor when I returned to the room. The framed photos on the mantel would be slightly askew, as if someone had examined them closely and hastily replaced them. I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision only to turn and find nothing there. "Get a grip, Robert," I muttered to myself one afternoon, after spending 10 minutes searching for my keys, only to find them in the refrigerator of all places. "You're losing it." But even as I tried to reassure myself, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes were following my every move. Max's behavior only added to my unease. Gone was the playful, affectionate dog I'd known for years. In his place was a creature I hardly recognized, oscillating between two equally disturbing states. Sometimes he would sit for hours, completely motionless, staring at a blank wall or an empty corner of the room. His eyes, once warm and full of life, now seemed hollow and ancient. During these periods of eerie stillness, no amount of coaxing or commands could rouse him from his trance-like state. "Come on, boy," I'd plead, waving his favorite toy in front of his face. "Snap out of it, please." But Max would remain frozen, as if carved from stone, until whatever force held him in its grip decided to release him. Other times, Max would erupt into frenzied activity, racing through the house at breakneck speed, barking and growling at unseen threats. These episodes were almost worse than the periods of stillness, as they filled the house with a manic energy that set my nerves on edge. During one particularly intense outburst, I found Max in the study, tearing books from the shelves and scattering papers across the floor. "Max, stop," I shouted, trying to restrain him. "What's gotten into you?" As I grabbed his collar, he turned to face me, and for a moment I saw something in his eyes that wasn't Max at all. Something ancient and terrible gazed out at me from behind those familiar brown eyes, and I recoiled in horror. The incident left me shaken, and that night I struggled to fall asleep. The house creaked and settled around me, each sound amplified by my frayed nerves. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were plagued by visions of vast, alien cities and monstrous shapes moving in the darkness. I jolted awake sometime in the early hours of the morning, my heart pounding in my chest. Something had disturbed my fitful slumber, but in the disorientation of sudden wakefulness, I couldn't pinpoint what it was. Then I saw him. Max stood at the foot of my bed, his outline barely visible in the gloom. But his eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, twin pinpricks of eldritch fire in the darkness. "Max?" I stammered, my mouth dry with fear. He didn't respond, didn't move, just continued to stare at me with those glowing eyes. Panic surged through me, and I reached for my phone on the nightstand, desperate to call someone, anyone who might be able to help. But as my fingers closed around the device, it shattered in my grip. The screen cracked and splintered, shards of glass biting into my palm. I yelped in pain and surprise, dropping the ruined phone to the floor. "What the hell is happening?" I gasped, cradling my injured hand to my chest, and then I heard it. A whisper so faint I might have imagined it, yet so clear it seemed to reverberate through my very bones. "We are watching." The voice, if it could be called a voice, seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was in the air around me, in the shadows that clung to the corners of the room, in the very marrow of my bones. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking with fear. "What do you want from me?" Silence was my only answer, but the feeling of being observed, of being surrounded by unseen presences, intensified. The shadows in the room seemed to deepen and writhe, taking on shapes that hurt my eyes to look at directly. I scrambled out of bed, my feet tangling in the sheets and sending me crashing to the floor. As I struggled to right myself, I realized with dawning horror that Max was no longer at the foot of the bed. In fact, he was nowhere to be seen. "Max?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "Where are you, boy?" A low growl emanated from somewhere in the darkness, a sound that was at once familiar and utterly alien. It was Max's voice, and yet not. Layered beneath the canine growl was something else, something that spoke of vast gulfs of space and time. "The veil grows thin," the voice rumbled, seeming to come from all around me. "The stars align, and the old ones stir in their slumber. You cannot escape your role in what is to come, Robert. We will be watching. Always watching. I pressed my back against the wall, my eyes darting frantically around the room, trying to locate the source of the voice. But there was nothing to see, only shifting shadows and the oppressive weight of unseen gazes. "Leave me alone," I pleaded, knowing even as I spoke how futile my words were. "I don't want any part of this." A sound that might have been laughter rippled through the darkness, cold and utterly devoid of mirth. "Want has nothing to do with it, little human. You have been chosen, and you will play your part willingly or not." The shadows seemed to press in closer, and I felt ghostly tendrils of something brushing against my skin. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the impossible things I was seeing and hearing. "This isn't real," I muttered, rocking back and forth. "This can't be real. I'm dreaming. I have to be dreaming." But even as I tried to convince myself, I knew the truth. This was no dream, no hallucination. The barriers between worlds were breaking down, and something ancient and terrible was pushing its way through. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, the oppressive presence slowly receded. I opened my eyes to find myself alone in my bedroom, everything seemingly back to normal. But the cuts on my hand from the shattered phone stung sharply, a painful reminder that the night's events had been all too real. Max padded into the room, looking for all the world like a normal, slightly sleepy dog. He approached me cautiously, as if sensing my distress, and gently licked my injured hand. I gazed into his eyes, searching for any sign of the otherworldly intelligence that had possessed him, but saw only the familiar warmth and loyalty I'd always known. "What's happening to us, Max?" I whispered, burying my face in his fur. He offered no answer, of course. But as I held him close, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were both pawns in a game far beyond our understanding. And somewhere in the shadows, in the spaces between moments, unseen watchers waited and planned, their cosmic designs slowly unfolding around us. The sun might be rising, but I knew now that the darkness was always there, just out of sight, biding its time. And it was watching. Always watching. The crisp autumn air nipped at my face as I hurried down the leaf-strewn sidewalk towards the university's history department. My breath came out in small puffs, a visible reminder of my growing anxiety. After days of fruitless internet searches and sleepless nights, I had finally decided to seek professional help. Dr. Elias Blackwood, a renowned expert in ancient cultures and obscure mythologies, was my last hope for making sense of the madness that had engulfed my life. As I approached his office, I rehearsed my story in my head, trying to find a way to explain the inexplicable without sounding completely insane. I knocked on the heavy wooden door, my knuckles rapping out a staccato rhythm that matched my racing heart. "Come in," called a muffled voice from within. I stepped into the cluttered office, my eyes immediately drawn to the walls lined with bookshelves groaning under the weight of ancient tomes and peculiar artifacts. Behind a massive oak desk sat Dr. Blackwood, a man in his 60s with wild gray hair and piercing blue eyes that seemed to look right through me. "Dr. Blackwood?" I said, my voice shakier than I'd intended. "I'm Robert Kensington. I called earlier about—" Yes, he interrupted, gesturing for me to sit. "You mentioned something about ancient languages and prophecies. Quite intriguing. Please tell me everything." Taking a deep breath, I began to recount my experiences. I told him about Max's transformation, the eerie prophecies, the strange symbols that had appeared on my palms. As I spoke, Dr. Blackwood's expression shifted from polite interest to growing concern, and finally to unmistakable fear. "And then there was this phrase," I said, pulling out a scrap of paper on which I'd written the alien words. Ia, feng luim gluanaf Cthulhu reliau ganaglftang." The moment the words left my lips, Dr. Blackwood leapt to his feet, his face ashen. "Where did you hear that?" he demanded, his voice barely above a whisper. "From my dog," I replied, realizing how insane it sounded. Or rather, the thing speaking through my dog. Doctor, Blackwood began to pace, muttering under his breath. I caught fragments of what seemed to be a prayer or incantation, but in no language I recognized. Finally, he turned to me, his eyes wild with a mixture of fear and something else. Excitement? Mr. Kensington, he said, his voice trembling slightly. I'm afraid I can't help you. What you're dealing with, it's beyond my expertise. Beyond anyone's expertise, really. But you recognize that phrase, I protested. You must know something. He shook his head vehemently. Knowledge is dangerous, Mr. Kensington, especially knowledge of them. The less you know, the safer you'll be. For your own sake, forget everything you've seen and heard. Go home, hug your dog, and pretend none of this ever happened. Before I could argue further, Dr. Blackwood was ushering me towards the door. I'm sorry I can't be of more help, he said, not sounding sorry at all. But trust me, this is for the best. Goodbye, Mr. Kensington, and good luck. With that, the door closed in my face, leaving me standing in the hallway, more confused and frustrated than ever. The drive home was a blur of conflicting emotions. Anger at Dr. Blackwood's dismissal warred with a growing sense of dread. He had known something, that much was clear. But his reaction only confirmed my worst fears. Whatever was happening was real, and it was far more dangerous than I had imagined. As I pulled into my driveway, the sun was already setting, casting long shadows across the yard. Max greeted me at the door, his tail wagging as if nothing was amiss. But as I bent to pet him, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on his left front paw, was a symbol I hadn't seen before, a complex, spiraling glyph that seemed to shimmer slightly in the fading light. "Oh, Max," I whispered. "What's happening to us?" I spent the next few hours pacing restlessly, torn between the desire to uncover the truth and the urge to heed Dr. Blackwood's warning and forget everything. It was well past midnight when the ping of an incoming email jolted me from my troubled reverie. The sender's address was a string of random numbers and letters, and the subject line was blank. With trembling fingers, I opened the message. There was no text, only an image attachment. I clicked to open it, and my breath caught in my throat. It was the same symbol I had seen on Max's paw, rendered in intricate detail. Beneath it was a string of characters that looked like no language I had ever seen, a mix of angular runes and flowing script that hurt my eyes to look at for too long. "What the hell?" I muttered, leaning closer to the screen. As I stared at the image, something strange began to happen. The symbols seemed to shift and dance, rearranging themselves before my eyes. Gradually, almost imperceptibly, they began to form words I could understand. "The key lies in the spaces between," I read aloud, my voice sounding hollow in the quiet room. "Where dreaming gods lie sleeping, the truth awaits. But beware, for knowledge comes at a price, and some doors, once opened, can never be closed." I scrambled for a pen and paper, frantically copying down the message before it could fade or change again. As I wrote, more words became clear, each revelation more terrifying than the last. "The Hound of Tyndalos howls at the moon of madness," I muttered, my hand shaking as I transcribed the cryptic phrases. "In sunken Aureliae, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. The old ones were, the old ones are, and the old ones shall be again." Hours passed as I pored over the message, trying to decipher its hidden meanings. I scrawled diagrams and notes, connecting fragments of the prophecy Max had spoken with the new information before me. Slowly, a terrifying picture began to emerge, a cosmic horror beyond imagining, poised to break through into our world. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, I felt I was on the verge of a breakthrough. One last symbol remained untranslated, a key that would unlock the final piece of the puzzle. "Come on," I urged myself, rubbing my bleary eyes. "Just a little more." And then, just as the symbol began to resolve itself into something I could understand, the lights flickered once, twice, and went out. The sudden darkness was absolute, as if all the light in the world had been extinguished in an instant. "No," I cried out, fumbling for my phone to use as a flashlight. But the screen remained stubbornly dark, the battery inexplicably drained. In the pitch blackness, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold, the slow, deliberate padding of paws on hardwood floor. But the footsteps were too heavy, too purposeful to be Max's. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking with fear. The only response was a low, rumbling growl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then, a voice. Not Max's, not human, but something ancient and terrible that spoke directly into my mind. "You have seen too much, little one," it said, its words dripping with malevolent amusement. "But your journey is just beginning. The stars are right, and what was sunken shall rise. Prepare yourself, herald. The great old ones await." As the voice faded, I became aware of a presence in the room, vast and incomprehensible. The darkness seemed to deepen, if that were possible, pressing in on me from all sides. I could feel unseen tentacles of shadow brushing against my skin, probing, searching. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The lights flickered back to life, revealing my empty living room. Max lay curled up in his bed, watching me with wary eyes. But as I looked down at the notes spread before me, I realized with growing horror that this was far from over. The final piece of the puzzle had been revealed, and the knowledge it brought was a burden I wasn't sure I could bear. For I now knew that the boundary between our world and theirs was crumbling, and I, somehow, held the key to either salvation or damnation. The choice, it seemed, would be mine to make. As the sun rose on a new day, I couldn't shake the feeling that it might be one of the last dawns our world would ever see. The sky had been an ominous shade of green for days, a sickly hue that seemed to drain the color from everything beneath it. Weather forecasters were baffled, their sophisticated models and satellite imagery proving useless in the face of this unprecedented meteorological anomaly. But I knew better. The gathering storm wasn't just a quirk of nature. It was a harbinger of something far more terrifying. I stood at my living room window, watching as dark clouds roiled and churned overhead. The wind howled through the trees, bending them at impossible angles. It was as if the very fabric of reality was being twisted and warped by some unseen force. "This is it, isn't it, Max?" I murmured, glancing down at my faithful companion. What they warned us about." Max whined softly, pressing his body against my leg. His behavior had been increasingly erratic lately, alternating between periods of eerie calmness and frenzied activity. But at least he was still here, still my dog. For now, I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air might clear my head. As I stepped outside, the wind nearly knocked me off my feet. The air was thick with an electric charge, making the hair on my arm stand on end. As I made my way down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It wasn't just paranoia. Everywhere I looked, I saw dogs. They sat in yards, stood on porches, peered out from behind fences, and every single one of them was staring directly at me. A golden retriever that I recognized as belonging to my neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, sat rigidly at the edge of its yard. As I approached, its eyes locked onto mine, and I saw something there that made my blood run cold. It wasn't the warm, friendly gaze of a pet. It was ancient, knowing, and utterly alien. "Hello there," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Everything okay, boy?" The dog's mouth opened, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought it was going to speak. Instead, it let out a low, rumbling growl that seemed to reverberate through the very ground beneath my feet. I quickened my pace, trying to put as much distance between myself and the unnatural canines as possible. But no matter how far I went, I could feel their eyes on me, boring into my back with an intensity that left me breathless. By the time I returned home, the storm had intensified. Lightning forked across the sky in intricate patterns that seemed too deliberate to be natural. Each thunderclap shook the house to its foundations, rattling windows and sending books tumbling from shelves. I found Max in the backyard, his head tilted back, howling at the roiling sky above. But this wasn't the typical howl of a dog. It was a sound that no earthly creature should be able to make. It was part canine, yes, but layered beneath that was something else. Something human, and yet not human at all. "Max!" I shouted, trying to make myself heard over the howling wind. "Max, come inside." He turned to look at me, and I stumbled backward in shock. His eyes were glowing with an otherworldly light, pulsing in time with the lightning that illuminated the sky. A particularly violent thunderclap shook the earth, and a bolt of lightning struck so close that I could feel the heat of it on my skin. In the blinding flash, I saw something that made my heart stop. There, standing in the middle of my yard, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, its form seeming to shift and waver as if it wasn't fully present in our reality. Its head, if you could call it that, was a mass of writhing tentacles, and its body seemed to be composed of angles that hurt my mind to look at directly. I blinked, and it was gone. But the afterimage burned in my vision, a reminder that what I had seen was all too real. "Oh God," I whispered, my legs giving out beneath me. "It's happening. It's really happening." Max padded over to me, his movements fluid and purposeful in a way that was decidedly undog-like. He sat before me, his glowing eyes boring into mine with an intensity that left me breathless. And then, as the storm reached a fever pitch around us, Max opened his mouth and spoke. "It's time," he said, his voice a mixture of canine growl and that ancient eldritch tone that had haunted my nightmares for weeks. "Time for what?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "The stars are right," Max intoned, his voice growing louder to be heard over the howling wind. "The gate opens and they come. You must fulfill your role, Harold. The great old ones await." Lightning struck again, closer this time, and in its flash I saw more figures in my yard. Tall, shambling forms that defied description, their very presence seeming to warp the air around them. "I don't understand," I cried out, tears of fear and frustration streaming down my face. "What am I supposed to do?" Max's form began to shift and change before my eyes. His fur rippled and flowed like water, revealing glimpses of something underneath that was decidedly not canine. When he spoke again, his voice was a chorus of countless alien tongues. "The key is within you, Harold. The symbols on your flesh, the knowledge in your mind. These are the tools with which you will open the way. But beware, for once the gate is opened, it cannot be easily closed." The storm intensified, rain lashing down in sheets that seemed to move against the wind. The very air felt charged with an otherworldly energy, and I could sense something vast and terrible pressing against the boundaries of our reality. "I can't do this," I protested, shaking my head vehemently. "I won't do this. You can't make me." A sound that might have been laughter emanated from Max, but it was a cold, humorless thing that sent shivers down my spine. "Choice is an illusion, little one. You were chosen long ago, your bloodline marked for this very purpose. Resist if you must, but know that your struggles only hasten the inevitable." As if to punctuate his words, the sky split open with a deafening crack. A vortex of swirling energy formed overhead, its center a void of absolute darkness that seemed to drink in all light and sound. The figures in my yard grew more substantial, their forms solidifying as they drew closer. I could hear them now, a cacophony of whispers and screams, of languages long dead, and some that had never existed in our world. "The gate opens," Max growled, his form now barely recognizable as the dog I had once known. "They come, Harold. Will you greet them as a willing servant, or will you cling to your pitiful notion of reality until it is torn from you?" I staggered to my feet, my mind reeling from the impossible choice before me. The storm raged around us, a maelstrom of cosmic forces beyond my comprehension. In the distance, I could hear the howls and barks of countless dogs, all raised in a terrible chorus that heralded the arrival of something ancient and unstoppable. As the vortex in the sky grew larger, I felt a tugging sensation in my very soul. The symbols on my palms began to glow with an eldritch light, pulsing in time with the swirling energies above. "Make your choice, Harold." Max's voice boomed, now indistinguishable from the thunder that shook the earth. For the old ones wait, and their patience is not infinite. I stood there trembling as the storm reached its cataclysmic peak. The choice before me was impossible, the consequences unimaginable. But as the figures drew ever closer, their alien forms now fully materialized in our world, I knew that my next action would determine not just my fate, but the fate of all humanity. With a deep breath, I raised my hands towards the swirling vortex, the glowing symbols on my palms blazing like twin suns. Whatever came next, I knew that nothing would ever be the same again. The gathering storm had arrived, and with it, the dawn of a new and terrifying age. The storm had subsided, leaving an eerie calm in its wake. The air felt charged, as if the very molecules were vibrating with anticipation. Max stood at the edge of my property, his form barely recognizable as canine anymore. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and when he moved, it was with a fluid grace that no earthly creature should possess. "Come," he said, his voice a mixture of growl and eldritch whisper. "It is time for the summoning." I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to run, to hide, to wake up from this nightmare. But I knew there was no escaping what was to come. With leaden feet, I followed Max as he led me through deserted streets. The town seemed abandoned, an oppressive silence broken only by the occasional distant howl of a dog. We reached the outskirts of town where abandoned factories and warehouses stood as rusting monuments to better times. Max paused in front of a particularly dilapidated building, its windows dark and broken. "Here," he intoned. "The gate will open here." As we entered the warehouse, the darkness seemed to press in around us, thick and almost tangible. The air was heavy with the scent of mold and decay, but underneath it was something else, an alien odor that made my stomach churn. "What is this place?" I whispered, my voice sounding small and insignificant in the vast empty space. Max didn't answer. Instead, he led me deeper into the building, towards a faint glow that emanated from somewhere ahead. As we rounded a corner, I saw them. A group of people standing in a perfect circle, their faces blank and their eyes unfocused. I recognized some of them, Mrs. Thompson from down the street, the mailman, even Dr. Blackwood from the university. They stood motionless, swaying slightly as if moved by an unseen wind. "What's wrong with them?" I asked, horror creeping into my voice. "They are the vessels," Max replied, his voice echoing unnaturally in the cavernous space, empty and waiting to be filled with the essence of the old ones. In the center of the circle, the air seemed to shimmer and twist. As I watched, a swirling vortex of energy began to form, pulsing with colors that had no place in our reality. The people in the circle began to chant, their voices a discordant chorus of that same ancient language I had heard Max speak. "Fanglui mglwanaf Cthulhu relie wagahnagl ftagen," they intoned over and over. "What are they saying?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. "In his house at Relie, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming," Max translated, his voice tinged with reverence. "But he will dream no longer. The stars are right, and he shall rise." The vortex grew larger, its swirling energies casting twisted shadows on the walls. And then I heard it, whispers from the other side, voices that spoke of impossible geometries and cosmic horrors beyond human comprehension. "Something's coming through," I gasped, taking an involuntary step backward. Max's form began to shift and change, growing larger and more monstrous with each passing moment. "Yes," he growled, his voice now a cacophony of alien tones. "The way is opening. The old ones return to claim what was always theirs." I could see something moving within the vortex, a vast shape that hurt my mind to look at directly. Tentacles writhed and twisted, reaching out towards our world with terrible purpose. "We have to stop this," I cried out, though I had no idea how. "We can't let them through." But even as I spoke, I knew it was too late. The vortex had grown to fill almost the entire warehouse, its swirling energies crackling with eldritch power. The people in the circle began to convulse, their bodies twisting in ways that human bodies were never meant to move. And then, just as the portal reached its peak, Max leaped into its center. His body contorted and expanded, absorbing the otherworldly energies that poured through the gate. "Max, no!" I screamed, reaching out futilely. But the creature that had once been my dog paid no heed. It grew larger and more monstrous with each passing second, its form shifting between states of matter in a way that defied all laws of physics. "Fool," it boomed, its voice shaking the very foundations of the warehouse. "Max is no more. I am the herald, the opener of the way. And through me, the old ones shall enter your world." The vortex pulsed and throbbed, and I could feel the fabric of reality straining around us. The people in the circle began to change, their bodies morphing into horrific hybrid forms, part human, part something else entirely. "This can't be happening," I muttered, backing away until I felt the cold wall against my back. "This has to be a nightmare." But I knew it was all too real. The air was filled with an otherworldly humming, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very atoms of my being. I could feel something vast and terrible pressing against the boundaries of our world, seeking entry. "Behold!" The thing that had been Max roared, its voice now a chorus of countless alien tongues. "The gate is open and they come. Bow before your new gods, mortal, for the age of man is at an end." The vortex exploded outward in a blast of eldritch energy, and I was thrown to the ground. As I struggled to my feet, I saw impossible shapes pouring through the portal, beings of such cosmic horror that my mind recoiled at the sight of them. Tentacles writhed and squirmed, attached to bodies that seemed to exist in more dimensions than our reality could contain. Eyes opened where no eyes should be, gazing upon our world with alien hunger. "What have we done?" I whispered, tears streaming down my face as I witnessed the end of everything I had ever known. The creature that had been Max turned its attention to me, its form now a swirling mass of tentacles and eyes, and things I had no words to describe. "You have fulfilled your purpose, Herald," it intoned. "Now witness the dawning of a new age, as the old ones reclaim their dominion over this pitiful realm." I wanted to run, to hide, to wake up from this cosmic nightmare, but I was rooted to the spot, unable to tear my gaze away from the horrors that were pouring into our world. As the last vestiges of reality crumbled around us, I heard the thing that had been Max speak one final time. "Rejoice, mortal," it said, its voice now indistinguishable from the cacophony of alien sounds that filled the air. "For you have been chosen to witness the rebirth of the universe. The stars are right, and the old ones have returned." The warehouse dissolved around us, the walls melting away to reveal a landscape of impossible geometries and colors that had no place in our spectrum. And as I stood there, witness to the end of everything I had ever known, I realized that this was only the beginning. The summoning was complete, and a new age of cosmic horror had dawned. Whatever came next, I knew that the world, and my place in it, would never be the same again. The warehouse had become a nexus of cosmic horror, a place where the laws of physics and reality bent and shattered. At the center of it all stood Max, or what had once been Max. My faithful companion, my link to normality in this descent into madness, was transforming before my eyes into something that defied comprehension. I watched, paralyzed with terror, as Max's body began to change. His fur rippled and fell away in clumps, revealing skin that shifted and bubbled like boiling tar. His limbs elongated, bones cracking and reforming with sickening sounds that echoed through the cavernous space. "Max!" I cried out, my voice barely audible over the cacophony of otherworldly energy swirling around us. "Max, please, fight it." But if any part of my dog remained within that metamorphosing form, it gave no sign. The creature's body continued to grow, expanding in ways that hurt my mind to perceive. Tentacles erupted from its flanks, writhing and reaching towards the sky. Its head split and reformed, eyes blossoming across its surface like malignant flowers. Around us, the circle of people who had been part of the ritual began to collapse. One by one, they crumpled to the ground, their bodies withering as if ages were passing in moments. I watched in horror as Mrs. Thompson, my kindly neighbor, aged decades in seconds before turning to dust. "What's happening to them?" I shouted, though I wasn't sure if I was addressing Max, the cosmic forces at work, or my own fractured sanity. A voice that was no longer Max's, no longer anything remotely canine or even earthly, boomed in response. "They serve their purpose," it intoned, the words seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Their life force feeds the transformation, bridges the gap between your pitiful reality and the true nature of the cosmos." As the last of the ritual participants crumbled away, Max's transformation neared its completion. The being before me now bore no resemblance to the loyal dog I had known. It towered above me, its form a shifting mass of tentacles, eyes, and structures I had no words to describe. With dawning horror, I began to recognize elements of the creature from the ancient prophecies Max had spoken in those early, terrifying days. The squamous flesh and manifold eyes, mentioned in hushed whispers by long-dead cultists, were now horrifically realized before me. "E! E!" the creature roared, its voice shaking the very foundations of the warehouse. "Cthulhu Ftang! The stars are right, and the old ones rise." As it spoke, more of its body continued to change and shift. Wings unfurled from its back, not feathered or leathery, but composed of some strange, semi-transparent substance that seemed to bend light around it. Its lower body merged with the floor, spreading out in a mass of writhing tendrils that began to consume the very structure of the building. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling as I tried to process the impossible being before me. This was beyond anything I had imagined, beyond any nightmare my human mind could have conjured. This was truly alien, a glimpse into the horrifying reality that lurked just beyond the veil of our limited perception. The creature that had once been Max turned its attention fully to me. Countless eyes ranging from pinpricks to massive orbs larger than my head focused on my trembling form. In those eyes, I saw knowledge. Vast, terrible, cosmic knowledge that no mortal mind was meant to comprehend. "Behold, Harold," the being spoke, its voice now a chorus of 1,000 alien tongues. "Witness the true form of your masters, the great old ones who slumbered beneath the waves and beyond the stars. Your pitiful world trembles on the brink of a new age." I wanted to run, to flee from this cosmic horror that threatened to shatter my sanity. But my legs wouldn't move. I stood rooted to the spot, my eyes unable to tear themselves away from the monstrous form before me. What are you?" I managed to choke out, my voice a pathetic whisper in the face of such cosmic terror. The creature's laughter was like the grinding of tectonic plates, deep and earth-shaking. "We are the old ones," it boomed. "We are those who ruled this planet aeons before your kind crawled from the primordial ooze. We are your gods, your devils, your deepest fears given form. And now, we have returned to claim what was always ours." As it spoke, more changes rippled across its body. Structures that resembled ancient, alien architecture began to sprout from its flesh. I recognized elements from the visions and prophecies, Cyclopean cities, non-Euclidean geometries, and symbols that hurt my eyes to look upon. "The transformation is complete," the entity declared. "The gate is open, and the way is clear for our brethren to enter your realm. You have served your purpose well, Harold. Now, witness the dawning of a new age." Terror finally broke through my paralysis. I turned to flee, my feet slipping on the ichor-slicked floor of the warehouse. But as I moved, I felt a pressure building in my head, a pain so intense it threatened to split my skull. "You cannot escape your destiny," the creature's voice boomed inside my mind. "You are bound to us now, Harold. Your flesh, your very soul, belongs to the old ones." The pain intensified, and I fell to my knees, clutching my head. The world around me began to warp and twist, reality itself seeming to unravel at the seams. The last thing I saw before consciousness fled was the massive, tentacled form of the being that had once been Max, reaching towards me with appendages that defied description. "Welcome," it intoned. to the true nature of reality. And then, mercifully, the world went black. I plunged into unconsciousness, unaware of the cosmic horrors that were even now pouring into our dimension, reshaping the very fabric of existence. As darkness claimed me, one final thought echoed through my mind. Nothing would ever be the same again. The transformation was complete, and with it, the world as I knew it had ended. Whatever awaited me on the other side of this darkness, I knew it would be beyond anything my human mind could comprehend. The first sensation I experienced upon regaining consciousness was a profound sense of wrongness. Every atom of my being screamed that I didn't belong here, wherever here was. I opened my eyes, blinking rapidly as I tried to make sense of my surroundings. The sky above me was a roiling mass of colors that had no place in any earthly spectrum. Purples deeper than the heart of an amethyst, swirled with greens so vibrant they hurt to look at directly. Streaks of a color I had no name for cut across the chaotic canvas, pulsing in time with some alien rhythm. I pushed myself up, my hands sinking into ground that felt simultaneously spongy and crystalline. The landscape around me defied description, a nightmare fusion of organic and inorganic forms. Structures that might have been plants swayed in a non-existent breeze, their leaves composed of what looked like living metal. "Where am I?" I whispered, my voice sounding flat and lifeless in the alien atmosphere. As if in response to my question, a creature shuffled into view. I recoiled in horror, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. It had the general shape of a dog, but that's where any resemblance to a canine ended. Its skin was a patchwork of scales, fur, and something that looked unsettlingly like human flesh. Multiple eyes blinked independently across its misshapen head, and tentacles writhed where its tail should have been. With a jolt of recognition, I realized this thing bore a haunting resemblance to Mrs. Thompson's golden retriever, the same dog that had stared at me with such alien intelligence on that fateful day. "Oh, God," I choked out, scrambling backward. "What happened to you?" The creature tilted its head, regarding me with eyes that held an unsettling glimmer of recognition. When it opened its mouth, the sound that emerged was a grotesque parody of a bark, layered with whispers in that same eldritch language I had heard during the summoning. More of these transformed dogs began to appear, each more horrifying than the last. I recognized elements of the pets from my neighborhood in their twisted forms. Mr. Johnson's corgi, now a writhing mass of eyes and mouths, the Henderson's German shepherd, its body elongated and segmented like some cosmic centipede. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but a strange calm settled over my mind. Something deep within me, perhaps the part that had made me the herald, knew that I had a purpose here. My gaze was drawn to the horizon, where a massive structure loomed against the impossible sky. It was a building, if such a mundane term could be applied to something so alien. Its architecture defied Euclidean geometry, angles bending in ways that hurt my mind to look at directly. The entire structure pulsed with an eldritch energy, waves of power radiating outward in visible ripples. "I have to go there," I murmured, the words feeling foreign in my mouth. "That's where it all comes together." As I began to make my way across the bizarre terrain, the transformed dogs fell into step behind me. They moved with an eerie synchronicity, as if guided by some greater intelligence. The ground beneath my feet shifted and reformed with each step, sometimes solid, sometimes liquid, always wrong. As I walked, fragments of knowledge began to coalesce in my mind. The true nature of the prophecy, my role as the herald, the cosmic forces at play, it all started to make a terrible kind of sense. "We were never the masters," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "Humanity was just a placeholder, keeping things ready for their return." One of the dog things made a sound that might have been agreement, might have been mocking laughter. I pressed on, drawn inexorably towards the pulsing structure in the distance. The journey seemed to take hours, or perhaps only moments. Time had little meaning in this place between realities. As I drew closer to the structure, I began to make out more details. What I had initially taken for walls were actually masses of writhing tentacles, pulsing and shifting in patterns too complex for my human mind to comprehend. At the base of the structure stood a figure that dwarfed everything around it. My heart clenched with a mixture of recognition and terror. It was the being that had once been Max, now fully transformed into a towering amalgamation of dog and cosmic horror. Its body was a mountain of flesh, fur, and elements I had no words to describe. Tentacles the size of redwoods writhed from its flanks, and eyes larger than lakes blinked in disconcerting patterns across its surface. When it spoke, the very fabric of this alien reality trembled. "Welcome, Herald," it boomed, its voice a cacophony of barks, growls, and eldritch whispers. "You have crossed the threshold and embraced your true purpose." I stood before this cosmic monstrosity, feeling simultaneously insignificant and pivotal. "Max," I said, my voice barely a whisper. What happens now?" The being that had once been my loyal companion regarded me with eyes that held the knowledge of eons. "Now," it intoned, "you fulfill your destiny. The gate is open, the way is clear. You will be the bridge between worlds, the catalyst for the great merging." As it spoke, I felt something stirring within me. The symbols on my palms began to glow with an otherworldly light, pulsing in time with the energies that swirled around us. "I don't understand," I said, even as a part of me realized that I did, on some fundamental level beyond conscious thought. "Understanding is not required," the Max thing replied. "Only acceptance. You are the herald, the opener of ways. Through you, the old ones will fully enter your reality, reshaping it in their image." I looked down at my hands, watching as the glowing symbols began to spread up my arms. "And if I refuse?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The cosmic entity's laughter shook the very foundations of this alien realm. "Refusal is not an option, little herald. You are merely the instrument through which cosmic will is enacted. Embrace your role, for in doing so you will witness the birth of a new universe." As if in response to its words, the structure behind the Max thing began to pulse more intensely. I could feel the energy building, a cosmic pressure that threatened to tear reality apart at the seams. "It's time," the entity declared. "Step forward, Herald, and fulfill your destiny." With each step I took towards the writhing mass of tentacles and impossible geometries, I felt my humanity slipping away. Knowledge of cosmic truths flooded my mind, threatening to overwhelm my sanity. As I reached out to touch the pulsing structure, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in one of its shimmering surfaces. My eyes glowed with the same eldritch light as the symbols on my skin, and my form was beginning to twist and change in ways that defied description. "And so it begins," the Max thing intoned, as my hand made contact with the alien surface. In that moment I felt the barriers between worlds shatter. Reality itself seemed to scream as the old ones began to pour through the gap I had created. As my consciousness expanded to encompass the vastness of the cosmos, one final human thought flitted through my mind. What have I done? But it was too late for regrets or second thoughts. The transformation was complete. The merger of worlds had begun, and I, the Herald, stood at the center of it all, a conduit for forces beyond mortal comprehension. The universe as I had known it was ending, and a new, terrifying reality was being born. The cosmic energies swirled around me, reality itself bending and warping in ways that defied comprehension. The being that had once been Max, now a towering amalgamation of eldritch horror and canine familiarity, loomed over me. Its voice, when it spoke, resonated not just in my ears but through every fiber of my being. "Herald," it intoned, the word carrying the weight of eons. "The moment of choice is upon you." I struggled to focus, my mind reeling from the cosmic knowledge that had been flooding into it. "Choice?" I managed to ask, my own voice sounding alien to my ears. the creature's countless eyes fixed upon me, each one a swirling vortex of otherworldly intelligence. You stand at the nexus of realities, the fulcrum upon which the fate of worlds balances. In you lies the power to save or doom not just your realm, but ours as well. As it spoke, I felt a splitting sensation, as if my consciousness was being torn in two. Visions flooded my mind, overwhelming in their clarity and terror. In one, I saw our world transformed. The familiar cityscapes of humanity were warped and twisted, buildings merged with writhing organic matter. The sky was a roiling mass of tentacles and impossible colors. Humans, or what was left of them, scurried like insects among the towering forms of the old ones. It was a world of cosmic horror made manifest, where the laws of physics were mere suggestions, and madness was the only sane response. This, the creature's voice echoed in my mind, is one potential future. The complete merger of our realms, where the old ones rule supreme and reality bends to their will. The vision shifted, and I saw another possibility. Our world, seemingly untouched by the cosmic horrors I had witnessed. People went about their lives, blissfully unaware of the terrors that had nearly befallen them. But as I looked closer, I saw the cracks in this facade of normalcy. Shadows moved in impossible ways, and in quiet moments people's eyes flickered with an otherworldly awareness. It was a world forever changed, living under the constant threat of the veil tearing once more. And this, the being continued, is the alternative. A world where the incursion is halted, but the knowledge remains. A reality forever scarred by the touch of the cosmic. I gasped as the visions receded, leaving me dizzy and disoriented. Why? I demanded, my voice cracking with the strain of cosmic awareness. Why me? Why this choice? The creature that had been Max shifted its massive form, tentacles writhing in patterns too complex for my human mind to fully grasp. You have been prepared for this moment across countless lifetimes, Harold. In every iteration, every turn of the cosmic wheel, we have guided you to this nexus. Memories flooded my mind, not just of this life, but of others. I saw myself in different times, different places, always with a loyal canine companion by my side, always being led, unknowingly, to this moment of cosmic significance. You were Max in every life? I asked, the realization dawning with horrifying clarity. The being's laughter shook the very fabric of reality around us. Max, and so much more. We are the guardians of the threshold, the keepers of the cosmic balance. And you, little Harold, are the key that can lock or unlock the gates between worlds. I struggled to process this information, my mind threatening to fracture under the weight of cosmic truth. But why offer a choice at all? Why not simply take what you want? Because balance must be maintained, the creature replied, its voice taking on a somber tone. The merger of realms is not to be undertaken lightly. The old ones hunger for dominion, yes, but even they understand the necessity of choice. Free will, as limited as it may be, is a force unto itself in the cosmic equation. I looked down at my hands, watching as symbols of eldritch power crawled across my skin. And if I choose to stop this, to close the gate, then you doom our realm to a slow death, the being said. The old ones will slumber once more, and the cosmic energies that sustain our reality will gradually fade. But your world will continue, forever changed but largely intact. And if I allow the merger to continue, the creature's form pulsed with barely contained power. Then two worlds become one, a new reality, terrible and beautiful in its cosmic scope. Humanity as you know it will cease to exist, but a new form of existence will take its place. You will ascend, becoming one with the old ones, your consciousness expanding to encompass the vastness of the universe. I closed my eyes, trying to center myself amidst the swirling chaos of cosmic forces. The weight of the decision pressed down upon me, threatening to crush my very soul. How can I possibly make this choice? I whispered, more to myself than to the eldritch being before me. You must, the creature replied, its voice surprisingly gentle. For in your choice lies the fate of two worlds. Trust in the knowledge we have imparted to you across your many lives. Look beyond the limited scope of human morality and embrace the cosmic truth. I took a deep breath, opening my eyes to gaze upon the swirling, impossible landscape around me. In that moment, I felt the full weight of my role as herald. I was no longer just a person, but a cosmic fulcrum, the linchpin upon which realities turned. If I choose to allow the merger, I said slowly, what becomes of me? The being's form shifted, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of the loyal dog I had known. You become more than you can possibly imagine. Your consciousness will expand to encompass the cosmos. You will know the joy of creation and the terror of the void. You will be both everything and nothing. I nodded, a strange calm settling over me. And if I choose to close the gate? Then you return to your world, forever changed. You will bear the knowledge of cosmic truths, a solitary guardian against future incursions. Your life will be long but lonely, as you watch over a world that can never truly understand what almost was. The choice loomed before me, two paths diverging into futures I could barely comprehend. On one hand, the complete transformation of our world, the birth of a new cosmic reality. On the other, the preservation of humanity, but at the cost of an entire alien realm. I closed my eyes, reaching deep within myself, drawing upon the cosmic knowledge that had been imparted to me across countless lifetimes. In that moment, I saw the intricate web of cause and effect that had led to this point, the delicate balance of forces that shaped the universe. When I opened my eyes, I knew what I had to do. I've made my choice, I said, my voice steady despite the enormity of the decision. The being that had been Max leaned forward, its myriad eyes focused intently upon me. Speak, Herald. Shape the fate of worlds with your words. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of two realities hanging upon my next words. Whatever I chose, I knew that nothing would ever be the same. The cosmic scales trembled, awaiting the decision that would tip them one way or the other. With clarity born of cosmic insight and human compassion, I made my choice, my words echoing across the vast expanse of realities. I choose. I gasped, my eyes flying open as I jolted upright in my worn leather armchair. My heart was pounding, and a thin sheen of sweat covered my body. For a moment I sat there disoriented, my mind reeling from the vivid cosmic horrors I had just experienced. A dream, I muttered, running a trembling hand through my hair. It was all just a dream. At my feet, Max stirred, raising his head to look at me with sleepy eyes. The sight of him, normal and dog-like, sent a wave of relief washing over me. I leaned forward, reaching out to scratch behind his ears. "Hey, buddy," I said softly. "You wouldn't believe the nightmare I just had." As I moved my hand, something caught my eye. There, etched into the palm of my right hand, was a symbol I had never seen before. It was an intricate design, reminiscent of the eldritch markings I had seen in my dream, vision. The lines seemed to shimmer slightly, as if they weren't quite part of our reality. "What the hell?" I whispered, turning my hand this way and that, examining the mark from different angles. Max whined softly, drawing my attention back to him. As our eyes met, I felt a jolt of recognition. There, in the depths of his canine gaze, I saw a glimmer of something more, a flicker of cosmic awareness that mirrored my own. "Oh God," I breathed, memories flooding back. "It wasn't a dream, was it, Max?" In response, Max stood and stretched, his movements seeming just a bit too fluid, too purposeful for a normal dog. He padded over to the front door and sat, looking back at me expectantly. With a sense of trepidation, I rose from my chair and made my way to the door. My hand hesitated on the doorknob, a part of me afraid of what I might find outside. But the choice had been made, and there was no going back now. I opened the door and stepped out onto my front porch. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across my quiet suburban street. Mrs. Thompson was watering her flowers, and the Henderson kids were playing basketball in their driveway. But as I looked closer, I began to notice subtle differences. The colors seemed just a bit off, as if the entire world had been shifted slightly on the spectrum. Shadows moved in ways that didn't quite match the objects casting them. And when I looked at my neighbors, I could see something lurking just behind their eyes. A hint of awareness, of cosmic knowledge that hadn't been there before. "What have I done?" I murmured, gripping the porch railing for support. Max brushed against my leg, a comforting presence in this subtly altered world. I looked down at him, seeing both my loyal companion and the cosmic entity he truly was. "We should take a walk," I said, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. "See what's changed." As we made our way down the street, the strangeness of our new reality became more apparent. Plants seemed to move of their own accord, their leaves reaching out as if trying to grasp passing insects. The sky above was a swirl of colors that shouldn't have been possible at sunset, hues that hinted at the vast cosmic forces now barely contained behind the veil of normalcy. We passed Mrs. Thompson, still watering her flowers. "Lovely evening, isn't it?" she called out, her voice carrying an undercurrent of something else. "It certainly is," I replied, forcing a smile. "Your flowers are looking particularly vibrant." As I spoke, I noticed that her flowers were indeed vibrant, almost unnaturally so. Their petals seemed to pulse with an inner light, and I could have sworn I saw faces forming and dissolving in their centers. Mrs. Thompson smiled, and for a moment I saw a flicker of something ancient and alien in her eyes. "They do love this new atmosphere," she said, emphasizing the last word in a way that sent shivers down my spine. We continued our walk, passing by other neighbors who all seemed to be going about their normal routines. But each interaction was tinged with an undercurrent of cosmic awareness. A knowing look here, a too fluid movement there. It was as if the entire neighborhood was engaged in an elaborate charade of normalcy, all while being acutely aware of the vast, terrible truths that lay just beyond our perception. As we reached the park at the end of our street, the sun had nearly set. The playground equipment cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to move independently of the fading light. I sat on a bench, Max settling at my feet, and tried to process everything I was seeing and feeling. "I chose this," I said softly, more to myself than to Max. "I chose to close the gate, to preserve our world. But at what cost?" Max looked up at me, his eyes swirling with cosmic intelligence. For a moment, I thought I heard his voice in my mind, echoing with the weight of eons. "The cost is knowledge, Harold. The veil has been thinned, and humanity will never be the same." I nodded, understanding on a level that went beyond mere human comprehension. We had averted the full merging of realities, the complete dominion of the old ones. But in doing so, we had forever changed the nature of our world. The cosmic truths I had glimpsed were now a part of our reality, seeping into the collective unconscious of humanity. As twilight deepened into night, I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a howl, distant but clear, that was neither fully dog nor human. It echoed across the darkening sky, carrying with it hints of cosmic longing and eldritch knowledge. Other dogs in the neighborhood began to respond, their howls harmonizing in ways that no earthly canine chorus should. The sound grew, swelling into a cacophony that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of reality. I stood feeling a pull towards something. The symbol on my palm began to glow faintly, pulsing in time with the otherworldly howls. "This is just the beginning, isn't it?" I asked Max, already knowing the answer. He looked up at me, his form momentarily flickering between loyal dog and cosmic entity. In that moment, I understood the enormity of what lay ahead. I was the herald, the one who had made the choice to preserve our world while allowing the cosmic to seep through. It would be my responsibility to navigate this new reality, to stand as a guardian between the human and the Eldritch. As we made our way back home through the eerily altered landscape of our neighborhood, I felt a strange mix of terror and exhilaration. The world had changed, subtly but irrevocably, and I with it. Whatever challenges lay ahead, whatever cosmic horrors might still threaten to break through the thinned veil, I knew that I would face them. For I was the herald, the keeper of cosmic secrets, the bridge between realities. And as the last light of day faded, giving way to a night filled with impossible stars and the echoes of eldritch howls, I knew that my journey had only just begun. The attic was a dusty tomb of forgotten memories, filled with the musty scent of age and neglect. I hadn't been up here in years, not since Dad passed away. But now, with Mom in the nursing home and the house about to be sold, it fell to me to sort through the detritus of our family history. I sneezed as I pushed aside a box of old Christmas decorations, sending a cloud of dust motes dancing in the weak light filtering through the grimy window. That's when I saw it. A battered old leather-bound album half hidden beneath a stack of yellowing newspapers. "Well, what do we have here?" I muttered, reaching for the album. As I pulled it free, a spider scuttled across its cover, disappearing into the shadows. I shuddered, never having been a fan of the eight-legged bastards. With a deep breath, I blew off a layer of dust and opened the album. The first page held a faded sepia photograph of my great-grandparents standing in front of the house. They looked stern and uncomfortable, as people often did in old photos. But something about the image made me pause. I squinted, leaning closer. There, in the background, barely visible in the shadowy porch, was a figure. It was blurry, indistinct, but undeniably there. "Huh," I said, frowning. "Must be a trick of the light." I turned the page. Another photo, this one of my grandparents as young adults, picnicking in the backyard. And there, half hidden behind a tree, was the same shadowy figure. A chill ran down my spine as I flipped through more pages. Photo after photo, year after year, the figure was there. Always in the background, always shadowy and indistinct, but unmistakably present. And something else. Something that made my blood run cold. With each successive photo, the figure seemed to be getting closer to my family members. My hands were shaking by the time I reached the last page. It was a photo taken at my 10th birthday party, not long before Dad got sick. There I was, grinning at the camera, blowing out the candles on my cake. And there, right behind me, close enough to touch, was the shadowy figure. "Jesus Christ," I whispered, slamming the album shut. I sat there for a long moment, heart pounding, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. It had to be a trick, right? Some quirk of photography, or maybe a practical joke. With trembling fingers, I pulled out my cell phone and dialed my sister, Sarah. "Hey, Jack," she answered on the third ring. "How's the attic archaeology going?" "Sarah," I said, my voice tight, "I need you to listen to me. I found something weird." "Weird how?" she asked, her tone shifting from cheerful to concerned. I took a deep breath and explained what I'd found, describing the shadowy figure in photo after photo. There was a long pause when I finished. Then Sarah sighed. "Jack, are you sure you're not just seeing things? You know how old photos can play tricks on the eyes." "I know what I saw, Sarah," I snapped, immediately regretting my tone. "Sorry, it's just, you need to see this for yourself. Can you come over?" "I can't, Jack. I'm swamped at work and the kids have soccer practice later." "Look, why don't you get some rest? You've been cooped up in that attic all day. We can talk about this tomorrow, okay?" I wanted to argue, to insist she come see for herself, but I knew it was pointless. "Yeah, okay," I said, deflated. "Tomorrow." After hanging up, I sat in the attic for a long time, staring at the closed album. Part of me wanted to open it again, to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined the whole thing. But a larger part, the part that still checked under the bed for monsters, couldn't bear to look. Finally, as the light outside began to fade, I made my way downstairs. The house seemed different now somehow. Larger, emptier, filled with shadows that hadn't been there before. Or maybe they had, and I just hadn't noticed. I fixed myself a stiff drink and tried to focus on the TV, but my mind kept wandering back to the album and its impossible contents. As the night wore on, I found myself jumping at every creak and groan of the old house settling. When I finally dragged myself to bed, exhaustion warring with unease, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I tossed and turned, my dreams filled with shadowy figures that lurked just out of sight, always moving closer when I wasn't looking. I woke with a start in the dead of night, heart racing, sweat soaking my sheets. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was or what had woken me. Then it all came flooding back. The attic, the album, the shadowy figure. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I became aware of a presence in the room. Something was different, off somehow. I held my breath, straining my ears for any sound. There, in the corner of the room, something moved. A shadow, darker than the surrounding darkness, seemed to shift and grow. I reached for the bedside lamp with a trembling hand, my fingers fumbling for the switch. Just as I felt the cool metal beneath my fingertips, I felt it. A cold touch on my shoulder, light as a feather but unmistakable. I froze, my whole body rigid with terror. Slowly, fighting against every instinct screaming at me to run, I turned my head. For a split second I saw it. A face in the darkness, so close I could have reached out and touched it. A face I recognized from the photos, no longer blurry and indistinct, but sharp and terrifyingly real. Then the lamp clicked on, flooding the room with harsh light, and the face was gone. I was alone in the room, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. But as I sat there, gulping air like a drowning man, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. Whatever was in those photos, it wasn't content to stay there anymore. It had found me, and this was only the beginning. The morning light did little to dispel the unease that had settled over me like a shroud. Sleep had been elusive, my dreams haunted by that shadowy face I'd glimpsed in the darkness. As I stumbled into the kitchen, bleary-eyed and exhausted, I knew I couldn't just sit around waiting for answers to fall into my lap. It was time to dig deeper. The Derry Public Library was a squat brick building that had seen better days. As I pushed through the heavy wooden doors, the familiar smell of old books and dust enveloped me. It was quiet, save for the soft tapping of keys from the librarian's desk. "Excuse me," I said, approaching the elderly woman behind the counter. Her name tag read, Margaret. "I'm looking for information on local history, specifically about the area where my family's house is located." Margaret peered at me over her thick glasses. "And where might that be, dear?" 237 Witcham Street, I replied. Something flickered in Margaret's eyes. Recognition? Concern? But it was gone so quickly I thought I might have imagined it. "Local history is in the back, left corner," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "Let me know if you need any help." I thanked her and made my way to the indicated section. As I began pulling books from the shelves, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced around, my eyes scanning the mostly empty library. That's when I saw him. An old man sat at a table across the room, his rheumy eyes fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. He was ancient, his skin like crumpled paper, wisps of white hair clinging to his spotted scalp. But it was his eyes that held me. They were bright, alert, and filled with an emotion I couldn't quite place. Recognition? Fear? I quickly looked away, pretending to be engrossed in the book in my hands. But I could still feel his gaze boring into me. Hours passed as I pored over dusty tomes and faded newspaper clippings. The history of Derry was dark, filled with unexplained disappearances and tragic accidents. But it wasn't until I stumbled upon a small article from 1896 that my blood ran cold. "New development to be built on old cemetery site," the headline read. My eyes raced over the words, "Area known as Peace Hill Cemetery. Bodies to be relocated. Construction to begin in spring of 1897. The address listed for the new development, 237 Witcham Street. Jesus, I muttered, my mind reeling. Our house, the house I'd grown up in, was built on top of an old cemetery. You won't find the answers you're looking for in there, son. I nearly jumped out of my skin. The old man I'd noticed earlier was standing right next to me, his cloudy eyes fixed on the article I'd been reading. I'm sorry? I stammered. The answers, he repeated, tapping a gnarled finger on the newspaper. They're not in these old papers. Some things the town likes to forget. I stared at him, a chill running down my spine. What do you mean? Do you know something about my house? The old man's eyes darted around the library, as if checking to see if anyone was listening. Then he leaned in close, his breath sour with age. Meet me outside in 10 minutes. I'll tell you what I know. Before I could respond, he shuffled away, leaving me with more questions than answers. True to his word, the old man was waiting for me when I exited the library 10 minutes later. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the street. Walk with me, he said, setting off down the sidewalk at a surprisingly brisk pace. As we walked, he began to speak in a low, urgent voice. Your house, 237 Witcham. It's not just built on an old cemetery. It's built on something older, something the Indians feared long before the white man came. What are you talking about? I asked, struggling to keep up with both his pace and his words. There's a reason they chose that site for a cemetery, he continued, ignoring my question. They thought it would keep whatever was there contained, but some things can't be buried. I opened my mouth to ask another question, but the words died in my throat. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a flicker of movement. A shadow, darker than the encroaching twilight, seemed to dart between two buildings. The old man must have sensed my distraction. He grabbed my arm with surprising strength, his eyes wild. Listen to me, boy. You've stirred something up, something that's been waiting a long time. You need to... But I never found out what I needed to do. At that moment, a car backfired loudly, making us both jump. When I turned back to the old man, he was gone, as if he'd never been there at all. Shaken, I hurried home, constantly glancing over my shoulder. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist, playing tricks on my eyes. More than once I could have sworn I saw a figure following me, always disappearing when I tried to get a better look. By the time I reached my front door, I was in a cold sweat, fumbling with my keys. As soon as I was inside, I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, breathing heavily. The house was quiet. Too quiet. The silence pressed in on me, broken only by the pounding of my heart. That's when I noticed it. The photo album, the one I'd found in the attic, was sitting on the coffee table in the living room. I was certain I'd left it upstairs. With trembling hands, I approached the album. It was open, displaying a photograph I was sure I'd never seen before. The picture showed a group of men standing in front of a large hole in the ground. They were dressed in the style of the late 1800s, and behind them, I could make out the framework of a house under construction. My house. But it was what was in the foreground that made my blood run cold. In the hole, partially obscured by shadow, was what looked like a stone slab covered in strange symbols. And standing next to it, barely visible at the edge of the frame, was a familiar shadowy figure. As I stared at the photo, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, a gust of wind blew through the room, ruffling the pages of the album. I looked up, startled. All the windows were closed. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't alone in the house. And whatever was with me, it had been waiting a very, very long time. The night stretched endlessly, a dark canvas painted with shadows and whispers. Sleep eluded me, my mind a tumultuous sea of questions and fears. The old man's words echoed in my head, mingling with the image of that strange photograph. Something ancient, something buried, something waiting. It was well past midnight when I finally drifted off into a fitful sleep. But my respite was short-lived. A thunderous crash jolted me awake. I sat bolt upright, heart pounding, eyes straining against the darkness. For a moment, I thought I'd dreamed the noise. Then I heard it again, a sharp metallic clang followed by what sounded like breaking glass. "What the hell?" I muttered, fumbling for the bedside lamp. The light flickered to life, casting a weak glow around the room. Everything seemed normal, but the noises continued, a cacophony of bangs and crashes that seemed to be coming from downstairs. With trembling hands, I reached for the baseball bat I kept under the bed. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly shaky. "Is someone there?" No response, just more noise. Gripping the bat tightly, I made my way down the stairs, each creak of the old wood setting my nerves further on edge. As I reached the bottom, the noises suddenly stopped, plunging the house into an eerie silence. I flicked on the living room light, and my jaw dropped. Every single photo in the room, and there were dozens covering the walls and shelves, was face down on the floor. Picture frames lay shattered, shards of glass glittering in the lamplight. "What the fuck?" I breathed, taking in the scene of destruction. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, a cold draft washed over me. I spun around, bat raised, but there was nothing there. Just shadows and the oppressive silence of the house. I spent the rest of the night cleaning up the mess, too wired to even think about going back to sleep. By the time dawn broke, casting pale light through the windows, I had managed to convince myself that it must have been an earthquake, a minor tremor that had knocked the photos down. It was a flimsy explanation, but it was better than the alternative. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, I decided I needed some fresh air and a distraction. My dog, Max, was always up for a walk, so I called out to him. "Max, here, boy." Usually the sound of his name was enough to bring Max bounding down the stairs, tail wagging. But this time there was no response. "Max?" I called again, a note of concern creeping into my voice. I found him in the upstairs hallway, hackles raised, staring intently at the closed door of my parents' old bedroom. A low growl rumbled in his throat. "What's the matter, boy?" I asked, reaching out to pat his head. But as my hand touched his fur, Max yelped and darted away, racing down the stairs. Frowning, I turned to the bedroom door. It was just a door, same as it had always been, but something about it felt off. The air around it seemed colder, somehow heavier. I reached for the doorknob, then hesitated. Did I really want to see what was on the other side? Before I could make up my mind, a scratching sound came from within the room. It was faint at first, then grew louder, like nails dragging across wood. I stumbled backward, my heart racing. "Hello?" I called out, hating how my voice quavered. "Is someone in there?" The scratching stopped abruptly. For a long moment there was only silence. Then, so quietly I almost missed it, I heard what sounded like a whisper, a single word muffled by the door. "Soon." I ran. I'm not proud of it, but in that moment, terror overwhelmed me. I thundered down the stairs, out the front door, and didn't stop until I reached the end of the street. There, gasping for breath, I turned to look back at the house. It stood silent and still in the morning light, betraying nothing of the horrors within. As I stared, movement caught my eye, a shadow passing by an upstairs window. But that was impossible. I was out here, and Max was... Max. Guilt washed over me as I realized I'd left him behind. Steeling myself, I made my way back to the house. I found Max huddled under the porch, whimpering softly. It took nearly an hour to coax him out, and even then he refused to re-enter the house. "It's okay, boy," I murmured, more to myself than to Max. "Everything's going to be okay." But as the day wore on, it became increasingly clear that things were far from okay. Max steadfastly refused to enter certain rooms, growling at empty corners and doorways. I found myself jumping at every creak and groan of the old house, my eyes constantly drawn to the shadows that seemed to flicker and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. By evening, I was a nervous wreck. I sat in the living room, surrounded by the photos I'd put back up, trying to lose myself in a book. But my attention kept wandering, my gaze drawn to the images of my family that adorned the walls. That's when I noticed it. In a photo of my parents' wedding, the shadowy figure I'd first noticed in the attic album was there, lurking in the background. But it wasn't where it had been before. It was closer now, standing just behind the wedding party. With shaking hands, I got up and moved to another photo, a picture of me and my sister at the beach. The figure was there too, no longer a vague shape in the distance, but a distinct silhouette at the water's edge. Photo after photo, the same pattern emerged. The figure was getting closer, more defined. In the most recent photos, it was alarmingly clear, a dark shape with what looked like glowing eyes, standing right behind my family members. "This isn't happening," I muttered, running my hands through my hair. "This can't be real." But even as I said it, I knew it was. The chill in the air, the whispers in the night, the terror in Max's eyes. It was all real. And it was getting worse. As if to underscore my thoughts, a loud thump came from upstairs. Max, who had been dozing fitfully at my feet, leapt up with a yelp and bolted for the front door. I stood frozen, staring at the ceiling. Another thump, followed by the sound of slow, dragging footsteps. Something was up there, moving around. Something that shouldn't be there, couldn't be there. The footsteps grew louder, moving towards the stairs. I could hear the old wood creaking under unseen weight. Step, creak, step, creak. Whatever it was coming down, coming for me. As the steps reached the landing, a shadow began to form at the bottom of the stairs. It was vaguely human-shaped but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that seemed too long and jointed in impossible ways. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything. But I was rooted to the spot, unable to move, unable to breathe. The shadow paused at the foot of the stairs. Slowly, it turned towards me. Where its face should have been, there were only 2 pinpricks of light, like distant stars in the void of space. It spoke. Its voice a dry whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We've been waiting for you, Jack. It's time to come home." The morning light did little to erase the horrors of the previous night. I sat at my kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of coffee gone cold, staring blankly at the wall. The shadow creature's words echoed in my mind. It's time to come home. What did it mean? And more importantly, how could I stop it? I knew I couldn't face this alone anymore. I needed help, and not the kind you find in a psychiatrist's office. No, I needed someone who understood the paranormal, someone who could make sense of the impossible. That's how I found myself standing in front of a small, purple-painted house on the outskirts of town. A hand-painted sign hung crookedly on the front porch. Madame Zora, psychic medium spiritual advisor. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorbell. Part of me felt ridiculous. What if this was all just an elaborate hallucination? But the memory of that shadowy figure lunging at me steeled my resolve. I pressed the bell. The door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 50s with wild graying hair and eyes that seemed to look right through me. "I've been expecting you," she said, her voice low and gravelly. "You have?" I asked, taken aback. She nodded solemnly. "The spirits have been restless. Come in, child." The inside of Madame Zora's house was exactly what you'd expect from a psychic medium. Beaded curtains, crystals on every surface, and the heavy scent of incense hanging in the air. She led me to a small room in the back, dominated by a round table covered in a velvet cloth. "Sit," she commanded, taking her own seat across from me. "Now, tell me what brings you here." I took a deep breath and began my story, starting with finding the old photo album and ending with the terrifying encounter from the night before. As I spoke, Madame Zora's expression grew increasingly grave. When I finished, she reached across the table and grasped my hands. Her skin was cool and dry like old parchment. "Oh, my dear," she breathed. "You've stirred up something ancient and powerful. I can feel its presence clinging to you like a shroud." A chill ran down my spine. Can you help me? Can you make it go away? Madame Zora closed her eyes, her brow furrowing in concentration. I can try to communicate with it, to understand its purpose, but be warned, opening such a channel can be dangerous. I'll take that risk, I said firmly. I need answers. She nodded and began to set up for a seance. Candles were lit, the lights dimmed, and soon we were sitting in a circle of flickering shadows. Join hands, Madame Zora instructed, and whatever happens, do not break the circle. She began to chant in a language I didn't recognize, her voice rising and falling in an eerie cadence. The candles flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The air in the room seemed to thicken, pressing down on us. Suddenly, the flames of the candles shot up, nearly a foot high. A cold wind whipped through the room, though all the windows were closed. And then I heard it. A whisper, right next to my ear, so close I could feel the breath on my skin. Mine. I jerked back, nearly breaking the circle. Did you hear that? I gasped. Madame Zora's eyes were wide with fear. Something's coming through, she said, her voice strained. Something powerful. The whispering grew louder, a cacophony of voices all around us. The candles flickered wildly, shadows leaping and twisting on the walls. And then, in the center of our circle, a dark shape began to form. It was the figure from the photos, but more solid now, more real. Its form was human-like, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Where its face should have been, there were only 2 pinpricks of light, like distant stars. It reached out towards me with a hand that seemed more shadow than substance. Come home, it rasped, its voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. Madame Zora screamed, a sound of pure terror that cut through the whispers and the howling wind. She threw herself backward, breaking the circle. In an instant, the apparition vanished. The candles went out, plunging us into darkness. When I finally managed to fumble for the light switch, I found Madame Zora huddled in the corner, shaking uncontrollably. "Get out," she whispered, her eyes wild with fear. "Get out now. I can't help you. No one can." I tried to approach her, to ask what she had seen, but she just screamed again, pointing at the door. "Go!" Shaken to my core, I stumbled out of the house and into the fading daylight. My mind was reeling, trying to process what had just happened. The entity was real, undeniably real, and it wanted something from me. But what? Lost in thought, I didn't notice the sputtering of my car engine until it was too late. The vehicle jerked and coughed, then died completely, coasting to a stop in front of an old abandoned house. "No, no, no," I muttered, turning the key frantically. The engine wheezed but refused to turn over. "Come on, not now." I slumped back in my seat, taking in my surroundings. The street was deserted, lined with old houses that had seen better days. But the one I had stopped in front of, there was something familiar about it, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was a Victorian-style house, paint peeling and windows boarded up. Ivy crawled up its sides, nature slowly reclaiming what man had abandoned. As I stared at it, trying to place why it seemed so familiar, movement caught my eye. There, in an upstairs window, a board had come loose. And behind it, barely visible in the gloom, was a face. Not a human face, but the same shadowy visage I had seen in the photos in Madame Zora's seance room. 2 pinpricks of light stared down at me, and I could swear I saw the darkness around them shift into what might have been a smile. My blood ran cold. I tried the engine again, praying for it to start. Nothing. I looked back at the window, but the face was gone. Had I imagined it? Then I heard it, the creak of a door opening. The front door of the abandoned house was slowly swinging inward, revealing a yawning darkness beyond. A voice drifted out from that darkness, the same dry whisper I had heard before. "Welcome home, Jack. We've been waiting for you." I sat frozen in my seat, heart pounding as the shadows from the house seemed to stretch across the street towards my car. I had a choice to make: stay here and face whatever was in that house, or run and hope I could outpace the darkness that was coming for me. As the shadows crept closer, I made my decision. I flung open the car door and ran, not daring to look back, the whispered invitation echoing in my ears. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew one thing for certain: I couldn't go home. Not now, maybe not ever again. Mom wrung her hands, glancing at Dad. He sighed heavily and set aside his crossword. We'd hoped you'd never have to know, he said, his voice thick with emotion. We thought if we never spoke of it, if we pretended it never happened, it would stay buried in the past. What would stay buried? I demanded, leaning forward. What are you talking about? Mom reached out and took my hand. Jack, sweetie, you had an uncle, my brother Thomas, but he was troubled. As she spoke, the lights in the room flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I felt a chill run down my spine, but I pressed on. Troubled how? Dad cleared his throat. Thomas was different. From a young age, he was fascinated with the occult, with dark things. Your grandparents tried to help him, to guide him back to the light, but... He trailed off, shaking his head. But what? I urged, my heart pounding. Mom squeezed my hand tighter. When Thomas was 17, he did something terrible. Something we've tried to forget for all these years. The lights flickered again, more violently this time. Outside, the wind picked up, howling around the eaves of the house. He performed a ritual, Dad continued, his voice barely above a whisper. In the basement of the old house. We don't know exactly what he did, but something came through. Something dark. I felt the blood drain from my face. The shadowy figure in the photos, I breathed. Mom nodded, tears in her eyes. Thomas disappeared that night. We never saw him again. The police searched, but nothing. It was like he vanished into thin air. We tried to move on, Dad said, his voice strained. We packed away all of Thomas's things, took down all the photos. We thought if we could just forget, if we could erase him from our history. But you can't erase the past. I finished for him. It always comes back. The lights in the room surged brightly, then went out completely, plunging us into darkness. Mom let out a small scream, and I heard Dad fumbling for his phone to use as a flashlight. In the sudden silence, I heard it. A whisper, so faint I almost missed it. Remember? Did you hear that? I asked, my voice shaking. Before my parents could answer, the lights came back on. They looked shaken, but confused. Hear what, sweetie? Mom asked. I shook my head, deciding not to push it. Never mind, I need some air. I stumbled out onto the porch, my mind reeling from the revelations. An uncle I never knew existed. A dark ritual. A presence that had been haunting our family for decades. It was almost too much to process. As I stood there trying to catch my breath, a thought struck me. If my parents had packed away all of Thomas's things, maybe there were clues in the old house. Something that could help me understand what was happening. I drove back to the old house in a daze, my headlights cutting through the darkness. The house loomed before me, its windows like empty eyes staring out into the night. With shaking hands, I unlocked the door and made my way to the attic. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight as I began to search through old boxes and trunks. After what felt like hours, I found it. A small, ornate box hidden beneath a stack of old blankets. Inside was a single envelope, yellowed with age. With trembling fingers, I opened it and began to read. To whoever finds this, I fear I've made a terrible mistake. The ritual was supposed to bring power, knowledge beyond mortal ken. But what came through? It's not what I expected. It's hungry, insatiable, and now it wants me. If you're reading this, it means I'm already gone. But I fear that's not the end. It won't stop with me. It will keep coming, keep haunting, until it gets what it wants. I'm sorry. God help us all. Thomas. The letter slipped from my numb fingers, fluttering to the floor. The air in the attic suddenly felt thick, oppressive. and in the corner of my eye I saw a shadow move. I bolted from the attic, down the stairs, and out of the house. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my lungs burning with each breath. As I drove away, my rearview mirror showed the old house receding into the distance, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was taking something with me, something that had been waiting a long time for this moment. That night, sleep came fitfully. When I finally drifted off, I found myself in a dream unlike any I'd ever experienced. I was standing in a void, absolute darkness stretching in every direction, and then slowly, a figure began to form before me. It was the shadow from the photos, but more solid now, more real. It reached out to me with a hand that seemed made of smoke and shadow. Its touch was cold, so cold it burned. "Welcome, nephew," it said, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. "We have so much to discuss." I tried to scream, to wake up, but I was frozen in place. The shadowy figure drew closer, its featureless face inches from mine. "It's time to come home, Jack," it whispered. "Time to finish what Thomas started." And then, mercifully, I woke up, drenched in sweat and shaking uncontrollably. But even as consciousness returned, I couldn't shake the feeling that the dream wasn't over, that it was just the beginning of something much, much worse. The address scrawled on the crumpled piece of paper led me to a small weathered house on the outskirts of town. The paint was peeling, and the garden was overgrown, but there was a warmth to the place that I couldn't quite explain. This was the home of Aunt Mildred, my mother's estranged sister, and possibly my last hope for answers. I hesitated at the front door, my hand poised to knock. What if she turned me away? What if she couldn't help? What if... The door swung open before I could knock, revealing a tiny woman with wild silver hair and piercing blue eyes. "Well, don't just stand there catching flies, boy. Come in," she said, her voice raspy but kind. Stunned, I followed her into a cluttered living room. Every surface was covered with books, crystals, and odd little trinkets. The air smelled of lavender and old paper. "Sit," Aunt Mildred commanded, pointing to an overstuffed armchair. "Tea?" I nodded, still trying to find my voice. She bustled off to the kitchen, leaving me to take in my surroundings. My eyes were drawn to a large mirror hanging on the wall opposite me. For a moment I thought I saw a flicker of movement in its reflection, but when I looked closer there was nothing there. Aunt Mildred returned with 2 steaming mugs. "Now then," she said, settling into a rocking chair across from me. "What brings you to my door, Jack? And don't bother with pleasantries, I know it's about the shadow." I nearly choked on my tea. You know?" She nodded gravely. "I've been waiting for this day, hoping it wouldn't come, but knowing it would." She leaned forward, her eyes boring into mine. "Tell me what you've seen." So I did. I told her everything. The photo album, the seance, the dream. As I spoke, her expression grew more and more troubled. When I finished, she sat back with a heavy sigh. "It's worse than I feared. The curse has awakened." "Curse?" I echoed. "What curse?" Aunt Mildred stood and walked to a bookshelf, pulling out an ancient leather-bound tome. "Our family carries a burden, Jack. A curse placed upon us generations ago." She opened the book, revealing pages covered in strange symbols and faded text. "It began with our ancestor Elizabeth Proctor. You know of the Salem witch trials?" I nodded, a chill running down my spine. Elizabeth was accused of witchcraft, but unlike many others, she was guilty. My eyes widened. "She was an actual witch?" Aunt Mildred's lips twisted in a wry smile. "Witch, cunning woman, practitioner of the old ways. Call it what you will. She had power, real power. And when they came to hang her, she used that power to curse her accusers and their descendants." She turned a page in the book, revealing a crude drawing of a woman standing at a gallows, her arms raised to the sky. But curses are tricky things. This one, it didn't just affect her accusers. It latched onto our family as well, lying dormant for generations, waiting for the right moment to awaken. As she spoke, I felt the air in the room grow colder. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I had the distinct feeling we were being watched. "What does it want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Aunt Mildred's eyes met mine, filled with a mixture of fear and determination. "It wants what all curses want, Jack, to be fulfilled, to wreak havoc and destruction, to—" She stopped mid-sentence, her gaze fixed on something behind me. I turned, following her line of sight to the mirror on the wall. There, reflected in the glass, stood the shadow figure. It was more solid than I'd ever seen it, its form almost human but wrong in ways I couldn't quite define. And its eyes were fixed on me. I leapt to my feet, spinning around, but there was nothing behind me. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure was gone. Aunt Mildred gripped my arm, her fingers surprisingly strong. "You need to go. Now. It's not safe here." "But, no buts," she snapped. "Go home. Look in the album again. You'll find what you need to know there." She practically shoved me out the door, pressing a small, cloth-wrapped object into my hand. "Take this. For protection. And Jack." Her eyes met mine one last time. "Be careful. It's stronger now. Closer." Before I could respond, she shut the door, leaving me standing alone on her porch, my head spinning with questions. The drive home was a blur. My mind raced with everything Aunt Mildred had told me. A family curse, a witch in our ancestry, and the shadow, growing stronger, closer. As I pulled into my driveway, I noticed the lights in my house were on. Had I left them on? I couldn't remember. With shaking hands, I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. Everything looked normal, but there was a heaviness to the air, a presence I couldn't shake. My feet carried me to the living room where the photo album lay on the coffee table. I was certain I had put it away, hidden it in the attic. But there it was, open to a page I had never seen before. With trembling fingers, I approached the album. The photo on the open page was old, sepia-toned, and faded. It showed a group of people standing in front of what looked like my family's old house, but in a much earlier stage of construction. And there, in the center of the group, was the shadow figure. But it wasn't a shadow anymore. It was a man with a face I recognized. "No," I whispered, stumbling backward. "It can't be." But it was. The face staring back at me from the photo was my own. My legs gave out and I collapsed onto the couch, my mind reeling. How was this possible? How could I be in a photo taken decades, maybe even a century before I was born? As I sat there, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, I felt a cold presence behind me. Slowly dreading what I might see, I turned around. The shadow figure stood there, more solid and real than ever before. And as I watched, frozen in terror, its features began to shift and change, morphing into a face I knew all too well. My own. It smiled, a twisted version of my own grin. "Hello, Jack," it said, its voice a distorted echo of mine. "It's time we had a talk." I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but I was rooted to the spot, unable to move, unable to look away from this impossible, terrifying version of myself. The shadow me reached out a hand, its fingers elongating into wispy tendrils of darkness. "Don't be afraid," it said, its voice a sinister whisper. "After all, I'm you, and you're me. We're family." As its hand drew closer, I felt a burning sensation in my pocket, the object Aunt Mildred had given me. With a desperate lunge, I pulled it out, tearing away the cloth wrapping. It was a small mirror, no bigger than my palm. As I held it up, the shadow me recoiled, hissing in pain or anger. "This isn't over," it snarled, its form already beginning to dissipate. "You can't run from who you are, Jack. You can't run from your destiny." And then it was gone, leaving me alone in the suddenly quiet house, clutching the small mirror like a lifeline. I looked back at the photo album, at the image of myself from another time. What did it mean? What was my connection to this curse, to this entity that wore my face? One thing was clear. The answers I sought weren't in the past. They were here, now, in the present. And somehow, impossibly, they were tied to my own existence. The curse had awakened. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The shadow figure, this twisted version of myself, was growing stronger with each passing day. I could feel its presence constantly now. A chill at the edge of my consciousness, a whisper just beyond hearing. Time was running out. I threw myself into research, poring over every book on curses and the occult I could get my hands on. My living room became a fortress of knowledge, stacks of dusty tomes creating a labyrinth around me. Sleep became a luxury I could ill afford. As I flipped through yet another arcane text, my eyes burning from lack of sleep, a passage caught my attention. A generational curse, once awakened, feeds on the fear and despair of its victims. To break such a curse requires a sacrifice of that which the cursed holds most dear. I sat back, rubbing my eyes. What the hell does that mean? I muttered to myself. A cold draft whispered through the room, and I swore I heard a mocking laugh. Shaking it off, I returned to my research with renewed determination. Days blurred into nights as I delved deeper into the occult lore. I barely noticed the strange occurrences at first. A book falling from a shelf just as I walked by. A suddenly loose floorboard nearly tripping me. A knife slipping in my hand while preparing dinner. But as I got closer to understanding the nature of the curse, the accidents became harder to ignore. I was in the kitchen, heating water for yet another cup of coffee, when the kettle began to whistle. As I reached for it, the handle suddenly felt scorching hot. I jerked my hand back with a yelp, knocking the kettle off the stove. Boiling water splashed across the floor, narrowly missing my feet. Jesus, I gasped, stumbling backward. That's when I saw it, a flicker of movement in the reflection of the kitchen window. For just a moment, I saw my own face grinning back at me, eyes dark and malevolent. "Stop it," I shouted at the empty kitchen. "I'm not afraid of you." But even as I said it, I could feel my heart racing. The shadow was getting bolder, its attacks more direct. I needed to find a way to break this curse, and fast. The next day, I decided to visit the local historical society, hoping to find more information about my family's past. As I drove down the winding country road, my mind raced with possibilities. What if I could trace the curse back to its source? What if... My thoughts were interrupted by a deafening bang. The car swerved violently and I fought to keep it on the road. The steering wheel jerked in my hands as if possessed by a malevolent force. "No, no, no," I yelled, wrestling for control. Through the windshield, I saw a massive oak tree looming ahead, growing larger by the second. With every ounce of strength I had, I wrenched the wheel to the side. The car skidded off the road, tires screeching against asphalt. For a heart-stopping moment, I was sure I was going to crash. But then, miraculously, the car came to a stop mere inches from the tree. I sat there, hands shaking, breath coming in ragged gasps. That was no accident. The shadow figure had just tried to kill me. "Nice try," I muttered, my voice trembling despite my attempt at bravado. "But you'll have to do better than that." As if in response, I heard that same mocking laugh, carried on the wind that whistled through my cracked window. Shaken, but determined, I managed to get the car back on the road and limped home. I needed to regroup, to figure out my next move. As I walked through my front door, I immediately sensed something was wrong. The air felt thick, charged with an unnatural energy. My eyes were drawn to the coffee table where the photo album lay open. With a growing sense of dread, I approached it. What I saw made my blood run cold. Every single photo in the album had changed. The shadowy figure that had once lurked in the background was now front and center in each image. But it wasn't just a shadow anymore. In every photo, it wore my face, grinning malevolently at the camera. "No," I whispered, flipping through the pages frantically. "This isn't possible." But there it was, undeniable proof of the curse's growing power. In a family portrait, it stood where I should have been, its arm around my mother's shoulders. In a photo from my high school graduation, it wore my cap and gown, accepting my diploma with a twisted smile. As I stared at the altered photos, I felt a presence behind me. I spun around to find myself face to face with the shadow version of me. "Enjoying the family album?" it asked, its voice a chilling echo of my own. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the coffee table. "What do you want from me?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. The shadow me tilted its head, a mockery of curiosity. "Want? Oh, Jack. It's not about what I want. It's about what you're destined for." "I don't believe in destiny," I spat. It laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Belief has nothing to do with it. You can't escape who you are, what you're meant to become." I shook my head vehemently. "No. I'll find a way to break this curse. I'll stop you." The shadow's grin widened, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. "Break the curse?" "Oh, Jack, you are the curse." Before I could respond, it lunged at me, its form dissolving into a swirling mass of darkness. I felt it envelop me, cold and suffocating. For a moment I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it was gone. I found myself alone in the room, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. But I wasn't truly alone. I could feel the shadow's presence more strongly than ever, as if it had left a piece of itself inside me. I staggered to the bathroom, needing to splash some water on my face. As I looked in the mirror, I froze. For just a second, I swore I saw my reflection grin at me with those two sharp teeth. I blinked, and my normal reflection stared back at me, pale and terrified. "Pull yourself together," I muttered, gripping the edges of the sink. "You can beat this. You have to." But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at me. The shadow's words echoed in my mind. "You are the curse." What did that mean? How could I be the very thing I was fighting against? I returned to the living room, staring at the altered photos in the album. Each image of the shadow wearing my face seemed to mock me, to challenge me. "A sacrifice of that which the cursed holds most dear," I murmured, remembering the passage from the book. What did I hold most dear? My family? My sense of self? My very existence? A chill ran down my spine as a terrible thought occurred to me. What if breaking the curse meant sacrificing myself? I shook my head, trying to dispel the thought. There had to be another way. I couldn't give up, couldn't let this thing win. With renewed determination, I returned to my books. I would find a way to break this curse, to separate myself from this shadow entity. I had to. Because if I didn't, I feared I might become the very thing I was fighting against. And that was a fate worse than death. As I settled in for another long night of research, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was racing against time. With each passing moment, the shadow grew stronger, and I grew weaker. The final confrontation was coming, and I had to be ready. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across my living room, I steeled myself for what was to come. The ritual to banish the entity, to banish this twisted version of myself, was my last hope. I had spent days gathering the unusual ingredients: graveyard dirt, blessed salt, herbs with names I could barely pronounce, and a silver mirror that had cost me more than I cared to admit. My hands shook as I arranged everything in a circle on the floor. The house seemed to hold its breath, an unnatural stillness settling over everything. As I lit the black candles surrounding the ritual space, I could have sworn I heard whispers coming from the walls. "It's just your imagination," I muttered to myself, trying to steady my nerves. But even as I said it, a floorboard creaked behind me, making me jump. I took a deep breath, centering myself. "Focus, Jack," I said aloud. "You can do this." As I began to recite the ancient words I had memorized, my voice sounded strange to my own ears, as if it was coming from far away. The candles flickered, casting dancing shadows on the walls. By earth and air, by fire and sea, I cast this shadow far from me. By light of moon and strength of sun, let this dark presence be undone. As I spoke, I felt the air in the room grow heavy, charged with an otherworldly energy. The whispers in the walls grew louder, more insistent. I tried to block them out, focusing on the ritual. Blood of my blood, bone of my bone. Leave this vessel, find your own. By the power of 3 times 3, as I will, so mote it be. Suddenly, a violent wind whipped through the house. Books flew off shelves, papers scattered across the floor. The candles guttered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. My heart raced as I fumbled for the matches. No, 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 I muttered. This can't be happening. In the pitch black, I heard a familiar chuckle. Oh, but it is happening, Jack, my own voice said, but twisted, darker. Did you really think a few pretty words could get rid of me? I felt a cold hand grasp my shoulder, its touch sending icy tendrils through my body. I tried to move, to run, but I was frozen in place. What do you want? I managed to stammer. The shadow version of me leaned in close, its breath cold against my ear. I want what's mine, Jack. I want you. With a surge of adrenaline, I broke free from its grasp, stumbling across the room. My hand found the light switch and I flipped it on. The room was in chaos, my carefully arranged ritual items scattered everywhere. But the shadow was nowhere to be seen. Show yourself, I shouted, my voice cracking. Face me, damn you. Oh, Jack. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. I'm always facing you. Every time you look in a mirror, every time you see your reflection, I'm there. I'm you. I spun around, trying to locate the source of the voice. You're not me, I insisted. You're something that's latched onto my family. But I'll find a way to get rid of you. The laughter that echoed through the room sent chills down my spine. Get rid of me? You might as well try to get rid of your own shadow. I'm part of you, Jack. I always have been. As it spoke, I noticed something strange happening to my own shadow on the wall. It seemed to be moving independently, stretching and twisting into an impossible shape. No, I whispered, backing away. This isn't real. This can't be real. But even as I said it, I watched in horror as my shadow peeled itself off the wall, taking on a 3-dimensional form. It was like looking into a dark mirror, seeing myself but wrong, distorted. The shadow me grinned, its teeth too sharp, its eyes black as pitch. Oh, it's very real, Jack, and it's time you embraced it. Embraced me. I scrambled for something, anything, to use as a weapon. My hand closed around the silver mirror I had bought for the ritual. Without thinking, I held it up between us. The shadow me hissed, recoiling from its reflection. For a moment, I saw fear in those dark eyes. You can't run from this forever, it snarled. You can't hide from what you are. Watch me, I growled, advancing with the mirror held high. The shadow retreated, its form becoming less solid, more smoke-like. With a final, bone-chilling laugh, it dissipated, seeming to sink into the floor. I stood there, breathing hard. The mirror clutched to my chest like a shield. The house was quiet once more, but I knew it wasn't over. The ritual had failed, but it had shown me something important. The entity could be hurt, could be frightened. As I looked around at the destroyed room, my mind raced. The mirror had power over the shadow. But why? What was the connection? I walked to the bathroom, staring at my reflection in the mirror above the sink. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of something dark in my eyes, but it was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure. What am I? I whispered to my reflection. What is this thing inside me? There was no answer, of course. But as I stood there, I made a decision. I couldn't keep running. Couldn't keep reacting. It was time to take the fight to the shadow. I returned to the living room, gathering up my scattered research materials. There had to be something I'd missed, some key to understanding this entity and how to defeat it. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat, every reflective surface a potential portal for the entity. But I pressed on. The shadow had said I couldn't run from what I was. Fine. I would face it head on. I would dig deeper into my family's past, into the origin of this curse. And I would find a way to end it, once and for all. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, I sat surrounded by books and notes, the silver mirror close at hand. I was exhausted, scared, and more alone than I'd ever felt in my life. But I was also determined. The shadow might be part of me, might have been with me all along. But that didn't mean it controlled me. I would find a way to separate us, to cast it out for good. As I reached for another book, I caught sight of my reflection in the mirror. For just a second, I thought I saw my lips curl into a sinister smile. I blinked, and my normal, tired face stared back at me. But the message was clear. Time was running out. The line between me and the shadow was blurring. I had to find answers, and fast. Before it was too late. Before I lost myself completely to the darkness that lurked within. The air in the room grew thick and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. I turned slowly, a sense of dread washing over me, and found myself face to face with the entity from the photos. It was like looking into a twisted mirror, my own features but distorted, darker, with eyes that seemed to contain endless depths of shadow. "Hello, Jack," it said, its voice an unsettling echo of my own. "I've been waiting a long time for this moment." I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. "What are you? What do you want from me?" The entity's lips curled into a cruel smile. "What am I? I'm you, Jack. Or rather, I'm what you could be. What you're meant to be." I shook my head vehemently. "No, you're lying. You're some kind of demon, a curse." "A curse?" it interrupted, laughing. The sound sent chills down my spine. "Oh, Jack, you don't understand at all, do you? It's time you learned the truth about your family history." The entity began to pace, its movements fluid and unnatural. "You see, Jack, our family has always been special. We've had a gift, passed down through generations. A gift of power, of sight beyond the veil." I frowned, trying to process this information. "What are you talking about?" "Magic, Jack. Real, raw power. But with great power comes great fear. Our ancestors were hunted, persecuted. And so they hid. They buried their power deep inside, passing it off as nothing more than family superstition and old wives' tales." The entity's eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a jolt of recognition. But the power couldn't stay buried forever. It needed a vessel, someone strong enough to contain it, to wield it. "Me," I whispered, the realization dawning. The entity nodded, a look of satisfaction on its face. You are the culmination of generations of dormant power, Jack. You are the key to unlocking our family's true potential." I shook my head, trying to deny what I was hearing. "No, that's impossible. I'm just me. I'm not special, I'm not magical." "But you are," the entity insisted. "Haven't you ever wondered why strange things happen around you? Why you've always felt different?" Memories flashed through my mind, unexplained occurrences, moments of intuition that seemed too accurate to be mere coincidence. I had always dismissed them, but now... "The curse," I said slowly. "It's not really a curse, is it?" The entity's smile widened. "Now you're beginning to understand. It's a gift, Jack, a birthright, but accessing it comes at a cost." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What kind of cost?" The entity's eyes seemed to glow with an inner fire. "To fully embrace your power, you must let go of who you think you are. You must merge with me, become one with the shadow self you've been running from all this time." I took a step back, my mind reeling. "And if I refuse?" The entity's expression hardened. "Then the power will consume you, bit by bit, until there's nothing left of Jack. You've already seen it happening. The accidents, the hallucinations, the loss of control, it will only get worse. I felt trapped, cornered by an impossible choice. So either way, I cease to exist. Either I give in to you, or I'm slowly destroyed. The entity shook its head. Not destroyed, Jack. Transformed. Evolution is never painless, but the result... Oh, the result is glorious. As I stood there, grappling with this revelation, I noticed something strange happening to the walls. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, but as I looked closer I realized with horror that the walls were beginning to bleed. Dark, viscous liquid oozed from the cracks, pooling on the floor. "What's happening?" I gasped, backing away from the encroaching darkness. The entity seemed unfazed by the nightmarish scene. "The veil is thinning, Jack. The longer you resist, the more unstable things become. Your indecision is tearing reality apart." I watched in horror as the blood-like substance began to creep across the floor towards me. "This isn't real," I muttered, trying to convince myself. "This can't be real." "Oh, it's very real," the entity said, its voice filled with a terrible excitement. "This is the power you're capable of, Jack. The ability to bend reality itself to your will. But you need to embrace it, control it. Otherwise, it will control you." I closed my eyes, trying to block out the impossible scene before me. When I opened them again, the entity was standing right in front of me, its face inches from my own. "Time is running out, Jack," it said, its voice barely above a whisper. "You need to make a choice. Embrace your true self, or be consumed by it." I stared into its eyes, my eyes but not, and saw the weight of generations, the accumulation of power and secrets. Could I really be capable of such things? And if I was, did I want that responsibility? "What happens if I say yes?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What do I become?" The entity's smile was both terrifying and alluring. "Everything you were meant to be, Jack. Powerful beyond your wildest dreams, free from the constraints of ordinary existence." "And if I say no?" Its expression darkened. "Then you fight a losing battle against your own nature until it destroys you and everyone you love." The blood from the walls had reached my feet now, warm and sticky. I could feel it seeping into my shoes, a visceral reminder of the stakes at hand. "This isn't fair," I said, anger and fear warring inside me. "I never asked for this." "Fair?" The entity laughed. "Life isn't fair, Jack. Power isn't fair, but it's yours whether you want it or not. The only question is whether you'll control it or let it control you." I looked around the room at the impossible scene of horror surrounding me. Was this really what I was capable of? And if it was, could I trust myself with such power? "I need time," I said, my voice hoarse. "I need to think." The entity's eyes flashed with impatience. "Time is a luxury you don't have, Jack. The longer you wait, the more dangerous things become. For you, and for everyone around you." As if to emphasize its point, a low rumble shook the house, causing picture frames to fall from the walls and shatter on the blood-soaked floor. I closed my eyes, trying to center myself, to find some clarity in the chaos. When I opened them again, I met the entity's gaze with newfound determination. "If I agree to this," I said slowly, "if I merge with you, will I still be me? Will I remember my family, my life?" The entity tilted its head, considering. "You'll be you, Jack. But more. Your memories, your experiences, they'll all still be there. But you'll see them through new eyes, understand them with a wisdom beyond mortal ken." I took a deep breath, the metallic scent of the blood filling my nostrils. "And I'll be able to control this power? To use it without this happening?" I gestured at the nightmarish scene around us. The entity nodded. "With time and practice, yes. You'll be able to shape reality to your will, to peer beyond the veil that separates this world from others." I stood there on the precipice of a decision that would change everything. The weight of generations seemed to press down on me. the expectations of ancestors I'd never known urging me forward. But still, I hesitated. Can I have one last moment? To say goodbye to who I was? The entity's expression softened, just slightly. Of course. But remember, Jack, this isn't an ending. It's a beginning. As I closed my eyes, preparing to take the plunge into an unknown future, I couldn't help but wonder, was I making the right choice? Or was I about to lose everything that made me who I was? The blood continued to rise, the house continued to shake, and the entity, my shadow self, waited patiently for my final decision. I took a deep breath, the scent of blood and magic thick in the air. My decision made, I turned to face the entity, my shadow self, my destiny. I'm ready, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. The entity's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light. Then let it begin. As soon as the words left its mouth, the house began to shake violently. The walls rippled like water, the floor beneath my feet becoming unstable. I stumbled, trying to keep my balance as reality itself seemed to warp around me. What's happening? I shouted over the deafening roar that filled the air. The entity's voice echoed in my mind, calm amidst the chaos. We're breaking through the barriers of time and space, Jack. Brace yourself. Suddenly, I felt as if I was being torn apart and put back together simultaneously. The world around me dissolved into a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. When it reformed, I found myself standing in an unfamiliar room, watching a scene from long ago. A woman in colonial dress stood before a group of stern-faced men. Her chin was raised defiantly, her eyes blazing with an inner fire I recognized all too well. Elizabeth Proctor, one of the men intoned. You stand accused of witchcraft. How do you plead? I gasped, realizing I was witnessing a pivotal moment in my family's history. Elizabeth, my ancestor, met the man's gaze unflinchingly. I plead not guilty, she said, her voice strong and clear. But I warn you, good sirs, if you persist in this folly, you will unleash a power you cannot hope to control. Before I could hear more, the scene dissolved, reforming into a different time and place. I saw generations of my family, each struggling with the power that coursed through their veins. Some embraced it, using their gifts in secret to help others. Others fought against it, trying to bury the magic deep within themselves. Through it all, I saw the shadow, sometimes as a menacing presence, sometimes as a guiding force. Always there, always watching, always waiting. As I was propelled through time, I began to understand. The entity wasn't some external force, some demon or curse. It was the accumulated power of my bloodline, seeking expression, seeking control. Finally, I found myself back in my own time, in the blood-soaked room where my journey had begun. But now, I saw everything with new eyes. The entity stood before me, but it no longer seemed as terrifying or alien as it once had. I could see the echoes of my ancestors in its face, could feel the weight of generations in its gaze. Do you understand now? It asked, its voice a chorus of all those who had come before. I nodded slowly. We're not two separate beings, are we? We never were. You're the part of me I've been afraid to embrace, the power I've been running from. The entity, no, the embodiment of my heritage, smiled. Yes, Jack, you've carried us with you all along, but now it's time to become whole. I took a step forward, my heart pounding. What happens now? Now, it said, reaching out a hand, we become one. The curse, as you've thought of it, will be broken, but the power, that remains. It's up to you how to use it. I hesitated for just a moment, thinking of the life I'd known, the person I'd been. Then with a deep breath, I reached out and took its hand. The moment our fingers touched, the world exploded into light and sensation. I felt as if I was being unmade and remade, my very essence merging with the power that had haunted my family for generations. Memories that weren't my own flooded my mind. Elizabeth facing her accusers, generations of my family struggling with their gifts. Moments of triumph and tragedy played out across centuries. And through it all, the constant presence of the shadow, of the power waiting to be claimed. When the light faded and the sensation subsided, I found myself alone in the room. The blood was gone from the walls, the house still and quiet. But I was forever changed. I could feel the power thrumming through my veins, could sense the veil between worlds as if it were a tangible thing. Knowledge and abilities I'd never dreamed of were now at my fingertips. But with this newfound power came a crushing weight of responsibility. I understood now why my ancestors had hidden their gifts, why they had been so afraid of what they could do. I walked to a mirror, half afraid of what I might see. My reflection looked the same, and yet, there was something different in my eyes. A depth, a knowledge that hadn't been there before. "Well," I said to my reflection, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. "What now?" As if in answer, I felt a tugging sensation, a call from beyond the veil. There were others out there, I realized. Other families with gifts like mine, other powers hiding in the shadows of the world. And there were threats, too. Dark forces that would seek to use or destroy people like me. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of my newfound destiny settling on my shoulders. The curse was broken, yes, but my journey was far from over. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the shadow of my former self reflected in the mirror, not as a separate entity, but as an integral part of who I now was. "We have work to do," I said to my reflection. And with that, I turned away from the mirror, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The house that had once seemed so oppressive now felt like a sanctuary, a place where I could learn to control and understand my newfound abilities. As I walked through the rooms, I could sense the echoes of my family's history. But now, instead of fear, I felt a deep connection to those who had come before me. Their struggles, their triumphs, their secrets, all of it was now a part of me. I made my way to the attic, where this all had begun. The photo album still lay open on the dusty floor, but as I picked it up, I gasped. The photos had changed once again. The shadowy figure was gone. Instead, I saw myself, not as I had been, but as I now was. In each photo, my image stood proud and strong, eyes gleaming with the knowledge of generations. "A new chapter," I murmured, running my fingers over the images. As I stood there, holding the physical representation of my family's legacy, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The fear and uncertainty that had plagued me for so long were gone, replaced by a deep understanding of who and what I was. But with that understanding came new questions, new challenges. How would I use this power? How could I protect myself and others like me? And what other secrets lay hidden in the world, waiting to be uncovered? I closed the album, setting it gently on a nearby shelf. There would be time to explore those questions, to delve deeper into the mysteries of my heritage. For now, I needed to take the first steps on this new path. As I descended the attic stairs, I felt the house respond to my presence. The creaks and groans that had once seemed ominous now felt welcoming, as if the very structure was acknowledging its new master. I reached the front door and paused, my hand on the knob. Beyond this threshold lay a world that was both familiar and utterly new. A world where magic and reality intertwined, where ancient powers and modern life coexisted in delicate balance. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped out into the sunlight. The curse was broken, but my story, our story, was just beginning. As I walked down the path, away from the house that had been both my prison and my salvation, I couldn't help but smile. Whatever lay ahead, I was ready to face it. Not as Jack the victim, not as Jack the frightened, but as Jack the awakened, Jack the powerful. The shadow that had once haunted me now walked beside me, not as a separate entity, but as an integral part of who I was. Together, we would forge a new destiny, not just for ourselves, but for all those who shared our gifts. The world seemed brighter somehow, more vivid, and as I looked up at the sky, I swore I could see just for a moment the faces of my ancestors smiling down on me. The curse was broken. The reckoning was complete.